Chapter 1 Content Warning: Mature language, depictions of non-consensual sexual activities, severe abuse, murder, and mutilation. Please use discretion. Reyna, we've been sitting in this car for hours. What exactly are you waiting for? My childhood friend Quinn asked. I finished surveying the older gentleman putting away some groceries before he drove away, leaving us one of the few cars left on this level. It might seem strange that two college seniors were spending their evenings parked in a parking garage, but I swear I had my reasons. Anything suspicious? Someone following someone else? Stuff like that, I answered. Oh, so we are looking for creepy people who would spend hours in a mall parking garage watching others, Quinn mocked. Haha, laugh it up. But I'm serious. There's a good chance that the Tintail killer will find his next victim in this very parking garage, and we could be the ones to stop him. The Tintail killer was a serial killer who had been active for at least 3 years and was credited with 20 kidnappings and 10 murders. He gained his name because the victims that led the police to dub him a serial killer were dumped on Tintail Street. His methods were gruesome to say the least. He usually kidnapped 2 people, a man and a woman. Then he would torture them for several days before killing the man and dumping his mutilated body somewhere in the city. The woman would be released the same day, usually horribly disfigured but alive. You're delusional. If it was that easy, the police would have found him by now. This isn't like one of those crime shows you're obsessed with, Quinn said, and I sighed. I know that. I know this is dumb. It's just a stupid little game, okay? But I've thought about this a lot. I reached into my bag to pull out my maps. It showed the city with marks of every disappearance and dumping site, but Quinn reached out a hand and stopped me. You've shown me all this before. I know. I've seen it all. But look, we have to go home eventually. We've been here for over 2 hours, and not a single person did anything suspicious. That is, if you don't count ourselves. I had known Quinn almost all our lives, and because of that she put up with my various idiosyncrasies, but even her patience had limits. Fine, just give me a few minutes to look around one more time, I begged. Quinn hesitated for a moment before nodding. I got out and started to wander around the parking garage, and I walked down the ramp towards the elevators. The lights flickered and hummed, but other than that the place was deathly quiet. Then I saw it, a van. It was tucked into the corner, nondescript, gray, but it had windows on the back doors. Almost a perfect murder van, I mused as I cupped my hand over the window and took a peek inside. Realization hit me with a bolt of lightning as I surveyed the contents of the van: nylon rope, chains, sheets of plastic, duct tape, even a fucking crowbar. Shit. I fumbled for my phone and snapped a shot of the license plate as best I could with shaking hands. I didn't know for sure if this was the killer, but whoever's van this was, they were up to no good. I needed to get back to Quinn and get the fuck out of here. Then I heard the elevator door ding open. On reflex, I quickly ducked behind a pillar near the van and hid myself from the elevator's line of sight, trying to calm my breathing. As I crouched panting, I tried to reason with myself. The likelihood of the owner of the van returning at this moment was slim, but even so I had a bad feeling in my gut. When I heard a set of heels click along on the pavement past the van, I let out a sigh of relief. Then I felt rather foolish at having panicked over a woman just walking to her car. But after a moment I heard the elevator doors open again and a new set of footsteps approached. I tried to pay attention to them, to gain any shred of information, but they echoed through my head and mixed with the blood pumping through my ears. I couldn't concentrate. Before I knew it, the footsteps had stopped by the van, and I dared to move and try to sneak a peek. I caught a glimpse of him with his phone out, and if I wasn't mistaken he was pointing his phone towards the woman who was now climbing into her car. Was he taking a photo of her? His face and features were hidden in the dim shadows of the garage, but as long as I had his license plate number I shouldn't need to be able to identify him. Almost hyperventilating now, I swung back around to hide. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to get my breathing under control. I heard the jingle of keys and the sound of the rolling doors of the van opening. What if he was planning on kidnapping that woman right now? No, there's no way he'd do that where there might be witnesses. But then again, it was late at night by this point, and this parking garage had a history of security camera failures. That's why I chose to stake out this place to begin with. But no, the Tintail killer kidnapped people in or around their homes. Even he wouldn't be so bold as to kidnap someone in public. Still, When I heard him start to load grocery bags into the van, I let out a sigh of relief. He was just a normal shopper with some possibly incriminating items in his van. Maybe I was wrong, and he worked in construction or something, and those items had a perfectly innocent explanation. Maybe he hadn't been following that woman out of the mall. I had just about reasoned my way out of my panic when I heard something that chilled my blood. Reyna. Reyna, where are you? Come on, let's go home now. Quinn's voice pierced the silence of the garage, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. Shut up. Shut up, Quinn. Don't say anything else. I tried with all my might to send telepathic warning signals, but it was useless. The chances of this mysterious van owner being the serial killer were next to nothing, but I didn't want Quinn to make herself a target for what was potentially a dangerous criminal. Listen, there's no way that serial killer is here. I'm tired, and I still have that paper to do tonight. We should just go home. I heard the person at the van duck down before skulking around the front of the car until he had shuffled to the passenger side. At this point he was almost on top of me as I was hiding behind the pillar right next to him. There were a few moments of tense silence before I could barely make out Quinn mumble to herself. What the hell? Maybe she went into the mall. Guess I'll call her. Gee, she should have at least texted me. I heard the man slink away. Maybe he was going to hide until Quinn went away. Leave. Just shut up and leave. I internally screamed at Quinn. I listened as the woman's car started and drove off, leaving us completely and utterly alone. Using her car's noise to drown out the sounds of my movement, I pulled out my phone, readying myself to call 911 if I had to. Whop! I covered my mouth to stifle my cry as I heard something hard hit flash, and Quinn's body slumped onto the cement floor as her phone clattered away. Slowly, shuffling footsteps dragged something heavy across the concrete towards the open van door. I could hear Quinn's soft moans, and I resisted every urge telling me to jump out and fight. This is bad. What should I do? My panicked thoughts only increased as I dared to peer around the pillar to witness a dark figure heave my friend's unconscious body into the van. My best hope was to wait until he drove off, pray he didn't spot me, and call the police. After a few moments of movement from him, the man once again stood behind the van. Steeling my nerves, I shifted slightly to try to get a better look. He was holding something, and with despair I realized it was Quinn's phone. Unfortunately, I put together the pieces too late as the phone in my hand began to ring. He swung his head over to look straight at me. His face was cast in shadows by the dim yellow lights above, but he appeared to be wearing some sort of mask. Then I saw the gun he had pointed straight at me. I was too breathless to even scream. Reyna, I presume? Why don't you come out from over there? His voice sounded distorted and a bit muffled. With jerky, robotic movements I tried to stand up and started to walk over to him while my limbs shook. I had royally fucked up. I walked right up to him, eyes never leaving the gun he kept level with me. Without warning he whipped the gun around, hitting me square in the jaw. I stumbled backwards, smashing my face against the side of the van with a crack of pain. Grunting, I tried to find purchase on the slick metal of the van before sliding slowly to the ground. My cheek throbbed with pain, and I let out a whimper as cool, heavy metal pressed against the back of my head. Come on, Reyna, what's the matter? Get up. I tried to analyze the voice, young, old? Definitely male and no accent, so maybe white. Like the profile. I felt the thick leather glove wrap around my upper arm, and with an iron grip he hoisted me onto my knees. My whole body was shaking with adrenaline, but I couldn't seem to make it move. I looked wild-eyed at the towering, distorted reflection of the man on the surface of the van in front of me and watched in slow motion as a dark shape swung down at me. With a thud and an explosion of pain at the back of my head, darkness descended. My senses faded in and out for a while. I could hear the sound of highway traffic and feel the van's floor vibrate underneath me. Then I could see the passing street lights stretch the shadows on the ceiling above. I couldn't seem to register my own body though. If I still had limbs, I couldn't feel them. I think he moved me, but honestly I was so dazed I can't really remember. When I finally came to, I was in the pitch dark, lying on an old mattress with the springs digging into my side. I tried to roll over, but my hands and ankles were bound with rope. This little bit of movement sent pain shooting through my head where the man had pistol whipped me, and I groaned. My voice was stifled with a cloth gag tied around my head. I could taste the blood in my mouth from when he'd struck me on the jaw, mixing with the noxious flavor of the dirty rag gagging me. Laying still, I strained my ears for any sound, but only humid silence greeted me. There must have been light coming from somewhere, because as my eyes adjusted I began to make out the smooth, cement wall in front of me. I was still wearing the same clothes from last night, but my shoes were gone. The room was warm from the August heat, and soon I was covered in a layer of perspiration. As the true danger of the situation washed over me, I felt panic begin to rise in my belly. I flexed my wrists against the rope that bound them, but it didn't budge. My breathing became labored, and I found myself clenching my teeth around the rag that gagged me. I thrashed for a moment before I realized that freaking out would get me nowhere. I calmed my breathing by counting slowly. I had to conserve my energy. There would be a time for fighting, but now was not it. I needed to think logically. I was tied up and helpless, but where was Quinn? I shouted through my gag and listened for any movement in the room, but between my earlier freak out and calling out just then, I didn't hear any response. She must be in another room. Or she was still unconscious. Either way, there was nothing to do now but wait. I'm not sure how long I laid there. At first I started counting the stains on the wall just to pass the time, but then it was to distract myself from my growing need to urinate. And from my own thoughts. I just couldn't believe what I had done. I was such an idiot, and what's worse is I dragged Quinn into it too. We would be lucky if even one of us left here alive. Quinn and I had met in the 2nd grade. She had just changed schools, and our desks were next to each other, so I immediately befriended her. That's just the kind of kid I was. She was hesitant at first, having a naturally shy personality, but eventually I convinced her to play on the playground with me. Our favorite game was pretending to be mermaids, swimming from structure to structure and fighting off our enemies with our magic powers. We would laugh together and then squabble and then laugh again. Through the ups and downs of childhood drama, we always seemed to come out the other side closer than ever. She was there for me, even when my dad died. Our sophomore year of high school, Quinn started dating a senior by the name of Taylor Grant. Taylor was a douchebag, and I did nothing to hide my disdain for him. Quinn begged me to give him a chance because she claimed that I didn't know him like she did, and that he was really a good guy. I always considered myself intelligent and, more importantly, an excellent judge of character. So, even at the expense of our friendship, I refused to be civil, despite having nothing but rumors and my own gut instincts to back up my loathing of him. I gave her an ultimatum, me or Taylor. In retrospect, this was childish of me, but in the end she stayed with Taylor. We didn't talk much sophomore year because of all of this, and I missed her terribly. She would wave to me in the hallways sometimes, but I was too proud to acknowledge her. When Quinn tried to strike up a conversation with me in class, I would answer her curtly and then ignore her. Then one rainy night she showed up at my doorstep, crying inconsolably with a black eye. "What the hell happened?" I exclaimed, letting her in. My mom was working late, so the house was empty. I ushered her into our front room, and she dripped onto the tile floor like a miserable dog who had been left out in a downpour. I couldn't tell what were tears and what were raindrops. "Why, you were right," she sniveled. "Quinn, who did this to you?" I demanded, grabbing onto her shoulders. "It was Taylor," she cried. "He's changed. He used to be nice, but he's been awful for months now." "Why didn't you break up with him?" I growled, fury towards him building inside my guts. "Why didn't you tell me?" He said he'd tell everyone what we did together, and that everyone would think I was a whore. He was going to tell everyone that I was an easy lay, even though we never went all the way, Quinn said, quivering. I grabbed one of my dry coats off the rack and wrapped her in it. "Tonight, he tried to. Quinn dissolved into sobs. "I'm gonna kill that bastard," I barked. When I refused, he started to do it anyway, so I slapped and scratched him. That's when he punched me. He said that he was sorry, that he didn't mean it. I managed to get out of his house, and that's when I ran here, she whimpered. I wrapped her in an embrace. "You're safe now, we'll get that asshole and make him fucking pay," I snarled. "No." Quinn interjected and pushed herself away. "No, I don't want anyone to know. If my parents found out what I've done with Taylor, they would lose it. Plus, I told him about me being bisexual. If word somehow got to my parents, they might kick me out of the house." Quinn was right, her parents were insanely strict and very religious. They were just heartless enough to throw Quinn out on the street for engaging in premarital sex of any kind, let alone for being gay. I grabbed her frigid, damp hands in mine. Okay, we'll keep it a secret. You can stay here until the bruise fades enough that we can cover it with makeup. You used to stay over for days at a time, so hopefully your parents won't get suspicious. My mom will probably have questions, but I doubt she would do anything if we asked her to stay out of it. Quinn gave me a look of total relief. I knew you'd have a plan. You always do, she cried. I'm so sorry, Reyna. I should have never chosen Taylor over you. I glanced down at my feet. Listen. I shouldn't have. Look, I've been a real bitch to you recently, and I'm sorry for that. I should have tried to be more understanding. Maybe this wouldn't have happened if I hadn't pushed you away, I mumbled. Anyway, let's get you a hot shower and then some ice for your face, I said, leading her away. The very next day at school, while Quinn was at home sick, I found Taylor, strode up to him, and laid him out flat with a punch of my own. I was suspended for 3 days, but it was worth it, and I would have done it again in a heartbeat. I only regretted that I wasn't there to protect Quinn when it had really mattered, but getting revenge had almost made up for that, almost. After that, Quinn and I became close again almost overnight. It's like the separation had never happened and we were thick as thieves once more. We even decided to go to the same university and have been roommates all 4 years. She was more than my best friend, she was my other half. Her level-headedness slowed me down when I was being reckless, and my adventurousness dragged her out of her shell. We were perfect for each other. But now, I had put her life at risk just because of some stupid obsession of mine. Why couldn't I have left it alone, and why did I have to drag Quinn along with me? I laid there in that dark room, hating myself for what I had done. Chapter 2. Eventually footsteps approached. I recognized them from the parking garage. I don't think I'll ever forget that sound that filled me with icy fear, permeated with anticipation. A heavy door creaked open slowly, flooding the room with dim, yellow light. I groaned and squeezed my eyes closed as a spike of pain was driven into my brain. The footsteps came nearer before I heard him kneel down. He was so close his body seemed to radiate heat. I tried to gulp through the bile that rose up my dry throat as he just sat there. Did he think I was still asleep, or was he just messing with me? Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I tried to use my core to sit up, prop myself against the wall, and turn to face him. Flinching, I felt his gloved hands grip my shoulders and help me. Blinking back, the water filling my stinging eyes, I tried to focus on his face. It was dark, silhouetted from the light coming in from the open door, but I could tell he wore a full face mask, maybe leather. It even wrapped around his head, hiding his hair. I glanced around the room, but it was small and I couldn't see much past him. But it didn't look like Quinn was in here after all. Where could he be keeping her? Was she all right? God, she must be so scared. I panicked and tried to lean away as his arms reached around me, but he just tugged at the knot holding my gag in place. Once it was removed, I swallowed, trying to return some moisture to my swollen tongue. I brushed my tongue across my teeth, one of which appeared to have been knocked a little loose last night. I sat there, waiting for him to say something. Reyna, he said finally. My name sounded sour in his distorted voice. I wondered if he had some kind of voice changer built into the mask. It made it difficult to pin down an age. I have some questions for you. If you answer them, I'll untie you, understand? Biting my inner cheek with anxiety, I nodded. The leather mask shifted slightly, and I wondered if he had just smiled. What were you doing in that parking garage? He asked softly. I thought about lying. It might sound pretty incriminating to say that I was searching for the Tintail killer, and I was almost positive that this was him. I wasn't sure last night, but it was too much of a coincidence. Then I thought of Quinn. If he questioned both of us like this, it was too much of a gamble to assume we would say the same lie. So, I went with the safest option. I was looking for evidence. Of the Tintail killer. My voice sounded cracked and foreign, like I was listening to myself from far away. The man nodded. I see, at least you're smart enough not to try to lie. The other girl wasn't as smart. I could just hear the grin in his voice as my entire body clenched up in fear. Please, don't hurt her. It was all my idea, and she had nothing to do with it. His gloved hand shot out and squeezed my cheeks. I clamped my mouth shut. As curious as that is all irrelevant. She tried to lie to me, and that is a very, very bad idea, he spoke firmly. I nodded, and he released my face. I realized where he had hit my jaw last night was swollen, and his touch only further ignited the pain. "So, why were you looking for evidence in that specific parking garage?" he asked. Looking anywhere but his creepy mask, I stuttered out my answer. "I just mapped out all the other locations, the disappearances, where you dumped the bodies. I thought I might have found a geographical pattern. A comfort zone of sorts." I was talking on autopilot, just pretending he was someone who was interested in my hobby. People disappeared near their homes, and so I figured he was probably stalking them for a while beforehand. I thought malls and grocery stores would be a good place to find middle-aged targets. Someone has been disappearing every couple of months, and so I started checking for suspicious activity around those places a couple days ago. That parking garage was in the geographical area I predicted, and it has a history of security camera failures. It was just a hunch, but then I found the van. I saw the chains and crowbar and stuff, and well, I trailed off. He made a low rumbling noise, which I realized was laughter. "So, you fancy yourself some kind of detective then?" I didn't know how to respond. So, I just shut my mouth. "Well, I looked at your phone before I destroyed it and saw the picture of my license plate. If you'd managed to get away, I might have been arrested by now. I guess I'll have to thank your friend next time I see her." I didn't think it was possible to tense my body any more than I already was, but I was wrong. My nails bit into my palms, and I felt myself shake. "Don't touch her. Please. She had nothing to do with this," I pleaded. Begging was the last thing that I wanted to do for this bastard, but for Quinn's sake. "If you're so familiar with my case, then you must know the kind of things I've done to my victims. What makes you think I'll let either of you go?" My brain raced through all my thoughts and theories on the killer, grasping at anything that might help me navigate this situation. But it's a lot harder to think about the monster when they have their mouth around your throat. "Because we aren't your type?" I murmured unsurely. He laughed again. "And what do you mean by that, he said, tilting his head to the side. "You kidnap white women aged around upper 50s to mid-60s and white men who are in their mid to late 30s or early 40s. Probably because they remind you of someone, like you're substituting for someone else. So, we aren't your type," I stated breathlessly. He nodded and chuckled. "That's a good point. But you're missing a couple of things." He leaned in so close I could smell the leather of his mask. "First, if some little brat could figure out my pattern, it's time to back off for a while and reconfigure. That means it'll be some time before I can let myself go again. Do you think I'll just let two perfectly good little girls slip right through my fingers at a time like this?" Then his thick fingers wrapped around my neck, and pressing me against the wall he began to squeeze. "And secondly, just because you're not my type doesn't mean seeing your faces distorted in pain while you scream isn't going to bring me immense pleasure." He trailed off as he began to tighten his grip, making my eyes bulge. I tried to twist myself out of his grip, but my breathing became labored until I couldn't take in air anymore. My lungs burned with a desperate heat, and my vision started fading around the edges. When I woke up, coughing and sputtering, I was untied and alone. I lay there recovering for a while, haunted by his words and the bulge in his pants that I felt grow as I had struggled for air. I had underestimated how demented he was. Sitting up and looking around, I saw the room was empty save my mattress and a bucket sitting nearby. Everything was illuminated by the light filtering in through the gap under the heavy metal door. I had to pee so bad, but to do it in a bucket? I would just try and hold it. I stood up and wobbled over to the door, still getting the feeling back in my legs. I tried the door handle, but unsurprisingly it was locked. Collapsing back down on my thin mattress, I felt tears start to prickle in the corner of my eyes. My stomach grumbled as I sat there, hugging my knees to my chest and trying to keep the crying at bay. After hours of silence, I lifted my head when I heard them, those screams that would haunt my nightmares. I could hear Quinn yelling, muffled as it was through the thick wall. There was something about hearing her in pain, not knowing what he was doing to her but knowing I could do nothing to stop it, and it just broke me. I sobbed and wailed my fists against the wall and the door so hard they bled. "Stop. Stop it. Let her go, motherfucker. I swear I'll kill you for this." I yanked on the handle of the door in desperation, but it didn't budge. "Please stop it. Hurt me instead. Quinn. Quinn." I screamed her name over and over again. I begged him to stop and yelled out my empty threats of violence. But I received no response. I had yelled myself hoarse hours ago, and Quinn's screaming had eventually stopped, which almost worried me more. I had been lying curled up on the hard floor next to the wall, cradling my injured hands when the door creaked open slowly. I sat up and pushed myself into the far corner as that monster approached with a tray in his gloved hands. "You've got quite the set of lungs on you," he said cheerily. I could hear the smirk in his voice, and it sent my blood boiling. "What did you do to her?" I spat out. He didn't grace me with an answer as he set the tray down beside me. It was a simple, ready-made sandwich, an apple, and a little carton of orange juice. I almost kicked it away, but he was already out the door, locking it firmly behind him. I looked at the food again, noting that the tray it was on was one of those sturdy, wooden TV trays. Hurriedly, and with my heart beating out my chest, I dumped the food off of it and went to go stand by the door. I couldn't just sit here and do nothing. I was the reason Quinn was in the mess, and I was going to get us out of here. I gripped the tray with both hands and held it above my head, ready to bring it crashing down on his skull. I stood there as my palms grew slick with a cold sweat, the cement sucking the heat from my bare feet. Finally the footsteps approached again, and as the door opened I swung the tray down. I miscalculated our height difference a bit and missed his head. But the tray hit him squarely on his shoulder, and I quickly hit him again, this time striking his skull, before sprinting past him out into a hallway. I ran towards where his footsteps had come from, not daring to look back, still holding the tray. I passed a couple empty doorways into dark rooms that I ignored before reaching a heavy, sliding metal door. I dropped the tray and tugged on it with all my might, shouting for Quinn. It began to open a few inches before I felt him ram into me. The door slammed closed the little I'd been able to pry it open as he smashed my body against its rusty metal surface. I had been so distracted, I hadn't even heard him run up. His hands twisted into the back of my shirt before yanking me away from the door and throwing me to the ground. Before I could think to grab the tray lying next to me, he swung a booted foot into my stomach, winding me. "Well, that was a fun little stunt, wasn't it?" he mocked, kicking me hard again. I gasped in pain, trying to get air to enter my lungs once more. "Get up," he ordered sternly. Thoroughly defeated, I pushed myself up as his fingers tangled in my hair and began to tug me down the hallway. I limped behind him, trying to keep up to stop him from ripping my scalp off. Tears of frustration and pain flowed freely down my face as I bit my lip to stop myself from crying out. All too soon we reached the room again, and he threw me inside. Hitting the ground hard, I scrambled up as quickly as I could, clutching my aching stomach. I glared at him, my breathing labored. "What now?" I asked between gasps. "Are you going to torture me now too?" To be honest, I hoped that he would say yes. If he was torturing me, he couldn't be hurting Quinn. But he just let out that distorted laugh. "You're such an interesting kid. Although, I kind of pegged you as smarter than to try to escape without a solid plan in mind. I mean, hitting me with that tray was a pretty uninspired strategy. But I suppose we do stupid things for our friends, don't we?" He started to step closer, and I wanted to step back, but my legs were shaking so bad that if I tried I knew I'd just fall over. So I stood my ground, holding eye contact with him through the holes in that damned mask. "How far would you go for her, I wonder?" He mused as he stepped right up to me. I was being so indecisive before, so maybe this is better after all. Option 1, I keep you here and let her go. Or option 2, I keep her and release you. I let out a thick gasp of air from my lungs. The horror of the whole situation came crashing onto me, and my legs gave out. He knelt beside me and began to unlace the mask from the back. What do you mean keep me?" I stuttered. "Oh come now, you're a smart girl. You can figure that out," he chuckled as he began to pull the mask over his head. "Please, don't," I whispered, squeezing my eyes shut. As soon as I saw his face, it was all over. If I could identify him, he'd never let me go. I heard his mask hit the floor with a dull thump. "Choose," I heard him say. "If you don't say anything, I'll assume you want me to keep your friend." I covered my face with my hands, and I felt him grip my wrists. You can't hurt her," I cried. He tugged harder at my wrists. "Then say it and look at me," he whispered. Saying I felt despair doesn't cover it. As those words slipped my lips and my eyes blinked open, I became despair. "I'll let her go, and keep me," I whimpered. The first time I looked at his face was through a cloud of tears, But even then I could see that he was nothing special. A plain man of average build and height with dirty blonde hair and brown eyes who appeared to be in his early 30s. If his face hadn't been twisted into a grotesque smile, I would have never pegged him as anything but a normal person. I was in a daze after that. I don't think it would have shaken me even if he had taken red-hot pokers to my skin or burned my face with acid. But in reality, he just picked up my meal and set it next to me before retrieving a chain connected to a thin cuff at both ends. With one, he secured it to an iron handle bolted to the floor, and the other clamped around my ankle. I estimated the chain was about 3 feet long, barely long enough to reach my bucket. Then, just to add insult to injury, he handcuffed my hands together. He motioned to the food that I had dumped off the tray. "Eat up, you'll need your strength," he said as he leaned down and whispered into my ear. "You and I are going to have a great time together." Chapter 3. Several hours had passed. I had finally relented and pissed in the bucket, and I found myself waiting to hear Quinn's screams of terror and pain, but they didn't start. I wanted to feel relieved, but I couldn't get away from the thought that the man was planning something terrible. Eventually, I looked up as he entered my room, wearing his awful mask and holding some cloth in his hand. "Shush!" he cooed as he secured the cloth as a gag and unclipped my ankle from the chain. I struggled fruitlessly, and he grabbed my wrist in a vice-like grip. "Calm down, I just had the best idea. But don't take it personally, all right?" I was confused as to what he meant by this as he grabbed the handcuffs securing my wrists and dragged me towards the door at the end of the hallway. Sliding it back revealed a hellish scene. Various buckets sat stacked on metal shelves with handwritten labels, and glimmering knives and spotless tools laid on tables and workbenches throughout the room. There were several beds and chairs, all hosting added chains for securing victims too. In the corner, Quinn sat half naked and tied up to a wooden chair with her arms behind her back. Her hair fell in a greasy mat over her face, and I quickly scanned her for injuries. It didn't take long to count her missing toenails or notice the small red pairs of dots that I recognized as marks from a stun gun. I felt the knife drive itself into my heart as I thought about the kind of pain she must be in. But as our warden yanked me towards her, she looked up and smiled at me tiredly. "Oh, thank God," she whispered. "You're all right." Quinn sounded like she might start crying right then. Without acknowledging Quinn, he pulled me to the ground and unlocked one of my hands and snaked the cuff through another handle bolted to the ground before he locked my hand in again on the other side, effectively securing me to the ground. I sat there, kneeling in front of Quinn, too ashamed to even look her in the eye. She must be furious with me. "I bet you two are happy to see each other." I was telling Quinn, "You should have heard her screams from here." Almost needed to grab some earplugs, he joked as he draped his arm around Quinn's shoulder. I felt a protective growl build in my throat as I saw Quinn's face fall as she flinched away from his touch. "But you know, Quinn, I'm really surprised at how much Reyna seems to care about you. After all, you're the reason you're both here." I instantly realized just what he was doing. He was going to make Quinn blame herself. If you hadn't interrupted her little spy mission, Reyna would have tipped off the police, and I would be in prison. "So, as thanks for that, I'll give you something to remember us by." From the look on Quinn's face, I knew it had worked. She was already crying and couldn't even look at me anymore. I tried to protest, shake my head and let her know that he was lying, but she wouldn't even meet my gaze. I leaned my head down next to my hands and grabbed the cloth out of my mouth. "Don't listen to him," I rasped. He reached out and gripped her face, pointing her down at me before whispering something into her ear. Quinn looked at me after that. I couldn't see his face, but I could tell he was smiling like a child about to enjoy an ice cream treat. He stalked around me before bending down and tugging my legs back until I was lying with my arms above me. Now hovering over me, he placed the gag back into my mouth. "Let's put on a good show together, huh, Reyna?" he whispered in my ear before he rubbed his masked face down my neck. I tried to pull away with a grunt, but my arms were held taut above me. He sat up on top of me, crushing my hips into the ground with his body weight. With one deft movement he produced a small blade and slashed my shirt, allowing him to rip it off easily. He reached beneath me to unclip my bra as I squirmed underneath him. He cut my bra off, and his hands roamed my chest. I swallowed the bile that threatened to come up before I caught a glimpse of Quinn, silently crying with eyes locked on us. I looked away in shame as he began to unbutton my pants. "Please, don't do this," Quinn cried softly as he slid my pants and underwear off my feet and threw them in a pile. "Keep watching, don't look away." he ordered. I looked up to see his face, locked on Quinn's tortured expression. I had a feeling he didn't need me to get him off at all. Just watching her cry like that was enough. I squeezed my eyes closed. I just couldn't bear to watch anymore. I don't know when his pants came off, but I felt it poking at me down there. It was hot, and I could feel it smearing his pre-cum onto me. I wanted to vomit. Hopefully then I'd choke on it and die. Suddenly he slammed his full length into me, and I screamed into the cloth. I hated it more than anything I'd ever experienced before. It was hot and it hurt so fucking much as he continued to violate me. Then, seemingly without warning, I was backhanded hard, and I cried out in shocked pain. I told you not to close your eyes, the man growled at Quinn. I'm sorry, please don't hurt her. Quinn wept. Thought you should know, but I've decided to keep Reyna with me. Seeing as she managed to find me and all, better keep a close eye on her, he panted out, still talking to Quinn. And no. You can't do that. Please, God no. She bawled. I heard Quinn's sobs from somewhere above me, but I tried my best to block it out. Listening to his grunts or feeling his hips slam into mine wasn't much better, but at least that was something happening to me. It felt so foreign, having something going in and out that I couldn't control. It was my body, but suddenly it was like I might as well have been a limp doll. What good is having a will if it was going to be completely dominated by another's? Ah, he sighed as he pushed in deeper and shuddered. I groaned in misery as he finished inside, and I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted it out. After a long pause he pulled out and sat back, cruelty dripping off him as he looked at Quinn who was heaving with violent sobs. I laid my head down on the floor and closed my eyes again. I just wanted it to go away. The pain, the gross feeling in between my legs, the crying. Just go away. I don't remember going back to my room, but when I finally took stock of my surroundings I was sitting on my mattress and leaning against the wall. The springs pressed painfully into my sore crotch. I was wearing a baggy shirt that wasn't mine, my pants and bra were gone, and my ankle and hands were secured once more. With a moan I laid down and tried to pretend I'd just started my period or something. I was just lying in my bed at home. My mom would come in to check on me any moment now. I wasn't a virgin. No, I had a few boyfriends throughout college and we fooled around plenty. Some were better than others, but I'd never experienced such a violent violation of my body. I knew how intimate, how pleasurable, and how fun sex could be. But what I had just gone through was a desecration of all those things and more. And to make Quinn watch, I couldn't think of anything worse. This man was evil on another level. I thought that I knew what he was capable of. I'd read all about his case, his victims, how he hurt them. But I wasn't prepared for how truly depraved he could be. I'm just thankful he wouldn't hurt Quinn like that. He had never sexually assaulted any of his victims like this before, as far as I knew. I had always assumed it was because he wasn't into that kind of stuff. Now I'm sure it was because he didn't want to risk leaving a trace of his DNA. But he was never letting me go, so he didn't have to worry about that now. I groaned and tried to find a comfortable position on my thin mattress. It was stiflingly hot in the room, and I was covered in layers of perspiration. I couldn't tell if the wetness I felt down there was blood or other fluids. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I wanted my mom. God, I missed her so much. Then I heard those footsteps, so very unlike my mother's. Honestly, I knew I should have been more afraid of him than before, and it wasn't like I didn't feel afraid, but I was just too tired to be bothered to react. He opened the door and walked over, nudging me with his foot. Reyna. Hey Reyna, wake up, he said. I moaned and tried to roll over, but he reached down and began to violently shake my shoulder. Jarred, I sat upright and tried to shove his hand away. Oh, so you are awake, he said, amused. Here. He held out a milkshake in a styrofoam cup. I didn't know what flavor you liked, so I just got you vanilla. He sighed as he sat down next to me and started digging into his own milkshake. Looking at the pale, milky goop made me want to vomit, so I just twiddled with a spoon. Come on, it's going to melt, he said through a mouthful of ice cream. I'm not hungry, I whispered. He turned and looked at me slyly. You're not mad at me or anything, are you? Well, that's a stupid question. I found myself saying and instantly regretting not just keeping that in my own head, but he just laughed. Oh really? I told you, it was nothing personal. I just figured your little friend would bawl her eyes out seeing you hurt like that. Honestly, None of this has really been personal. Is it usually? I asked. He thought for a second before answering. Yeah, actually it is. The first thing I think when I meet a person is what they would look like if I ripped their toenails out or splashed acid in their face. They show me pictures of their kids, and I imagine killing the little brats in front of them. He closed his eyes and smiled as if recalling a fond memory. It's not a matter of whether I want to hurt them. It's whether I can get away with it. There are people I want to hurt more than others. They're the ones worth the risk, but you are different somehow. Now he grabbed my chin and forced me to face him. With you. I have to hurt you, but not because I want to. That doesn't make any sense, I pointed out, and he just laughed again, going back to his milkshake. This guy was really insane. Maybe not, but listen, I have an idea. For every bite you eat, you get to ask me a question. And of course, I get to ask one too. I stared down at the frothy liquid, weighing my options. I knew next to nothing about this guy. Maybe I could at least find out his name. Even if I was chained up without hope of escape, maybe if I knew more about him I'd be able to convince him to let me go. Yeah, sure, I answered, stirring up my cup before taking a decent-sized bite. But it was a bit of a struggle with my hands handcuffed. He waited patiently for me to finish. I had to admit, the chill of the ice cream felt good going down my parched throat, and it helped to cool me down a little. Okay, my first question is, what's your name? Wheaton Miller. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? He shot back. I didn't really have one, but I just shoved another bite down before making one up. Oreo. How old are you? 35. Why do you know so much about criminology? I scowled at this. Not that it was any big secret, this was just more personal. I wished he'd asked me when my birthday was or something like that, but I guess he'd have all that from my driver's license. I read a lot of detective books as a kid. It just became a hobby of mine to research, I said, not really lying but not telling him the whole truth either. I really didn't want to have any more of my milkshake, but there was a question gnawing at me. What do you do for a day job? At this he smiled widely. I won't tell you. That's not fair. You asked, but I didn't say I would answer any of your questions, he stated, smirking. I'm done eating now, I whispered, putting my cup on the floor in front of me. Well, someone's a sore loser. He knocked into me jovially. It struck me as odd that he was acting like we were old friends. If you're not going to answer, there's no point in eating more, I answered matter-of-factly. I knew I needed to be scared of him, weary at least. Surely, that was the only way that I'd survive. But I found myself so curious as to the inner workings of a man so alien and horrible that the fear just sort of melted away. At this point, I became worried for my sanity, and I just need to be afraid again, because the implications of my state of mind deteriorating that quickly were too frightening to accept. I needed to fear this man if I was to live. Fear would keep me sharp, would help me know when I could push him and when that was a really bad idea. So, I asked questions that struck fear into my very soul. Will you kill me? I whispered. Wheaton sighed at this and leaned back against the wall. Like I said, I don't really want to. So, no, probably not. Unless you give me a really good reason to. Are you going to hurt me? Again? He looked up at the ceiling, obviously thinking very hard. Yeah, I think I probably will. This answer didn't really surprise me, and it didn't send my heart racing with fear like I had maybe expected. Don't get me wrong. My reasons with you seem to be a bit more sophisticated, but yes, I will hurt you. I nodded solemnly. I must have gone insane. Just yesterday I couldn't stop shaking in fear and crying just thinking about this man, and here he was telling me that he would hurt me. But I just didn't really feel anything in particular. He looked at me queerly. You're very bizarre, Reyna. I think we really are kindred spirits. But I'm not a sadist, or a murderer for that matter, I retorted. Guess you've got me there. He flashed me another smile before gathering our cups, checking my bindings, and preparing to leave. Oh, I'm dumping your friend tomorrow morning. Alive. He reassured me, seeing a brief moment of horror flash across my face. Just thought you'd want to know. He was gone, and I was left to my silent, oppressive thoughts that were eventually penetrated by the screams of my best friend. I tried to force the comfort of knowing that soon she'd be free of this place, free of him, but it was never enough to let me sleep or stop the crying and trembling. Chapter 4. I was sure it'd been hours since the screaming had ceased, but no matter how hard I strained my ears, I couldn't hear any movement from the other room. It was shitty, but I could only hope and pray that the sick bastard kept his word, and that against all odds Quinn would be okay. So, I just sat there in the dark, clutching my knees to my chest. I think I nodded off for a little bit because my head jerked up from my knees at the sound of the door opening. I wasn't surprised I'd fallen asleep. Nearest I could tell, about 3 days had passed in this place, and, besides being unconscious for a short period of time, I hadn't slept a wink. As he entered, he rolled behind him a large, nondescript trash can on a dolly, which he opened the lid to and pulled out nylon rope and some cloth. A bad feeling started to bubble up in my stomach. He didn't seem very talkative today, but I just had to check. "Is she safe?" I whispered. He didn't even look at me as he started unrolling the rope and checking it for damage. "Yes, it's already on the news, actually. So, I guess they found her." Wheaton knelt down beside me and motioned for me to show him my ankle, and I obliged. Part of me hoped this trash can and everything meant he was going to let me go too. But deep down I knew that was a frivolous hope. I had seen his face, knew his name, there was no chance in hell he'd release me now. "Where are you going to take me?" I choked out while he began to unlock my ankle and wrists. "My house. I need to deep clean this place, and I can't bother coming back to it every day just to feed you, too inconvenient," he muttered. At least that meant he was planning on keeping me fed. It would be a lie to say I hadn't considered the possibility of him depriving me of food and water. I was glad to be leaving this dingy, muggy room, but for all I knew I was jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. I didn't ask any more questions as he began to bind my hands, elbows, knees, and ankles. Maybe I should have kicked up a fuss, but honestly I didn't really see how that would help anything. Even as my limbs began burning, I obediently opened my mouth and allowed him to gag me. It seemed to be the almost constant mantra of my mind recently: I just want this done, and the less I struggle the sooner it will be. I'd never been particularly claustrophobic, but when he dumped me inside that trash can, closed the lid, and started wheeling it around, I felt my lungs constrict. I just couldn't get enough air in me, and my legs burned, my position pressing my full body weight onto them. My quick, shallow breaths and pounding heart were drowned out by the steady rumble of the wheels below me and then a door opening and the jostle of rolling over a door frame. After rolling for another 30 feet or so, he hoisted the trash can off the dolly and onto the floor of the van with a grunt of effort and closed the doors. I remember hearing that transportation was a volatile situation for criminals. Some things are always out of their control and they are bound to slip up and make a mistake, an opening. But Wheaton had managed to kidnap and transport almost 20 people by now in a crowded city without being caught. It seemed he had about as airtight a method as you can get. I guess he did mess up in the parking garage, but I kind of doubted he'd be leaving such obvious evidence of his crimes in full view of his windows anytime soon. Before he'd left, he fiddled around the middle of the trash can, and I'd hoped he'd secured it with something. I didn't like the thought of sliding around the van's floor before toppling over it and breaking my arms or something. He started the van, and I could tell by the echo that we were still inside a large room. Then I heard the sound of an old, commercial garage door opening, and the van rolled forward until we were outside. I tried to piece together a picture of the warehouse's floor plan in my head. I didn't remember seeing any garage doors in the room Quinn was held in. So one of the doors in there must have led to this room with the exit. But which one? If he ever brought me back here, I wanted to have an idea of where the exits were, but as he started driving I realized I had other priorities right now. By my estimation, it was about a 30 or 40-minute drive. Most of it on the interstate, long smooth driving without stopping or changing speed a lot. So, not much traffic. Probably I-62 West, which swung through the warehouse district before leading into the suburbs. Outside of rush hour times, it was a fairly clear stretch of road. Judging by when we exited, Wheaton lived in the Oak Park area, maybe Brenton. Both were larger suburban towns, fairly wealthy, and mostly made up of business people who commuted into the city every day. So, he had funds. Made sense, seeing as he most likely owned the warehouse we had just left. Property like that might not be cheap depending on where it is. Again, I wondered what he did for work, or maybe his family had money? Once we exited the interstate, it was several turns and stops before I heard the sound of a garage door opening. I tried to memorize the route, but it was no good. I couldn't be sure of anything by the time Wheaton shut the car off and closed the garage door. I had never wished more that I had Quinn's impeccable sense of direction. I felt the weight of the van shift as he climbed in and lifted the lid off of the garbage can. By this point I couldn't feel my feet, and my arms were cramping horribly, and I could almost hear my bones creaking as he slowly lifted me up. Wheaton wasn't particularly beefy or anything, but he was fairly strong. Carefully, he maneuvered me so his shoulder pressed into my hips, keeping me balanced with one hand still free. Wheaton might have been more fit than it seemed at first glance, but I didn't even have the core strength to lift my torso up. The most I could see was the back of his shirt and the floor beneath us. He moved carefully up a couple stairs and onto some tiled floor, probably the kitchen. Then it was through a door and onto more stairs, unpainted wooden stairs that descended into the darkness. Wheaton flicked on the light and headed down the stairs and over some carpet, probably a rug. Then he set me down against the wall on the far side of the basement. Looking up I could see him fiddling with the lock on a heavier wooden door. It didn't look as flimsy as the doors typical for a quick suburban build, and the several locks and bolts were no joke. While he continued to mess with them I surveyed the rest of the basement. It was dim, even with the lights on, due to the fact that all the windows that hugged the ceiling were boarded up. It was unfinished, with plain plaster walls, cement floors, and exposed wood ceiling. It wasn't particularly spacious, but the only walls besides the one I was leaning on were surrounding the staircase, so it was pretty open. The descending stairs bisected the basement. In one corner there was an assortment of old furniture, some of it covered, numerous plastic bins housing all sorts of junk, and an old TV sitting on the floor. The other side was a small bathroom, unfinished like the rest of the basement, but with exposed concrete walls instead of plaster. It had a toilet and a shower head with a drain built directly into the floor. There was also a small laundry area with a washer, a dryer, and a large washtub sink with a glassless mirror hanging on the wall in front of it. All that separated this section of the basement was a curtain, hanging half open from a rod firmly bolted into the walls on either side. It struck me as so normal. There weren't hooks, chains, or bloodstains. No torture devices in sight. But as he finally opened the door and dragged me inside by my wrists I could see why. The room was shallow but long and ran the length of the basement. The walls and ceiling were completely covered in that soundproofing foam, and the floor was spotted with pools of dark, rusted red. There were hooks and handles aplenty, but no chains. It was mostly empty, and I had the feeling that the former contents now sat in a certain warehouse, still very much in use. Wheaton dragged me over to one of the corners, where the only furniture in the whole room sat. It was a mattress, but the surface was made out of that rough, vinyl material, also coated liberally with blood stains. Next to that was a bucket, some toilet paper, and a small plastic lamp. One of those cheap ones with a flexible neck and no bulb. He was really a thorough bastard. Kneeling down, Wheaton finally untied and ungagged me. I groaned as I tried to stretch my sore muscles but winced as the flesh that had been rubbed raw by the rope stung sharply. "Did you have to tie them so tight?" I grumbled, sitting up. Wheaton just smirked. "I'll bring down some sheets and blankets. I think I have some that should fit this mattress. I need to drive back and start cleaning, but I'll be back later with dinner." And with that he was gone, bolting the door behind him. I switched on the lamp next to me, allotting me with an island of dim light as I tried to listen for sounds of life from outside. But all I got back was fuzzy silence. Figures. I stood up and paced around my cell. There was nothing I could make into an improvised weapon, no window through which I could reach the outside world. I yelled as loud as I could for several minutes, but the noise just bounced around the room before being swallowed up. Suddenly, as the fear of being moved somewhere new faded, I felt the weight of exhaustion hit me. I laid down on the mattress with a yawn, and my last thought before I faded out was that at least Quinn was safe. I woke up as Wheaton entered my cell, carrying some takeout in a nondescript styrofoam container, which I gobbled down as he rambled on. I wasn't really listening, but I think he was talking about sports? Baseball maybe? Then he started talking about the basement. Saying he'd try to clean off some shelves, get some games and books down here, and if I was good, he'd even set the television up. Not going to lie, the promise of not being cooped up inside this empty room was extremely appealing. But I should have known that it wasn't going to be that simple. After dinner, he let me use the actual toilet and gave me a change of clothes. They didn't really fit, but I was just happy to have something clean to wear. Wheaton stood outside the curtain and detailed his run to the thrift store, talking about how trying to shop for a girl was weird, but but he picked up a few sacks of clothes. I didn't know what size you are, so I just guessed. He chuckled as if he'd said something funny. I stepped out, wearing some plain sweatshorts and a baggy quarter sleeve. I wish the collar wasn't so low, as he'd failed to provide me with any bras. Hey, looks good. Do a spin, why don't you? I didn't. I guess my dignity wasn't completely gone, and, while I wasn't trying to make him unnecessarily angry, I wasn't going to be his dancing monkey. He didn't seem to really take notice of my defiance as he led me back to my bed without missing a beat. I sat down and waited for him to leave. But he didn't. I thought it was a bit odd. 1 minute he was giving me new clothes to try on, and the next he was taking them off me. I don't know what I expected. For what happened in that warehouse to be a one-time deal? Whatever the case, I bit my lip as he explored me more thoroughly than before. The shivers and tingles didn't always feel so bad. Sure, it made me feel like 1,000 bugs were crawling all over my skin, and I was just trying to resist the instinct to slap them off, but at least I wasn't listening to Quinn scream and cry above me. At least not through my ears. I only started crying when he put it in. I hated it, but it didn't hurt as much this time. I tried my best to relax, but the sobs were making that difficult. He shushed me gently, which didn't make any sense. I figured he'd get off on seeing me cry, maybe even try to make me scream. I think he was talking to me, or maybe it was just to himself. Either way, I wasn't listening. Maybe if I detached myself enough from what he was doing to me physically, I could save a shred of my psyche from burning and curling up like a scrap of paper. Why did he want me to stop crying? He seemed like a pretty straightforward sadist, and by that logic, the more pain I'm in, the happier he would be. He had said that he didn't want to hurt me, and maybe, in some sick sense, he'd been telling the truth. I had barely noticed when he'd finished. He was mumbling into my hair about something and had one arm draped over me. Cuddling. I was being cuddled by a serial killer. I bit my tongue and turned away, wishing he'd just leave already. He did eventually. I dressed myself and tried to sleep, but I was largely unsuccessful. Chapter 5. When I heard the locks start to click, I figured it must be morning. Though, without any light or proper sleep, it was hard to tell. I groaned and lifted myself into a sitting position as Wheaton motioned for me to step out of the room. He led me to a small card table he had set up, with a bowl of cereal and a carton of milk waiting for me. But I didn't sit right away. I feel really gross. I need to take a shower, I asked meekly. I wasn't really sure I could even keep anything down at this point, and I couldn't stand the dried fluid and blood caked and itching on my privates and thighs. Surprisingly, he nodded. Sure, I put towels and stuff in there last night. I need to go upstairs to get ready for work. Then he stepped up and brushed a hand against my cheek as I whipped my head away. Stay here, be good. With that, he climbed the stairs, and I noticed the lack of any sound of him locking the door behind him. Quickly, my heart pounding with the possibilities and fear of escape, I showered and scrubbed my skin raw. I tried to think through my options, and the only logical conclusion was that this was a trap. He'd be waiting right outside of the door to see if I'd listen to him or not. Maybe he wasn't sure if I'd be worth the trouble of keeping around, and this was the perfect way to get myself killed. But I needed to try. I quickly assessed the room for the best weapon, and I decided to grab one of the folding chairs by the table. As I crept up the stairs one at a time, I convinced myself that this might be the one chance I had to try to escape, and if I didn't take it, I'd be locked down here forever. It still didn't shock me when I opened the door to reveal him sitting there, drinking a coffee. He barely reacted to me, other than releasing a heavy sigh and setting down his mug. I froze, waiting to see what Wheaton would do next, but he just continued to sit there. So, I did something stupid. I threw the chair at him, and I ran. The chair missed him and hit his coffee, sending it crashing to the floor and splattering the drink across the kitchen. With a burst of energy, I started sprinting towards the door to the garage, but he'd been more ready for that than he'd looked, and I barely made it a few feet before he was on top of me. My chin had cracked on the hard tile as I tumbled to the ground, and blood burst into my mouth as my teeth clamped down on my tongue. Urge. I groaned as I tried to wiggle out from under him, but he'd positioned himself so his body weight pressed my torso into the ground, and I just wasn't strong enough to push him off. Wheaton sighed again, and honestly I was getting really sick and tired of him doing that. Did you know? I have deadbolts on all the doors. So, even if you'd managed to get there, you couldn't leave without my keys. You strike me as such a smart girl, Reyna. So, I don't understand why you act so fucking stupid. I laid there helpless, my labored breaths filling my ears, but I stopped struggling. There was no point, and what fight I'd managed to muster was gone. But Wheaton obviously wasn't done. Actually, I do get it. I mean, you had to try once. If you didn't, it'd be like you wanted to stay here, right? He leaned his head down next to mine, and I felt his hot breath tickle the back of my ear. Fight all you like, but I know what you are. You're a survivor, a coward. At your core, you just don't want to die. Maybe he was right, but honestly I didn't care at that point. I just needed him off of me. I'm sorry, Wheaton. I won't do it again. Please get off, please, I can't breathe. He stood up, dragging me with him by the back of my shirt. I stumbled down the stairs as he roughly led me back to the small room. He ordered me to sit on the mattress, and that's what I did. He went to the back of the basement where the bins were to retrieve something and slammed a heavy crate down at my feet. It landed with a thud and the telltale clank of chains. I didn't protest. It's not like I could say I was surprised or could blame him. So, I let him chain me to another hook bolted to the floor, but this time the chain was at least 20 feet long, enough to get me to almost the entire basement, but not enough for me to reach the basement door. Once he'd handcuffed my hands, he dragged me out to the cereal, telling me to eat quickly because he had to go to work. Thankfully, he didn't lock me back up in the small room, and this gave me free rein of the basement. Once he'd left, I tried screaming again, but I got no response. I grabbed a chair and placed it under a window. I climbed up to see if I could pry the wood panel off, but it was nailed in tight. I spent the rest of the day mindlessly looking through boxes and bins, and managed to find one full of books. Some of them appeared to be medical textbooks, but there were plenty on the topics of criminology, ethics, philosophy, and even politics. I found one that looked like it had been heavily notated and began to read, telling myself that it might give me some insight into Wheaton and his inconsistent behavior, but it didn't turn out anything new. His notes were, well, boring. Not the ramblings and erratic highlighting of a serial killer. There were several heavy items in the bins and boxes that could have been potential weapons, but if I fought him without a plan and with my hands bound in handcuffs, there was no way that would end well for me. It was best to wait and let him get more comfortable around me. If he was less cautious because he thought that I had given up, then he might leave me an opening. I looked around for something I could use to pry the boards off the windows, but everything was too bulky or soft or small. Frustrated, I picked up another book and started to read. After many long hours, I heard a door upstairs opening and footsteps from above my head. Around a half an hour later, he slowly descended the stairs carrying 2 plates of pasta with cooked vegetables. Wheaton looked at me as I sat up and put the book I had been looking through down, but he didn't say anything about it. Guess he didn't care that I went rooting through his stuff. We sat at the card table and ate, and he was oddly quiet. Wheaton had never passed up an opportunity to talk my ear off about something or another, and the silence began to unnerve me. He didn't make a comment on me reading his books or sitting in the armchair. He just sat looking pensive. "How was your day?" I asked cautiously, chasing a piece of broccoli around my plate awkwardly with my handcuffed wrists. He might have the luxury of other company, but he was the only person I could possibly talk to, even if he was a lunatic serial killer. "Fine, I suppose. I was distracted at work today, hard to concentrate," he answered after a heavy pause. I tried to chew the noodles in my mouth, but my anxiety had turned them to rubber. I swallowed heavily before trying to coax him into further conversation against my better judgment. "What were you distracted by?" I asked slowly. He looked up at me, eyes narrowed in thought. What best to do with you? After all, I can't risk you trying to escape, but I don't particularly want to kill you. In fact, I think I'm rather beginning to enjoy your company," Wheaton said, pointing his fork towards me. "You mean the rape or the conversations?" I spat bitterly, but he just laughed. "See, that's what I'm talking about. You say the funniest things, but to answer your question, both, I suppose. The point is, if I can avoid killing you prematurely, that would be best. However, that really all depends on you." "What do you mean by that?" I huffed. He stood up and took our plates before shooting me a wink. "Just don't try to escape or fight me, and there's no reason for me to be worried, right?" He left me for a while again, so I returned to my book before deciding to settle down for bed. He brought some sheets, and I was thankful for their comfort. But before I could begin to nod off, he was back, smiling down at me. I sat up, clenching my fists, knowing that he expected me to do it again. Without saying a word, he uncuffed my hands before beginning to undress, obviously waiting for me to do the same. As he pulled his shirt over his head in the dim light of my little lamp, I realized this was the first time he was bothering to strip at all. He was fit enough, but middle age had started to round out his form. He was hairy, and I felt bile rise in my throat even as I lifted my own shirt above my head. I sat back, trying to cover myself from his gaze and the chill of the unfinished basement. I tried to calm my breathing and avoid looking at his. Well, everything. I wasn't a particularly shy person when it came to my body, but every time I thought about him even looking at me I felt my skin crawl. But I wasn't going to try to fight him, especially after what he'd said at dinner. If playing the submissive sex doll was going to keep me alive, then that was exactly what I would be. If only that was all he wanted from me, but as I was about to find out, it wasn't that simple. He leaned over and began to kiss me softly, and I reluctantly reciprocated, thanking him internally for at least having the decency to brush his teeth before molesting me. His large hands rested on my hips before sliding up to my shoulders, using them to guide me so my back rested on the mattress. I gasped softly as he began to nibble on my ear. That's fine, I thought. I just let my instincts ride me through. I didn't need to think, just let the sensations guide my actions, and hopefully that'd quell the desire inside of me to kick him in his balls and run far, far away. Reyna, have you masturbated? The question jarred me violently, and I almost shoved him off in surprise. What? I choked out. But Wheaton's face was almost blank, with a hint of embarrassment? He repeated the question, making intense eye contact. I flushed and turned away, trying to slide out from under him to sit up, but he gently held me in place. Why yes of course I have. Why? I stuttered. Show me, he whispered, like it was some seductive move instead of being insanely creepy. I was mortified at the thought, but more than that I was confused. I literally could not understand why this sadist was at all interested in seeing me pleasure myself. And no, I don't want to. I protested meekly. I didn't want to anger him, but I'd be damned if I'd become more of an active participant in my rape than absolutely necessary. But he just laid his head on my chest, stroking my skin softly. I haven't had a girlfriend for a very long time. My eyes widened in horror at his delusion that I'm somehow his girlfriend. I've also never been great at knowing how to. Please, girls. But I want to try it with you. I want you to feel good. I guess if I could watch you, maybe I'd learn something. I couldn't take it anymore. I wrenched myself up, shoving his face off of me, and I scowled. Listen, you're 35 goddamn years old, okay? So, if you want to. I don't know, act like a creepy little 15-year-old, that's fine. But watch some porn or something. I'm not your girlfriend, and if you want to please me, guess what? Just leave me alone. Get up and leave right now. That would please me, you sick fuck, I cried, more sad than angry. Please. Just leave me alone. I turned away from him, burying my head in my arms. There was a pause before I felt his hand trace up my upper arm gently, tickling my skin. Maybe you're right, he whispered as his hand continued up until it reached my collarbone. I was being a bit childish, huh? Then all of a sudden he reached out and grabbed my throat with both hands, wrenching me to the ground. I started protesting, flailing my arms wildly as he began to squeeze. But I think you can agree you were a bit harsh, right, Reyna? You hurt my feelings? I couldn't respond as my lungs burned and my mouth gaped like a fish out of water. After several long moments he released me, and I began to cough violently. I won't leave you alone. For the rest of your life I will be the only one here, and I will take whatever I want from you. Do you understand? He said. I nodded, doubled over in pain and grasping at my aching throat. He sighed again, a long sigh that transitioned to a low groan as he leaned against the wall, thinking very hard about something. Which I'd come to see by then was a very bad sign for me. I suppose you had your chance, didn't you? So, whatever happens next, you know it's really all your fault? You forced my hand, he whispered. My guts filled with cement, and I started to cry as he yanked me onto my knees, bent me over, and wrenched my ass in the air. I'm sorry. Wheaton, please don't do this. I pleaded as his finger, moistened by Sylvia, prepared my butthole. It felt so weird, but I knew that he wasn't going to stop there, and whatever he did next, it was going to hurt. And it did. Even as he began to push just the tip in, moving slowly, I stretched with a searing pain. Ow, ow, ow. I bit my lip and fought the impulse to wriggle myself free of his iron grip. Just breath, Reyna, he moaned above me, but I could tell he was losing patience and began to thrust harder. A high, guttural shriek bubbled up my throat, dying on my lips as I shoved my face into the mattress as he tore me open. With each quick, sloppy shove he panted with exertion as I screamed below him, the pain becoming white-hot. When he was finally finished, he released his bruising grip on my hips, and I slumped to the ground, groaning in agony and sobbing without control. My vision started to mercifully fade, even as Wheaton reached over and started to rub my shoulders comfortingly. The last thing I remember before waking up was his hot, fat, disgusting lips pressing against mine. The days blurred together after that night. I don't know if my mind finally had enough and turned off, or if it was just the lack of daylight messing with my psyche. Every morning he'd bring breakfast down and take the dishes back upstairs before he left for work. Then I would read some more books, sometimes cry, and sometimes I'd just sit there, too depressed to do anything at all. Every day I would brush my teeth in the sink and watch in the little, glassless mirror as the bruises around my neck formed and then faded, and as the bags under my eyes deepened until my face had a hollow, empty look. When he got home he'd unlock me and make me shower. Mostly he just sat out at the table waiting for me to be done. Once I was clean we'd eat, and when he got the television set up we'd watch a film. And finally, every single night he'd rape me before saying good night. Nothing fancy, just quick and simple. The way I preferred it, if I'm being honest. Those were the worst days, they really were. I would think about my mother, about Quinn, and my heart would ache so much that I wish I could have just forgotten they even existed. I wondered what they must be going through right now. I imagined my mother, crying inconsolably, hoping for any news, but fearing the worst. Quinn would have to return to our apartment all alone. How much time would they wait before they cleared out my stuff? But those speculations were useless and only served to make me more depressed. The reality I had to live with now was that the only social contact I had was Wheaton, and even as I listened to him talk about nothing for hours, I was just too tired to respond. I just couldn't be bothered. After several days, maybe a week, he must have been tired of talking to a brick wall because one night after the end credits rolled on the movie he grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me hard. "Say something, damn it." He screamed in my face, but I just stared, blank as ever. It actually brought a fair amount of satisfaction to see him so frustrated. Without missing a beat he gripped my wrist and wrenched me from the couch. I stumbled after him before he forcibly threw me onto the mattress. "Shit, what's wrong with you? You just sit and stare all day long. And don't think I haven't noticed you have stopped eating. You want to die? Is that it?" I sat up from the mattress and refused to grace him with a reply. "You're infuriating. Just like everyone else." He trailed off. Seeming to lose all his steam, he plopped down beside me on the mattress. I didn't look at him, but I tensed up with a visceral awareness of his presence. What I wouldn't have given to know what he was thinking. But how could I hope to understand him when I couldn't really understand myself anymore? Before Wheaton, before this basement, before the warehouse, I had considered myself mature and more self-aware than most. But now, I'd lost all sense of time, all sense of myself. I'd spent God knows how many days submerged in the grief of my lost life, my friends, my family, my freedom. Perhaps he was right, and I really did want to die. But I didn't think so. I glanced at the monster lounging casually beside me, his plain face furrowed in thought. I should be terrified of him ending my life. But I wasn't. I still very much feared death, but I wasn't particularly scared of him. I looked at him with the apathy that a student might give to the rat about to fall beneath her scalpel for science. "I thought you would be different," Wheaton mumbled suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts. "When I first took you, you were so special. You didn't throw away your pride at the first sign of pain or danger, and you were willing to do anything for your friend, even if that meant giving up your life. I bet you were a really remarkable person. Like me. I couldn't stay silent forever. Eventually I would have to accept that this was my life now, and I had to try to make the most out of it. I couldn't mourn forever or it would kill me faster than Wheaton would. So, I spoke. I don't know if remarkable would be the word many would choose to describe you, I replied with a croak of an unused voice. He whipped his head around, grinning from ear to ear. Well, what did you know? She can still speak, he joked, obviously elated, but I just stared at him, unfazed. You must be a very lonely person, I said. He leaned over to cup my cheek, and I flinched at his touch but allowed it. Maybe, but most people aren't worth the shit they flesh. So, I don't mind being alone. But I don't feel lonely with you, he whispered, drawing closer to my lips. You're absolutely insane, and I will never love you, I stated very matter-of-factly. My blunt tone caused him to blink in surprise, but he barely missed a beat before he grinned back at me once more. That's fine. Because I have you here. So, it doesn't really matter whether you feel anything for me or not. With that he began to kiss me passionately. It made my stomach churn. Drawing back, we both panted together for a moment before he unlocked my wrists and began to undress me. I could already tell this was going to be nothing like the quick fornication I'd come to expect from the last few weeks. He was being gentle, slow, and sensual. I'm sure he thought he was being rather alluring, but I just wanted him to hurry up and get this over with. With a boldness that surprised both of us, I reached for his belt and began to fumble with the buckle. He chucked but carefully pried my hand off. Well, someone's eager tonight. Or is it that you just want to speed this along? I looked away and blushed in spite of myself. Just relax and let me do this for you. I've never had a person go down on me before, and as much as I wanted to hate him for it, it felt good. But that's the thing, isn't it? Sex is supposed to be good, and our bodies know that. My nerves didn't care that it was some creep who was over a decade older than me, who had destroyed my life, and the lives of so many other people, including my best friends. Maybe I should have thanked my lucky stars that he didn't decimate my body with whips or acid night after night. But I don't know, because I didn't feel very lucky. Just sad, very sad. Chapter 6. Weeks passed in a hazy blur, one after the other. Soon I had already been there for over 2 months. I had mostly given up fighting. It just wasn't worth the pain or the humiliation I faced. It was better to just shut up and get it over with. About a month and I almost wept with relief when I started my period. I had hoped this would mean a reprieve from the rape, but Wheaton was far too determined for that. I could not describe the insane boredom I faced. Even as Wheaton brought me movies and books, I found myself pacing the basement most days with my chain dragging behind me. I just felt so cooped up and restless. I would have done just about anything for a breath of fresh air. I'd never been the most active person, but I could feel my muscles deteriorating from lack of use. I started to do some basic exercises each day to try to keep my body from becoming useless. After all, if I tried to escape, I might need to be able to fight. But this plan proved difficult as I wasn't really eating much, and so I didn't have the energy to exercise. I couldn't stomach food anymore, and I was nauseous with anxiety all the time. My bones started to poke through my skin, and soon I could barely do 5 push-ups without collapsing onto the ground. One day when Wheaton and I were watching a movie, I started to pick at the scabs where the cuff had irritated my ankle. Wheaton reached over and yanked at my wrist. "Stop that," he said. "You're going to make it scar. Wait here." He stood up and grabbed a first aid kit from upstairs. He unclipped my ankle and gently wrapped it in gauze. "There, that should help," Wheaton said, taking my hand in his softly before he chained me back up. "Thanks," I murmured as he settled back down on the couch he had set up in front of the small TV. "This weekend we're going out to see an old friend of mine," Wheaton said. I perked up immediately. Firstly, I was surprised Wheaton would have anyone he would call a friend, and secondly, he was taking me out of the house? Don't get too excited, this friend is of the same disposition as me. "Oh," I said quietly. "So, he's a murderer too? What, do you guys have a club for serial killers or something?" Wheaton laughed at this. "We met through my work, if you must know," Wheaton chuckled. "You never told me what you do for work," I pointed out. Wheaton just sighed. "I'll tell you, eventually," he smirked. "His name is Ben, and if you thought what I did was bad, well, you just wait and see. Ben's impressively brutal." My stomach tightened. What exactly are we going to be doing this weekend?" I stuttered. I didn't think I could handle 2 murderous guys at once. "Don't worry, he could. Ben won't touch you. I'm just bringing you along because I don't want to leave you here alone for that long." I let out a sigh of relief. Maybe they were just getting together as friends, no murdering or torturing at all. I could hope at least. The cabin is about an hour and a half away, but I want to take the truck, not the van. So, I'll leave you tied up in the front seat. My stomach dropped. I didn't like the idea of being so helpless. I fiddled with the chain on my ankle. Do you want me to take that off? Wheaton asked. I looked up at him surprised. Yes, I whispered, and he smirked at me. Depending on how this weekend goes, I might do just that. Soon the weekend came and Wheaton tightly bound, gagged, and blindfolded me before stowing me in the front seat. I prayed that we would get stopped by the police, but I knew the chances of that were slim to nothing. The car ride seemed to take forever, and eventually the road turned rough, and I was jostled around until I could feel my skin bruising. But we made it, and as Wheaton lifted me out of the car, I got a whiff of fresh air. I felt alive again, even if just for a moment. The air was so clear and cold, it invigorated me. Wheaton set me down on some leaves before untying me. Don't bother running. There's no one else for miles, and Ben and I are great at hunting, Wheaton threatened as he removed my gag and blindfold. I blinked as bright autumn sunlight pierced my vision, and I gasped as I took in the many hues of the leaves and a sky so deep blue it was almost purple. I sat up, enjoying the chilly air, even as it froze my exposed limbs. Because even now Wheaton had me wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and no shoes or socks. Come on, I want you to meet them. Them? I thought. There was more than just Ben? Who else could be here? The cabin was a small, lopsided wooden building that looked like it was barely holding together. There were shingles missing on the roof, the siding was falling off in places, and the windows were cracked and grimy. We climbed onto the porch, and it sagged under our weight, and the front door opened with the squeal of unoiled hinges. Inside it wasn't much better, but it looked like they had electricity and running water at least. The kitchen was tiny and cluttered with trash from different fast food joints. There was a closed door and an archway that led to the living room. Next to an unused fireplace and a moth-eaten, dark green couch, a space heater ran in the living room. Wheaton didn't stop me as I walked over to it and tried to warm my hands. Then I heard footsteps climbing stairs, and the door in the kitchen opened. "Heya Ben," Wheaton said enthusiastically, clasping the strange man on his shoulder. I turned around and saw Ben, who was quite a bit older than Wheaton. He was much more disheveled, and he had a wild look in his eyes that made me wary of him immediately. "Ben's been here for a couple days already, and he brought us company," Wheaton explained. I shuddered at the thought of what that could mean. "You must be Reyna," Ben said, leaning down to my level and sticking out a grimy, blood-covered hand. I shrieked and scooted back away from him. "Now don't be rude, Reyna. Greet him properly," Wheaton scolded with a grin. "Whose blood is that?" I asked frantically, still avoiding his extended hand. "I told you, he brought us company." "You'll meet her soon," Wheaton said. I felt my stomach drop into my feet. "Why, you have someone else here?" I cried. Ben sighed and finally retracted his hand. "You know, I don't think she likes me very much, Wheaton," Ben chuckled, and Wheaton laughed. "Guess not, but she just hasn't gotten to know you. I'm sure you'll warm up. Now stand up, Reyna, you'll be staying in the basement with the other one," Wheaton said. I stood up shakily and let Wheaton lead me into the basement. If I thought the upstairs was dirty, it was nothing compared to that chilly, filthy basement. It was grimy and every wall seemed to shine with some unknown moisture. Dust and cobwebs filled the air, and the only dim light came from a single, bare light bulb and a small window flush with the ceiling. As he led me down, I finally saw the company they were talking about. The girl was in horrific shape already. Her hair fell in greasy plaits over her makeup-streaked face. It was difficult to discern age underneath all of the grit and grime, but my best guess would have been early 20s, my age. She was sitting huddled in one of the dark corners of the cellar, and when we had entered she quickly drew her knees into herself. Wheaton wasted no time in shoving me over in her direction. I saw her brown eyes peer up at me through her tangled mane with manic surprise and suspicion. Once I had been secured to the wall, I saw that she was also chained up, and Wheaton turned to leave. "Have fun getting to know each other. We'll be back soon," he called from the top of the staircase before shutting the light off and closing the door. The damp silence was filled with the girl's shallow breathing, but when I shifted, causing the chains to rattle, she inhaled sharply. Moving slower, more cautiously, I tried to examine her for injuries now that I sat a mere couple feet away. Her overclothes were badly torn and bloody from various scrapes and cuts that had begun to fester, but her underwear was intact. However, it was rather stretched and dirty. Her clammy skin was littered with bruises, and her ankle in particular looked very swollen. Finally, like a small drop echoing in a vast chamber of water, I spoke up to break the silence. "So, what's your name?" I said, barely above a whisper. A long moment passed, and I was sure that she was going to leave the question hanging in that mildew-filled air forever. "Hannah Jones." Her voice was raspy but sturdy, and it came as a refreshing breeze. "What's yours?" "Reyna Bristol," I answered, smiling in her direction. But Hannah just looked at me with fearful eyes. Wait, I heard about you. The Tintail killer. I heard it on the news last month." Hannah's voice was louder now, more panicked. I sighed, unsure of what I should tell her. It wasn't that I didn't trust her, but I didn't wish to scare her more than she already was. Not that she didn't have every reason to be very, very afraid. "Yes, I was kidnapped a couple months ago at this point, I think." "It's October, right?" I asked, and Hannah nodded, now fixated on my face, urging me to say more, but I just turned away to look at the floor. "So, how are you still alive? Why are you here?" Her questions pierced me and caused my insides to squirm and shift. I'd never had to explain this to anyone. Obviously Wheaton already knows everything that happened, and I tried not to think about it much these days. Well, I don't really know why he hasn't killed me, if you're asking. And, as for why I'm here, I have no idea. Wheaton told me he was going to take a trip to see his good friend. Which is really weird, because I don't really think he has friends. I chucked weakly, but Hannah just looked at me with wide eyes. I cleared my throat to end the awkward silence that had fallen over us. "So, how did you get here?" I asked. Then Hannah burst into tears. "How can you be so calm? They are going to kill us. That man, he just took me. I was just trying to make some money for Georgie. God damn it, why did this happen to me?" She sobbed and buried her head in her arms. I didn't know how to respond. I felt a pang of sympathy for this woman, but she was right to be angry and afraid. Who was I to try to bring her any comfort? So, I just sat there and let her cry. After a while Hannah's sobs turned into sniffles. "Who's Georgie?" I asked quietly. "He's my son. He's already 2 years old. I can't believe that, you know? It feels like just yesterday I was bringing him home from the hospital." Hannah smiled despite herself, but then she sighed with a deep sadness that I didn't think fit such a young woman. "He's not even living with me right now. My mom's taking care of him. I just couldn't. Maybe this is for the best," she wept. "Shh, it's okay," I said awkwardly. "I'm sure you're a great mom. You deserve to be with your son." Hannah wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Thanks, but I was a pretty shit mom, actually. At least he's so young, he probably won't even be sad I'm gone." I honestly had no idea what I was supposed to say to something like that. But I made a promise to myself that if I could see any opportunity to do it, I would save this woman. After what must have been only an hour or so, Wheaton came for me. He thundered down the stairs, closely followed by Ben. "Get up," Wheaton ordered as he unlocked my restraints and yanked me to my feet. I turned to look back at Hannah, whose brown eyes were already filled with tears. Wheaton clutched my upper arm and jerked me forward as he started to lead me upstairs, leaving her all alone down there with Ben. "Put those on," he said as he shoved me towards a pile of camo clothes on the sofa. "What's going to happen to her?" I asked softly as I tugged the oversized cargo pants over my shorts. "Well, we're not going to take her on a picnic after we're done with her, if that's what you mean," Wheaton joked cruelly. I paused in the middle of pulling on the matching jacket and frowned. "But why? You know she has a kid, right?" He didn't respond. "Why are you doing this?" I choked out. "Finish putting your jacket on, Reyna," he encouraged. "She's of no concern to you." Wheaton held out a pair of oversized hunting boots that easily slipped over my emaciated ankles. Once I had dressed, he led me outside into a cool autumn afternoon. The leaves had already been falling for several weeks, and a thick layer of them covered the forest floor. If my stomach hadn't felt like I had just swallowed several boulders, I might have been able to enjoy the outside air that I've been deprived of for months now. Wheaton walked over to the pickup truck and to my shock, pulled out 2 hunting rifles. "Here you go," he said, holding one out towards me. I took a nervous step back, unsure what kind of game Wheaton was playing. He sighed. "Part of this weekend is relaxing, and I like to hunt. So, I'm going to teach you. Take the gun, Reyna." He pushed it into my hands forcefully. It was heavier than I'd expected. The only gun I'd ever held before was a BB gun I'd gotten for my 12th birthday, and I'd actually really enjoyed going out and trying to hit the targets. But this weight felt dangerous and cold. Wheaton, I don't really want to hunt. Can't you just go without me? I asked, rather pitifully. No, he said forcefully. Unless you want to spend the day with Ben instead? I remembered the wounds and bruises that marked Hannah's skin. So, I shook my head and gripped my gun tighter. Good girl. Now come on. We're burning daylight. He smirked as he started off into the woods along an almost indistinct trail. Surely I couldn't be this lucky. Wheaton must have a plan. There's no way that he would just have handed me a loaded gun. My ticket to escape, to save Hannah, to go home. We hiked for a long while, and I was winded. The most I had been allowed to walk was about 20 feet until today, and my body was not having it. The gun weighed heavily in my hands, but I gripped it like it was a lifeline. I would wait until we stopped, and then I would aim my gun right at his stupid head. Finally Wheaton halted and pointed to a little wooden hunting shelter I hadn't even noticed before. It was crude and made mostly of logs and twigs with a camo-patterned tarp over the top. This is normally where I wait. Now, give me a second, and I'll show you how to cock and aim the gun, Wheaton said, turning his back to me as he set his backpack down. Now's my chance. I thought. I already knew how to cock this kind of gun because I had seen it in movies and videos, and I was sure I could figure it out. I needed to use his underestimation of me to my advantage. So I swallowed my fear and cocked the gun. Reyna, what are you doing? Wheaton said, standing up and turning around slowly. Don't move, I yelled. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold the gun up straight, and as I tried to adjust it to follow Wheaton it slipped for a moment before I caught it. I waited for Wheaton to take the opportunity to pounce at me, but he just stood there. Give me your cell phone, right now, I ordered. Wheaton just laughed, but I held the gun firm. I left it in the cabin. Besides, you can't get reception out here, Reyna, he said with a smile. Stepping forward, I shot a grin back at him, all the while trying to suppress the panic that I could feel rising up. Too bad for you then. I'll just have to shoot you and Ben and rescue Hannah myself, I taunted, but dread began to shake my limbs as I studied his face closely. That's a pretty bad hero complex you got there. Are you sure you don't want to just kill me and run? If you're quiet, Ben might not even notice you took my truck until you're long gone. Shut up, I yelled. It's not like I want to kill you. I'm not a murderer like you guys, but. Fuck, what's the point? I threw the gun to the ground, and Wheaton blinked in surprise before picking up his own gun and pointing it at me. Lifting my hands in surrender, I tasted my bitter tears as they streamed down my cheeks. It wasn't even loaded. I knew I couldn't be that lucky, I cried. Or really that I couldn't be dumb enough to hand you a working gun. How'd you figure it out? Wheaton asked. You didn't even flinch when I cocked the gun right at you. You didn't try to get the gun away from me when I fumbled. You weren't scared at all. If your life had really been in danger, you wouldn't have been so calm. You're a psychopath, but even you're scared to die, I explained sadly as he cocked the gun and stepped closer to me, the gun barrel now tickling my chest. I felt my breath catch in my lungs. You're almost right, he smirked as he pulled the trigger. I squeezed my eyes shut at the deafening gunshot and waited for the pain to take hold, but I hadn't even been knocked to the ground. I tentatively opened my eyes to see Wheaton's manic smile through the cloud of smoke emanating from the gun barrel. I actually put blanks in our guns. So, it was technically loaded. I let out a sob and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Did you piss your pants? Wheaton knelt down and teased. I clutched my chest and tried to contain my shaking limbs. I seriously thought he was going to kill me. This was a test, obviously. To see how far along you are. If I could start trusting you a little. But you failed, of course. From what I could tell, you didn't even hesitate when I gave you the gun. You were planning to try to kill me from the beginning. No shit, Sherlock, I gulped. I hate you. I wish you were dead, I screamed, crunching the fallen leaves in my clenched fists. Wheaton sighed before gently sitting down next to me on the forest floor. Yeah, I get it. You know how many people have screamed that at me covered in their own blood and tears? But it doesn't have to be that way with you. I'm willing to work with you here, give you more freedom and resources. Don't you want to keep up with your studies? Or watch whatever shows you want on TV? Maybe even leave the basement? It sounded nice, and logically I knew that freedom comes with more opportunities to escape from him. However, you don't understand anything about me, I muttered. What? Wheaton hummed. Hannah, I had to try to rescue her. She doesn't deserve to die. If you really knew me, then you'd understand that I would never pass up a chance to save a life just to get some stupid rewards from you. Without looking, I inched my hand closer to the gun I had dropped to the ground. I'm not gonna try to appease you, Wheaton. Never, I stated firmly before grasping the gun and swinging the butt of it into Wheaton's skull with a sickening crack. Before he could react, I swung again, putting all my might into the blow that hit him directly on the head. He slumped onto the leaves with a heavy groan, crimson blood trickling down his forehead. Stooping down, I quickly rummaged through his pockets until I found the truck keys. Then I stood up to sprint back towards the house, clutching the gun to my chest like it was a lifeline. Gotta run away, gotta hurry. I thought about him lying there. I could have kept hitting him. I could have hit him until he stopped breathing. But I wasn't a killer. I would save Hannah without getting blood on my hands. I leapt over the creek and dodged between trees. I estimated it would take 15 minutes to get to the house at this rate, but then my limbs started to ache and my lungs struggled to take in air. Shit, I'd forgotten how much being locked in a basement for months would have deteriorated my health, even with my attempts to exercise. I was forced to take a breather against a tree, looking behind me, frantically searching for Wheaton following me. It was fine. He'd surely be out for a while. What was I going to do about Ben when I got back to the house? I had a gun, but it was little more than a club in its current state. But maybe Ben didn't know that? Whatever, I might not have had much time left, but I would figure something out. I just knew that I couldn't leave Hannah behind. I began to run again, a bit slower this time. As I was dashing through some leaves, the shoes that were too big for me caught under a gnarled root that had been hidden underneath the brush. My momentum sent me flying forward headfirst into a small ravine. I was tumbling down the steep decline, throwing my arms around to try to stop my roll before I slammed into a large rock, and then everything went dark. Chapter 7. The chirping of crickets was deafening. My eyes fluttered open, and the sun must have set some time ago because it was pitch black out. Groaning, I tried to sit up, but every second I came closer to full consciousness, the pain in my head and back grew to become unbearable. I reached my hand back to touch where my head had struck the rock and winced as I felt the tender spot underneath hair that was matted with what must have been sticky blood. My escape attempt had failed. Hours could have passed while I'd been lying here, and Wheaton would be up and searching for me, Ben too probably. I couldn't hope to make it back to the cabin while avoiding them in my condition. Shit, I thought as I jerked away from the unconsciousness that threatened to overwhelm me again. When I was in middle school, I had gotten a head injury when I was knocked down while we were playing a game in gym class. I had woken up, surrounded by my classmates and gym teacher hovering over me. I remember the world had turned all fuzzy, and nausea overwhelmed me. I was rushed to the nurse's office where I threw up all over the floor. I was taken to the hospital and my mother met me there. I'll never forget how worried her face was and how her tears had soaked into my shirt. She cried about how I was all she had left, and that she couldn't bear to lose me too. The doctors assured her that I would be fine, and I consoled her the best I could. What I wouldn't give to have her blubbering over me right now. But I was alone among the crickets. I tried to sit up several times, but each time I became overwhelmed with dizziness and pain. I still held the truck keys tightly in my fist, but a fat load of good they did me if I couldn't even get to it, let alone drive. After what must have been at least 20 minutes, I saw a sight that chilled my blood. A flashlight beam scanned through the trees across the small ravine I'd fallen into and landed on me. I hissed in pain as the light halted on my slumped form. Finally. I faintly heard Wheaton say as he crashed through the leaves and started to descend to where I laid. Ben. She's over here, Wheaton yelled off into the distance, and the loud shout sent agony shooting through my skull again. I winched, and Wheaton just laughed. You look pretty rough there, Reyna. Today just wasn't your lucky day, huh? Screw you, I whispered faintly, mind still groggy. I thought you were gonna rescue that whore in the basement? But it seems like all you're good for is lying down in the mud and dying. You stupid bitch. I knew you wouldn't just run off to try to find help. You were heading back to the cabin to play hero. Wheaton shot down and slammed his arm against my throat, pinning me to the boulder. I'm gonna pay you back tenfold for this nice little bump you gave me. I'll show you just how good you've had it with me until now, he growled. I'd never seen him this angry before, and I felt my organs melt in terror within me as I struggled to take a breath. He might really kill me. But I wouldn't back down. I would not apologize. As if to test this resolve, he pulled out a handgun. The same one from the night he abducted me, as far as I could tell. This one is loaded, by the way, he said, pressing the gun to my head and hauling me to my feet. I swayed dangerously, but he pulled me against his body and whispered, "Don't you get it? The only way you are leaving me is either as a corpse in a hidden grave or dumped like a piece of trash in the street." I gulped, and tried to hold back tears, wishing his words weren't as true as I feared they were. Then I heard the sound of crashing foliage off to the right before Ben emerged from the darkness. "Geez, what happened to her?" he asked gruffly, panting slightly. "Must have tripped and fallen down this hill and hit her head. Serves her right. Hey Ben, I have an idea for some kind of punishment, but first I want you to help me out." My heart rate quicked at what they could mean. "Sure, man, what do you need?" "Well, I think Reyna needs to understand how good I am to her, and I figured you'd be the best teacher." It took a beat for the words to sink in. No, I protested, trying to move away from Wheaton's grip, but he held tight. Ben smiled nervously, a bit in spite of himself, and I started shaking and trying to get away more forcefully. I'd seen what that guy had done to Hannah, and I couldn't do that. "Now, don't be rude, Reyna." Wheaton chuckled. "We can take her back to the cabin." "Can I do her here?" Ben interrupted, almost salivating. I screamed a little in a mixture of terror and disgust. "You want to do it here? In the dirt?" "Well, whatever, just don't kill her." Wheaton shoved me to the ground, and before I could get my bearings he'd kicked me in the guts, winding me. Then he stooped down and grabbed the keys out of my hands. "I'm gonna go back and have a little fun of my own with that whore in the basement." "I've had a hell of a day," Wheaton laughed, nonchalantly tossing the keys up in the air and catching them. Ben didn't even answer. He just stalked over to me, looking at me like I was a new Christmas toy he couldn't wait to unwrap. I couldn't do it. "Please, Wheaton, I'm sorry." I wept. "I'll never run away again. I promise. Please don't let him do this," I cried out with a broken voice, but Wheaton just started up the hill without even looking back. "Should have thought about that before you made me wander the woods for 2 hours with a killer headache," he shouted back as Ben wrestled me down onto my stomach. "Shit." Ben wasted no time tearing off my clothes. Dirt and leaves filled my mouth, and the forest scent overwhelmed me as he wound his mud-crusted fingers into my hair and shoved my face into the ground. Every touch was rough and grabbing, bruising my skin. He punched and slapped and slammed into me while I screamed to the bugs in the earth. Just as I started to think the worst might be over, I felt his hot breath against my exposed shoulder. I took in a confused, shaky breath before he clamped down onto my skin, digging in hard. I screamed as his teeth broke through and blood mixed with the sweat running down my back. My head and heart were pounding and every inch of skin and muscle and bone was throbbing. He finally got up and released me. I rolled over and tried to wipe the tears, dirt, and snot off my face. The stars shined up in the sky and they looked down from the heavens with indifference. If there was a God in this cruel world, I had surely been abandoned by them. Delirious, I reached a hand upwards to try and grab onto the stars, but they slipped through my grasp and swam around the sky like fireflies. I just wanted the pain to stop. I just wanted to go home. Why must I endure such agony and hardship? What did I gain? What did the world gain from my misery? "Come on, get dressed. We're going back," Ben ordered. It was difficult to pull back on the grubby fatigues with how bad my limbs were shaking. He grabbed the collar of my shirt, and we started the depressing trek back to the cabin. Back to Wheaton. When we got back to the cabin and Ben led me downstairs, I saw a scene that was gruesome beyond description. Wheaton was panting, kneeling on the ground next to Hannah's mangled and unmoving form. If I hadn't known what she had looked like before, I would never have been able to recognize the bloody pile of flesh that used to be Hannah. "Sorry, Ben, I got a little carried away," he smirked as the redness of her blood started to send the room spinning, and my legs gave out. "No. Oh my God. She's. I started panicking and barely registered Wheaton pushing himself up off the ground until he was right next to me. He leaned down and clicked his tongue. "Oh, your poor face." He brushed his thumb over my blood-smeared cheek. "It's all swollen." But I couldn't tear myself away from the blood, the gashes, the destruction of the human form with a brutality I never could have imagined. "Hey," Wheaton snapped in my face. I whipped my head to look at him in fear. "Don't focus on her. Worry about yourself. You're lucky he didn't break your nose." I flinched as he stroked the cheek so swollen it was starting to obscure my vision. His words might have sounded nice, but his face was apathetic at best. "Fuck off," I slurred through damaged lips, and Wheaton smiled before using his thumb to wipe the trickle of blood that had seeped out of my mouth. "Nothing seems to get to you, huh? Well, we'll just have to see," he sighed, straightening up. "After all, that was just the beginning of your punishment. I hope you're prepared." I felt an icy stab of anxiety in my guts, but it felt muted next to the throbbing heat engulfing my face and shoulder. Wheaton didn't even bother to chain me to the wall when he left. Not that I could have stood up if I had tried. That night, sitting alone while the concrete and the corpse pulled the moisture from the air, was utterly wretched. I kept thinking I could hear her whispering to me, asking me questions that I just couldn't quite make out. Between the shivering from the cold and the startling awake, I didn't get any sleep, but that was fine by me. I was sure all that waited for me in sleep were terrible nightmares. I had failed to save Hannah, failed to save myself. If only I had kept beating Wheaton until he had died, then maybe things would have gone differently. If I had just looked where I was going and stepped more carefully, I could have made it. Damn it. I wept pitifully as I apologized to Hannah and her family over and over again. Even if I escaped in the future, Hannah wouldn't come back to life. She was lost forever. I could heal. I could recover. But there was no getting Hannah back. The world had lost her forever, and it would never be the same again. She was a human being with hopes and potential, but now she had been reduced to a pile of festering flesh that filled that basement air with an unbearable stench. Eventually the smell of urine and feces joined the scent of blood and guts. So yeah, I could confidently say that was one of the worst nights of my life. The sun had just started to trickle in through the tiny window when Wheaton came down the stairs to mark an end to this chapter of suffering and usher in fresh horrors. "Get up," he ordered, and then watched amused as I struggled to get my limbs to work properly and fell over in a heap. My head was spinning like a carnival ride and throbbing to the beat of my heart. I said, "Get up." Wheaton grabbed me by the hair and tugged me along until I managed to get my feet under me. He flung me to the ground at the top of the stairs, leaving me a jumble of limbs with my scalp burning. "Stay here," he said as he turned back downstairs. I flinched involuntarily as footsteps approached from the kitchen. I looked up and saw Ben walking towards me, and I lost it. I screamed and panicked. It felt like my body was reacting without my say-so, and I just couldn't stop thinking about last night. It was like it was happening all over again. I could feel his hands, gripping me and striking me. I could smell his putrid breath as he panted above me. I felt the sensation of his teeth sinking into my skin. I threw myself backwards away from Ben, almost flinging myself down the stairs. "Jesus, calm down, move out of the way," Wheaton huffed from behind me. I turned around and screamed again, seeing Hannah's dead body slung over his shoulder, wrapped in a sheet of plastic tarp. I said, "Move." Wheaton kicked me out of the way of the doorway to the basement. "Put on your shoes, and then get out the door. We're going for a hike," Wheaton smirked as he set Hannah down outside while I pulled on the boots with shaky hands and grabbed the shovel he held out to me. Whatever he was planning, I wouldn't like this. We hiked for a while, going the opposite direction of the house from yesterday. Periodically, Wheaton would stop and set Hannah down to rest. I guess the dead body couldn't have been light. I felt guilty, but the sight of Hannah's broken form pushing against the transparent plastic was enough to send my empty stomach churning. I didn't want to be disgusted. I wanted her to have dignity like she deserved. But the more I looked, the more her flesh horrified me. Finally we stopped in a clearing, and I collapsed in a pile of bruised bones and aching muscles. I was panting and exhausted, and my headache washed over me like waves on a beach. "There's no time to nap, Reyna," Wheaton teased, setting down his horrifying cargo. "You've got work to do." There was nothing I wanted to do more than take the shovel and bash his head in, but I just couldn't. I wish I had a good, rational excuse. But to be honest, I was just too tired and scared. Simple as that. So I didn't bash his head in. Instead I stood up, grabbed the shovel, and started digging. It took me all day, even with frequent breaks, when Wheaton would sometimes let me drink some water out of his water bottle. I was beyond exhausted. My bones and muscles screamed with every shovel full of dirt, but eventually I had dug out a hole about 6 feet long and 4 feet deep. I leaned back on the upright shovel, trying to keep myself standing. That's when I noticed Wheaton tying a string around a nearby branch. Looking around, I saw many of these strings tied around various trees. I realized that these were his morbid markers, and that he must have had a lot more people buried out here. I counted at least 10 of these strings that I could see. That took you longer than I expected. Wheaton complained loudly. Well, maybe that's because you locked me in a basement for months with no exercise. I shot back, breathing heavily, a stitch in my side. Watch it. I'm still not sold on not putting you in this grave for that stunt you pulled last night, he said, rubbing his head where he'd bandaged it. But he didn't put me in the grave. Instead he rolled Hannah's body into it, and I watched as it flopped down unceremoniously into what was very likely her final resting place. Want to say a few words? Wheaton teased before whipping around and shoving me down into the hole. I screamed as Hannah's flesh squashed beneath me, and I scrambled up and out of the hole as fast as I could. Wheaton just laughed. Aw, and I thought you two hit it off real well. You know, she won't rest peacefully at this rate. I started dry heaving into the dirt. Wheaton pulled me over onto my back and sat on my hips, crushing me into the ground. Ack! Get off of me! Let me go, I cried desperately into the chill evening air as I flailed my arms frantically. Shh, you must have known this was coming. I can't very well let you off with just a bite and a few bruises for trying to kill me, Wheaton chuckled as he dug his hand into my shoulder, where Ben's fresh bite wound still ached. I gasped in pain, and then Wheaton grabbed my left wrist, and I looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. But he just stared back, his eyes drinking in my misery like it was cold lemonade on a summer day. I shrieked as he crushed my wrist with his hands until I heard a sickening crunch. Soon enough, I was back sitting in Wheaton's basement, leg all chained up and handcuffs around my poorly bandaged wrist. I sighed and read most of the day while Wheaton was away at work, but it became harder and harder to concentrate on the books, so soon I was just sighing. As the days passed since the cabin, since Hannah, I still wasn't able to sleep much at night. She came to me in my dreams, clutching the organs threatening to spill out of her, filling my mind with blood until its iron scent was all I could smell. Then Wheaton would appear, drawing ever closer with a gleaming knife clutched in his bloody hand. He'd stalk towards me until he sprang into action and stabbed me deep in my chest. He'd drag the knife down through my guts, and I watched as my own organs would slip out of me onto the ground below. I would jolt awake, covered in perspiration, and desperately check myself for blood or wounds, but of course I found none. I turned on the lamp next to me to illuminate the darkness of my little cell, and tried to calm my breathing. Over and over again, night after night, the same dream, the same routine. I was exhausted after weeks of this, and while most of my wounds had started to heal, my wrist still ached terribly. Perhaps it was the lack of sleep and the pain that led me to be more testy with Wheaton that night than I otherwise would have been. It wasn't bravery. It was a lack of self-control. Wheaton had made a steak dinner, and as we sat at the card table he was asking me all these questions. What was your first time like? Who did you do it with? He asked, smirking. I sighed. I was 18, and it was a guy from my writing class. It wasn't anything special, I mumbled. Who's better, me or him? Wheaton chuckled, and I shot him a glare. Are you really asking me that? I spat, but Wheaton just shrugged. So, what happened to your father? I know you have a mother, but dear old dad doesn't seem to be in the picture, he said, sticking a piece of meat into his mouth as I struggled to cut my steak with only one good hand. I scowled. It's none of your business, I muttered, throwing down my knife in frustration. It clattered onto the table. I didn't really have a father growing up either, Wheaton spoke, but I didn't answer. I hated talking about my dad, and Wheaton was the last person in the world I wanted to share with. It was a touchy subject for me and my mom. She'd always cried when I brought him up, and as soon as people found out my dad had died, they always gave me those looks of pity. So, I got used to just never talking about it, and I planned on keeping it that way. You know I don't like it when you ignore me, Wheaton huffed. Do you need help cutting up your steak? I shook my head. No need to be proud. You can't cut very well with just one hand. Let me help you. Wheaton stood up and grabbed my fork and steak knife and began to cut the steak into bite-sized pieces. Go on, eat, he said when he'd finished. When I didn't move, Wheaton roughly grabbed my hair in one hand and picked up a piece of steak in the other. Fucking eat, Wheaton tried shoving the food into my mouth, but I spat right in his face. The thick glob of spit hit him on the cheek. He looked at me with wide eyes before he abandoned the piece of steak and snatched my broken wrist, squeezing it hard. I screamed in pain and tried to use my hand to pry him off, but he just held on tighter. I started to see spots of black in my vision and the agony shot through my whole body. I groped around the table with my free hand, trying to grasp the steak knife to defend myself, but Wheaton swatted it away. When he released me, I already had tears streaming down my face. I cradled my injured wrist to my chest and curled up over it. Then he snatched my jaw and yanked my head upwards to look at him. "What the hell was that?" he said, surprisingly calmly. I looked at his face through my cloudy tears. "You're a bastard," I gasped. I don't know what I thought insulting him would accomplish, but I was just pissed off. Wheaton actually laughed at this. "First you won't eat the food I painstakingly cooked, and now you're disrespecting me? You must be a glutton for punishment, huh? Is that it? Do you want me to hurt you?" He leaned down and whispered. "Well, allow me to oblige." Chapter 8. It was raining the day of my father's funeral. It was the first funeral I'd ever been to, as my mother was estranged from her parents and my father's parents had died before I was born. I didn't really get the whole memorial thing. My mom said some nice words about Daddy while we all sat there with this fancy box underneath the tent. The rain went pitter-patter against the canvas, and I remember thinking that the sound was soothing. But before he died, my father was a kind and gentle soul. The kind of person that watches birds and cries at movies. He would make me pancakes every Saturday morning, and we would sit in front of the television and watch cartoons together while we ate them. When I went off to school, it was his legs I clung to and cried on before I learned how to be apart from him. I didn't know that soon I would find out just how big that distance can get. When my mother was off working at her law firm, my dad would spend time with me, cook me meals, play pretend, and read to me. I always loved when he would read to me. He would do funny voices, and he always picked interesting books, saying, "Now this book is for big kids, but I know you'll be able to handle it." I remember the swell of pride in my chest when he said that. I had only 8 short years with him before he was gone. My dad had always had a weak disposition, and he was often sick. He went to the hospital with pneumonia, and he had a bad reaction to the antibiotics. He was dead before the doctors even knew what was happening. I stood outside of the tent, and as the rain soaked into my pretty black dress that my mother had bought me just the other day, I tried to understand what was happening. Why did my dad have to go away? Didn't he know we were in the middle of The Hobbit? How was I supposed to know what happened next if he wasn't there to read it to me? I fiddled with the ribbons in my hair and watched as all the adults cried. I guessed that I should be crying too. I looked up at my mom, who was racked with silent sobs. That's when the tears fell and mixed with the raindrops on my skin. That was one of the only times that I remember crying over my dad's death. Wheaton grabbed my broken wrist again and tugged me off the chair. I screeched in pain and fell over in a heap on the ground as he held my wrist up. "I'll let go," I hissed through clenched teeth, but Wheaton just squeezed harder and started to yank me over to the wall. I yelped and seethed. When he finally released me, I scrambled to my feet as fast as possible, cradling my wrist. "Kneel down," Wheaton ordered. "No, fuck you," I snapped. Wheaton shook his head and sighed before his fist flew towards me and punched my face. My cheek exploded in pain as my head whipped to the side, and I crumpled to the floor yet again. I lay there groaning as my head spun like a screw, and my ears rung. Wheaton knelt down next to me as tears continued to flow freely down my face. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be," Wheaton said, weaving his fingers through my hair. Trembling, I looked up at his face and felt my stomach drop. He was smiling at me, and his eyes shone with delight. He was enjoying this. "Now, I'm going to let you go, and you're going to kneel with your forehead touching the wall, got that?" What should I do? This demented bastard was just itching to hurt me, and the more I fought, the more excuses I gave to him to do just that. But giving in, was that really an option? I vowed to save Hannah, and I had failed. He mutilated her, murdered her, and for some reason that ignited a spark of resistance in me that I didn't even know I had. "Go to hell," I slurred through my swollen and bloody mouth as I sat up. Wheaton reared his leg back and kicked me hard in the gut, the force throwing me against the wall. I slumped down with a grunt. "Fine, you want to play the heroic victim, that works for me. 'Cause I know deep inside you're just a scared little girl. You'll give in to me eventually. And I'm a very patient man, Wheaton said before unlocking one of my handcuffs. He grabbed both my arms and wrenched them behind my back before locking them in again so tight the metal cut into my skin. He released me and began to pace around me. You see, the thing that I've learned is that every human has their breaking point. They'll hold out for as long as their pride allows. For some it only takes pulling out a nail or two, but for others, well, it takes a bit more effort on my part. However, the pinnacle is the moment that they realize they can do nothing, absolutely nothing to save themselves. This has to be reached with caution because you need to maintain the delicate balance between begging and true hopelessness. If done correctly, you can push them almost to the point of giving up before dangling some hope in front of them and then snatching it away again. Over and over. It's a bit like edging, I suppose, he chuckled. So, I wonder, how long will it take to break you, and how many times can I manage to do it before you are completely lost? I could barely follow his words because my head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton balls and broken glass. What, got nothing to say now? He jeered as I wept beneath him, the agony of my injuries reducing me to a sniveling child, but I fought through the pain and the fog. Why, you're never going to get away with this. All the murders and the torturing. You'll be caught one day, and then you'll rot in prison for the rest of your miserable life, I said before I spat a wad of spit and blood onto his shoes. Funny that you say that. I've been told that many times by many different people, and look, I'm still free as a bird. The police are incompetent. Those idiots have their heads too far up their own asses to even come close to catching me. Even you found me by pure accident, and look how that ended up for you and your friend, he said as he stooped down and began to tear my shirt off. I struggled fruitlessly and tried to stand up, but the whole world tilted, and I collapsed back down. Wheaton positioned me so that my forehead rested against the cold plaster wall and my now exposed back faced him. I hope this hurts, he taunted as I heard him undo his belt. I'm using the metal side, since you've been such a brat tonight. I could hear the smirk in his voice. I shuddered as the chill of the basement and the anticipation of pain made my skin break out in gooseflesh. You know, if you beg and apologize, I'll reconsider. Come on, why don't you try begging? He mocked, and I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. He wouldn't be getting that satisfaction. Not tonight. Fuck you, I yelled as he whipped the buckle down across my back. I yelped as the metal bit into my flesh. It stung badly, but I clenched my jaw with determination. I could endure this. He struck me again, and the pain increased with each blow that he rained down upon me. Soon I was a blubbering mess, and the agony of my destroyed skin pulsed with my heartbeat. I had long since slumped against the wall, barely able to keep sitting up. When he was finally done, Wheaton was panting hard. He dropped the belt and my stomach churned as I heard him unzip his pants. Black spots started to cloud my watery vision, and I begged internally that I would just pass out. But Wheaton didn't touch me. Instead, I listened disgustedly as he jerked himself off above me. That creep. That sadistic lunatic. I felt his hot fluid shoot across my decimated back and I moaned in misery. Ah, that was fucking amazing, Wheaton panted. Should I keep going? Maybe I'll rip your fingernails off or burn your skin or cut off your toes, he said as I laid sobbing beneath him. Of course, if you plead, I might find it within myself to have mercy on you. Shaking like a leaf in the wind, I felt icy fear settle in my guts. No matter what I did, even if I begged, he was still going to torture me. There was no escape. There was no mercy. I'm not going to beg, I muttered. You can take your supposed mercy and shove it up your ass. Wheaton chuckled as he bent down and picked up something off the floor. I listened to him unscrew a bottle. You're so dramatic. Why don't you take a drink and calm down a little? He sneered as he grabbed the back of my head and roughly shoved a bottle of whiskey to my lips, clashing it against my teeth. Wheaton tipped it up, and I felt the alcohol burning my throat as I swallowed and choked it down, some of it dribbling down my chin. That's it, he murmured. He finally pulled the bottle away, and I coughed violently, trying to catch my breath as the liquid warmed my stomach. Your back doesn't look too good. You're bleeding. You know, we should really sterilize it. Wouldn't want you getting an infection, he said, barely containing his giddy laughter. I bit my lip and steeled my will for what was about to come. I couldn't open my mouth, because if I did I was sure to beg him to stop, and I had already decided that I wasn't going to beg him for anything tonight. Last chance, he knelt down and whispered into my ear. I'm sure you can find other ways to please me, but if not, then I'll happily watch you writhe in pain instead. Not daring to open my mouth, I just shook my head. I would rather face down 1,000 agonies than give this man any shred of satisfaction. Suit yourself, he said as he poured the contents of the bottle over the open wounds on my back. I screamed a primal, guttural sound as my back was set on fire. It was like nothing I had ever experienced. I swore I could hear my flesh bubble and pop like lava. My vision started to go dark, but Wheaton lightly slapped me awake. Hey, no passing out on me, he snickered, and I wept as the anguish pulsed through my veins. Holy fuck. I didn't even know something could hurt this bad. I was wrong. I couldn't take this anymore. I wasn't strong enough. Please, I cried. Please make it stop. Oh, you're done already? Geez, I didn't even have a chance to bust out the lighter fluid, Wheaton said as he dug his fingers into my bleeding flesh, and I screamed again. Say you're sorry, and I'll think about an alternative punishment. After all, I would hate to scar your body too much, and I'd never be able to get the smell of burning flesh out of the rug. I dug down deep and swallowed my pride. No, I didn't just swallow it. I took it out back and shot it before burning it to ashes. And I hated myself for it. I'm sorry, Wheaton, I stuttered as I lay there, shivering on the concrete floor. Fine, I'll forgive you. And I'll even wash the alcohol off your back, but first I have an idea for a different activity for us, he said as he tugged me up back onto my knees so that I was kneeling facing him. He held out his fingers in front of me. Suck on them, he ordered. I shot him a glare, but he must not have appreciated that because he slapped me hard, and I almost fell over. With my hands still chained behind my back, I leaned forward and took his fingers into my mouth. He shoved them down my throat, and I gagged. Use your tongue, he barked as I tried to suppress my urge to throw up. After a few minutes, Wheaton removed his hand. All right, that's enough practice. I shook my head violently and fell backwards against the wall, yelping in pain as the drywall scraped my fresh wounds. You put that disgusting thing in my mouth, and I swear I'll bite it off, I growled. Wheaton shot out and tugged on my hair. It's either this or I'll pour lighter fluid on you and set your skin on fire. So, consider very carefully what you prefer, he snarled. I'm fine either way, so it's up to you. With a heavy heart, I sat back up and let him tug my head to his member. My mouth and jaw stretched painfully, and I tried to resist the urge to use my teeth, make his face twist up in pain for a change. But I didn't. I was scared, in pain, and desperate. When he finished, I promptly threw up onto the concrete floor. Geez, you fucking sucked at that, and now I gotta clean up this mess, he jeered before smashing my face into my own vomit with his foot. As the noxious smell of my throw-up invaded my nose, I internally cursed myself for my own weakness. I couldn't even handle one night of pain before I begged him to stop. I would rather sell my soul to the devil himself than face the agonies he was itching to inflict upon me. I chose this path because I was too much of a coward. I was the one who would rather be violated than burned. It was my choice. The last time I saw my father was when we went to visit him in the hospital the day before he suddenly passed. My mother and I had stopped to get him some flowers to brighten up his dull, sterile hospital room. I ran in to greet him and flung myself onto his bed and wrapped my tiny arms around his emaciated waist. Hello, my little princess, he wheezed, smiling warmly. How are you feeling today, David? My mother asked, setting down the flowers on the bedside table, her face a mask of worry. Oh, much better. I reckon I'll be able to go home soon, my dad answered, but my mother didn't look convinced. Well, I'll want to talk to the doctor today, all right? She said, biting her lip. I could tell she was trying not to cry. I'll be right back. She excused herself and stepped out of the room. I sat back and knelt on the bed beside my dad. Dad, why are you always getting sick? I asked, and he sighed. Well, princess, I was born with a weak body. That's all, he said. Was I born like that too? I questioned, curling up to my dad's chest. No, sweetheart, you were born strong, like your mother, he whispered, kissing the top of my head. I'm lucky to have two strong women in my life to look after me. But it's not fair, Dad, I cried. Why do we get to be strong but you don't? Remember what Gandalf said to Frodo when he said he wished the bad things hadn't happened to him? I shook my head. Gandalf said so do all who live to see such times. But that's not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. There's a lot we don't get to choose, but we can determine what we do with what we are handed. I might be sick, but think about all the fun we've had because I had to stay at home. Yeah, I guess. I do really like it when we get to read together, I said, grinning up at him. Reyna, there may come a time in your life when you don't understand why something bad has happened to you. Don't get so caught up in the why, because you'll never find a good reason. Just focus on making the best of things and find ways to be happy, no matter what, my dad said. I looked at him deep in his tired but bright eyes. Okay, I'll try. Wheaton was growing more violent by the day. Any little thing I did to annoy him, and he beat me senseless. He had not whipped me since that night, but he layered bruises on my body like he was painting a work of art. I continued to lose more weight as Wheaton would often deny me food on a whim. My wrist was so swollen the handcuff didn't fit over it. Wheaton was prone to grabbing and squeezing it when he was displeased, and so it hadn't had a chance to heal properly. I was exhausted, hungry, and in pain constantly. I would lie awake at night and cry for my mother and father. I hadn't wished for my father for years, but all I wanted in those moments was for him to wrap me up in his arms and call me his little princess. I cursed the universe for taking him away from me. For taking me away from my mom, from my friends, from my life. If any benevolent being existed, Wheaton would be struck down with lightning, but he wasn't. He continued to live and breathe in hurt and torment. All I could do was try my best not to anger him and avoid his wrath. But even that was useless. If he wanted to hurt me, he'd find an excuse to do it. Hey, Wheaton snapped at me. My head shot upwards to look at him over my untouched dinner. We were sitting together at the card table like every night, eating a meal like some demented family. What now? I thought. I hadn't done anything wrong. At least, I didn't think so. You're not eating? He said matter-of-factly. I am. Sorry. I wasn't hungry. I'll eat a little. I lifted my shaking hand to pick up a fork full of casserole. Wheaton sighed. It's fine, just drink your water, okay? I took several big swigs of my water, even as I could feel my insides crawling. The water left a bitter taste in my mouth. I think it's time, he said, crossing his arms. I have it all prepared now. I had no idea what he was talking about, and now the room had started to spin. What's going on? I asked, but my voice echoed around in my own heavy head. You'll thank me for this. If I had kept up, I would have ended up killing you soon, and we don't want that, he cooed. I couldn't keep my head held up any longer and it slammed into the table, getting casserole all over my face. The last thing I heard before it all went dark was Wheaton laughing. Chapter 9. I came to consciousness slowly, and I instantly recognized where I was. It was the room Wheaton had first locked me in, inside his warehouse. I blinked deliberately and sat up carefully from where I was laid out on a thin mattress on the floor. It even smelled like how I remembered it from all those months ago, like dust and bleach. I wasn't chained up this time, so I decided to try the door, but the handle just rattled. No luck, of course. I furrowed my brow against my pounding headache as I thought about what Wheaton said before I passed out after that freak drugged me. He was prepared, and he didn't want to kill me. I had a bad feeling that just because he didn't want to kill me doesn't mean he wouldn't be killing someone else very soon. If I didn't act fast, it would be like Hannah all over again. But all I had in this room to work with was a mattress, a plastic bucket, and my own weakened body. Not a lot to go on. I sat down and put my head in my hands. Damn it, why was I so powerless? My head snapped up as I heard the door at the end of the hall slide open. I quickly scrambled to my feet and swallowed hard as Wheaton unlocked the door. Oh good, you're awake, he said more cheerfully than I'd heard him in a long time. But his voice was distorted by that weird mask he was wearing again. I scanned him up and down, no blood. What am I doing here? I asked cautiously, fearing the answer. You're here to watch the show, of course. I can't wait for you to meet them. Oh, I found some good ones this time. I watched them for ages before I was sure they were safe. After all, couldn't afford another screw-up like last time. My guts felt like they were filled with cement. You took someone else, didn't you? I cried. Shush. Wheaton stepped up to me and cupped my cheek. I did this for you. I waited too long and I was hurting you. Now, I can hurt them instead. I sobbed and fell to the ground. No. I screamed. I don't want this. Please, let them go. Just hurt me, please. Wheaton wrapped his arms around me tightly. You and I both know you don't mean that. Remember, you don't want to die. You're a survivor. That's why I like you so much. You'll do anything to live. No, I protested between sobs. I promise I'll do whatever you want. Just don't kill anyone else. Please. Wheaton rubbed his disgusting leather mask against my cheek and hushed me softly. It's fine to deceive yourself. But I know the truth about you, and soon you will too, he whispered. When he left, the screams started, and they just didn't stop. I huddled against the farthest wall, pressed my hands tightly over my ears, and tried to block it out, and eventually an uneasy sleep found me. Wheaton returned with a small breakfast that I didn't touch. I smelled the blood on him, and it made me queasy enough that I wanted to die. I didn't want to know what he had done to someone to make them scream like that. You'd better eat, because today I'm putting you to work. Wheaton smiled. I looked up at him, troubled by what he could mean by that. I know your wrist is still healing, but I'm sure you'll manage. With that, Wheaton led me down the hall and into the torture room with its many shelves full of buckets and bags of chemicals. In the center were two half-dressed forms tied to chairs with sacks over their heads. One female and one male. Want to meet them? Wheaton said, excited like a child showing off his new toy. He manhandled me until I stood right in front of them and then walked over to the woman who I noticed was missing several toes. In fact, I was standing barefoot in a sticky red puddle that originated from her chair. As I stood there shaking, my eyes wandered over to the spot on the floor Wheaton had chained me to when he first. Remember, if you do anything to make me think you communicated something to them, I'll kill them both on the spot, okay? He threatened, and I nodded, trying to shake off the memories that threatened to overwhelm me. Wheaton lifted the bag off the woman's face, revealing a slightly aged and terrified expression. Her blonde hair fell around her in sweaty, blood-soaked knots, and when she caught my gaze she gasped into her tightly bound gag. She fit his profile to a T. What do you think? Wheaton asked, gripping the woman by the hair and shaking her head back and forth. She's got a nice look of fear, doesn't she? I guess, I spoke softly, avoiding her gaze. Let's see what she has to say, shall we? Wheaton's voice spoke from beneath his mask as he ungagged her. The woman coughed and sputtered for a moment before starting to plead. Please, let me go. I haven't done anything wrong. Please, I have children. I'm begging you, don't hurt me anymore. Horrified, I could see blood in her mouth and several missing teeth. Hee, Wheaton laughed. Isn't that just perfect? Please let me go, oh please, he mocked the woman. Then she locked eyes on me. Please help me. Please, you're Reyna, right? I remember seeing you on the news. Please, you have to help us. Reyna doesn't want to help you, Wheaton laughed, putting his arm around my shoulder. It's because of Reyna that you're both here. That's not true. I sputtered, unable to look away from the woman's intense gaze. But it is. Reyna's my little helper, aren't you? My limbs trembled as Wheaton stroked my neck softly. I nodded, and Wheaton handed me a rag and a bucket that smelled of cleaner. Wipe the floor. That's your job today, all right? I nodded again and started the scrub. I didn't look up even as I heard Wheaton leave the room. Look, he's gone. Come and untie me. Hurry. The woman whispered, but I just shook my head. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I whispered. I can't. If he finds out, he'll kill you guys. Just endure a little more, okay? Are you insane? Don't you see what he's done to me? The woman sobbed. I glanced over at her missing toes. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. That continued on for a few days. At night Wheaton would have his fun and make me clean up the mess in the morning. Guessing how Wheaton had tortured them based on seeing their injuries the next day became like a sick game to me. It looked like he had clubbed the man who had welts and bruises covering his body. The woman got her head shaved, and it seemed like he had burned her scalp pretty badly. I wondered if hair would ever grow there again. I lost count of the missing toes and fingers. It had been forever since I'd seen Wheaton in such a good mood. He even gave me some painkillers when I complained of my wrist hurting as I scrubbed the floor. I felt guilty for being relieved that he wasn't hurting me. Because instead he was torturing poor strangers in my place. But if I kept my mouth shut, Wheaton said that he'd let them live, right? Something was different that night, though. Wheaton came and took me to the torture room and told me to stand and watch. I wanted nothing more than to run and hide, but fear kept me in place as he cut and pulled and hurt. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been hours. I just tried to let my mind drift to something, anything better than the brutal torture I was being forced to witness. After having finished carving deep wounds in the woman's shoulder, Wheaton untied her and chained her to the same spot on the ground where he had once chained me. But next, he did something surprising. He unchained the younger man. "I want you to fuck her," he ordered him. I gasped and started to back away. No, this was too sick. "Don't you fucking move, Reyna," Wheaton shouted, less angry and more elated. The man let out some muffled protests, but Wheaton held a blood-soaked knife to his throat. What was that now?" Wheaton removed the man's gag. "I can't do it. I won't." "Wow, a man of honor it seems," Wheaton laughed while the woman screamed and wriggled below them on the floor. But Wheaton stopped laughing and pressed the knife into the skin under his chin until it started to bleed. "Do it, or I'll kill you. Maybe you just need a little help." Reyna, I was startled at the sound of my name. "Reyna, come here and suck him off for me, okay? Give him a little encouragement." I hesitated, but Wheaton pressed the knife in a little deeper. "Don't keep him waiting." With stiff, robotic movements I walked towards the man, my stomach knotted with anxiety. I looked up at Wheaton, begging him with my eyes. "Come on now, like how I taught you," he smirked as the man started to struggle. "Stop this, please. She's just a kid. Come on, man, this isn't right," he protested as I knelt down and started to tug his underwear down. I knew this was sick. I knew this was wrong. But what else was I going to do? If I didn't obey Wheaton, he'd murder these two without hesitation. I had to do this. "Stop struggling or you'll hurt yourself," Wheaton threatened him. "Think of this as a gift. I'm sharing Reyna with you. Someone I trained up myself, and she's very good at it now, trust me." I just wanted him to shut up. They were both making this so much harder. It was just a penis, no big deal. I could just blank out like I normally did, and soon it would be over. I hated every second of it, but I knew what to do. As much as it sickened my stomach, Wheaton had taught me well, and soon the man was hardening underneath my tongue. I glanced up at his contorted face as he winced, Wheaton's knife still poking at his throat. "That's enough, Reyna. Good job. Go stand over there." I gratefully stood up, wiped my mouth off with the back of my hand, and stepped back. I was ready for this nightmare to end. But I should have known better, known that things would get worse, much worse. He entered her and she wailed. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he cried. I looked away. I couldn't stand to watch this, but as I squeezed my eyes closed I could already hear Wheaton yelling. "Don't look away, Reyna. Don't you dare." I could hear the manic excitement dripping from his voice. I shook my head violently until I could hear my ears ringing. I couldn't do this any longer. I just couldn't, consequences be damned. "Reyna, don't make me come over there," Wheaton threatened. I could hear them crying, could hear the sound of their forced sex. I didn't want to give up. I wanted to shout no. With all my might. But I couldn't. So, I turned to look just as Wheaton was stepping behind the man. I yelled out a warning as I watched Wheaton grab the man by his hair, pull his head back, and slice open his throat. The woman screamed, and I think I did too. The blood splattered and started to gush out of him onto the woman beneath him. Wheaton laughed and released the man who collapsed on top of the woman. He was gasping like a fish out of water, and I wanted to throw up watching the gory scene. The man finally gargled and stopped breathing. I felt my knees give out and I hit the floor hard. The woman was half screaming, half sobbing, and I felt my stomach churn. Wheaton was cackling madly as he watched the scene with delight. How could someone be so cruel? "Ah, that was amazing, wasn't it, Reyna?" Wheaton said, winded from laughing hard. He's dead. Fuck. You really killed him? Why did you do that?" I stammered out while the woman kept screaming. Wheaton nudged the body off of her with his foot. "Because, it was fun. I bet she'll never forget watching someone's blood gush out onto her. She'll see that image every time she closes her eyes for the rest of her life." The woman started heaving with sobs. I realized then that Wheaton was truly evil. It wasn't enough to cut someone's toes off, scar their face, or even end their life. He needed to ensure that they suffered in pain and fear for the rest of their days. He wanted them to relive it over and over again. "You're twisted," I gasped as Wheaton cupped my face in his hands, and I felt the fresh blood on the floor start to seep into my pants. "I love you, Reyna," Wheaton confessed, and I reeled back. "And I can love you forever, as long as there's someone to hurt in your place." Wheaton spread his arms out wide. "I don't just kill for myself anymore. I do it for you," he said as he drew near to me. "No," I yelled and swung a punch right at his stupid, masked head, but he just caught my weak hand mid-swing. "I don't want this. If you really love me, you would never do something I hate so much." "No. No. No." I protested as he grabbed my other hand, guided me to the ground, and pinned them above my head. I felt the warmth of the puddle of blood he laid me down and start seeping into my clothes and hair, and I started to cry harder. "Stop. Let me go," I screamed. He freed one of his arms, leaving my hands held down with only one. "Calm down, Reyna. I just want to show you how much I love you," he cooed as he pulled my pants down. "Let her go, you psycho," the woman shrieked. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten she was there, and her words, although useless, brought me some comfort and strength. I wiggled one of my hands free from his grasp and punched his face as hard as I could. His head whipped to the side, and he lost his grip on my other hand. I shot up to my feet and looked around wildly for anything I could use to incapacitate Wheaton. I spotted a heavy-looking pair of blood-stained pliers on a nearby table, but before I reached them I heard the woman shout a warning as Wheaton's arms wrapped around me from behind. I yelped as he lifted me up and threw me to the ground. The force knocked the wind out of me and bruised my bones. Before I could recover, he was on me, more persistent than ever. "No. Let me go. You bastard. You motherfucker." I screamed at him. I felt more bold than I had in weeks as I flung my curses at him and wailed my fists against his chest, but he just smiled. "Come now, Reyna. I know you are excited. I bet you're getting wet at the thought." He gently cupped my privates. I tried to wiggle free and kick him, but he put his entire weight down on my legs. "You pervert. Let her go." The woman shouted in my defense yet again, but it was hopeless. I felt the fight starting to drain out of me, only to be replaced by the all-too-familiar resignation. Wheaton scowled at the lady. "You're ruining the moment. So, shut up or I swear I'll slit your throat too," he growled. I wasn't about to let someone else die today. "I'm okay. Just do what he says, please," I pleaded. Wheaton smiled down at me. "That's my girl," he said, and I wanted to throw up as he grabbed my pants and tugged them down. I could endure it. I had to endure it. This was my life now, and as my body responded to his touch I couldn't let it affect me. It's been months of constant abuse, and my body was just doing what it needed to survive. "Ah, fuck," Wheaton moaned as he climaxed. "Fuck, I love you. I really love you, Reyna." He let his body rest on top of mine, crushing me into the cement floor. I closed my eyes, trying to hold back tears. "I hate you. I hate everything you do," I croaked. I love even that." "Hate me more," he moaned. I thought for a moment he was going to do it again, but he just stood up. I sat up shakily and realized my clothes and hair were covered in the man's blood. I felt queasy again as I pulled up my pants and straightened myself up. Wheaton walked over to the woman who was still chained to the floor. He unlocked her and tied her to the chair once again. She didn't put up much of a fight, not that I could blame her. "I've got good news for you," Wheaton said to her. "I'm done playing with you. I'll be letting you go tomorrow." He gagged her again. Then I got an idea that made my heart flutter. Could I give her a message for my family? I asked. Wheaton seemed to consider this for a moment. "Sure, but you tell her now, in front of me. Anything that makes me think you're giving her a hint and I'll kill her, understood?" I nodded, and I tried to think of what to say. I could lie, tell them that I'm fine, but the woman would probably tell them all that Wheaton did to me, and they would know that I'm not. This might be the last thing they ever hear from me, so, tell them please, tell them that I love them, and I miss them. Tell them that I'm alright, but that I want to come home. Tell Quinn not to blame herself, and Wheaton put his hand on my shoulder. "That's enough," he said. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat and nodded my head. The woman looked at me with pity in her eyes, but she also nodded. I could trust her to relay the message, and hopefully it would give them some relief. That was all I could wish for. Wheaton was true to his word. He released the woman the next day and dumped the body of the man somewhere in the city. He left me behind to start cleaning up the copious amounts of blood that pooled on the cement floor. I felt sick to my stomach as the smell of iron and bleach overwhelmed me and sent my head spinning. I finished before Wheaton got back, and so I started wandering around the warehouse. Every door was locked up tight, and there were no windows in the main room that I could find. I looked at the buckets of unlabeled chemicals and I thought about trying to splash Wheaton's face with acid, but I had no way to know which buckets held that kind of stuff, and I was more likely to gas myself if I tried to mix them together. I wondered where all the bags and buckets of chemicals had come from. Most of it was so dusty I doubted it had been used for years. Maybe they were here before Wheaton bought the place. Sighing, I sat down on the cold cement floor and hugged my knees, wishing that I had a blanket or jacket. My blood-soaked clothes were thin and didn't bring me much warmth. I wondered if my mom and Quinn had gotten my message yet. Chapter 10. Freshman year of college. Quinn and I lived in the dorms together. One winter night, Quinn returned from the library where she had been studying for one of her many literature classes. She stepped in and shook the snow off of her coat. "God, it's fucking freezing outside," Quinn said, shivering. I looked up from the new documentary on the Zodiac Killer that I was watching. "Yeah, isn't it great?" I said, grinning. "Not everyone has your propensity for cold weather." "Is it any good?" she asked, gesturing to the television. "It's all right, I suppose." "Hey, you want to drink something to warm up?" I lifted up the contraband bottle of wine that I had been sipping on. "Sure," she said, taking a seat on the beanbag beside me. After an hour the documentary was finished and the wine was almost gone. I was feeling pleasantly buzzed when Quinn turned to me looking nervous. "What is it?" I asked as I sat up. "Well, there's something that I've been meaning to tell you for a long time, and I just never found the right moment," Quinn mumbled. "Look, how long have we been friends?" "You know you can tell me anything," I said, taking my hand in hers, but she pulled away. "That's just it. We've been friends for so long, and I don't want to do something that might jeopardize that," she said, standing up and starting to pace the room. "But I can't hold it in anymore." "God, Quinn, just tell me. I promise it's all going to be okay." Quinn took a deep breath in. "I like you, Reyna, in a romantic way. I had a crush on you for ages." I blinked in surprise. I don't know what I was expecting her to say, but it wasn't that. I've known Quinn was gay since we were in middle school. But I had never suspected that she had any sort of feelings towards me. "Oh. Wait, you said ages, how long exactly?" I asked, and Quinn blushed and avoided eye contact. "It started sophomore year, when you helped me that one night when Taylor hit me, remember?" she said sheepishly. "Of course I remember that. I'll never forget what that bastard did to you," I spat. The mere mention of his name made my blood boil, but I tried to clear my head and stay focused. "I can't believe you've waited all this time to tell me. Quinn, I really value our friendship too, and this doesn't change that. In fact, I'm happy you felt like you could tell me this." "Yeah, I'm over it now, but it took years. I don't know why, but I felt like I had to tell you. It didn't feel right keeping it a secret even if I've moved on," she said sheepishly. "Well, if it makes you feel better, if I was gay I'd totally be into you." I laughed. "But know that I love you so much, and I would literally do anything in the world for you." Quinn's eyes shone with tears, and I resisted the urge to wipe her eyes. "Yeah, I know. I feel the same," she croaked, and we embraced tightly. After that night, nothing really changed. Quinn fell in love, got her heart broken, and then fell in love again. As for me, well, I never really saw the appeal of relationships. I had a few boyfriends, but I only dated them for a few months before I realized there just wasn't any spark. But I was always there to support Quinn. After all, I loved her, truly loved her. A few mornings after the events of the warehouse, Wheaton threw down a newspaper onto the table. "Look, we made the news again," he smiled. I stopped pushing my now soggy cereal around and read the headline he pointed at. "Tintail Killer, 2 more victims makes 24. "Congrats," I said bitterly. "I'm sure you're really proud of yourself." Wheaton snatched the paper back looking amused. "Here, it says Reyna Bristol is still missing after almost 3 months. The police have confirmed they believe she was taken by the killer, and inside sources assert that she is still alive. You're famous now." He laughed and reached his hand over to mine. I wonder if your friend and that bitch told the police how we have sex. I wonder if they told your mother. I snatched my hand away. Shut up, I growled. Man, someone's really grown a pair recently, huh? Wheaton teased. You'd better be careful, or I'll find a better use for that mouth of yours, he threatened before leaning down and planting a soft kiss on my lips. What, not gonna yell at me? Wheaton chuckled. The other day I believe you called me a bastard and a motherfucker. I grimaced. Do you want me to yell at you? Or do you prefer me pretending that I give you consent? I snarled. He smirked before cupping my face in his hands. I'm not gonna lie, I like your feisty side, he whispered before kissing me again. Screw it, I thought before biting his lip hard. He winced and pulled back a little. Wheaton brought his fingers to his lips and examined the crimson blood coating them. Now, that's sexy, he said before pulling me up into a deep kiss. His tongue invaded my mouth like a fat slug, and he grabbed me by the waist and lifted me onto the table, shoving my forgotten cereal aside. He laid me down so that my back rested on the table and my legs hung off the front, and then he stepped up between my legs, grabbing my thighs and spreading me open. Where's all that fight now? Wheaton chuckled as he kissed up my bare thigh where my shorts had ridden up. What's the point? I sighed as he started to tug at my waistband. You are just going to do it anyway, whether I fight or not. He nuzzled his face near my crotch. Are you sure that's all? You can't tell me you haven't come to enjoy our time together, he whispered, bringing a warm hand to rest on my sex, his fingers moving expertly. He had done this so many times now, he knew exactly where and how to touch to elicit a response. I gasped softly despite myself. Of course I hate it, I whined. I don't care how good it might feel. If it comes from you, I'd rather have my flesh eaten by maggots. Yet you allow me to do whatever I want with you? Sounds to me like you do secretly like how I make you feel. Pleasure is pleasure after all, and you've chosen my pleasure over pain over and over again. I think that counts for something, he said, wearing his insufferable smirk. The pressure was building and building, but right before I hit the edge, Wheaton removed his hand. The continuation of this when I get home from work, he said, licking his fingers and kissing me with his wet lips. He left and went upstairs, taking the newspaper with him. I just laid there staring at the ceiling for a moment, frustrated. Wheaton was just toying with me, but I had no choice but to follow along with his sadistic games. I sat up and listened as Wheaton left through the garage. I wandered over to the box of books I had been reading through, my chain dragging behind me like an ever-present specter. I stood for a second, pondering the new books Wheaton had gotten me. Then suddenly, in a fit of anger, I grabbed the box and threw it as hard as I could across the basement. It hit the ground with a thud, spilling books all over the floor. I let out a scream as loud as I could manage as I yanked at my handcuffs. Fuck, I shouted and kicked the now overturned cardboard box with my bare foot. Shit, I hissed in pain and grabbed onto my toes before losing my balance and landing with an oof onto my ass. I started to feel tears trickle down my face as I sat there pitifully. Sobbing now, I grabbed a hold of my ankle chain and tugged it with all my might, willing the sturdy chains to bend. But they didn't budge. Not even a millimeter. After a while I calmed down and stopped crying. Sniffling, I looked around at the consequence of my little tantrum, and I felt a pang of guilt towards the books. They didn't deserve that. I slowly pushed myself to my feet and picked each of them up. After that I grabbed a new puzzle from the shelf. I took it over to the card table, upturned the box, and started to sort through the pieces. I worked on it all day slowly, but my heart wasn't in it. I listened as Wheaton returned from work hours later, but I just kept pushing the pieces around. I'd gotten almost 3/4 of the way done, but as Wheaton opened the basement door I started to sweep the pieces back into the box to clear off the table for dinner. But I glanced over and Wheaton hadn't carried dinner down. I shot him a quizzical look. You can keep the puzzle out. We'll be eating upstairs tonight, he said, unlocking the chain around my ankle. Why? I asked as he led me up the stairs by my handcuffs. I was shocked at this sudden development, but I was also just grateful to be rid of that stupid chain for a while. Because I want a change of scenery. He smirked and sat me down at his little kitchen table. I glanced around and made note of the windows, all covered in heavy curtains. In front of me was a chicken dinner that I picked at, trying to eat as much as I could stomach. I didn't know what Wheaton was planning, but I wanted to face whatever it was with a full belly. My eyes kept darting over to the door to the garage, but I already knew it was deadbolted. There was no chance I could get Wheaton's keys away from him. "Christmas is coming up," Wheaton said, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Oh, really?" I answered, not really in the mood for conversation. "Time flies, doesn't it? I get a whole week off of work, so we will be spending lots of quality time together," he grinned devilishly. I tried not to show it to him, but this news devastated me. Christmas was my favorite holiday. For a while after my dad passed away, it was a sad time that reminded us of him, because he was a bit of a Christmas fanatic. But eventually we started new traditions, just my mom and I. We would decorate together, make hot chocolate and cookies, and go for a walk through the brisk winter air. And starting a few years after his death on Christmas Eve, we would go visit my dad's grave together. She would be spending the season all alone this year, and that broke my heart. First my dad and now me. How much more could the world take away from her? "Do you like Christmas?" he asked. I shrugged, holding back tears. I never particularly cared for it. My family wasn't big on holidays, but I'm excited to make some new traditions this year, he said, reaching his hand across the table until it rested on mine. The food was burning a hole in my stomach and my mouth turned sour. "If you're done eating, let me give you the grand tour," he said, smiling at me. He led me throughout the whole house. For the most part it was a normal suburban home, 2 stories, probably built in the 80s or 90s and then renovated a few years ago. But it seemed spacious for just one single guy. You would never know walking through it that just downstairs lay my own personal hell. I noticed all the curtains were blackout and tightly drawn. Maybe I could reach one and open it, but Wheaton kept his hand on the small of my back the whole time. I just knew he was waiting for me to try something, and I didn't feel like getting beat tonight. "And finally, here is my bedroom," he said, leading me into an upstairs room. It was plain but neat. His large wrought iron bed took up a decent portion of the room. "Sit," he ordered, pointing to the bed near the headboard. Swallowing hard, I climbed on his bed and sat stiff as a board. He grabbed the chain of my handcuffs and pulled my arms towards him. "See, isn't this nice? Getting you out of that basement. What do you say, Reyna?" I broke eye contact and stared at the floor. I weighed my options, wondering if disobeying would be worth it. "Look at me," he said more firmly, yanking my arms hard, threatening to pull me off the bed. Thanks Wheaton," I mumbled as I looked up. Wheaton almost seemed a little disappointed, but next he took the key out of his pocket and unlocked one of my handcuffs before snaking it around one of the metal bars that made up the headboard and locking me in again. I kneeled awkwardly on the bed, my hands fastened tight. Wheaton stood up and retrieved a black drawstring bag from underneath the bed. "I hope you're ready for tonight, because I have lots of fun things planned," he said, prowling over to me. "Lay down," he ordered, and I complied with shaking limbs. He smirked as he pulled an object from the bag. It was some kind of whip made up of thin strands of leather connected to the handle. It looked like it would hurt less than the belt he used to use on me, but I still felt my stomach drop at the sight of it. Next he removed a bright red vibrator, and I felt queasy. "Wheaton, what are you doing?" I asked, almost in tears. "Please, stop this. I want to go back to the basement now. Please." Wheaton put down his toys and leaned over me. "Shh, this will feel good, promise," he soothed, but I just tugged at my restraints until the handcuffs cut into my skin and my sore wrist screamed at me. "Please, please not this," I begged. Wheaton leaned over and grabbed a blindfold from the bag, and he went to secure it around my head. I whipped my head back and forth trying to avoid this fate. Wheaton drew back his hand and slapped me on the cheek. It was actually a pretty soft slap, but I got the message. That was a warning. I held still and let him slip the soft blindfold over my eyes. "Good girl, now stay quiet or I'll gag you too," he said, kissing up my neck. Then he pulled my shirt over my head and let it bunch up halfway up my retrained arms. "You're being quite docile tonight. Where is all that fight you had? Do you still want to scream at me? Cuss me out? Claw my face?" he asked, traveling over my bare chest with his kisses. I flinched when he reached my breast. "I do want to scream," I gasped. "I want to fight," but I was cut off when he took it into his mouth, and I had to hold back a groan as he sucked. "Admit it, you like how I make you feel," Wheaton said, coming up for air. "You can't help but to love me," he mumbled against my skin. This isn't love," I said breathlessly. He was molesting me and saying it's love. But I'm more than my physical urges. Right? I thought of my mother and Quinn. They really loved me, right? And I love them? Just you wait. I'm going to show you exactly how much I love you, Wheaton said as he tugged my shorts down. I'm so fucked. I thought. In the next couple of hours I felt pleasure like never before. The lack of sight heightened the sensations as Wheaton worshipped my body. I was crying out involuntarily in pure ecstasy while he took me to new heights. I had to stop myself from begging for release, and I hated every second as my body betrayed me. The days leading up to Christmas were almost unbearable. Wheaton kept me upstairs trapped in his bed for most of the day. He would release me to use the bathroom and sometime during sex when he wanted to try different positions. I could no longer predict when he would come for me. Without him leaving for work, there was no schedule to follow anymore. I missed being able to psych myself up for it, but now he would come in whenever he was horny, which was a lot. It was fine when it was just the weekend, and he was off work for a day or so, but how could I survive a week of this? On Christmas Day, Wheaton rolled over next to me in bed and planted a soft kiss on top of my head. Merry Christmas, Reyna. I have lots of presents ready for you today, he mumbled into my hair. What did you get me? He asked and I paused, wondering if he was being serious. But as the silence stretched on I answered. And nothing, I said timidly. Wheaton tisked. Now that just won't do, he said, stroking my face. You will have to make it up to me somehow. I bit back tears and turned away from his gaze. He unlocked me and led me downstairs into his living room where he had set up a tree with a fair amount of preciously wrapped presents underneath. I wondered if my mother had set up our tree this year? I was going to buy her some paints, canvas, and sign her up for a painting class. I had been planning and saving for it for months. My mother always said she wanted to get into painting, and she just needed an excuse to get started. I wish I would have had the chance to see her paint. I'm sure she would have been wonderful at it. I stood there in the living room awkwardly for a moment until Wheaton gently shoved me towards the tree. Go on, start opening them, he urged. Shakily I sat down and reached for the closest box, and I started to pick apart the wrapping. I held my breath, wondering what kind of sick gift this could be, but as I opened the box it revealed a book, just a thick Stephen King novel. What do you think? Wheaton asked. I love it, thanks, I answered softly. Open this one next, Wheaton said, holding up another box. I took it and started to unwrap it. It was a large, flat box like one that clothes would come in. I didn't recognize the brand, but as I lifted the lid I felt my whole body break into a cold sweat. It was lacy, royal blue lingerie. You look great in it, Wheaton smiled, and I felt my stomach churn. He pushed another smaller box into my hands, but at this point I couldn't take it anymore. No, I won't open it, I protested, and Wheaton scowled. I'm being so nice, giving you presents. I didn't have to do that, you know, he scolded. I didn't ask you to get me anything, I snapped back. You should be fucking grateful. He grabbed my head and shoved it down towards the gift. You're being a little shit, he said. Well, so are you, I retorted. He laughed at that before he wove his fingers in my hair, jerked up my head, and slapped me hard. My cheek exploded in pain, but I grit my teeth. I'm still not going to open it, fucker, I growled. He landed another hard slap. There's my little Spitfire, Wheaton chuckled. What's it going to take to break you this time, I wonder? He kept one hand tangled in my hair and the other one shot down my pants. He grabbed me none too gently, and I gasped in pain. Let me go. Stop, I yelled. Shh, he shushed me before smashing my head into the carpet. He grabbed my arm and yanked it behind my back. Using his other hand he lifted my ass and pulled my shorts down. Open the presents or I'll fuck your brains out and open them for you, Wheaton threatened. Fuck off, I squealed as Wheaton entered me roughly. This is a nice change of scenery, huh? He panted. I'll fuck you in every room of this house, how about that? Urge, I moaned. I love it when you play hard to get. I know you were begging for me, he said. That's why you fight me. You want me to hurt you, don't you? I shook my head, tears starting to drip down my face onto the carpet. No? Use your voice. Come on, speak up, he mocked as he sped up his thrusts. And no, I cried. Oh yeah? If you didn't want this you should have opened your presents like a good girl, he laughed. He shuddered inside of me, and when he finally released me, I collapsed onto the floor and quickly pulled my shorts back up. "Now, are you gonna open your presents?" he asked while rubbing my back. I bit my lip and nodded. Fighting never got me anywhere. It might be satisfying in the moment to mouth off to him, but Whedon always got the last laugh. I had to become better at holding back my tongue and picking my battles. I sat up and wiped the tears from my eyes. I hated how easily he could make me cry. He raped me almost every day, and I still couldn't manage my own emotions. I despised giving him the satisfaction of seeing my tears. "Here, open this one," Wheaton said, handing me a small square box. I opened it and a butt plug fell onto my lap. I couldn't say I was really surprised, but it disgusted me all the same. All the rest were various sex toys, with some books and movies scattered in. By the end I was surrounded by wrapping paper and boxes, and I felt sick to my stomach. I hated Wheaton for ruining this holiday. Was nothing sacred anymore? Couldn't I keep something without Wheaton desecrating it? Would I ever be able to see a Christmas tree again without being brought back to this moment? Hidden beneath layers of numbness, I felt a spark of righteous anger stirring. I had to fan that into a flame, because if I ever let it die, I'd truly be lost to myself. "See, wasn't that fun?" Wheaton cooed and wrapped his arms around me from behind. "Now it's time for my Christmas present. What are you getting me?" He placed his chin on my shoulder. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. I had a feeling that I knew where this was going. Chapter 11. Christmas break seemed to stretch out forever. I prayed for the day Wheaton would go back to work. I missed the basement with its many distractions. Instead, I was forced to live at the whims of Wheaton with no books or movies to take my mind off of things. I wondered what he did for work that gave him so many days off, but I'd never found out what his career was after he refused to answer me back in the warehouse all those months ago. "Hey, Reyna," Earth to Reyna, Wheaton said, snapping in my face. I must have zoned out, and Wheaton held out a spoonful of eggs to me. Ever since he chained me to the bed, he's been feeding me instead of just undoing my bonds. It was demeaning and embarrassing. "You're being quite the space cadet today," he chuckled. "Did our New Year's celebration wear you out that much?" I squirmed at the memory of last night, what he made me do and how he laid his claim over my body. I shook my head, just to try and dissipate the flashbacks. "No?" "Huh, what's on your mind then?" he asked, lowering his spoon like he was holding my food hostage until I answered to his satisfaction. "Nothing, I'm not thinking about anything in particular," I whispered. Wheaton smiled. "Come on, you need to be honest with me, Reyna. You know how much I hate liars," he said, reaching over to gently hold my chin. "I was wondering what you do for work," I said softly. Wheaton's eyebrows raised and he used his hold on my chin to lift my head ever so slightly. "Huh, I guess I've never told you, have I? What are you willing to do in order to find out?" He leaned over and planted a kiss on my lips, leaving the eggs abandoned. Last night was good, wasn't it? You liked it, didn't you?" He whispered and kissed me again. Tears pricked in the corner of my eyes, but I refused to let him see me cry again. "I did enough of that last night. It's fine. I don't care anymore," I said as he kissed me again, and his hand wandered over to the waistband of my shorts. "No, it's about time I was more open with you. I mean, what are you going to do? Tell the police?" He laughed at his own joke. "I'm serious, Wheaton. I don't want to know anymore," I pleaded. He interrupted and continued his assault. "I'll tell you in a bit," he murmured before placing his fat, hot lips onto mine and snaking his hand under my waistband until he was touching my sex. I wheezed as his fingers entered me and started to curl and move. Stop, please, Wheaton, I'm begging you," I cried, but he just groaned and went back to ravaging my lips. "You sound so sexy when you beg me," he mumbled against my cheek. I flushed in spite of myself and bit back a whimper as I leaned back against the headboard. "Come on, moan my name the way you did last night," he said. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head as my breathing hitched. "Do it and I promise I'll answer all your questions," Wheaton said and started to kiss down my neck. My brain was fuddled from pleasure, and I couldn't think straight, but even so I realized that was an appealing offer. What did I have to lose? Wheaton, oh fuck. Wheaton. I whined as I came and shuddered and spasmed while he continued to move and twist his fingers. "That's a good girl," he whispered in my ear. My head was still spinning around in circles, and my heart was racing as he sat back up and wiped his fingers off on my shirt. "Why you gotta keep your promise," I gasped, still leaning against the headboard. Wheaton smirked at me. "I was planning on it, dear Reyna," he said as he nuzzled my neck. "Have I ever broken a promise?" I shook my head. "Well, I'm ready. Ask your questions," he said, amused by me, and I sat up shakily. "What do you do for work?" I asked, barely above a whisper. "I'm a psychiatrist," he said, smirking. I frowned. "I thought you said you would answer my questions, not make jokes," I hissed. "I am telling the truth. I'm a psychiatrist at the hospital and its outpatient clinic." I shook my head. "No, that can't be right. You're messing with me again." I raised my voice. "You saw all those psychology and medical books in the basement, didn't you?" "Those are my old textbooks," he said. "I don't believe for a second that you spend your days helping people," I spat. "But I do. Then I come home to spend some quality time with you," he said as he placed a hand on my thigh. "And you know what the best part is? I often see my victims. You know who I have for a patient right now? Guess." He smirked. I looked at him slack-jawed. I literally could not comprehend what he was saying. This psychopath spent his days diagnosing and medicating the mentally unwell? It was just so ironic that it circled back around to being funny. "Come on, guess," he insisted. I just stared at him. He laughed at me. "You really can't believe me, can you? Your friend Quinn is one of my patients. You know she still gets terrible nightmares? I had to write her a prescription for something to help her sleep last week." Then it was my turn to laugh. "Ha, you can't be serious. You must be joking," I cackled and tears started to well up in my eyes. "I assure you, I'm being completely serious," he said after snatching up my chin painfully. "You have no idea how great it feels to live right under their noses. They trust me to help them, and I'm the one that caused their trauma in the first place." I was full on crying now. No, it just can't be true," I wailed. The thought of Quinn sitting there right in front of him, seeking help from this evil man, was too much to bear. "Aw, are you worried about your friend? I promise I prescribe her the best meds I can," he said, kissing the tears off my cheeks. "You're a monster." I tried to shove him off of me, but my hands couldn't reach because of the handcuffs. "Get off of me," Wheaton laughed softly and sat back in the bed. "Well, I said I would answer any of your questions. Surely you have more you want to learn," he teased. "I know all I need to. You're an evil, manipulating beast. You fucking insane, murdering bastard." I kicked at him wildly, but he just moved out of range and cackled. "Wow, I figured you would be upset, but you're really mad at me, aren't you?" he asked. It pissed me off so much that he had the audacity to be amused at my anger, like it didn't matter to him at all. "Fuck you," I shrieked, but at that Wheaton slammed his arm down on my esophagus. I choked, my screams dying in my throat. "Get it all out. It doesn't change the way I feel about you," he said as he leaned to kiss me, but I snapped at him, best I could with his arm holding my throat down. "Geez, you're acting like a wild animal. Maybe I should tame you." He trailed off as he drew his finger around my collarbone. "Don't you fucking touch me, and leave Quinn alone." I croaked out, my constricted windpipe making it hard to talk. "That's asking a lot of me, you know? Leaving you and Quinn alone? Come on, be reasonable. Choose one request." He smirked down at me, and I shot him the biggest glare I could muster. "I shouldn't have to choose, you sadistic prick," I growled. "I might be persuaded to recommend Quinn to another doctor, but that's up to you. Are you gonna play nice?" He teased, squeezing my cheek gently. "What do you think Quinn would say about us?" he asked, gently drawing his finger down my face. "There is no us," I snarled. "Oh really? What would you call what we just did? When I made you come using my fingers?" he said. "The way you moaned my name. What would your mother say?" "Shut up," I yelled in his face. He was manipulating me, trying to get me to give in to him. I hadn't done anything wrong, right? But I had moaned his name. I participated in my own rape day after day. Was I not consenting to him when I gave up on fighting, when my body rolled with pleasure? "What? Cat got your tongue?" He chuckled and leaned down to kiss me, but this time I allowed it. "Will you really leave Quinn alone?" I asked when he drew back. "I promise that I will treat her to the best of my abilities." "That's not what you said." You said you would recommend her to someone else, I protested. Wheaton sighed and laid his forehead down on mine. I know I said that, but it really isn't feasible. But I won't bring any more harm to her, I promise you. You had better take that offer because it's the best you are getting, he murmured. I felt my anger simmering in my chest, but I could swallow it for Quinn. I couldn't risk him hurting her again. I closed my eyes and bit my trembling lip. Ah, that's it, just give in, he sighed, our breaths mixing in the intimate space between our lips. Reyna, I love it when you grimace. You claim to hate me, and you scowl as I kiss you, but you always give in. He tickled the spot between my eyebrows. Right here, you furrow your brows when you receive my love, and when your face is twisted in pleasure your eyebrows meet, he whispered. It's adorable. He smiled down at me. I leaned my head back. I hated his words and his stupid face and his insatiable lust. Eventually I would break irreparably, and he would own me, body and soul. Finally Wheaton went back to work, and I had my days back. While he was gone I read my new books and watched the movies he got me for Christmas. Sometimes I would be sickened by the thought that I was paying for those gifts with my own body, but that wasn't enough for me to refuse to use them. I was far too bored for that. Then every night he would take me upstairs to eat dinner. He quickly made good on his promise to rape me in every room of the house, on the kitchen table, the couch in the living room, the floor of his office. Wheaton made sure not to give me any openings while I was out of the basement. It stung, seeing those curtains separating me from my freedom. They might as well have been the iron bars of my cage, immovable and impenetrable. At night he would handcuff me to the bed after he had his way with me, and I was forced to sleep next to him as I imagined wrapping my hands around his throat or taking the bedside lamp and crushing his skull. But I could never bring myself to make a move. Besides, he kept the keys to the handcuffs on his dresser, out of my reach. So even if I managed to incapacitate him I would still be trapped. Those fantasies of overpowering him were like vapor. There was no substance to them, but it helped cloud the sharp despair and hopelessness for a moment. One day, a few weeks after the new year, Wheaton was walking me downstairs before he left for work that day. Listen, I was thinking we could go out to the cabin this weekend, he said as he clipped me back into the chain. My stomach churned at the memories of that cabin. That's where Hannah was killed, when I saw firsthand how brutal Wheaton could be. WY? I stuttered. Wheaton laughed softly before cupping my cheek. Are you scared? It was hard there for you last time, huh? Don't worry, Ben won't be there. It'll just be the two of us for a nice, romantic weekend getaway, he said, stroking my cheek with his thumb. Here, Wheaton said as he dug out a small duffel bag from one of the many bins that filled the back of the basement. Fill this with some of your clothes. Be sure to pack the blue lingerie I got you for Christmas. He winked and I shuddered a little, but I did as he asked. I couldn't relax all day thinking about being trapped in that tiny cabin with Wheaton for days on end. I wasn't too keen about being tied up for hours on the way there either. When he got back from work he dressed me in a hurry and even provided me with a warm jacket, socks, and shoes. If you behave, you can sit up front with me, he mumbled into my hair, and I let out a sigh of relief. He took my hand up to his mouth and gently kissed it. I'm excited for this weekend. I can dote on you for hours. I flushed pink and felt my ears heating up. Fuck, you're so cute, he exclaimed, kissing me deeply. Oh, one more thing, he said, producing a knitted beanie from his pocket. So your ears don't get cold, he smirked as he pulled it onto my head and booped my nose. And that's how I ended up sitting in the passenger seat as Wheaton drove us out of the city as the sun set. The drive to the cabin was shorter than I remembered, but maybe that was because I wasn't tied up in the back this time. I tried to take note of where Wheaton's house was, but I wasn't really familiar with the area, and I didn't recognize any of the street names. I did sort of recognize the route he took out into the woods because my mom and I would go camping in that area sometimes. But the cabin was located much farther into the woods than we had ever camped. I hardly ever saw houses off the main road, but occasionally streets would branch out, and I assumed some of them must have led to houses. We turned off the main drag and the road turned bumpy. The sun had slunk behind the trees an hour ago, leaving the forest pitch black save for the headlights of Wheaton's truck. Wheaton wasn't very talkative, which I was grateful for, but occasionally he would reach his hand over and squeeze my thigh gently as if to remind me of my place. Every nerve screamed at me to shove him off, to break all his fingers so he could never touch me again. But fear and dread weighed me down as if I were held to the seat with heavy chains. "You're being so well behaved," he said, smirking as we pulled up to the cabin. "You didn't kick up any fuss at all. I think you might deserve a reward." He turned off the car, but I didn't step out of the vehicle. This place. It was haunted by Hannah, another person I had failed to save. "Come on, Reyna, let's go," Wheaton encouraged as he stepped out of the car. When I didn't move, he walked around to my door and rapped on the window with his knuckles. I took a deep breath as he opened the door and let in the cold, night air. "What's the matter? You were doing so well, so why be stubborn now?" he asked, kneeling down and leaning his head on my lap. "I don't like this place. There are ghosts here," I whispered. He sighed, trailing up my legs with a gentle touch. "You don't strike me as a superstitious person, but trust me, I'm way scarier than any fictitious ghosts. So buck up and get out of the fucking car." He snapped and grabbed me under the arm and yanked me out of the car and onto the ground. There was a fine layer of powdery snow on top of the crunchy leaves that slightly cushioned my fall as I tumbled out of the truck, but I still ended up in a tangle of limbs. "Now this wouldn't have happened if you had just listened to me," Wheaton cooed from above me. I groaned and pushed myself up, the cold snow soaking into my jeans. This was going to be a very, very long weekend. Wheaton gripped my arm and led me inside. It was just how I remembered it. A small kitchen with a door that led to the basement, the shabby living room. But Wheaton led me deeper inside to the master bedroom that I actually hadn't gotten a good look at when I was here before. It was as run down as the rest of the cabin, and Wheaton flipped the light switch which illuminated an old, metal light fixture hanging from the ceiling. The room contained an empty dresser that was shedding paint chips and a rusty, wrought iron bed with a plain mattress. "Stay here and I'll go get our luggage. There are sheets in the closet that you can make the bed with," Wheaton ordered as he left the room. The sheets were yellowed with age and the flannel comforter had several patched holes in it. I sneezed as I threw the comforter over the bed and my shoes kicked up dust from the floor. "Gesundheit," Wheaton said as he re-entered the room and threw the luggage down. "It's a little dirty in here, isn't it?" he said. I sniffled. "Yeah, it's cleaner than the basement at least," I mumbled. Wheaton chuckled and brushed his hand over my neck. "You're right, it's much nicer this way, isn't it? You get to stay up here with me?" He stuck his nose into my hair and took a big sniff. You smell so nice." I blushed despite myself as Wheaton started to unzip my jacket. "Don't cling to me. I can do it myself," I said firmly, trying to shrug him off. Wheaton grabbed my bandaged wrist none too gently, and I winced. "I like undressing you," he practically moaned. "I get to tear down the layers you try to build around yourself," he said as he slipped my jacket off my shoulders and let it fall to the floor, which kicked up another cloud of dust. I sneezed again. "Your sneezes are adorable," Wheaton groaned as he continued to undress me and led me to the bed. He reached over into the bag that he had brought and pulled out some handcuffs. "Please, Wheaton, don't chain me up," I pleaded. "But if I don't chain you to the bed you'll try to run away," he mumbled against the skin of my neck before kissing it gently. I won't, I promise," I begged. "All right, I won't chain you to the bed, if you're a good girl," he said, tugging my jeans off of me. He laid me down and hovered over me, hands propped on either side of my head. "We are going to have so much fun this weekend." Wheaton flashed me a toothy smile, and I felt my stomach drop. Chapter 12. My mother was always a sensitive woman. I never knew how she managed working at a law firm, but maybe she was better at keeping her emotions controlled when she was on the job. At home, she bore her heart on her sleeve. After my father died, she was a wreck. My mother had loved my father deeply, and that only meant that his passing destroyed her to her core. It was a hot summer that year. I remember my clothes sticking to my skin as I sat outside while my mother had one of her crying fits. I had given up trying to comfort her. Nothing I did or said seemed to make a lick of difference. So, I had taken to waiting outside instead. Our neighbor Mrs. Shealy would pass by while she walked her dog, and she would always stop and let me pet Roger, her border terrier she had named after her late husband. "What are you doing out here in the heat?" she'd always ask, wiping her own forehead off with a floral-patterned handkerchief. I knelt and let Roger lick my face. "I like it out here," I'd answer. "Well, you should go play with some other kids your age if you're going to be outside. Children need good friends," she'd say before walking off. What was it about adults and them wanting to have the same conversation over and over again? Besides, I had a good friend. Quinn and I didn't see each other as much over the summer when we were out of school, but I'd go over to her house any chance I got. Which wasn't much, as I never liked to ask my mom to drive me across town. Not when she couldn't even get herself out of bed. One day I was bored, and I made the trek across town on my own 2 feet. I crossed 2 major roads, and it took me a long time on my short little legs. Once I made it there, Quinn's mother was appalled that I had done something so dangerous, and to my frustration she drove me back to my house. My mother hadn't even noticed I had left. Eventually my mother returned to work, and I was stuck with a babysitter. Barbara was a high schooler with a sour attitude who didn't like children very much, as far as I could tell. At first I would bring her a book and ask her to read it out loud to me, but she'd scoff and tell me to watch some television instead. She didn't particularly care what I watched on TV. Which is how I ended up watching adult shows that I was far too young to be viewing. My favorite shows were the detective ones where they would solve a violent crime. I would get entranced by their hunt for clues and race to catch the bad guy. Things were simpler in those shows. There was an evil to fight against. There wasn't some nameless illness or honest mistake. There was always a person with a motive who could be stopped. I started dragging Barbara to the local library where I checked out any mystery I could get my hands on, and I read true crime novels like they were bedtime stories. I lost myself in those books and television shows. When my mom was drinking or crying or, as was often the case, doing both, I could sift through the catalog of crimes and mysteries in my head. While other children were playing with dollhouses, I was arranging pretend crime scenes. I would sit and tell Quinn all about the grisly cases I had read about that week, but one day she burst into tears saying she didn't want to hear these horrible stories anymore. She said that she would go tell her mom about what I was reading and watching, but I promised to buy her any candy she wanted if she didn't tattle. I knew that I was doing something that adults wouldn't approve of, but I didn't care. It was the only thing that I was truly interested in after my dad's death, and I wasn't going to let some stupid grown-ups ruin my fun. As I was setting up a fake murder scene with my dolls and stuffed animals, this time it was the panda who had done it, I knocked over a pile of books. At the bottom of the stack was The Hobbit. I flipped until I found my dad's favorite leather bookmark. We had only gotten about halfway through the story before he went to the hospital. I ran my hands over the paperback, trying to picture what his hands had looked like holding the book gently in his bony fingers, what his voice had sounded like as he read out loud. Even then, it had begun to fade. I removed the bookmark from the book and let the book drop to the floor. I never did end up ever finishing that story. I groaned as the sun shined through the window, marking the morning after an exhausting night. Where the hell does this bastard get all his energy from? I thought bitterly. I went to rub my face with my hands but found them bound to the bed frame with handcuffs. Wheaton must have put them on me after I fell asleep. Wheaton was gone from the room and I heard noises from the kitchen. The sheets were pulled up to my chin, which I appreciated because the drafty cabin was frigid and all I was wearing was that stupid lingerie. I didn't know if I could take any more of this. I just wanted to go home. I wanted to see my mom, to see Quinn. But I was trapped here with a murdering sadist who lived right under everyone's noses. Poor Quinn had no idea. Wheaton entered the room holding 2 plates of steaming eggs. Got that gas stove to work. Good thing, eh? Would you like some breakfast? He asked, and I turned my head aside. To be honest, my stomach felt so tied up in knots, food was the furthest thing from my mind. I'm not really hungry, I spoke softly, but Wheaton frowned. Well, that's no good. You need to replenish your energy. You can't expect to keep going if you don't put any food in the tank, he said, putting down the plates to unlock me. I'm sorry. But I'm nauseous. If I ate right now I'd probably throw it all up anyway, I reasoned, but Wheaton was persistent, shoving a plate of steaming scrambled eggs into my hands. Well, just try to eat a little. He leaned down so his breath tickled my ear. After all, last night I really wore you out, and I'm not near finished yet, he whispered, and I gulped, my stomach rolling. He leaned back and sat down on the bed to eat his own eggs. I tentatively put a forkful into my mouth and started to chew, but they turned to rubber against my tongue. I got another bite in before I gagged. Geez, they aren't that bad. No need to gag, he teased. And no, they're fine. It's just, I'm not feeling well, I explained timidly as I set the eggs down on the bed. Wheaton didn't look very happy, but he didn't force me to eat any more. Which I was grateful for. I worked up the nerve to ask something that had been on my mind for a while now. Wheaton, remember when you told me that you would answer any questions that I had? Well, I thought of some that I want to ask, I said. Wheaton chuckled. Yeah, I seem to recall you yelling at me that I was a murdering bastard. Do you really think that I would still honor that agreement after you threw it back in my face? I bit my lip and lowered my gaze. I had so many unanswered questions, like I was trying to build a puzzle with half the pieces missing. How was I supposed to understand Wheaton enough to one day escape if I didn't even know why he did what he did? I want to make a new deal. Please. I reached over to gently take his hand in mine. I had to convince him somehow. Wheaton stood up and took both of our plates to the kitchen, and for a moment I was worried that meant that he wasn't going to agree to it. But when he returned he looked excited. Fine, I will answer your questions, if you promise to do everything I ask you to without fighting for the rest of the vacation, he said smugly. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat, but really it wasn't that big of a deal. I would have to do what he wanted anyway, so I might as well benefit from it. I promise, I'll do whatever you want, I said shakily. Good girl, he said, cupping my face in his hands. Let's begin then. He smirked and reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a coil of rope. I already felt like throwing up my breakfast. I'll tie you up here and here, Wheaton said as he prowled around the bed, grabbing onto the corners of the metal frame. He sighed contentedly. I won't fight, Wheaton. I promise, I insisted, but he just smirked. Oh, I know, but you look so sexy all tied up, he growled as he grabbed onto one of my legs and pulled it to the corner of the bed. I yelped but didn't try to kick him away. Looks like our deal has taken effect, he said, kissing my ankle gently where the cuff had chafed my skin over these many months. He then wrapped the rope around it tightly, and I winced as the roughness of the cord rubbed my already sore flesh. I said I wouldn't fight, I mumbled as he moved onto my other foot, pulling them apart. If we do it like this you'll be all stretched out, he murmured as he moved onto my arms. Soon I was completely restrained, lying spread-eagled on the scratchy sheets. I took a shaky breath in as I laid there completely vulnerable, my bad wrist starting to ache. What happened in your past? Who hurt you? I asked, fighting back tears as his hands roamed my body. He sighed. Kind of killing the mood, Reyna, he said, stroking my face. What if I told you I was born this way, and I just want to kill and hurt people because it's fun? Then I would say that you're lying to me, I said. You don't kidnap and torture just anyone. It's always younger men and older women. So, why is that? He sighed again, weaving his fingers through my hair loosely. I was always different from the other kids. They were stupid, whiny brats. But I knew better. I knew how to get the adults to do anything I wanted. I was on top and everyone else was beneath me. I was clever and cruel, but I always knew how to keep my hands clean. One day, my family dog caught a squirrel and nearly killed it. I was only 6 or 7 at the time, but as I watched it squirming there I felt excited. I took a hammer and bashed its head in. Even at that point, I knew one day I wanted to try the same on a human. My father died before I was born in a car accident, and my mother remarried to a beast of a man when I was 8. Then my stepfather got diagnosed with late-stage cancer and died when I was 10. He had a son from his previous marriage. My stepbrother was a dick. He would pick on me, bully me, try to humiliate me. And all the while my mother knew and did nothing to stop him. And that's it, that's my story, he spoke, softly stroking my stomach. That can't be it, I exclaimed. You just got a little bullied by your brother and now you kill people who remind you of him? What happened to your brother? Is he dead too? Wheaton chuckled. No, he and my mother are very much alive. We don't speak much though. They would be dead if I thought I would be able to get away with murdering and torturing them. But, hey, what can you do? He smirked. How about trying to not be a sadistic maniac? I shot back. Wheaton huffed. My brother didn't just bully me. He forced me to eat my own vomit, made me lick the mud off his boots, and would use my skin as an ashtray. That doesn't give you license to kill innocent people, I shouted, but Wheaton grabbed my chin in a painfully tight grip. I knew you wouldn't understand. You're still too close-minded. One day, you'll see my side of things. Who knows, maybe eventually you'll want to help me kill them, he smiled. I was about to tell him off when I heard the telltale sound of tires crunching on the gravel drive. Wheaton and I both whipped our heads around. Help! I screamed before Wheaton's hand crashed down against my mouth and nose. Hurriedly, He looked around and grabbed some discarded socks and shoved them into my mouth. Grabbing his belt off the ground, he buckled it roughly around my head, securing the gag. Panting, Wheaton threw on some pants and a shirt just as a knock came at the cabin door. I strained my hands, but the more I tugged, the tighter the ropes became. Wheaton ran his fingers through his hair and let out a shaky breath before he left and closed the bedroom door. I could still faintly hear him open the front door. "Hello?" he said. "Hi, we are so sorry to bother you, but my husband and I are a bit lost. Do you know where 117 Frontier Drive is?" I heard a male voice speak. I tried to shout through my gag, but it wasn't enough to be heard through the door. Then I strained both my hands, pulling the metal frame towards me and then tried to shove it against the wall. It made a decent thud, and I again tried to scream. "Sure, I know where that is. You missed the turnoff. It's a few miles back up the road," I faintly heard Wheaton answer them. Determined, I slammed the frame against the wall again. "What's that noise?" one of the men asked. "Please," I thought. "Please save me." "Oh, that's just my dog. I put her back there because she doesn't deal with strangers well." I let out another muffled shriek, but then I heard the front door close and I couldn't hear anything anymore. Crying tears of frustration, I tried to bang the bed frame again, but then I heard the car outside start and drive off. The front door opened and Wheaton entered the bedroom again. "You little piece of shit," he laughed. "What were you planning to do if they noticed you, I would have had to kill them and it would have been all your fault. Think before you act," Wheaton scolded. I closed my eyes and whimpered, waiting for a blow, but he just leaned down and tugged my gag off. "You've been naughty, and naughty girls get punished. Isn't that right?" he cooed, before snapping the belt in my face. Wheaton, please," I begged. "We made a deal and you broke it. You disobeyed me." He brought the belt down onto my flesh like a whip. I yelped as it stung me across my belly. "I opened up to you, and you threw it back in my face," he said, hitting me again and again and again. The next day we were in the car on our way back to Wheaton's house. I sat with my seat belt behind me as my chest and stomach were still raw and stinging from the beating I had received. I sighed and leaned my head against the cold window. The shadows underneath my eyes and my reflection were dark. Wheaton had barely let me sleep this weekend. I thought again about that couple that stopped by the cabin. If I had convinced him I wouldn't have yelled so he kept me ungagged, could I have escaped yesterday? Or would I have just gotten 2 innocent men killed? "Something like this will be found out eventually," I mumbled. "You can't hide me forever." Wheaton glanced over and smirked. "Oh really? Don't you read those stories about people that had been locked up for decades? What makes you think I can't do the same to you?" he said. "We only know about those stories because they eventually escaped," I pointed out. "Also, I doubt you'll keep me around for decades. It's more likely that you'll end up killing me after a few years." "Ah, now don't say that," Wheaton teased. "I have no intention of killing you. As for getting caught, well, we will just have to see about that." Wheaton drove for several more minutes before he pulled into a dark church parking lot and stopped. "What are we doing here, Wheaton?" I asked, butterflies in my stomach. "Look over there," Wheaton said, pointing across the street. It was a police station. My heart started beating erratically. Why would he bring me here? I watched as a patrol car pulled up and 2 cops got out. "In here." I wanted to shout, but Wheaton had put his hand on my thigh in warning. Then he leaned over and pulled the lever which shot my seat back until I was basically lying down. He climbed over the seat and hovered on top of me, smirking. "No one is ever going to find you, Reyna. You're going to stay with me forever." "That is a promise," Wheaton murmured as he unbuckled his jeans. "Go on, take your pants off, Reyna." I swallowed the bile that had risen up in my throat and did what he asked. "I've never done it in a car before," Wheaton panted. I stuck my hand out, and it hit the cold window. I looked over and saw the station, with its windows full of light and hope. "Please, save me," I whispered. "I don't think they can hear you, love," Wheaton groaned. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Maybe he was right. I would die without ever seeing my mom or Quinn again. I would die alone and scared, killed by a man convinced that he loves me. He finished and then sat back in his own seat. "Straighten yourself up," he ordered. I did as he asked with shaking limbs and with tears and snot running down my face. "Geez, wipe your face off." You look ridiculous. Chapter 13. A few weeks after our vacation, I was taking a nap curled up in the armchair when Wheaton shook me awake. Hey, wake up, he said. I lifted my heavy eyelids, groggy from the deep sleep I was in. I saw Wheaton beaming down at me, which frightened me enough to wake up for the most part. What? I whispered, sinking back into the chair, trying to put some distance between us. Come on and see, he said like a child trying to get their parents to wake up on Christmas morning. I begrudgingly stood up and allowed Wheaton to unlock my ankle and my hands, which surprised me. He almost always kept me in handcuffs to go upstairs. Suddenly Wheaton slapped himself on the forehead. Hold on. I almost forgot. Wait right here, Wheaton ordered and placed me at the bottom of the stairs. He sprung up the stairs to the kitchen and closed the door. What game was he playing this time? I thought bitterly, kicking my feet around. After a few minutes Wheaton called through the door. Close your eyes, he yelled, sounding excited. I did as he asked as I heard the door to the kitchen open and his footfalls down the stairs. Then he stood right behind me, close enough to make me very uncomfortable. Go on, up the stairs, he whispered in my ear. I shuddered and started cautiously stumbling up the stairs with Wheaton trying to guide from behind. Wheaton, what is this about? I asked, having grown increasingly nervous. You'll see in just a second, love, he mumbled in my ear. I frowned at his use of that pet name. It made me sick to my stomach that he had started referring to me by that. I was not his love, I was his prisoner. Once up the stairs I shuffled into the kitchen, but the light behind my eyelids was all wrong. It was too dark, and it looked like the light was flickering. Wheaton guided me to a chair and had me sit. Okay, you can open your eyes, he exclaimed. When I looked around I saw a big, blue birthday cake with candles all lit up and spreading their pleasant glow throughout the room. Happy birthday, he bellowed and started to sing. I knew my birthday must have been coming up, but I lost track of the days so easily. I didn't want to ask Wheaton because then he'd have wondered why I wanted to know. Guess he already knew it was my birthday, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. As I looked at this cake with its many candles I thought about my mom, having to go through this day all alone, not knowing where I am or if I'm still alive. I wondered if she would still go to that Thai restaurant we always went to on my birthday. The thought of her sitting by herself in that booth was almost too much to bear. Involuntary tears welled up in my eyes as Wheaton finished the song and he saw me crying. Aw, what's the matter, Reyna? I thought you'd be happy it was your birthday, Wheaton said, kneeling down and gently taking my hand in his. Come on, no need to cry. I just started sobbing, that tears rolling down my cheeks. Oh, of course I have our reasons to cry, I wept, choking on my words. I miss my mom. I want to go home. I wailed. Wheaton just stood up and wrapped his arms around me, and as much as I hated myself for it, I leaned my face into his stomach and let it all out. Listen, just wait till you're present, okay? Now blow out your candles before the wax melts, Wheaton whispered, running his fingers through my hair. I sat up and rubbed my cheeks, sniffling. I took in a shaky breath and blew out my candles. The room was now completely dark, but Wheaton walked over and flipped the lights on. On the top of the cake the curvy letters Happy Birthday seemed to mock me. I wiped my eyes with the sleeves of my shirt and tried to pull myself together for whatever present Wheaton was talking about. Let's do presents after cake, huh love? He leaned down and kissed the top of my head. I shuddered a little but nodded. The cake was delicious, and I ate more than I had in a long time. He went with chocolate, which is always a safe bet with me. I couldn't remember the last time I had cake. Usually I would have it every couple of months to celebrate friends or family's birthdays, but now it was just me and Wheaton. And it occurred to me that I didn't even know when his birthday was. We ate in blessed silence. But once I had finished wolfing down 2 pieces of cake, Wheaton cleared up our plates. Geez, eat like that and you're going to get fat, he chided. I looked down at my skeletal limbs. He had got to be joking. Are you ready for your present? He asked. To be honest, I wasn't looking forward to this. Last time he gave me presents it didn't exactly go well. Each gift came with a price, and then again most of the gifts were stuff he wanted from me. I didn't want to touch them with a 10-foot pole. But I nodded and gave him a slight smile. No need to stir the pot. He went to the other room and retrieved a small gift bag. Thank God, just one gift to deal with. I think you're really going to like this one, Reyna, he said, kissing me on the cheek. I reached into the tissue paper and pulled out a pad of lined notebook paper, an envelope, and a pencil. "What is all of this, Wheaton?" I asked, hoping against hope that this meant what I thought it did. "You can write a letter home. To your mom," he explained, and my heart soared with joy. "Really?" I squealed like a little girl. "Yes, really. Thank you. Thank you so much." I was so elated I didn't think before I realized my arms were wrapped around him in an embrace. I flinched when he hugged me back. Once I had a moment to think I wanted to rescind my touch. It was one of the only times I had ever initiated contact between the two of us, but I was just caught up in the emotions of the moment. I didn't mean anything by it. But as I tried to pull away, Wheaton held me tight. "You're very welcome," he murmured. I tried to break the hug more forcefully, and finally Wheaton released me. He was beaming down at me, and I just knew that he felt a sense of achievement from me hugging him. I vowed to never give him that satisfaction again. "Well, go on, right? I'll read every word, so don't try anything or I'll burn up the letter," he warned, and I nodded in acknowledgement. I picked up the sharpened pencil and hovered the tip over the blank paper. What should I write? There's so much I wanted to say. I wanted to share my struggles with someone. I wanted to cry and hug my mom as I told her all the awful things I've had to endure. Then she'd pat my hair and tell me everything was going to be all right. But everything was not all right. I was still here, trapped in an endless loop of hardship with no finish line in sight. If I told my mother, it would break her heart. I'm sure she was already racked with worry about what he might be doing to me. The best I could hope for was to try and bring her some comfort. Wheaton stood behind me and leaned on the back of my chair, sticking his nose in my hair and sniffing. Don't know what to write? Why don't I give you some inspiration, he said as his hand wandered down my chest to my crotch. I grabbed his wrist forcefully, and he looked at me, surprised at my defiance. Please, can I have some privacy to write? I know you're going to read it, but I can't think while you're looking over my shoulder, I said barely above a whisper. Wheaton drew his hand back and shrugged. Fine, I'll just clean up the cake and wait in the living room, he said, pulling on a pair of leather gloves, I suppose so that he wouldn't get his fingerprints on the letter. Suddenly he lashed out and snatched my face in his hand, wrenching my head up to look at him. But try that move again and I'll beat you. I'm letting it slide just this once, because it's your birthday. Do you understand? I nodded, trying not to openly glare at him. He leaned down and smashed his lips against mine before shoving my head towards the table. I rubbed my cheek where he had probably bruised me and stared at the blank paper. I think I knew what to write. Hi Mom, first off I am okay, I promise. I'm being fed, I'm showering, and he doesn't hurt me. I miss you so much more than I can say. How's work been? How are Aunt Carol and Uncle John doing? I know you can't reply to this, but I wanted to ask anyway. It hurts me to have to be away from you. I think about you and Quinn every day, and I know you are thinking of me too. Please, don't be too scared for me. I might not be home for a long time, so it would be best if you tried to move on. Forget about me, and please don't start drinking again. I don't want that for you. I love you so much. Reyna. I put my head in my hands and wept pitifully. I lied through my teeth, but this was for the best. I knew my mom was crushed by all of this, but I couldn't stand back and let it ruin her life. I heard Wheaton enter the room and pick up my letter. "Oh, this is sweet. He doesn't hurt me, do you mean that? You wouldn't lie to your dear old mom, would ya?" He teased. I sat up and wiped my face off with the back of my hand, sniffling. It's my letter. I can say whatever as long as it can't be traced back to you, right? I spat. He wove his fingers in my hair and slammed my head down on the table. I cried out as my face blossomed into pain. I don't care for this attitude you've developed. You know, writing a letter is a privilege that I can take away on a whim. So don't get any funny ideas, he lectured as I held my now bleeding nose. It hurt like a bitch, but I didn't think it was broken. He slammed the letter down onto the table where it soaked up the flecks of blood that had managed to drip onto the wood surface. There, a little bit of blood is all the letter needed. Now it's perfect. Wheaton smirked, but I opened my mouth to protest. If I sent that letter with blood on it, my mother would never believe that I was doing okay. It's either this letter or no letter, so I suggest you hold your tongue before I do something I'll regret, he threatened. I shut my mouth and looked down at my hands. Here, Wheaton said, grabbing a box of tissues from the counter. Hold these up to your nose. You're getting blood all over the table. And whose fault is that? I thought bitterly, but I didn't say anything out loud, thinking of the letter. Come on, we will watch a movie in the living room tonight. We'll rent any movie you'd like, okay? He said while petting my hair affectionately. We curled up on the couch together and watched an old classic of my family's. I even managed to laugh at some of the funny bits, but Wheaton wasn't amused. He called it a kid's movie and was asleep halfway through it. When I looked up and saw his eyes closed and his breathing steady, my heart rate quickened. I almost never got a chance like this. I carefully removed his hand from around my waist and sat up. Quietly, I crept to the window and pulled back the heavy curtain. The street was dark and empty, but I saw lights on in the house next to Wheaton's, about 20 feet away. I could see inside their house at what looked like a dining room table, but I couldn't see anyone that I could signal for help. Cursing my luck, I elected to try another window when I heard movement behind me. "What are you doing?" Wheaton's voice rumbled over the sounds of the movie. I froze, letting the curtain fall back over the window. I stuttered. There was nothing I could say that would hide what I was clearly trying to do. But if I didn't think fast, I was sure to get a beating. I crawled over to the still-seated Wheaton and put my hands on his legs. "I'm so sorry. I just wanted to look. I was curious as all. I promise I'll never do it again," I pleaded. He slowly reached out to pet my head softly, and I flinched, expecting a painful grip. "Really, is that all? You sure you weren't trying to escape?" I shook my head, my heart beating so fast I could feel the blood pounding in my head. Suddenly, he grabbed me by the throat and wrenched me to the ground, pressing his body weight onto my hips and crushing them into the carpet. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He spat at me, squeezing my airway painfully. I violently shook my head again. "But you thought I was dumb enough to fall for that cheap lie? So you must think I'm an idiot." I whimpered as he tightened his grip. I struggled to speak, gasping for air. "I'm sorry. I don't think you're." Wheaton jerked my throat up and slammed it back down again, and I started to cough fiercely. "Shut up," he barked. "When will you realize, you are never escaping me?" The world started fading in and out as I struggled to breathe. Then he mercifully released his hold on my throat and stormed off into the kitchen. I curled up onto my side and coughed violently. Wheaton returned holding my letter and a lighter. I shot up to my feet and moved to grab onto his arm. Please don't do this." "Wheaton, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again," I begged, holding onto his upper arm and burying my head against it. "Please, beat me or anything, just please let me send the letter." "Why should I do anything you ask, you spoiled little brat?" he hissed before backhanding me so hard I was flung to the ground. Sobbing and cradling my cheek, I watched him start up the lighter. Panicking, I did the only thing I could think of. I sat up on my knees and tugged at Wheaton's pants zipper. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked as I shimmied his pants down and reached inside his boxers. He wheezed as I pulled my target out and began to suck him off. "Fuck," he moaned and lowered the lighter, letting the flame die. I had so few cards up my sleeves that I could play, but I knew Wheaton well enough at this point that I could change the situation to my benefit. He dropped the lighter and my letter on the ground and grabbed my head. "Fuck," he sighed. "You're still in trouble, Reyna." I looked up at him as he was biting his lip. "But damn, you're getting good at this," he exclaimed. Eventually he came and I swallowed, cum dribbling down my chin. I sat back and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, panting from exertion. He leaned down and ruffled my hair. "Fine, I guess you can still send the letter," he said, amused. "But you still need to be punished." My stomach dropped as Wheaton removed his belt, but I swallowed through the lump in my throat. I got what I asked for. He wasn't going to burn the letter, and I could handle another beating. "Take your shirt off," he ordered, wrapping the belt around his hand. I glanced up as I slipped my shirt over my head and saw that he was holding the metal part in his hand and sighed with relief. As long as he wasn't hitting me with the buckle, I'd be fine. "Lean over here." Wheaton tugged me over to the couch and I rested my head against it with my back facing him. I was vaguely listening to the movie, which was still playing, as he swung down for the first hit. I hissed in pain as the leather bit into my skin. I clenched my jaw as another blow came, then another. I lost count after 10, but all I knew was that my back burned with the sting of 1,000 bees. When he finally stopped, Wheaton was panting from effort, and he dropped the belt onto the carpet. I sat up and thankfully didn't feel any blood trickling off my back. I reached for my shirt and tugged it back on, gritting my teeth as it rubbed against my raw flesh. I was proud that my cheeks remained dry throughout the ordeal, but I still felt an empty hole where my stomach should have been that threatened to swallow me up. Wheaton walked over and grabbed my chin, forcing me to look up at him. "If I ever catch you doing that again, I'll beat you black and blue, got it?" He rumbled. All anger seemed to have dissipated. I nodded quickly. "Good, now let's finish this movie and head to bed," he smirked. "I plan on repaying the favor and making you come." Chapter 14. The days continued to pass by without incident, but I knew that Valentine's Day was only a week away from my birthday. Knowing Wheaton, he had something planned, and I didn't want to know what he considered a proper celebration. Already I could barely handle him in bed anymore, but as much as I dreaded it, the day came regardless. Wheaton walked down that morning holding a bouquet of roses and a box of chocolates. "Happy Valentine's Day, love," he said, setting his cargo down on the card table before sweeping me up into a deep kiss. He pulled away, my saliva coating his lips, and smiled at me. "I still have to go to work today, but when I get back this evening I have special plans." "Can you guess what they are?" he asked, burying his head into my neck. I turned away and tried to back up, but Wheaton held me firmly by the small of my back. "And no, I don't know," I mumbled as he sucked on my skin like a leech. "We are going to make a romantic dinner together. Doesn't that sound fun?" he muttered against the skin he had been tasting. "Yeah, sure," I said, biting my lip, wishing he would just get off me already. He grabbed my shoulders and held me out in front of him. "It's also almost our 6-month anniversary. Can you believe that?" He smirked before planting a solid kiss on my lips. He tasted like mouthwash. "No, I can't believe that," I whispered sadly as he climbed the stairs and locked the door behind him. 6 months. It felt like a lifetime ago that I was in that parking garage with Quinn. I had just started senior year and I had my whole young adult life ahead of me, and now, look at me, dressed in worn-out clothes that hung off my emaciated body and forced to have sex with a murderer daily. I sighed and slumped down in my seat, picking absent-mindedly at the roses Wheaton had brought until my hands were covered in sticky pollen. If I didn't do something soon, I was going to lose myself to him. He would swallow everything that made me who I was until all that was left would be cum and blood. I was already giving myself to him willingly, simply because it was easier than fighting him. Wheaton knew that I was near breaking. Just last night he was holding me, telling me that I loved him, that my old life was the only thing holding me back. He was begging me to endure longer as he pushed me to the edge of pleasure. It sickened me. It disgusted me. But as much as I hated Wheaton, I was starting to hate myself too. I dug my hands into the roses, wincing as the thorns prickled my skin, and started to tear into them until I was surrounded by broken flowers and fallen petals. I grabbed the box of chocolates and ripped it open before shoving the chocolates into my mouth. Weeping and covered in sticky caramel, I curled up in a ball on the cement floor, praying to whatever might have been listening to save me from this hell. After work, Wheaton headed down the stairs dressed in a clean suit and tie, holding a garment bag. He glanced at the mess I had made out of the flowers and chocolates, but he didn't comment on it. I sat in my usual armchair and watched as he laid the bag over the back of a chair. "I bought you something special to wear tonight. Change and then come upstairs," he said while unlocking my ankle and hands. He cupped my cheek gently. "I'm trusting you upstairs even after that stunt you pulled last week. Don't make me regret it," he growled softly before he turned to head upstairs. I slinked over to the garment bag and unzipped it to reveal a formal, maroon gown. It didn't look too revealing, but as I put it on, it hung off my body in weird places. Even though Wheaton fed me 2 meals a day, I was usually feeling too sick to eat much of anything. Months of this had left my body dangerously thin. I frowned as I looked at myself in the little, glassless mirror above the sink. I didn't like the idea of getting all dolled up for my captor and rapist, but I didn't feel like refusing and getting beaten tonight. My back was still sore from the last time. Not to mention, my wrist still hurt from when Wheaton had broken it months ago. I wondered if it would ever heal properly. As I looked at myself though, I noticed my stomach wasn't thin. In fact, it was bulbous compared to my skeletal form. I had been constipated near constantly for a long time, but something wasn't right. This bloating wasn't going away, and it was getting worse. Sweating, I touched it gingerly, but it was firm. Shit, I thought. There was no denying it anymore. It was what I had feared for months now. I tried to think back to my last period, but I couldn't recall anything. How could I be so stupid to lose track of my cycle? Time passed so differently here that I didn't even notice I had started to miss my periods. Well, maybe I had noticed, but I figured it was just the stress. I must have been at least a few months along. I suppose this explained the nausea I had been feeling recently. The bump hadn't really been noticeable underneath my normal t-shirts, but this dress accentuated it in a way that terrified me. What would Wheaton do when he discovered I was pregnant? Did he have some sick fantasy about starting a family with me? I couldn't worry about this now. If I took too long, Wheaton would get suspicious. I took a deep breath to try to quell my panic. Heart pounding, I climbed the stairs slowly, trying not to trip on the floor-length dress. As I pushed open the door, I noticed the sweet smell of cooking meat. Wheaton turned around from where he was adjusting the settings on a crock pot and gasped. "Wow, you look beautiful in that," he said, grabbing my face in his hands. But then he frowned. "I should have gotten you some makeup to wear. Your eye bags look dark." He rubbed his thumb under my eyes. I looked away, biting my tongue to hold back a retort. "Well, whatever. Come here," he said, grabbing my hand and leading me over to a cutting board. He handed me a sharp knife and pointed to the bowl of Brussels sprouts. "I already washed them. Cut off the ends and chop them in half," Wheaton ordered. I held the knife with sweaty palms. As he turned back to the crock pot, I looked at my reflection in the potential weapon. I looked at his back and thought about driving the knife between his shoulder blades. I could picture the blood spurting out like a fountain, and I could hear his gurgled noise of shock as he collapsed. My hands began shaking and sweating, and I could feel my guts twisting with anxiety. I needed to move soon. He would become suspicious if I stood here too long. I gulped and started to chop the Brussels sprouts. "I made lamb for tonight. Have you ever had lamb?" I jumped at the sound of his voice and almost let the knife slip. "And no, I haven't," I stuttered, focusing on keeping my hands moving without cutting my fingers off. "Oh, it's delicious. I've had it roasting all day," he said. I nodded. Why couldn't I do it? Why couldn't I attack him? This was my chance. I whipped my head around, but he was looking right at me. Like he was daring me to try something. I let out a small squeak and went back to cutting the sprouts. Wheaton chuckled. "Good girl," he murmured, and I felt sick to my stomach. I was a coward. "Did you cook a lot at home, Reyna?" he asked, moving behind me and placing his hands on my hips. I shook my head. "Not really. I would help my mom sometimes, but when she was busy with work I usually just heated up leftovers or some frozen dinner things," I spoke, trying to steady my voice. "When I moved out on my own I started cooking for myself. I like to try new things, but Quinn was really the one who knew how to cook. I just stuck to pasta." Wheaton put his chin on my shoulder and I just tried to keep chopping. I always liked cooking. It's why I don't mind cooking for you every night. My mother was never one for the kitchen, so if I wanted food, I had to make it myself. And I like tasty meals, so I taught myself to cook many things," he said in a voice that tickled my ear. Thank you? For always cooking for me," I whispered, trying to figure out what game he was playing with me. He sniffed my hair. "You're very welcome, love," he murmured. He placed his hands on mine and I stopped chopping. These hands, I like seeing them working for me. "Almost as much as I love seeing them wrapped around my dick," he said breathlessly. I felt nauseous and gripped the knife tighter. I wanted to stab him in his stupid mouth so he could never say something so filthy ever again. Suddenly he pulled back and I let out the breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Keep chopping. When you're done we will toss them in olive oil and roast them." Many people used to hate Brussels sprouts as kids, but that's just because they never had them cooked right, he said, starting to slice the soft meat into strips with his own knife. "Yeah, I used to hate when my dad made me eat vegetables as a kid," I said as I finished chopping the last of the Brussels sprouts. "You've never complained about the veggies I have made for you," Wheaton pointed out. I paused for a moment and thought about my next words carefully. "That's because you make them better," I said softly, still holding the knife in my trembling hand. "Put it in the sink, Reyna," Wheaton said. "Huh?" I looked at him, and he stared back intently. "The knife, put it in the sink if you're done with it," he smirked. I felt my knees buckle as I shakily walked over to the sink and dropped the knife in. As I let the knife clatter down I felt like crying. My life was over. If I couldn't even bring myself to fight when given the chance, then Wheaton had already won. I looked down at my feet in bitter defeat. I heard Wheaton walk over and he placed the tip of his knife against my chin and used it to raise my head up. "You cut up those Brussels sprouts well," he said, smiling down at me. He traced my neck with his knife slowly, bringing it down until it was tickling my collarbone. I bit my lip and tried to steady my erratic breathing. "Good girl," he whispered before kissing me softly. I cursed myself as I felt tears slip past my defenses to fall down my cheeks. He kissed them off my face gently. "Your tears taste so sweet to me." "I wonder why," he whispered. "I wonder why I have to hurt you." He tapped my cheek with his knife, drawing it over my skin, threatening to cut into my flesh. "You don't have to," I choked, bringing my shaking hands to rest over his large, warm ones. "You don't have to hurt me. You could let me go home. You could stop all of this," I pleaded, but he just chuckled. "You look beautiful tonight, but it's going to take a lot more than a pretty face to convince me to go to prison for the rest of my life," he laughed before removing his knife and returning to cutting the lamb. I let out a shaky breath and leaned against the counter. I guessed it was worth a shot. Wheaton and I worked together to finish cooking dinner. The entire time I was conscious of the bump of my stomach pushing against the fabric of the dress. I didn't know what I wanted. I obviously didn't want a kid, especially under these circumstances. But if when he found out, there was no telling how Wheaton would react. We sat down to eat, and I hated how delicious it all tasted. The meat was so juicy and flavorful I almost groaned when I placed it on my tongue. "Do you like it?" he asked. Begrudgingly I nodded and took another bite. Fuck him and his amazing cooking skills. After dinner he washed dishes while I dried. I felt even more like a demented housewife. But it was better than what I knew was coming after dinner. I trembled as he led me upstairs to his bedroom and closed the door behind us with a thud. I jumped and my mouth felt drier than a desert. "You look so beautiful tonight," Wheaton whispered as he drew his hands up my sides until they rested on my hips. I closed my eyes and bit my lip in preparation for what would come next, but I waited a moment and nothing came. "Wait a minute," Wheaton said cautiously, and I realized his hands rested on my belly. He released me and walked around to my front. He again gripped my shoulders and held me out to take another look. "Fuck," I thought as I tried to pull away, but Wheaton suddenly burst into motion and practically ripped my dress off of me. I fell in a heap on the floor with my gown tangled up in my legs. I grabbed the fabric and pulled it over my small bump. "Why does your stomach look so fat?" "Shit, you're pregnant, aren't you?" Wheaton muttered, looking genuinely shocked. I glared at him. "And whose fault is that?" I spat, not even trying to hide my disdain. "You never use a condom and I'm a girl who gets periods, of course I'd end up pregnant eventually." Wheaton brought his hand around his mouth, staring at my stomach. "I always meant to get you on something, but I guess I forgot," Wheaton said. I saw red. "You forgot?" "You idiot, you dumb bastard," I cried. "I don't want to be carrying your stupid kid either." I shook with both anger and fear. I knew the dangers of miscarriages and unsafe abortions. If Wheaton didn't want this child either, I was about to be in a lot of trouble. "Shut up and let me think," he snapped, grabbing my upper arm painfully. "I can't let you have it. That would complicate things too much. I guess this will have to work." I didn't have time to think before Wheaton buried his fist in my stomach. Oof. All the air rushed out of my lungs as I wrapped my stomach in my arms and fell down with a grunt. The pain was so intense I couldn't breathe. Wait, Wheaton," I barely managed to beg before he stood up and kicked me hard in the gut. I groaned in pain and tried to roll away, to shield my poor stomach, but he grabbed my arm and held it up before swinging another foot right at the bump. I was crying from the pain, too breathless to even plead with him. I rolled onto my back and whined before he raised his foot and stomped. I yelped and felt him release my hand. In desperation I tried to crawl away from him, but my stomach ached so bad I couldn't move. "There," Wheaton panted. "That should solve things." I sobbed beneath him and cried out as he grabbed my arm again and dragged me into the master bathroom. He flung me onto the tile floor, turned the light on, and slammed the door shut. I curled up in the fetal position, gasping for breath and crying harder than I had for a long time. "You'll stay in there tonight. You'll probably bleed and I don't need you ruining my carpet." I shuddered and groaned, my guts in agony. I opened my bleary eyes to see that Wheaton had shut me in here alone, to suffer because of his stupid mistake. That night was one of the worst since I had been there, and I had had a lot of shitty nights. The pain was indescribable, and soon the blood started to drip until it covered my legs and stomach. I was convinced that I was going to die, that the pain was so great it must have meant something had gone horribly wrong. I cried out in agony as I felt my stomach cramp and contract until something slid out of me. I looked in horror at the little form, bloody, translucent, and alien-like. It was so small and frail. I couldn't believe something like that had been inside of me. By the end of the night I was begging for death, just so I could stop feeling that pain. But I didn't die, and I woke up the next morning covered in blood and sweat. I opened my cloudy eyes and blinked at the bright lights of the bathroom. I was alive? Was that really such a good thing? Wheaton would keep raping me, would keep hurting me. If I had died, this would have all stopped. I looked at my blood-covered hand and then over to the little form lying on the red-streaked title. That fetus was the lucky one. They didn't have the chance to suffer. It was their one moment, and now it was gone. Would life have been better if I had died before I had the chance to grow inside the womb? I never would have met Quinn, or had the chance to be hugged by my dad, or kissed on the forehead by my mom. Did all the good that I experienced before Wheaton make up for all the torment I was going through now? What if I never made it back to my old life? Sure, sometimes things were hard, but I was happy. Now, the only comforts I had were the distractions of books and movies. What if I was never content ever again? Maybe death was the answer I was looking for. But that was playing right into his hands. Wheaton wanted me to believe that there was no hope, that I had no options. Well, screw him. I would make it through this. I would be happy again, no matter what. Wheaton cracked the door open and peered inside at me lying curled up on the floor. "Oh good, you're not dead," he said flatly. "Geez, what a romantic," I sneered, trying to sit up, but I gasped as pain shot through my stomach and chest. He shot a look of disgust at the little fetus on the ground before he picked me up and gently placed me in the tub. "Look, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful," Wheaton said. I was shocked. I didn't think that he had ever apologized for anything before. "You said last night that you would get me on something." "Please, I don't want to have a kid," I whispered as he turned the faucet on. Then he grabbed the removable shower head and started to hose me down. "Don't worry. I'll get you on birth control as soon as I can. You'll never have to go through that again," he assured me as he ran his fingers through my wet hair. I started to scrub the blood off of myself, but every movement sent jolts of pain through my guts. I looked down and saw my entire stomach was one huge, purple bruise. "Here, hold the water, I'll help you," Wheaton said, handing me the faucet while he took a washcloth over my thighs where the blood had caked and dried. "I'm pissed that this ruined our Valentine's Day," Wheaton said bitterly. I couldn't believe him. That's what he was worried about? He nearly killed me and he was upset he didn't get to rape me? But I didn't say any of this. I held my tongue. It's okay," I whispered. "I'm sure we can make up for it." He smiled down at me. "Yeah, I'm sure we will." Chapter 15. For the next week or so I was almost completely bedridden. Every movement caused sharp pains in my stomach and chest. I'm almost positive that Wheaton cracked at least one of my ribs in his effort to get rid of the pregnancy. I stayed downstairs on my mattress while Wheaton brought me food every day, but thankfully that was all he did. The reprieve from sex almost made all the pain worth it, almost. Eventually I was back on my feet and Wheaton returned to his nightly advances, but now he would at least wear a condom. After a while of this, Wheaton had managed to get a hold of some birth control that he ordered me to take regularly. He didn't need to insist, that the last thing that I wanted was this monster's child growing inside of me. Some time passed like that. Wheaton chained me up downstairs, let me come up for dinner and for bed, then returned me to the basement before he left for work in the morning. It was the same thing every day. I could feel my sanity slipping as the boredom became unbearable. I begged Wheaton for puzzles, new books, anything to distract myself. I couldn't stay with my thoughts too long because then they always wandered to my mother and Quinn. I daydreamed about being back with them. We would go to the park and eat a picnic. My mom would cook her amazing meatloaf. Quinn and I would sit on the couch and talk about our hopes and dreams for the future. It was nice to be away from the basement, away from Wheaton for a little bit, even if it was only in my head. But reality always came crashing right back down, harder to swallow than ever. Even if by some miracle I made it out of here alive, it would never be the same. I was dirty, tainted. I couldn't face my loved ones knowing all the filthy things I had done with Wheaton, the sacrifices I'd made to survive. But I had to think about going back to them. It was the only thing I had to hold on to, the vague hope that one day I could escape. No, I would escape. It was inevitable that Wheaton would make a mistake, but I couldn't risk trying to leave without a solid plan. If I failed, not only would he punish me severely, but he would just become more suspicious and watch me even closer. This meant no more peeking through curtains. I had to wait until just the right moment, when the universe would align and I could run, even if that meant killing Wheaton. One day in March over dinner, Wheaton announced he was going on a work trip to a conference. "I'll be gone for 5 days, so I'm having Ben come over to keep an eye on you," he said, chewing the Italian beef he had made that evening. Terror seized me at the idea of having to spend more time with that beast of a man. I think I might have hated him just as much as I hated Wheaton. I'd never be able to forget how he brutalized me in the forest that night, with the sensation of his teeth sinking into my flesh to mark it forever. "Please, can't you take me with you?" I begged, putting down my silverware. "I'll be good, I promise. Don't make me stay with Ben." I also knew that if he took me with him, I might have an opportunity to escape, but Wheaton knew this too. "I don't know, Reyna. Going out in public is a huge step. Can I really trust you?" he asked, but I nodded. "Yes, I'll do everything you say, and I won't cause a scene," I pleaded, praying that he fell for it. To my relief, he smiled. "It could be fun. I'd have to rent a motel room instead of staying at the hotel the conference is in. Would you make such an inconvenience worth it to me?" He posed the question in his usual condescending way. "Yes, I'll do anything." I promised hastily, but realized if I made myself look too desperate, Wheaton would never believe I wouldn't try and escape. "Why do you want to go with me so bad? Do you hate Ben that much?" he said. I nodded. "I do hate him, but also I'm so bored here. At least traveling would change it up a little," I said, speaking the truth for the most part. "All right, I'll figure the logistics out." "You can come," he said, and my heart soared. Then he pointed his dinner knife at me threateningly. "But if you do anything to cause trouble or make me even think you're trying to escape, I will kill you and then go after your mother and Quinn." My stomach dropped. I'd never heard him make a serious threat like this. He had never openly endangered my loved ones before, and he rarely mentioned killing me. Was he serious? I swallowed through the lump in my throat. I understand," I stuttered. Could I risk it? What if he was bluffing? Was I willing to not only risk my own life to escape, but the lives of those I hold most dear? I didn't have an answer to that. Either way, escaping Wheaton might not be as simple as I thought. The day before we left, Wheaton sat me down in the bathroom and chopped my hair short. I knew he was trying to make me less recognizable, but him worrying about my hair just confirmed that he would be taking me to places where other people could see me. I just had to hope that my missing persons photo would be enough to get me spotted. I honestly didn't mind the short hair, but Wheaton moaned that he couldn't run his fingers through it like he liked to. That made me love my short hair even more. The morning we left, Wheaton came down with a jacket, socks, and shoes for me to wear. He also handed me some glasses and a wool hat. I guessed it must have still been pretty chilly out even though it was springtime. I would figure that out for myself soon enough, and the thought of being outside brought a smile to my lips. "What are you grinning about?" Wheaton asked as he led me upstairs by my arm. "I'm excited to go outside," I answered, but Wheaton frowned. "You sure it's not because you're planning on trying to escape?" he said, gripping my arm tighter. "No, I promise. It's just, I haven't been outside for a while now. I miss it," I said, wincing as his hold strengthened even more. "That's right, because you know if you do anything I will kill you and pay your friend Quinn a visit," he growled, and I shuddered. I was excited to be leaving the house, but I was not enjoying Wheaton's new demeanor. It reminded me of the time back in the woods when I had tried to run, when he had almost killed me. I was starting to believe that his threats weren't empty. He sat me in the front seat and went to grab our luggage from inside. I was happy he wasn't tying me up or anything, but then I chided myself for feeling gratitude towards Wheaton. He was a murderer. He was my captor. I shouldn't be so happy that he afforded me the barest of luxuries. Wheaton loaded our luggage into the back and sat down in the driver's seat. Sighing, he reached over and gently took my hands into his. "I'm excited to be traveling with you. I like trusting you, but I hate having to threaten you like that," he spoke softly. I rubbed his hand with my thumb. "I'm excited too. I promise I'll be good, I lied. Wheaton delicately squeezed my hand. I know you will be. Because you're smart, Reyna, and you are a survivor, he said, turning on the car. Also, if anyone asks, you're my little sister. I scoffed internally. A lie that bold, and Wheaton was practically begging to get caught. We look nothing alike and we are pretty far apart in age to be siblings. But it might raise some red flags if he said we were dating. My first opportunity for escape came sooner than I would have thought. We'd been driving for 3 hours, listening to a bunch of boring, medical podcasts when Wheaton took an exit off the interstate. I need to get gas, he explained. He pulled up to the pump and turned to look at me. Stay in the car, and don't do anything stupid, he said as he pulled his coat back so I could see his gun sitting holstered on his hip. How many people do you think I'd be able to kill with this before someone stopped me? He mused. He pointed over to the family at the pump next to ours. Look over there, that's a cute family. I wonder what the kids' brains would look like. I swallowed hard. I get the point, I said, gripping my knees so hard my hands turned white. Wheaton ruffled my hair. Good girl, Wheaton said with a smirk. I felt nauseous from fear as Wheaton filled the car up. What if someone recognized me and Wheaton opened fire? I could be the reason that more people died. First Hannah, then the guy from the warehouse, I would have even more blood on my hands. Wheaton finished up and pulled the car over to a parking spot. Come on, I have to go to the bathroom, he said, motioning me to get out. My anxiety peaked as I shakily climbed out of the truck and walked stiffly in front of Wheaton. There were so many noises and so many people moving around. It set my head spinning. I don't think that ever used to bother me, but I suppose after being locked up for over half a year, everything could be overstimulating. A man walking out the door bumped into me, and I froze up. Oh geez, sorry, excuse me, he said, moving past me without a second glance. My heart felt like it was trying to escape up my throat. I felt Wheaton's hand on the small of my back. Keep walking, he whispered. I focused on the ground and putting one foot in front of the other until we reached the bathroom. Wheaton watched as I entered the women's room and he patted his jacket, behind which his gun sat. I got the hint. One wrong move and people would die. I squinted as I entered the bathroom and started walking towards an empty stall. There was a little girl washing her hands, probably around 12 years old. If I tried to escape now, she could die. The image of her dead body flashed in my head, and I wanted to throw up. But I just shakily opened the stall and sat on the toilet. I felt the tears well up in my eyes, but I willed them back. I was so close to freedom, but Wheaton still had his hands wrapped around my throat. I had never felt so helpless, even when he had me tied up and shoved in his truck like a sack of groceries. The truth was I was just as far from freedom now as I was then. I had to pull myself together. I walked out of the stall and splashed some water onto my face. Looking in the mirror, I barely recognized the girl who stared back. That girl had once been strong and determined, one might have even said brave. But now? A weak-willed, spineless victim who couldn't even save herself. But at least she was still alive. That had to mean something, right? I psyched myself up, wiped my face off on some paper towels, and left the bathroom. Wheaton was waiting for me, leaning on the wall with his arms crossed casually. When he saw me, he broke out into a smile. Ready to go? He asked, as chipper as could be. I nodded and followed him through the gas station and out the door. We climbed into the car and I let out a sigh of relief. I'd managed to make it out in public without Wheaton going crazy and killing anyone. He reached over and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. You did good, he said, grinning at me and starting up the car. My stomach churned as I thought about all those people who saw me. Maybe one of them recognized me. Maybe they called the police. But we were hours away from my home, and the likelihood of rescue was slim at best. We have a few hours left. Why don't you take a nap? Wheaton suggested. I relented and closed my eyes but found it difficult to fall asleep. I know I was the one who wanted to go out, but I still missed my armchair that I napped in. In some sick sense, I was homesick for that basement, my prison. I tossed and turned trying to find a comfortable position, but it was useless. I opened my eyes after about 20 minutes. I can't fall asleep, I whispered. Why don't we listen to some music then? Wheaton grabbed his phone and opened Spotify. I know the podcasts were probably not to your taste. He put on some alternative rock, and I just sat and listened for a while. I realized it had been ages since I'd listened to music, and I started to hum along with the songs that I knew. Wheaton smirked at me. "Do you like this one? We should listen to music together more often," he suggested. I smiled a little. "Yeah, I would like that," I said, thinking in my head that what I wanted to do was steal his phone and call the police, not use it to listen to music, but that would not end well for me, so I shoved the thought out of my mind. After a few hours the sun had begun to set, and we drove into the city. The conference was downtown, but Wheaton pulled up into a motel miles away. It was a couple stories of plain-looking rooms organized in a rectangle surrounding a parking lot filled with potholes. I saw a pool and hot tub behind a chain-link fence. Though, because it was still early spring, the pool was covered with a tarp. "I'm going to go check us in. You wait out here, okay?" Wheaton said, exiting the truck. I sat back and sighed. I wondered if this whole thing was really a good idea. Wheaton was unstable, volatile, and there was no telling what he would do next. Maybe I had endangered people just by going out with him, and I was starting to worry that I wouldn't get a chance to escape after all. I cursed myself for my cowardice. If I really wanted to, I could pull open this car door and run for help, but the thought of what Wheaton would do if I messed up, it scared me to my core. I saw my mom and Quinn lying in a pool of blood, mangled and deformed like Hannah. I bit my lip to stop it from quivering. I couldn't risk it. I had to keep them safe. Wheaton came back after several minutes and drove us over to our door. "Come on, get out and help me with the luggage," he ordered, and I obeyed quietly. As we were removing our bags from the truck, a couple walked out of the door next to ours. They were chatting and laughing together before they climbed into their car. I accidentally made eye contact with a woman. I quickly averted my gaze and tried to busy myself with my luggage. If Wheaton thought that I had signaled her, it would be all over, but they drove away without incident. I let out another sigh of relief. "What a cute couple," Wheaton murmured, wrapping his arm around my hips and pulling me towards him. "I thought we were supposed to be pretending to be siblings," I whispered, trying to wiggle out of his grip. He groaned and released me. You're right. You're just so adorable I can't help myself. Let's get inside so I can kiss you," he smirked, and my stomach churned as I heaved my bag over my shoulder and brought it inside. The room was larger than I expected, with 2 twin-sized beds, a TV, a kitchenette, and a full-sized bathroom. It was worn down, but clean. I stood there awkwardly, waiting for Wheaton's next instructions, but he came over, scooped me up, and started to kiss me passionately. His tongue invaded my mouth, but I didn't start to kiss back until Wheaton pinched my stomach hard in warning. He shoved me down on one of the beds, still ravaging my lips. I laid there and begrudgingly reciprocated with my legs still hanging off the bed. When he pulled away, Wheaton left my lips swollen. He smirked down at me. "There, I told you I would kiss you, love," he said, starting to unzip my coat. An hour later, Wheaton was in the kitchen in his boxers making sandwiches for dinner with some of the groceries he had brought while I laid in the bed mindlessly flipping through the TV channels. My jacket, jeans, and shoes lay discarded on the floor, and my shirt was all wrinkled from when Wheaton practically tore it off of me. I had pulled the sheets over my bare legs, enjoying the soft feeling of the fabric on my skin. I flicked to a news channel and was about to turn it off when I heard the anchor say, "And police have yet to release any more news about the Tintail killer." I froze, my finger hovering over the button. Wheaton walked over from the kitchen and started watching too. The woman continued. "After murdering at least a dozen people, this notorious serial killer has eluded police capture for over 3 years. I glanced over at Wheaton and saw him grinning. One of his alleged victims, Reyna Bristol, is still missing. My heart skipped a beat as I saw my picture flash onto the screen, and I sat up and moved to the edge of the bed. Just today, Reyna Bristol's mother released a passionate plea to the person holding her daughter. The scene changed to a clip that must have been filmed earlier today. Her mother was standing in front of our house with numerous microphones shoved in her face. I felt the tears slip down my cheek as I tried to take it all in, her hair, her smile lines, her blue, patterned blouse. "Please, whoever you are, please release my daughter," she started reading from a prepared statement. "I just want her to come home to me. Reyna is all I have left, and she has such a bright future ahead of her. She was going to school to become a lawyer so that she could work pro bono and help people in need. Reyna has the biggest heart of anyone I know." My mother was choking back tears. "Reyna, if you can see this, I love you," And we are not giving up on you. I could never forget you. I don't want to forget. I think about you every day, I promise, she sobbed. I knew she was talking about my letter. I had told her to move on, but here she was saying that she would never do that. Wheaton laughed, and I shot him a dirty look. Does she really think this will convince me to let you go? Your mom is stupider than you. He cackled, and I sprang up. Stop that. Don't call my mom stupid, I said, raising my voice slightly. Wheaton walked over and put a finger to my lips. We don't want to alarm our neighbors now, do we? Reyna, stay strong. You will come home to us. You're the most amazing daughter I could ever have asked for, my mom continued talking as Wheaton pushed me back down on the bed and started kissing my neck. Miss Bristol, how are you so sure your daughter is alive? I heard one of the reporters ask as I tried to shove Wheaton off of me. But he just chuckled and grabbed my hands, held them above my head, and continued his assault. Stop, Wheaton, please not right now, I whined. My daughter is a fighter. I know she's still holding on, my mother answered as Wheaton moved onto my ear, biting and kissing gently. A fighter, huh? Wheaton joked as he grabbed my privates, which were embarrassingly wet. I bit my lip to hold back a moan as he started to rub me through my underwear. Ms. Bristol, are the rumors true? Did you receive a letter from your daughter? I could no longer see the TV, but I heard every word over my hitched breath. Yes, I did, my mother said cautiously. And is it true that the letter had blood on it? The reporter interrogated. Yes, but I don't know where you heard that. Then how can you be so sure she's alive? Couldn't he have killed her after making her write that letter? The police said that there was only a small amount of blood, my mother stammered. All right, that's enough questions, an unfamiliar male voice interrupted. I tried to glance at the TV and saw a policeman escorting my mom off camera. I caught a flash of her hair before she was gone, and I started to sob. I felt Wheaton smile against my skin and he released my hands, but I didn't try to push him off. Wow, what a treat. You got to see dear old mom one more time, he whispered, his breath tickling my ear as he continued to rub my privates. Suddenly a flash of anger exploded from me, and I tried to headbutt Wheaton. But he just caught my forehead with his hand and shoved me back down onto the bed. He clicked his tongue. Naughty, I thought you were going to behave on this trip? He teased. Such a sad story of a mother missing her child. The news anchor from before continued. If anyone has any information, the police are offering a reward. Wheaton reached over to the remote and turned the TV off. You're a bastard, I spat through tears as Wheaton released me, and I sat up. Suddenly he backhanded me, and I flew to the floor, cheek throbbing. You are certainly feeling spunky. Remember, one wrong move and I will kill your mother, and I won't do it fast. I'll take my time with her, like I did with that whore in the cabin, Wheaton said as he bent down next to me on the floor. Are you gonna behave now? Wheaton asked. I nodded, wiping my face off with my shirt. My mother was wrong. I'm not a fighter. I was a coward. Chapter 16. The next day Wheaton left for his conference, but before he did he pulled a little black camera out of his bag. It's a nanny cam, Wheaton explained. It connects up to my phone so I can check it as often as I'd like. Isn't technology amazing? He set it up facing the closet. I didn't like where this was going. Wheaton, I won't try to run, I started, but Wheaton interrupted. Get in the closet, he ordered. I stepped back. Please don't make me stay all day in there. I'll be good, I promise. I begged, but Wheaton just sighed. Don't make me drag you into it. I'll be back for dinner tonight, so it's only for the day, Wheaton said, advancing on me. He gripped my shoulders, and I allowed him to lead me over to the small closet. I sat down on the floor and looked up as Wheaton closed the door, leaving only slits of light to illuminate my tiny prison. Be good. I'll be watching. Boredom doesn't begin to describe what it was like to spend hours in that closet. I picked at the carpet and tried to stretch my legs out, but it was too cramped. All I had was silence and time to think. For a long time I thought that I would grow up to become a detective or an FBI agent. I idolized them, but as I neared the end of high school I realized that even the good ones were a part of a system that works against the poor and oppressed. I decided I didn't want to be a part of that system directly, but I still wanted to help people. I wanted to be there to make sure justice was served and the disadvantaged were protected. I'd always been an opinionated and argumentative person, and it honestly got me into a lot of trouble. Quinn was always telling me that I needed to pick my battles, but I couldn't help myself. One day our junior year, Grace Yoder called Quinn a fag, and I fucking lost it on her. I yelled and yanked on her fake blonde hair. Then I was sent to the principal's office where I yelled some more. I got off with just detention, but I wouldn't have minded suspension. Sure, I wanted to get into a good college, but I wasn't going to sit by and watch my best friend get harassed by some floozy. So, when my English teacher suggested I look into going into the law profession after I crushed my opponent in our mock debate, I started to consider it. Sure, it was a lot of work, but it would allow me to do what I was passionate about. I loved true crime and crime shows plenty, but I wanted to make something of my life. I wanted to contribute to the world in a meaningful way. Maybe that's why I went looking for the Tintail killer in the first place. Of course, part of it was morbid curiosity, but I thought that maybe if I stopped him I would have done something good for the world. It was a stupid thought, and I was now painfully aware I had been way out of my depth. Now all of that seemed so trivial because Wheaton would take what he wanted from me, regardless of what I wished for. So many things seemed not to matter anymore: grades, friends, money, all of it was useless to me now. Would I have lived differently if I'd known it was all going to be ripped away from me? I was a good person. I wanted to help people. That's all I really desired. So why did this happen to me? How was any of this fair? What had I done to deserve this? Then my father's words came back to me, that searching for why bad things happened was pointless. There was no good answer. But at the same time, wasn't it all my fault? I had been the one to go searching for the killer, even if I never truly believed I'd find him. I had tempted fate, and now I had to pay the price. My dad was wrong. Sometimes there are situations that you can't make the best out of. What good could come of my imprisoned life? Surely, if he had lived to see me like this, he would have agreed. I was beaten, broken, and tainted. There was no happiness for me anymore, and it wasn't because some godly being cursed me. It was luck, just bad luck, that brought me to where I was, sitting in this closet. I tried stretching my limbs again, but winced as I tried to rotate my left wrist. The swelling had gone down months ago, but I wasn't able to move it without pain. That's what I got for trying to run away, for trying to save Hannah. Everything I did, even if I had good intentions, just ended up thrown back in my face. I was a fool to think that I could do good with my life. Everything I touched withered and died in Wheaton's toxic miasma. Wheaton, I hated that man, and yet my whole existence seemed to orbit around him. His desires, his motivations, those are what dictated my life now. I wasn't Reyna anymore. I was a hollow puppet, destined to be shattered upon the rocks by the one pulling my strings. How could I, a lowly puppet, ever hope to overcome the puppeteer? By the time Wheaton returned, I'd never been more happy to see his face as when he opened the door to let me out. I cursed myself for the relief I felt at seeing him just so I wouldn't be alone anymore. I knew that being alone should be preferable to his presence, but I was only human after all. He had brought takeout for dinner, and I ate it slowly as we lounged on the bed. How was the conference? I asked, taking a nibble of my burger. It was fine. There were some pretty interesting panels, but I won't bore you with the details, he said. No way he could bore me any more than I was in that closet. Try me, I replied. Wheaton sighed and started talking about all the talks and booths that he had gone to that day. To be honest, some of it was pretty fascinating. How do you do it? I asked. Do what? He responded. Psychiatry. I mean, you have to understand that you're messed up in the head, right? How do you help other people when you're so sick yourself? I stammered, fearing that I might have said too much, but Wheaton just chuckled. Messed up in the head? Sick? Maybe some see it that way, sure, but I'm just built different, built better. I'm not tied down by empathy or morals. I'm a truly free person, he said, smiling at me. Think about it. How much time did you spend worrying about what people thought of you, about how they would react to everything you did? He paused, waiting for an answer. I guess a decent amount of time, but not worrying about what people think doesn't mean you kill other people, I posited. There are plenty of people who don't care what people think, but they aren't murderers. But they could be, he explained. And the only reason they aren't is because they don't want to be. Well, I happen to want to murder. If I cared about what people thought or what society said was wrong, then maybe I would choose not to kill, but I don't, he said. What he was saying did make a little bit of sense, but it was still the crazy logic of a serial killer. Think about it, as a truly free person, I'm the only person who can really love. Everyone else is tied down by obligations to one another, fear of rejection, fear of being alone. But not me. What Wheaton was saying turned my stomach. I set my burger down and clenched my fists. If you think anything that you've ever done to me was for love, then you're insane, I whispered. My love doesn't require another person's permission. I can love however I want, as much as I want, Wheaton said as he reached over to cup my cheek. You just have to sit there and receive it. All of my love, focused on you, don't you feel special? I shuddered. But why me? You caught me by accident. This wasn't planned. What made you choose to love me? I croaked, holding back tears. Wheaton gently rubbed my cheek with his thumb, moving it over until it pressed on my lips. It was when I saw you stand up to me for your friend. You were scared shitless, but you were willing to ask me to torture you, to keep you forever, just for the sake of your friend. You cared so much. It made me want to show you how to really love, he said as he leaned in until our breaths mixed. I was easily manipulated is what you mean, I murmured. You had things that you could use against me? Wheaton shook his head. No, I fell in love with your fire. Even now, after all these months, you still stand up to me. You give me lip, challenge me, defy me. But in the end you always give in. You want to survive, and you'll do anything to live. But you still have your passion, and I know that one day you'll love me, he spoke, our lips almost touching at this point. Everyone wanted to live. Hannah, that guy in the warehouse. They were willing to do anything to live too. So why didn't you spare them? I asked, leaning away. Wheaton reached his hand out to hold the back of my head and pulled me in close again. Simple, they annoyed me. Their pleas for their lives were like buzzing gnats. I wanted to hear them scream, to feel the pain and watch as I snatched any chance they had at living away from them, as the light faded from their eyes. You fear pain, yes, but you don't fear death nearly as much as them, Wheaton said. I shook my head. Of course I'm scared to die. Isn't everyone? I said as I watched Wheaton's gaze flick over to my lips before snapping back to my eyes. Then why do you still fight me? Why pretend to hate me? Just give in. He kissed me softly. I thought you said you liked my fight. You're being contradictory, I muttered, and I felt Wheaton smile. Maybe so, maybe I want to have it both ways, he chuckled and kissed me deeply before pulling away. Are you gonna give it to me? I sighed. I was sick of these mind games. I thought I could understand him better, but Wheaton was just talking in circles. I sat back in the bed. There's no point. You asked me to give in to you, but you hurt me and threaten my loved ones. I have no choice. Stop making it seem like I do, I said, too tired to really be angry. I'm exhausted, Wheaton. I'm just done with all of this. Why can't you just rape me? Why do you have to mess with my mind? Why pretend it's love? I huffed. I'm not pretending, he murmured, leaning towards me again. I do love you. Should I prove it to you? His hands reached inside my shirt and roamed my chest. Fine, whatever, let's just get this over with, I grunted. Wheaton grabbed my breasts painfully, and I winced. Do you really mean that? Or is your body telling the truth? He whispered before kissing me deeply. I let him lay me down on the bed and let him assault me all night long, feeling a piece of myself break away and fade out with each passing moment. After several days of the same routine, Wheaton locking me in the closet during the day and then letting me out to eat, have sex, and sleep, we finally traveled home without incident. Soon I was back in the basement, all chained up, but at least Wheaton stopped handcuffing my hands together. Weeks passed with the same monotony until late spring came. Wheaton started to moan in his sleep, tossing and turning before jolting awake. I just rolled over and pretended that I was asleep. I wasn't going to expend any energy comforting that monster. I only knew it was May because Wheaton got me a calendar after I begged him. I found that marking every day off was grounding, but it also pained me watching each day slip by, knowing the world was moving on without me. April 28th, the anniversary of my dad's death, May 5th my mom's birthday, May 15th graduation. I was supposed to be there. Quinn would be walking without me, and that thought broke my heart. My life was stolen away from me, and there was nothing I could do about it. I stared at the date for a long time before marking it off, tears welling up in my eyes. I moped around all day, so much so that even Wheaton noticed. What's bothering you today? He asked when he got home from work as he was unclipping me from the chain. I sighed. I really didn't want to talk about it with him. It's nothing, I whispered, but Whedon grabbed my chin and forced my head up to look at him. I don't believe you, he murmured. I think you're lying to me. Well, I'm not, I spat, swatting his hand away. You're mad at me, Whedon stated. I crossed my arms in a huff. Yeah, maybe I am, I growled. Whedon snatched up a fistful of my hair and pulled my head towards him, and I stumbled forward, hissing in pain. You haven't given me this attitude in a long while. Not since the motel room, he said through a smirk. Are you going to be honest with me now? He shook my head back and forth, threatening to yank my hair off my head. It's graduation today, I yelled, and Whedon released me. I tripped backwards and almost fell to the ground. Oh, is that all? You're mad that you aren't there to graduate college? He said. Well, I guess that is a pretty big milestone. I rubbed my scalp and shot Whedon a glare. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd be there, walking with my friends, I said sharply, but Whedon just clicked his tongue. Actually, if you hadn't come looking for me in that parking garage that night, you would be there right now. So really, you're the one at fault, he snarked, and I frowned. Don't try to pin the blame on me. You might as well own up to your actions, Whedon laughed at this. Oh really? I don't take responsibility for my actions, huh? That's a pretty bold statement, he said as he stepped forward and loomed over me. I couldn't help but to quake with fear. I don't answer to anyone, not the law, not society, not morality, because those institutions and concepts are fake bullshit that the sheep put into place to protect themselves from wolves like me, he rambled. I laughed a little. Now you're calling yourself a wolf? That's a little ridiculous, don't you think? I said, averting my gaze from his eyes onto his chest that stood only inches from my face. Why do I try with you? Whedon said, rubbing his eyes in frustration. You never even attempt to understand me, he shouted, and I leapt back on instinct, cowering. Don't you scamper off, Whedon yelled, snatching up my arm painfully. He raised his hand as if to hit me, and I flinched, but then he just paused before lowering it. I don't feel like hurting you today. I'm just getting antsy. I think it's time to start searching for another pair of victims. My stomach dropped to my feet. And no, please, anything but that, Whedon, I cried as I grabbed onto his arm. I'll be good. I promise. I'll do anything you say, just please don't hurt any more people. Whedon yanked his arm away. It's not a matter of whether you're good or not, I'm feeling the itch, getting nightmares, and the only way to make it stop is to torture, and I'm not going to torture you. I let my arms fall down to my sides. Why not? Why can't you just kill me? Wouldn't that satisfy you? I whispered. Whedon gently cupped my face. Oh Reyna, even if I wanted to, killing you wouldn't satisfy me forever. It's a temporary fix, and I wouldn't want to waste you on something like that. I couldn't hold back the tears anymore, and they spilled over my defenses and flowed freely. Whedon leaned down and kissed them off my face. Please, isn't there anything I can do to make you stop? I begged, but Whedon chuckled. No, this is happening no matter what you say or do. I suggest you learn to live with it, he said, and I cried harder. It'll be fun. I'll show you how to make someone feel so much pain they wish they were dead. Why are you like this? I questioned, collapsing onto my knees on the hard cement floor, sobbing into my hands. Whedon squatted down and started to pet my head. Like I said, I'm a free person. I can do what I want and no one can stop me, he said, running his fingers through my hair. I wiped my tears with the back of my hand. No, you're not free, I stated, biting my quivering lip. You're compelled to kill because of what happened in your past. You are ruled by your history. You might not admit it, but you're just as trapped as I am. Oh my love, you are so smart, but you're dumb to the ways of the world. Just open your mind and let me show you the truth. The truth will set you free, so they say, Whedon snickered. I frowned. There really is no reasoning with you, is there? I whispered. You're so convinced that you're right that you refuse to see that your stepbrother still controls you. Whedon tightened his hold on my hair, and I winced in pain. No one controls me. Least of all that bastard. He growled, yanking my head towards him. I gripped his hand to try to stop him from pulling my hair out. You just keep lying to yourself then, I whimpered. Whedon released me and stood up with a huff. You really need to accept that you're the foolish one. The world has conditioned you, but one way or another, no matter how long it takes, I will make you see the truth, he said, walking away and ending the conversation. If there really wasn't any way I could convince him to stop his murdering and torture spree, then that left me with one choice. I had to escape and put him either in prison or a grave. There was now a big ticking clock counting down the days that I had left before it was too late. I still had some time though. He liked to stalk his victims for a while after choosing them. I steeled myself to face down my greatest fear. I looked at Wheaton's sleeping form as we laid in bed that night, preparing myself for what I might have to do in order to save lives other than my own. I would escape. I would stop Wheaton. Even if it killed me. Chapter 17. Wheaton started to leave the house for longer periods of time to hunt for his next victims. That meant I spent most of the day chained in the basement. It gave me a lot of time to think about how I would escape. There were a couple options. I could try to overpower him or I could outsmart him. Wheaton was strong, yes, but not insanely so. There was a decent chance I could get the drop on him. I wish I had taken that self-defense workshop that my school had offered, but it was too late to gripe about that now. I knew that there were areas of the body that were more susceptible. If I could strike him there with enough force, then I could finish him off with a blow to the head, strong enough to knock him out at least. I could also get him to take me out in public again and try to run for it. This wasn't the best case scenario as I had no idea what Wheaton would do when cornered. He might make good on his promise to take down as many innocent lives as possible before he was caught. I had to be cautious and plan this out, otherwise I risked my own life and the lives of my mom and Quinn. If I messed up, their lives were forfeit. Wheaton had been pretty clear on that front. I paced the basement every day, dragging my chain along with me. I had to come up with an airtight strategy. I pinched my lips nervously. I couldn't afford to fail, but I also couldn't wait forever. Wheaton refused to talk to me about his nightly hunts, so I had no idea how close he was to kidnapping his victims, or if he had even chosen them yet. If I hesitated, it would be too late. I already figured out that it would be much easier to escape from the house than it would be the warehouse. The house I was familiar with, but he had always drugged or blindfolded me when he moved me to and from the warehouse. I didn't have a clear picture of the floor plan. Plus, if I waited until he had kidnapped his victims, that would mean 2 more people I would need to rescue. No, I would have to make my move while I was still in the house. Wheaton had deadbolts that locked on both sides on the front door and the door to the garage. So, I would need to incapacitate him and steal his keys. Or escape through a window. Wheaton always kept his keys on him until we went to bed, at which point he put them on the dresser, but Wheaton still locked me to the headboard at night so there was no way to reach them while he slept. If I could get him downstairs, attack him there, and lock the door behind me, I could trap him in the basement while I made my escape. I could do it while he was unlocking me, then he would have his keys out in the open, and I could grab them quicker. That's it. That's my plan. I looked around the basement for my weapon, and I spotted a heavy, ceramic lamp lying in one of the bins. I would leave Wheaton over here to unlock me, kick him where it hurts, hit him with the lamp, grab his keys, and run like hell. My heart stopped as I heard the door open upstairs. I had the plan. Did I dare to do it now? I felt my stomach tighten and my guts twist into knots. I couldn't. Not right now. I needed a day to psych myself up, I decided. So I walked over to the stairs to wait for Wheaton to come down. I would do it tomorrow, for sure. He opened the door to the basement and walked down the stairs towards me. Reyna, it's good to see you. It's been a long day, he murmured before kissing me. I trembled slightly, still nervous about my plan. What's the matter? You're shaking, Wheaton asked. My mouth went dry as I tried to think of an excuse, but as if on cue my stomach rumbled loudly. Oh, you were just hungry. I know I've been getting home so late this past week, but don't worry. I picked up some food on my way home, he said as he unlocked me from my chain. I silently followed him up the stairs and took a seat at the kitchen table in front of the takeout. Tonight it was chilly. You're being awfully quiet, Wheaton said, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. I was acting too suspicious. If Wheaton guessed what I was up to, it was all over. Sorry, I just don't feel good. I think I might be getting sick, I mumbled. Wheaton leaned over and felt my forehead with the back of his hand. Well, you don't feel feverish? Try and eat something. That might help. I nodded and started tucking into the soup. It seemed like he had bought it for now. Wheaton smiled at me over his own chili. Today's a special day. Can you guess why? Fuck, I thought immediately. Did he already kidnap his next victims? And no, I stuttered. What's today? It's my birthday, he announced, and I let out an internal sigh. Oh, happy birthday, I said, trying to hide my relief. Wheaton scowled. You don't seem very happy for me. My coworkers got me a cake today and everything, he said. I'm sorry, would you like me to sing for you? I said bitterly, and then cursed myself for using that tone. Wheaton's frown deepened. Well, I was planning on sharing the cake with you, but with that attitude I don't know if you deserve a slice, he said, crossing his arms. I'm sorry. That was out of line, I mumbled. Wheaton put his hand to his ear. What was that now? He mocked. I said I'm sorry, I spoke up. Wheaton laughed at me. Let's hurry up and eat. I have some plans for how we can celebrate my birthday together, he said, smirking. I felt my stomach roll at the thought of what he could mean by that. I didn't have to wait long to find out. After dinner and cake, he took me upstairs and made me change into red lace lingerie. I stood in front of Wheaton as he sat on the bed, leaning his arms on his knees. He whistled as I blushed. Wow, that looks amazing on you, he said, sitting up and motioning me to come. I stepped up until I was standing between his legs. He swooped his arms underneath my legs and pulled me onto his lap until I was straddling him. I wrapped my arms around his neck to prevent myself from falling backwards. Our faces were inches apart, and I could feel his dick hardening through his pants. You're so fucking sexy, he murmured as he began to kiss down my neck. Rock on me. Wheaton grabbed my hips and began moving them back and forth. I hesitantly took up the motion, and the friction began to arouse me, much to my disappointment. Every time I convinced myself that my will could win out, that I could fight against my physical feelings. But every time Wheaton proved me wrong. Look at you, you're soaking that new lingerie, naughty girl, he whispered before nibbling on my earlobe. I felt my face heat up and I averted my gaze. Suddenly Wheaton spun me around until I was lying face up on the bed while he hovered over me. Stay right there, he muttered before he stood up and grabbed something from under the bed, where he kept all the toys. He straightened up, and I saw he held in his hands rope and his belt. I felt my stomach churn as he grinned at me like a child in a candy store. He laid over me again, grabbing my hands and maneuvering them above my head before wrapping them tight with rope. I winced as the rope dug into my bad wrist, but I didn't struggle as he dragged me over to the foot of the bed and tied me to the leg. I knelt on the carpet and tugged a little to test it, but Wheaton had restrained me securely. It's almost perfect, I heard him mumble. He reached down again and produced a blindfold, an old favorite of his. I let him slip it over my eyes as he rained kisses down onto my face. I hated not being able to see. It made me feel a whole other level of helplessness. Not to mention, if I couldn't see when he was whipping down the belt, I couldn't brace myself for it. I shivered in anticipation as Wheaton gently ran the leather over my back. Since it's my birthday, should I use the buckle side to spice things up? He teased, and I felt my stomach drop to my toes as I felt the cool metal of the buckle tickle my skin. Please Wheaton, I've been good, haven't I? Please don't do this. It hurts so much, I cried. Wheaton ran a hand through my hair. I know it hurts, but you sassed me at dinner today. Shouldn't I punish you for that? He said. Besides, it's my birthday, so I deserve a little treat. Please, I thought you said you didn't want to hurt me? That you didn't want to torture me. I begged. Oh, you'll know if I torture you. This is nothing, a slap on the wrist. You've endured it before, he reassured me. I couldn't stop shivering. My breathing was accelerated and my heart felt like it was going to pound out of my ribcage. Please Wheaton, I'll do anything you want. Let me go please, I sobbed until I felt fabric being shoved into my mouth before being knotted in my hair behind my head. I screamed into the gag in frustration and fear. We wouldn't want the neighbors to hear, he whispered into my ear and I whimpered. I heard him step away, and I tried to prepare myself, but when the first hit came I yelped as I felt the metal slice into my flesh. Then he stuck again and again. Burning stripes of pain erupted over my back as he hit me mercilessly. I sobbed into the gag and pressed myself into the sheets in front of me, trying my best to cower with my hands restrained. Does it hurt? Wheaton panted after God knows how many strikes. I nodded my head furiously. Good, he laughed as he rained down 5 more blows. Finally I heard the belt drop to the floor, and I wept in relief. I got another surprise for you, Reyna. I sobbed at this. What more could he want to do to me? I thought as I felt blood begin to trickle down my back. He reached over and lifted up my blindfold. I blinked through my tears to see that he was holding a Polaroid camera up to my face. Isn't it neat? I bought it as a birthday present for myself, he said, pulling the blindfold back over my face. I heard him stand up and listen to the click of the button and the soft humming as it spat the photo out. You're so photogenic, Reyna. I have so many plans for this. I leaned my head against the cool metal of the bed frame, trying to fight to stay conscious as the pain in my back washed over me in a tidal wave of agony. Stay right there, I'll grab a washcloth to clean you up, Wheaton said, walking to the bathroom. Where the hell would I go, you bastard? I thought to myself. The only solace I had was that this was my last night with Wheaton. If I could survive tonight, then I'd never have to go through this ordeal again. I hissed into my gag as I felt a wet washcloth start to pat my open wounds. You did so good, Wheaton said, kissing my shoulder. I know that was hard for you, but it made for a fantastic birthday present. So, as a reward, I got you a little something. I doubted whatever he had gotten me would make one iota of difference in the pain that I was in. I felt the washcloth leave and something hard and plastic press into my back instead. Can you guess what it is? Oh, that's right, he said, untying my gag. I gasped as I could finally take in a lungful of air. I don't know, I whispered, my voice hoarse. He then pushed it against my face. It felt rounded, but then he did it again and I felt something move as it pressed into my skin. Is it a controller? I asked. Ding ding ding, we have a winner, Wheaton said, pulling my blindfold off. He was holding a video game controller. To be honest, I was never really into video games, so I couldn't say what type it was. I got you an old Xbox that I can connect up to the TV downstairs. I also bought you some games. No online games obviously, but I figured this could be a good way to pass the time. I sighed and bit down the curse words I wished to fling at him. Thank you, I said, still overwhelmed by the stinging, throbbing mess that was my back right now, but I could be civil with him for one more night. He untied my hands, and I slumped onto the floor. Oh, don't tell me you're tired already. We've barely gotten started, Wheaton teased as he cupped my face in his hands and forced me to look up at him. I swallowed the profanities I wanted to shout and let him guide my head to his junk. With shaking hands I unbuttoned his jeans and shimmied them down enough to give me access. Soon Wheaton was moaning above me, and I imagined biting his dick off. He reached over and grabbed the camera. Look at me, he groaned and I obeyed. He snapped a picture of me from above and smiled down at me. Perfect, every angle of you is perfection, he whined as he came into my mouth, and his disgusting seed shot down my throat. Best birthday ever, Wheaton panted, running his fingers through my hair. Never again, this is the last time, I thought as he pulled me on the bed and wrenched my butt into the air. I bit my lip and repeated this mantra to myself over and over again until Wheaton had finally worn himself out, and I was able to fall into a fitful sleep. The next day I was back in the basement after Wheaton had gone to work. I paced up and down, letting the chain drag behind me. I glared at my restrained ankle in frustration. If it weren't for this stupid cuff I'd be able to leave right now. I imagined breaking down the basement door and busting through a window to freedom. Okay, maybe that was a little far-fetched. My plan today was much more realistic. My back still ached and stung, but I decided I couldn't afford to wait any longer. For all I knew, Wheaton had already found his victims and was planning on kidnapping them tonight. I bit my nails to tatters stressing about this plan. I glanced over at the lamp that I had picked out earlier. I had moved it so it sat in a bin closer to the couch so that I could reach it easier. Hopefully Wheaton wouldn't notice the change until it was too late. I kicked over the Xbox that he had given me. What a joke. He thought he could appease me with gifts and distractions? Well, he was going to find out just how wrong he was. I felt my whole body buzz with adrenaline all day as I paced and ran the plan over and over again in my head. Knee him in the groin, hit him with the lamp, steal his keys, lock him in the basement, escape his house to freedom. It would work. It had to work. If it didn't, it meant putting my mom and Quinn at risk, not to mention myself. I doubted I would survive Wheaton's retribution. Finally, I heard the door to the garage open upstairs. A shiver went through my whole body, and I clenched my jaw with determination. I was going to do this. I heard the lock click, and I watched as Wheaton came down the stairs. "Hello, Reyna," he greeted me. I plastered on a smile. "Hi, Wheaton. How was your day?" I tried to act naturally as I stood by the couch and watched him start to approach. Then he stopped, and my heart froze. What did I do wrong? My eyes flitted about the room. What had I missed? I looked up and saw what Wheaton was staring at, the Xbox. I had forgotten to pick it up after I kicked it over. Stupid. "What's this? You didn't like my gift?" He scoffed. My knees began to quake. Should I abandon the plan now? No, it could still work. I just needed Wheaton to walk over and unlock me. Oh no, I do. I just accidentally knocked it over is all. I was going to pick it up, I muttered, my heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my guts. He eyed me suspiciously. You could say that you didn't like it. I'll just return it and get something else, he said, stepping forward. Just a little closer, I thought. I tried to look meek as I lowered my gaze to my feet. I've just never really played video games before. I don't know how, I said. Wheaton took the bait and came right up to me, bent down to unlock me, and then straightened up. He lifted my chin with his hand. Oh, well, I'll just have to show you how I placed my hands on his shoulders and drove my knee up between his legs with all my strength. He grunted and crumpled like a house of cards, face frozen in shocked pain. I grabbed the lamp and held it high over my head. Wait, he said breathlessly, reaching a hand up at me. But I brought the lamp down on his head. Wheaton slumped over, unconscious. I heard the blood rush in my ears and felt my heart soar. I had done it. I threw down the lamp and it smashed into pieces on the hard concrete. Then I reached down to grab his keys, but once I had a hold of them, Wheaton's eyes shot open, and he seized my arm in an iron grip. He must have just been pretending to be knocked out. I yelped and swung my elbow down hard. I felt it connect with his nose and heard a sickening crunch. He yelled and his grip weakened as blood gushed from his nose, and I was able to wiggle out, still holding the keys. I raced up the stairs, taking two at a time, not daring to turn and look back. I reached the top and swung the door shut, but at the last second I saw Wheaton's arm launch through the opening near the bottom of the door. He had flung himself up the stairs and stuck his arm out just in the nick of time. I screamed as I saw Wheaton push himself up and throw himself against the door as I tried to slam it in his face, but the force blasted me back, and I stumbled into the kitchen table. I saw Wheaton looming in the doorway, breathing heavily, blood flowing down his face from both his nose and the sizable gash on his forehead. He looked more livid than I had ever seen him. My guts melted in terror as I realized that I had lost, and Wheaton was going to kill me. Chapter 18. There was a pregnant pause as Wheaton and I stood frozen. The only sound was my own heartbeat and both of our heavy breaths. My eyes flitted about the kitchen, and I spotted the knife block. Maybe if I could reach it in time I still had a shot at escaping. Reyna, Wheaton spoke, his voice soft but firm. Give me back the keys, and I'll forget this ever happened. I could hear a slight tremble in his tone, and I knew he was holding back a tsunami of rage. I let out a nervous chuckle. Why, yeah, right, I said before launching myself towards the knives. I managed to snatch one and whip around, but Wheaton hadn't even moved from the doorway. Now what are you going to do with that? He said, taking a step forward. I leveled the knife at him, trying not to lose my grip on the keys. Don't move. Don't come any closer, I stuttered, but Wheaton just stalked towards me until he was a mere couple feet away. My whole body trembled with adrenaline and fear. The sweat on my hands threatened my grip on the knife as I stood with bated breath. Wheaton looked like a wounded animal ready to pounce. In a flash of movement, Wheaton leapt towards me to snatch my wrist, and I sprung forward trying to bury the knife in his stomach. Wheaton managed to deflect my arm, my momentum causing me to lose my balance and stumble forward. Taking the opening, Wheaton buried his fist into my stomach. I wheezed in pain and lost my grip on the knife and the keys as I slumped to the floor. Without missing a beat, Wheaton reared back and kicked me in the head, my skull hitting the table leg with a crack. The whole world went fuzzy, and I heard Wheaton's muffled voice above me. What's the matter, Reyna? I thought you wanted to escape? Why are you just lying there, He mocked before he wove his fingers through my hair and started tugging me back towards the basement. "And no," I whispered groggily, my scalp burning as he yanked me to the top of the stairs. With a shove of his foot he sent me rolling down them, bruising my whole body. My head slammed into the concrete floor of the basement with a sickening thud. I curled my trembling limbs into myself while my head was surrounded in a daze of pain. Did I break something in the fall? I didn't know. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. I had to get a grip or I was going to die. I tried to fight through the fog as Wheaton reached down to grab my arm. He dragged me across the cold, smooth floor and threw me into the narrow room. I stumbled to my feet and tripped backwards away from him, the whole world spinning like a top. I fell down with an oof and flipped myself around to look at Wheaton. He hovered over me, holding the knife I had grabbed from the kitchen in his hands, and I screamed in terror. His manic eyes glared down at me from his blood-stained face. He took a step forward, and I scurried backwards until my back hit the wall. I had to do something or I was done for. I couldn't fight him anymore, not in my condition. I had to use my brain to convince him to spare me somehow, but fear and pain clouded my mind and made it impossible to think clearly. "Please," I whispered pitifully. Wheaton squatted down next to me, and I whimpered as he drew the knife over my cheek, leaving a small, searing gash. "You little sneak, you were planning this, weren't you?" Wheaton growled. I felt the tears start to flow down my face, mixing with the cold sweat that had broken out over my entire body. I stuttered, but Wheaton pressed the knife harder against my cheek. "Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses." He interrupted, and I sniveled. "You are in so much trouble." Wheaton trailed the knife down to my neck, and all I could picture was how he had sliced that man's throat open in the warehouse. If I didn't do something quick, I was sure to meet the same fate. "Isn't this what you wanted?" I whispered, my mind racing as the adrenaline helped clear the fog away. Wheaton shot me a queer look. "What are you talking about?" he asked, poking the knife under my chin. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Why, you said you wanted me to keep fighting you, that you liked my fire," I grunted, trying not to move my jaw too much as the knife dug into my skin. "Do you really think that I asked you to kick me in the balls, bash my head in, and break my nose?" He sneered. I opened my eyes and gazed deep into his eyes. "I mean, it's either this or I become a vegetable, letting you do whatever you want to me without ever putting up a fight. Is that what you want? Or do you want my passion?" I said breathlessly and let out a sigh of relief as he lowered the knife. "I'd rather you had saved that passion for the bedroom instead of trying to kill me," he said, and I fluttered my eyelashes at him. "Why not have it both ways?" I mumbled, running my hands over his stumbled cheeks before kissing him deeply. His lips tasted of blood, and he pushed me back until he was towering over me. "Do you really think I won't punish you for that stunt?" he muttered against my lips. "Maybe I want you to punish me," I moaned as his hands started to roam my body, the knife lay discarded on the floor. I drew my hands down his chest towards his crotch. "Not right now," he said breathily. "It's a little sore, if you can imagine." Wheaton smirked before bringing his hands to lightly wrap around my throat and giving me a threatening squeeze. I panted and blinked up at him until I felt my hand wrap around my target, the handle of the knife. In a flash of movement I gripped the knife and dug it deep into Wheaton's belly. I was sickened as I felt his flesh give way to the small kitchen knife and blood seeped out onto my hand. For the second time that day, he looked at me in shocked pain. Scrambling up I realized that I didn't know where his keys were, but it was too late to hesitate now. I would just have to scream for help or break a window. I had done it. I had really done it. I wasn't sure I had it in me to stab someone, but I did it. And now I would be free, and Wheaton would be the one trapped in a cage. My heart swelled as I sprinted towards the stairs. I raced up them, and I was almost to the top when I felt a hand wrap around my ankle and yank. My feet were swept out from underneath me and my chin crashed onto the stairs, causing a burst of blood to fill my mouth as I bit down on my tongue. I whipped around and saw Wheaton, holding my ankle in one hand and pressing his stomach wound in another. I screamed again as he started to tug me back towards the room. I frantically kicked trying to loosen his hold, but as injured as he was, Wheaton didn't let up. I reached desperately for the railing to pull myself out of his grip, just missing it by a hair. He dragged me into the small room again and released me as blood started to drip from his stomach wound onto the floor. "You bitch," he growled, stumbling slightly. I shot up and tried to run past him, but he slammed the door into my face, and I felt my nose crunch and burst with blood. I cried as I heard the door lock and I collapsed back, cradling my injuries. I heard him limp up the stairs before closing the basement door. Maybe Wheaton would succumb to his injuries and someone would come to his house looking for him and then I would be rescued. Or maybe he'd pass away and I'd be stuck down here to slowly die of starvation and thirst. I banged on the door weakly, weeping. There was no telling what Wheaton would do if he survived. He'd probably come back down here to finish the job, or maybe he would go after my mom or Quinn. Damn it, I was trapped in this tiny dungeon with no food, no water, and no way to get help. I screamed in frustration and fell to my knees with despair. What the hell was I gonna do? It was nearly impossible to track the passage of time in that room. After trying for a while to break down the door, all I ended up with was a bruised shoulder. I sat down on the mattress with a sigh. I was almost positive that I had a concussion, and so I didn't really want to go to sleep because I might have never woken up. But what else could I do? I kept the lamp off as I was sure the light would only drive a stake into my brain. So, I sat in complete darkness. All I had in this stupid room was my bucket, my mattress, my sheets, and all the handles bolted to the ceiling, floors, and walls. I suppose I could turn my sheets into a rope and hang myself, but I pushed the morbid thought out of my mind. I wasn't there, not yet. I must have nodded off because when I woke up my mouth was dry and my stomach was rumbling. I assumed it must be the next day. I hadn't heard any movement from upstairs, and so I guessed that Wheaton had left the house and hadn't returned. Unless he had come back while I was sleeping, and he was leaving me to die slowly down in this cursed basement. Just to be sure I banged on the door and yelled for him, but all I got back was silence. Shit, where was he? Was he out trying to kill my mom or Quinn like he had threatened? Maybe he was already dead, and I just had to hope someone came by his house before I could die of dehydration. I don't know how much longer I could last, and my bathroom bucket was beginning to reek. Standing up, I paced for a while. Grateful that at least my ankle was free of that cursed chain. Not that the freedom did me much good. I stayed awake until I got tired again. I opened my eyes groggily. My mouth felt like a desert, and my muscles were weakened. This wasn't good. How many days had it been? How long can a person survive without any water? I blinked and suddenly I was back in my old room, sitting on my bed with the turquoise sheets. I looked over and there was Quinn bathed in the sunlight streaming in from the window, reading a book. She glanced up at me. "What are you looking at, weirdo?" Quinn teased. I tackled her in a hug, crying my eyes out. "I'm so sorry, Quinn." I wept. "Whoa, Reyna, calm down. What's going on?" Quinn asked, petting my hair softly. "It was all my fault. You didn't even want to come, but I dragged you there anyway. And now look at me. I'm filthy," I cried, hugging Quinn harder. It's all right," she cooed. "Everything is fine now." Without warning, Wheaton burst through the door, still covered in blood and holding the knife. "No," I shouted, throwing myself in front of Quinn. "I won't let you hurt her," Wheaton laughed before tossing me aside with inhuman strength. I watched from the floor helplessly as Wheaton stabbed Quinn in the chest. I screamed, and Quinn looked at me with terror in her eyes. "Why?" she asked as a dribble of blood seeped out of her mouth. She slumped over, dead. "And no," I wailed. Wheaton grabbed me by the throat and wrenched me into the air. "I did this because of you. If you had just been a good little girl, none of this would have happened," he shouted as I felt his hands constrict my throat. I startled awake, breathing hard. Just a dream. It was all just a dream. My stomach was cramping, and I needed water badly, but Quinn was alive. At least, I thought she was. Realistically, Wheaton was too injured to try to kill her or my mom, hopefully. I sat up and hugged my knees to my chest. What would happen to me if I died here? I could picture Wheaton coming down and finding my corpse. Then he'd bury me out in the woods, and no one would ever know what happened to me. My mom would never get closure, and the years would pass and pass until she would finally accept that I was dead. I didn't want that for her, but it wasn't like I had any say in the matter. My fate was in Wheaton's hands. I slumped over. I didn't have the energy to sit up anymore. I wondered what it would be like to be dead. Maybe I would see my dad, and he would make me those chocolate chip pancakes just like he used to, and we'd get to do all the things together that we never got the chance to. Maybe we would even get to finish The Hobbit. That was a nice thought. My vision started to get hazy. This was it. I might never wake up again. At least Wheaton couldn't hurt me anymore if I was dead. I was going someplace he could never touch me again. I hope that perverted bastard rots in hell. I was so thirsty. Hey, are you dead? A voice asked from far away. I groaned and pried my eyelids open. The dark silhouette of Wheaton loomed above me. Was this another dream or was he really back? Water, I mumbled through my chapped lips, my parched throat burning. I guess it has been 3 days. You're probably pretty thirsty, huh? He said, kneeling down next to me and producing a water bottle. I weakly grasped for it in desperation, but Wheaton pulled it out of my reach. Now that he was closer, I could see that his nose was all bandaged up. Now don't be too hasty there. I'm not convinced you deserve this water. After all, you did try to kill me, Wheaton said. I would have started crying if I had any water left for tears. It was so close. Pee please, I rasped. Wheaton's hand shot out and grabbed my injured nose and pinched hard. I gasped as the pain shot through me, white hot. You thought you were so smart. How long were you planning that stunt for? Did you really think it would be that easy? He released my nose, and I whimpered. If you thought you had it bad with me before, I'm going to make your life a living hell. You are going to wish you were dead, he shouted as he stood up. I weakly pushed myself into a sitting position, but even that little movement made me dizzy. I'm going to give you just enough food and water so that you won't die. And forget about seeing the house outside of this room, he said, and I started to quake. Oh, and now that I'm out of the hospital, I think I'll pay your mother a visit. My heart skipped a beat and my stomach dropped into my toes. And no, please. Wheaton. I begged, but he just stared down at me with indifference. I told you before. If you tried to escape, your mother and Quinn wouldn't be safe. And do I ever go back on my promises? He stated firmly. I started to panic. Please. I'll do anything. I'll never try to leave again. I'll do whatever you want, I cried. Wheaton scowled. It's too late for all that. You should have considered the consequences of your actions. You've left me with no choice, and now I gotta go get my hands dirty, he said flatly. I sobbed and tried to grab his leg, but he swiftly pulled it back. It's because of you I had to talk to the police. I told them I was mugged while on a walk, and those idiots ate that story up. Not to mention you fucking stabbed me. Do you know how much that hurts, Reyna? He spat. Please, please. I'm so sorry. Kill me instead. I kept muttering. Like I said, it's too late for apologies, Wheaton said, turning to leave. I tried to stand up and follow him, but the world tilted, and I fell down in a heap. No. No. Wheaton, please don't do this. If you do this, I swear I'll take my own life. I'll do it. I screamed. He turned towards me, and for a moment I swore I saw hesitation in his eyes, but then they turned cold again. I wonder what your mother's face will look like as the life drains out of her? Before I kill her, should I tell her what we do together? Do you think it would break her heart to know her daughter is a fucking whore? He said. I cried pitifully, too weak to beg anymore. He tossed the water bottle towards me. Remember, this is all your fault. He closed and locked the door, and I couldn't stop shaking. What had I done? Chapter 19. I looked at the water bottle that had rolled towards me. I was so thirsty. But I didn't deserve that water. I sicked a psychopath on my own mother. Now she was going to die, and it was all my fault. I never should have tried to run away. I curled up and tucked my knees under my chin and glanced over again at the water bottle. It looked so good. Maybe just a sip? I reached out for it with a shaky hand before snatching it up and quickly trying to break the seal. As I tipped it up and felt the cool water travel down my throat, I moaned in relief. But I forced myself to stop. If I drank too much all at once, I was liable to throw it back up. I was a weak-willed coward. Who was I kidding? Did I really have the guts to complete suicide? No, I couldn't even manage to just sit here and wait for death. I was too much of a wimp to die. But what was I even living for? If my mom dies, I have no one in this world but Quinn. Even if I miraculously survive this ordeal, I'll have nothing to come home to. If my mother had to die, why wouldn't I die with her? Wheaton was a monster that I had pushed too far. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that he was capable of murdering my mother in cold blood. But I could do nothing but sit and wait until he came back. The waiting, I hated it. I kept working myself up into a state of panic, picturing what he was doing to her right now. My poor, dear mom. After my father died, my mom could barely hold it together. She managed to keep her job, but whenever she was home, all she would do was sit and drink. I was left almost entirely to my own devices. Don't get me wrong, I don't hold any resentment towards her for that. Maybe I should, but honestly I just kind of accepted that this was the way my mom was. It was her way of dealing with my dad's death. My Aunt Carol was my father's sister, and her husband lived about 5 hours away. When they would come to visit, they would always get into fights with my mother. My aunt said that my mother should stop drinking, and that she should take better care of me. She threatened to get social services involved several times, but my mother would just break down, beg her, and promise to change. My aunt would always take me to visit my father's grave, as this was something my mother refused to do for the first several years after my dad's death. She would hold my hand as I looked into that shiny, carved stone. "You know, you could come and live with us," my aunt would say. But I couldn't leave my mom. She needed me. Who else would tuck her in when she fell asleep on the couch? Who would make her microwave dinners and make sure she ate? Who would be there to watch her spiral into deep depression? She was suffering, and I wanted to help. My father had left us alone, and I couldn't bear to leave her too. The night of the anniversary of my father's death, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. I could see that the light was on through the crack at the bottom of the door. Thinking my mother must have just left the light on by accident, I opened it. She was laying there with her arms draped into the tub full of water, bleeding from several gashes on her arms. I immediately bolted to her and tried to shake her awake, and she lifted her head and groaned. "Reyna," she rasped. Mom, I'm here," I cried as I yanked her arms out of the water. "I'm going to go call for help." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," she wept as I raced to the phone and immediately dialed 911. I was shaking, but my head was clear. Maybe it was all those gruesome shows that I had watched, but the blood didn't faze me much. I sat with my mother and held a towel against her cuts until the ambulance arrived. I was only 9 years old. My aunt and uncle rushed down to us and stayed with me while my mom was in the hospital, and Aunt Carol was more insistent than ever about taking custody of me. "She's an unfit mother, Reyna. She needs serious help," my aunt said while we got ready to go visit my mom in the hospital a few days after the incident. "No, I'm not going to leave her," I said firmly. Aunt Carol knelt down to my level. "You're too young to be dealing with this kind of thing. Your mother never should have exposed you to it," she said with sorrow filling her eyes. I loved my aunt, but seeing her pity me made me furious. "I don't care. Just because Mom tried to leave me too doesn't mean I'll forget her," I yelled. "I'm all she has left. I'm not asking you to forget about her. You would just move in with us for a while," my aunt reasoned. I scowled. "No, I won't. I don't want to live with you. I want my mom," I shouted before storming out the door. I don't know if it was something I said, or maybe my mother said something to her, but my Aunt Carol and Uncle John did not take me away from my mother. In fact, my aunt stayed with me while my mother went to rehab that summer. When it was finally time for her to come home, I raced to her as she exited the car. We embraced and my mother wept into my hair. "I'm so sorry, Reyna," she cried. "Mommy's better now, okay? I'm not going to leave you ever again. I love you so much." "I know, Mommy," I said. "I love you too." I wish that I could say that my mother's love for me kept her clean, but she did relapse several times. To her credit, she got help early and never was as bad as the first time, and she never tried to kill herself again. Even when she'd started drinking, I could tell she was different. She started to care for me, cook for me, help me with homework, and would even read to me sometimes, even if I didn't really need it anymore. We were happy together, and eventually we moved on. My dad existed to us as pleasant memories and fond feelings as our wounds healed slowly over the years. My mom had already lived through so much hardship, and now because of me, she had to suffer through the misfortune of a missing child. I couldn't imagine what she must have been going through all these months I had been gone. I really hoped she hadn't started drinking again. But what does it matter? Wheaton was going to kill her, and she would die without ever seeing me again. In frustration, I flung the water bottle across the room. That stupid bastard. If only I had stabbed him right in his fucking heart. It wasn't enough that he desecrated my body daily, had taken me away from my loved ones, now he had to drag my mother into this. I felt my heart constrict with anxiety. Maybe he would fail, and my mother could fight him off. Maybe this is what got him caught. I could hope, as frivolous as that hope was. I prayed to whatever could be listening to protect my mother. Please someone save her. I jerked awake as I heard the locks clicking. Scrambling to my feet and almost falling over from dizziness, I readied myself for the worst. Tears pricked in the corners of my eyes as Wheaton pushed the door open and stepped in. He glared at me coldly before throwing a green jacket to the floor at my feet. I gasped, recognizing the jacket as one of my mother's. With a sob I fell to the floor. And no, I cried, hugging the jacket to my face. I could still smell her perfume on it. Calm down, I didn't kill her, Wheaton spat. I looked up in shock. What? You mean she's still alive? I asked, my mouth agape. If looks could kill, I'd have been a corpse by now. Yes, your mother is still alive. I broke in, and as I was standing over her while she slept, I realized I couldn't do it, he explained, glaring at me. I was flabbergasted. This cold-blooded murderer, this sadistic freak was saying he couldn't do it? I was crying with relief, but I didn't understand. What do you mean, you couldn't do it? I sputtered. Wheaton sighed and squatted down until he was at my level. I realized that if I killed your mom, you'd probably never recover, he said, reaching out to stroke my cheek. Trust me, I wanted to, so bad. You deserve that pain for what you did to me. But if I killed her, you would never forgive me. I know you, Reyna. You have too strong a survival instinct to commit suicide, but even so I can't have you breaking too soon. Thank you, I stuttered. He frowned. Yeah, you should be fucking grateful, because you will not be getting a second chance. Try anything like that again, and I will drag your mother here and disembowel her in front of you, got it? He growled, gripping my face hard. I nodded quickly. Wheaton ran his fingers through his hair, groaning. What am I going to do with you? Should I stab you? See how you like it? Maybe I should cut off a finger or two, he mused, snatching my hands in a painful grip. I quivered, but I wasn't going to protest. My mother was safe, and that was all that mattered. He could torture me all he liked at this point. I didn't care. Nothing could be more painful than the thought of my mom dying because of my screw-up. What? Got nothing to say? Wheaton asked, releasing my hand. I looked down and just shook my head. Wheaton sighed and brushed his fingers through my hair gently. I have to do something. You understand that, don't you? He grabbed my hair and yanked me to my feet. Then he pulled out some rope from his pocket and began to tie my hands together tightly. I winced as the rough rope started to tear into my flesh and as he bent my bad wrist painfully. Once my wrists were secure, Wheaton yanked my arms up and pulled the rope through a metal handle bolted to the ceiling. He jerked on the rope until my toes were barely tickling the ground and my shoulders screamed in protest. Wheaton tied the rope off and stepped back to watch me dangle. There, you can stay like this for a while, Wheaton said with a smirk. Oh, I know what to do. Wheaton left, came back in with his Polaroid camera, and snapped several photos of me hanging there. I grunted as my toes slipped and I swung back and forth before I managed to get my toes under me again. My arms already burned after just a minute, but I bit my tongue to hold back any begging. I asked for this when I tried to escape. I knew this was a risk, and I should just be grateful that he didn't murder my mother. This was nothing compared to that. I could endure whatever Wheaton would throw at me. Wheaton stepped up to me, pushed his hand up my shirt and ran his hand over my stomach. I shuddered at his touch. I could stab you right here, he whispered, his fingers leaving behind a trail of goosebumps. You know, you missed all my vital organs when you stabbed me. I wonder if you would be as lucky. I'm no doctor after all. I can't guarantee you won't die. I whimpered as Wheaton pulled out a pocket knife, flicked it open, and poked the blade into my soft flesh. Still got nothing to say, huh? Not going to beg for your life? He teased. I didn't brace him with an answer as a cold sweat broke out over my body. I braced myself for the pain, but nothing came. Wheaton removed the knife and returned it to his pocket. No, I have got a better idea. I'll make you scream yet, Wheaton said, kissing my neck before leaving the room and heading upstairs. I whimpered as my toes started to cramp from holding up my weight. He returned, holding a box of matches and the birthday candles. A shiver of fear trickled down my spine. Wheaton struck up a match and lit one of the candles. Have you ever gotten burned, Reyna? he asked, grinning. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. And no, I stuttered. Wheaton waved the candle in front of my face, and I felt its heat scorch my skin. Oh, you're in for a treat, he said, pushing the tip of the candle into the skin on my upper arm. I screamed as I felt it burn my flesh. Even as he removed the candle, my skin continued to sizzle. Then I felt dampness down on my crotch and something ran down my leg. I had pissed myself. Ew, gross, Wheaton sneered before pulling up my shirt and placing the candle against my tender stomach. I shrieked again and writhed in pain. That continued on for several excruciating minutes until little patches of skin all over my body screamed and the candle had burned down to a stub. I wept out loud as Wheaton struck a match to light up another candle, and he continued until the ground was littered with matches and piles of wax. He burned me all over, but he left my face untouched. I dangled there, panting hard with tears running down my face. The pain throbbed and washed over me again and again like the waves on the beach. Please, I panted softly. I hated begging, but I couldn't take any more of this. Wheaton pinched the skin where he had burned me, and I squealed. You have some nerve, begging me to stop after what you did to me, he growled. Do you want me to go back to your house? Oh, it was so easy to break in, and I'd happily burn your mother instead. I shook my head violently. No, please, I'm sorry. Please don't hurt her, I whimpered. Wheaton kissed one of the many burns that littered my skin and I hissed in pain. That's right. I can snuff your mother's life out any time I want. So, you're going to behave for me from now on, aren't you? He mumbled, and I nodded furiously. He stepped back and smiled proudly at me like I was some piece of artwork he had made. He snapped a couple of pictures with his camera. You'll stay tied up tonight. If you're good, tomorrow I'll let you down and feed you. You haven't eaten for almost 4 days now, so I'm sure you're starving, Wheaton said. To be honest, I was a little too preoccupied with my burning skin and sore arms to be hungry. I wonder, what else should I do to punish you, he said thoughtfully before exiting the room and locking the door, leaving me dangling from the ceiling. I felt the cold weight of anxiety settle in my guts at what he could possibly be planning to do to me next. He had already beaten, burned, and starved me. What else could there be? I groaned as my arms ached terribly, and I felt my hands go numb. This was going to be a long night. I don't know how I managed to fall asleep or for how long I was out for, but I do remember my dream. It was of a memory. Quinn and I had driven hours to hike around this national park. One with lots of forests, waterfalls, and trails. You get the idea. It was a lovely, relatively peaceful place with few other tourists. We had been hiking for a few hours at this point, and we reached a spot where the creek was calm. It had worn the rocks over many thousands of years, leaving cliffs of smooth stone surrounding the tranquil site. I had found a ledge that was just big enough to climb up. Then I found another and another. Soon I was standing over 15 feet above the shallow water on a ledge less than a foot wide. Reyna, be careful, Quinn yelled from the shore, but I shot her a grin. Come on, join me, I laughed. But she scowled deeply. You are definitely breaking at least a few park rules. Plus if you fall you're going to get hurt. You're such a worrywart. Part of the fun of hiking is going off trail. I called out. Just please get down, she pleaded. I sighed. Fine, all right, I said as I started to descend. But when I was only halfway down my foot slipped on the smooth rock, and I started to slide down the wall so fast I didn't have time to grab onto a ledge to stop myself. Reyna, Quinn cried out as I landed butt first in the chilly water that was only a foot or so deep. I slowly sat up. Oh my God, Reyna. Are you hurt? Quinn raced through the water towards me. I don't think so, I muttered, dazed. Your legs don't hurt? Can you stand? She asked, holding out a hand to me. I took it and wobbled to my feet. Miraculously, I didn't feel any pain other than some discomfort in my tailbone. I'm fine, really I'm okay, Quinn, I reassured my friend. You've got the luck of the devil, I swear, Quinn sighed, obviously relieved. The fact that you're not constantly breaking bones is shocking to me. Guess it was all that milk I drank as a kid, I giggled, the shock of falling having worn off. You're ridiculous, Quinn laughed, clear and bright. When I first woke up from my dream I whimpered in pain, but then I smiled at the memory. I had almost forgotten about that trip. After we got back to the start of the trail we were told off by some rangers who saw our wet clothes and thought we had gone swimming. We had a good chuckle about it later. I don't know what benevolent being decided to give me just a moment of mercy, a moment of escape from this horror. But I was grateful. The next morning I heard Wheaton head down the stairs. I had long since given up on holding myself up on my tiptoes, and I hung freely by my arms. They had ached for so long, I barely registered the pain anymore. Wheaton waltzed into the room. "Good morning, Reyna," he said, smiling. I groaned in response. "Oh, did someone have a rough night?" "I slept like a baby." Wheaton reached up and untied my wrists, causing me to come crashing down to the floor with an oof. Wheaton laughed at my crumbled body. I tried to push myself up, but my arms burned and wouldn't hold my weight, so I collapsed back down again. "It seems you're having a little trouble there. Would you like some help?" "Maybe I'll think about it if you ask nicely," Wheaton teased, poking me with his foot. I was lucky that Wheaton seemed to be in a good mood. It was better than him being angry with me, but still, I hated having to beg him. "Help me, please," I whispered, my voice hoarse. Wheaton smiled and snaked his arms underneath my armpits and started to drag me out into the other room. I yelped in pain as he pulled on my sensitive shoulders. He stopped at the table and slung me into one of the chairs. I almost slid off, but I managed to stabilize myself. My whole body was aching in pain, my burns, my arms, my stomach, my head, all of it hurt. I bit back tears as I looked at the food Wheaton placed me in front of. It was some plain toast and a glass of water. I glanced up at him wearily, wondering if I had permission to partake of this oh-so-generous feast he had prepared. Wheaton gave me a nod, and I winced as I tried to move my arms to pick up the toast. They shook so badly that the bread tumbled out of my hands and onto the floor. Wheaton tisked. "Now look at what you've done," he said, bending down to pick up the toast. He held it up to my lips, and I hesitantly took a bite. I was so fucking hungry, I would have eaten this food out of a dog bowl if I had to, but the bread and thirst made my mouth drier than sand. "Can I please have some water?" I mumbled, averting my gaze. "Oh, have you finally learned some manners?" Wheaton chuckled while he raised the glass to my lips. He let me have a few sips before he jerked it away and poured the contents over my head, soaking me. "You needed a shower. You smell like piss." I spluttered and tried to wipe the water from my eyes. He was right though, I did smell like pee from when I had soiled myself yesterday. "I'm sorry," I gasped, and Wheaton's hand shot out and gripped my still tender, broken nose. "You're sorry, huh? What are you sorry for? Are you apologizing for trying to kill me? Well, I don't accept your apology. You're going to have to try harder than that," he yelled, and I cried out in pain. "What do you want me to do, then?" I sobbed, trying to get my useless hands to pry him off of my face. "I want you to suffer until I'm satisfied," he growled before releasing my now throbbing nose. He wove his fingers into my hair and dragged me over to the laundry sink. I hissed in pain as he nearly ripped my scalp off of my head. There was a large bucket on the floor that hadn't been there before. "You're going for a little dip," he said, smirking as he filled the bucket up from the faucet. I had a bad feeling about this. I tried to crawl away, but my arms collapsed out from under me, and I face planted on the concrete floor. "Where do you think you're going?" he teased before rearing his foot back and kicking me hard in the ribs. I cried out and curled up in the fetal position, shaking badly. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," I muttered over and over again, squeezing my eyes shut and willing the pain to go away. Wheaton again wove his fingers through my hair. "Like I said, you don't get to apologize until I'm satisfied," he said before ripping my head up and then down into the bucket full of water. I squeezed my eyes closed against the frigid water as he forcibly submerged me. I struggled weakly, trying to find purchase on his arms, but my hands couldn't grip him. My lungs burned, and I willed myself desperately to not try to breathe, but I couldn't hold out any longer. I inhaled involuntarily and felt the water rush into my lungs like lava. Then I was yanked out of the water, coughing and sputtering. Before I could regain my bearings, I was pushed under the water again. I lasted even less time before I inhaled. This continued for what seemed like an eternity. Just when I thought my vision would finally and mercifully fade, I was jerked out of the water, again and again. There were moments when I was sure he had changed his mind, and that he was trying to kill me. When I came to, I was lying on my back, gasping for breath while Wheaton hovered over me. I rolled over to expel some water from my chest violently. I laid there, panting, my lungs in indescribable pain. Wheaton leaned down and gripped my chin tightly. "I wonder," Was that enough? Am I finished with you? He whispered. I closed my eyes and resigned myself to whatever sick torture he had planned next, but Wheaton just released me and stood up. Take off your clothes, he ordered, and I tried to comply, but my arms were still too weak. With a huff, Wheaton leaned down and helped me until I sat naked on the cold, wet floor. He turned the shower faucet so that it was expelling hot water and dragged me under the stream. I clenched my teeth as the water ran over my burns. With uncharacteristically gentle hands, Wheaton helped wash my body and my hair until I no longer smelled like urine, blood, and sweat. When he was done, he roughly dried me with a towel before handing me clean clothes, underwear, a baggy shirt, and shorts. I slipped them on as best I could with my shaky limbs. Wheaton then dragged me over to my chain and clipped my ankle in. It seemed like I was back at square one as I sat there on the ground and fiddled with the chain. Are you satisfied? I whispered. Wheaton leaned down and petted my damp hair. Not even close, but I won't take it all out on you. If I did that, I would probably end up ruining your beautiful face or killing you. And I didn't take it out on your mother, so it looks like I'll need to find another scapegoat, he said. I swallowed hard. You mean you're going to hurt more people? I whimpered, and he shot me a devilish grin. Of course, and you're going to help me. Chapter 20. The next few weeks passed by slowly. True to his word, Wheaton kept me locked up in the small room and only let me out to eat my meals at the card table, use the bathroom, and occasionally shower. All I had to do all day was sit on my mattress and stew over my situation. I knew I had missed what was probably my only chance at escape. Wheaton was unlikely to let his guard down around me anytime soon. He had once again started to handcuff my wrists together, along with cuffing my ankle. The only solace I had was that Quinn and my mother were safe, for now. But soon he would kidnap 2 new victims, and there was nothing I could do to stop him. Wheaton started to rape me again. Despite all that I had suffered in it, I began to miss his bedroom. At least his mattress was comfortable. I knew it shouldn't matter where he assaulted me, but if it was going to happen regardless, I would have rather it been upstairs. I didn't understand why Wheaton wasn't hurting me. He said it himself that he wasn't satisfied. Maybe it was the boredom messing with my head, but I almost wished he was still furious with me. If I had to stay on my toes to avoid pain, that would have at least broken up the monotony. I knew from before that he needed no reason to hurt me. If he really wanted to, he'd make up an excuse. So why the change of heart? Despite some of my burns blistering, slowly my wounds began to heal, but so did Wheaton's. His bandages came off of his nose and eventually his stomach as well. The only evidence of my attack was a small, red scar right underneath his ribcage. I often ran my hands over it, wondering what might have changed if I had stabbed him anywhere else. One night Wheaton brought me out to the card table to eat, but there was no food laid out. I let him lead me over and down into a chair, but I was wary of what this change in routine could mean for me. To my surprise, Wheaton pulled out his phone from his pocket and leaned over to show me his screen. You're going to help me decide who to kidnap, he said, and I saw a candid picture of a woman in her 50s pushing a shopping cart, and then he scrolled over and there was another woman, this time a redhead, who was loading bags of groceries into her car. I shoved his hand away from me. I'm not picking anyone. I refuse to be a part of this sick game, I spat, surprised by my own boldness. Wheaton chuckled. Well, if you don't choose, then you don't eat, he said, but I shot him a glare. Starve me all you want, I'm not choosing, I stated firmly. Wheaton sighed and scrolled through his phone for a while before shoving it back in my face. This time it showed a picture of my mother. It was taken from outside one of our windows that looked into the dining room. She sat there eating dinner, oblivious. I gulped. I didn't want to do this, but if you don't do what I tell you to, I can't promise your mother's continued safety, he said, gently taking a strand of my hair and rubbing it in his fingers, and just like that my resolve melted away. Fine, I'll do it. Just please, leave her alone, I stuttered. Wheaton beamed down at me. That's my girl. Now you can pick between these 3. Wheaton showed me the 2 pictures from before, along with another snapshot of a white woman with blonde hair getting into a car. My stomach felt queasy. I didn't want to do this. None of these women deserved what Wheaton would do to them. This one does charity work at a local homeless shelter on Wednesdays. This one has a few kids still in school. Oh, and this one is on food stamps, Wheaton explained, flipping through the photos. You really know a lot about them, I whispered, horrified at the level of detail Wheaton had on each one. I like to be thorough. All right, time to choose. 1, 2, or 3? Wheaton asked like he was the host of the world's most demented game show. I felt my stomach drop to my toes, and I started quivering. I had to do this for my mother. I had almost got her killed once already. But could I really follow through with this? Live with the blood on my hands? I gulped and spoke with a shaky voice. The first one. I trailed off, tears already welling up in my eyes. I was a monster. Wheaton grinned at me and landed a kiss on my cheek. You did good. I like this one too, he murmured. Stay here while I grab dinner, he said before climbing the stairs. I sat frozen in my seat. I couldn't believe I had just condemned an innocent woman to whatever terrible torture Wheaton would come up with this time. I put my head in my hands and sobbed. What had I done? Much to my horror, Wheaton woke me up a few days later and began to tie me up. He even gagged and blindfolded me, though I insisted that I wasn't going to try anything. I suppose I couldn't blame him. After all, I did stab him not but 3 weeks ago. He threw me in the back of the van and drove us to the warehouse. Then he carried me into that small, familiar room, the one where it all began. Thankfully he did untie me and took my gag and blindfold off, but he also chained up my leg and handcuffed my hands together. At least he didn't drug me this time. Now, you stay here and be a good girl while I go pick up our other guests, Wheaton said before leaving and locking the door behind him. That was unnecessary as the chain on my ankle was only about 3 feet long. I couldn't reach the door even if I tried. Sighing, I sat back against the wall and fiddled with the cuff. There was nothing I could do. Wheaton was going to kidnap and torture 2 innocent people, and I had no power to stop him. I had tried my best, and all I had to show for it was a crooked nose and burn scars all over my body. Shit, I was completely helpless. I wondered what kind of lives these 2 newest victims had. Did they have family that would miss them? Probably. I bet they had lives full of promise, like I did. What right did Wheaton have to cut that short? Because that's what he did. He tore people down and ruined their lives. He fed off their trauma and death like some sort of parasite. I hated him, with every fiber of my being I hated him. Eventually I heard Wheaton's return heralded by screams of pain and terror, muffled as it was through the thick walls. What was he doing to them? Cutting off their toes? Burning them with acid? Slicing their skin to ribbons? What do you have to do to a person to make them scream like that? I bit my lip and tried to hold back tears. There wasn't anything I could do but sit and listen. After what must have been hours, Wheaton came for me. Poor Reyna, did you think that I had forgotten you? He said as he unclipped me from the chain and dragged me up by my upper arm. I wouldn't let you miss all the fun, love. I felt my stomach flip as he led me down the hall to the torture room. The scent of blood and burning flesh hit me as he opened the sliding door and guided me inside. It was becoming a familiar sight, 2 figures tied to chairs with bags over their heads, pools of sticky blood emanating from them. Wheaton led me over to another chair that sat facing the 2 victims. Sit there, and be good, he ordered, and I obeyed as he untied the woman and started to drag her over to a hook on the ceiling. No. No. Please let me go. Please, I'll do anything you want. She screamed, but Wheaton was unfazed, and once he had tied her wrists together he lifted the woman up by them and hung her like a slab of meat. I felt for her. I knew just how painful that position was. My shoulders ached from the memory. Wheaton turned his masked face towards me. Come here, he said curtly. I stood up on wobbly legs and made my way to her. Wheaton held out a gleaming knife towards me, and I jumped back. And no, I won't, I stuttered. You don't even know what I am going to ask you to do, Wheaton scoffed. I took another step back. Who's there? The woman sobbed. I realized that she was confused as to who I was because she couldn't see anything with that bag on her head. Wheaton yanked on the rope holding her up, causing her to cry out in pain and dangle even further off the ground. Shut up. I don't want to hear anything from you unless it's screaming, Wheaton barked in his distorted voice. Then he set his sights on me. Reyna, do as I say or I swear I will kill your mother. My heart sank to my toes. Why, you're bluffing, I cried, even though I knew the truth. Wheaton would do it. He was a crazy, sadistic murderer. If he wanted me to do something, he wouldn't hesitate to make it happen. Oh, you think because I spared her once that I'm not true to my word? Should I bring her here? Would seeing the knife against her throat convince you? Wheaton said as he stepped forward and snatched my hand and wrapped it around the knife handle. I reluctantly gripped it, and Wheaton withdrew his hands. Don't push me, Reyna. That won't end well for you or your mom, he said, shoving me towards the woman who had been quietly crying this whole time. This will be your first time playing a human, right? He chuckled. Hearing this, the woman wailed. Wheaton walked up behind me and gently guided my arm until the knife was poking at her skin. My stomach churned, and I dropped the knife. It clattered on the concrete floor. Pick up the knife, right now, Wheaton commanded. I shook my head. Do you have some kind of death wish? Pick up the goddamn knife, Wheaton yelled, and I whimpered in fear. You're going to have to kill me because there's no way in hell I'm going to hurt her, I whispered, summoning courage I didn't know I had from deep within me. Wheaton actually laughed at this. Oh my love, I'm not going to kill you. Your dear old mom on the other hand, he said, trailing his hand up my back. Well, she's fair game as far as I'm concerned. Then after her I'll move on to Quinn, he whispered in my ear, his breath tickling my skin. I didn't know what to do. If I didn't go along with Wheaton, I put my mother and Quinn in danger. But how could I possibly hurt another human being, an innocent woman? It was sick and twisted. However, at the end of the day, this woman would still be hurt, even if I didn't do it myself, but if I let Wheaton do it my loved ones' lives were forfeit. It was utilitarian, but the logic was sound. This was the path that caused the least pain in the end. With a heart full of lead, I leaned down and picked up the knife. That's my girl, Wheaton murmured. He delicately held my wrist from behind me and led my hand until the knife was poking at her skin. A little bead of blood welled up and ran down the knife. Then he pulled my arm down and sliced her arm. The woman shrieked so loud I almost fumbled the knife. I couldn't tear myself away from the shallow, bleeding wound. I had caused that. That blood that was gushing out was on me, soaking into my soul. Good, now take your other hand and pull her skin back, he mumbled. And no. Please no. Don't do this to me. The woman sobbed as I grabbed onto her skin with a trembling hand. Give it a nice, hard tug, Wheaton said. I complied and felt her skin start to peel off of her muscle. There was blood, so much blood, and the woman's shrill screams drilled into my ears. Cut it off now, he said once I had pulled up several inches of raw skin. And that continued until almost her entire right arm was stripped to muscle. The pale and bloody scraps lay beneath her like she was some kind of snake shedding its scales. I collapsed to the floor and threw up harder than I ever had. After my stomach contents were violently expelled, Wheaton helped me back to my feet. You did so good, Wheaton murmured, nuzzling my neck and snaking his hand down the waistband of my shorts. You have never looked sexier than when you were cutting that flesh. I bit my lip and felt tears run down my face as he started to rub me down there. I'm so proud of you, he said as he nibbled on my ear. I did it for my mom, not to make you proud or whatever, I stuttered as the woman was reduced to quiet sobbing. Still, I wasn't sure you had it in you, but you surprised me, he groaned and started to hump me from behind, still fingering my privates. Wheaton guided me to the blood-soaked floor before ripping my shorts and underwear off. Only this sicko could get horny from tearing a woman's skin off. He raped me there on that floor, surrounded by the carnage that I created. Wheaton eventually led me back to the room and chained me up again. I fell into an uneasy sleep. Nightmares plagued me, full of blood, full of fear. There were no pleasant memories of days gone by this time. I gave up trying to sleep and just sat there with my thoughts. I looked down and saw the blood that had soaked into my shirt and hair. The smell of it made me nauseous. Then I thought about that poor woman, hanging there all these hours. How much pain was she in? How much of it did I cause? I pulled my knees up to my chin and shivered. There was no going back. I had crossed a line that I'm not even sure my mother would have wanted me to cross. Would she approve of me choosing her over these other innocent lives? But it's not like I killed anyone, right? She will heal. Probably. I was trapped in an impossible situation. Either way I caused someone pain, and in the end Wheaton always got what he wanted. Wheaton returned to me in what I presumed was the morning. Hello, love, Wheaton greeted me while he unlocked me. I didn't grace him with a reply. There was nothing I wanted more than to smack that stupid smirk off his face. He led me back to the warehouse by my arm and shoved me into the room. Clean up the mess you made last night, he said, tossing a rag my way. and he pointed to a bucket full of cleaner. I'm leaving for work. I expect it to be spotless when I come back. Oh, and I'm leaving the nanny cam on, so don't try anything funny. Wheaton smirked as he tousled my hair. I didn't even have the energy to muster up a glare. When he was gone, I lugged the bucket over to the woman who was still hanging there, but she had her bag removed from her head. She was completely limp, but as I neared her, her eyes shot open, and she started struggling. Stay away, she yelled. Hold on, I'm not gonna hurt you, I explained, setting down my bucket. Why you? Last night you did this to me. The woman cried out. I had to. I stopped myself. There were no excuses for what I had done to this poor woman. Trying to defend myself was wrong. I had to own up to what I did, even if the mere memory turned my stomach. I'm sorry. I know that probably doesn't mean much, but I really am sorry, I whispered. She continued to cry. Stay away from me. I have to clean it or he is going to get mad at me, I explained, leaning down and beginning to scrub at the dried blood on the floor. Suddenly the woman reared her legs back and kicked at me. Hey, stop that, please. I promise I'm just trying to clean, I said, trying to hold back my frustration. After all, the woman was justified in her hatred of me. You're just as bad as him. Why haven't you tried to help us? Why haven't you tried to escape? You had sex with him last night. Are you in love with that psycho? She yelled. You don't understand anything, I shouted back, shaking with rage. Who the hell are you to come in and judge me? You have no idea what I have gone through. Urge. I'm not even supposed to be talking to you. If he thinks I've given away any information, he will kill you, do you understand that? I paced around furiously. You fucking skin me, you little psycho. She screamed at me. Fuck you, I yelled, stomping away to the other side of the room. Tears clouded my vision, and I wanted to scream. She doesn't know anything. I curled up in a ball and bit into my arm to hold in the yell. The woman started to cry again before she spoke up. I'm sorry, I yelled. Please, please let me down. My arms hurt so much, please. She begged. Let me down and we can escape together. We can't get out of here. Even if I let you down, we'd still be trapped, I grumbled. Let me go. Let me go. She shrieked over and over again before she returned to her quiet whimpering. I stayed curled up in the corner like that for hours until I heard Wheaton come back. Reyna, love, why is this room still a mess? He asked. Let me down, you fucking psychopath. The woman screamed, and Wheaton scowled at her before slipping the gag back over her mouth. What a terribly original insult, he mocked. And you, he said, leaning down to where I laid. What about clean the room, didn't you understand? I'm sorry, I wanted to butt. She yelled at me. It sounded pretty pathetic when I said it out loud. Wheaton sighed. You still care too much about what other people think of you. You shouldn't give a damn about what that bitch says. She's worthless trash, he said, grabbing my arm and pulling me into a sitting position. You are on top of her, your will reign supreme. Nothing she does can stop you. Believe that, and you won't care what she says. I looked up at his eyes. He was being sincere, trying to encourage me. But he was wrong. I was not better than her. I'm the one who is trash, because I hurt her to save my loved ones. I decided her value wasn't enough. But I didn't say any of this out loud. I didn't have the energy to get into another debate with this delusional man. I'm sorry. I'll clean now, I mumbled. Yeah, you will, or you won't get any dinner, Wheaton said, standing up and ruffling my hair. I hated it when he did that. I got to work scrubbing at the blood and bits of skin that littered the floor. The lady didn't try to kick me again, but I felt her glaring at me. After that, Wheaton moved the woman back to her chair and grabbed a blowtorch, which he used on the man. It made what he did to me with the candles look like child's play. This stranger's screams pierced my ears, and I had to look away as his skin bubbled and blistered. The horrifying sight and smell sent a shiver up my spine, but I was grateful that Wheaton didn't make me participate. That was until he handed me the knife again. This time I took it without fuss, but I stood by wearily. What was he planning now? He seems to be in a lot of pain, doesn't he, love? Wheaton said, prowling around me. Why don't you put him out of his misery? The man's eyes grew wild, and he started to weakly struggle against his bindings. I shook my head violently. And no. I'm not going to kill anyone, I yelled. My heart was beating up in my throat. I was scared, so scared. But this wasn't something I could just do. I couldn't just murder a man. Don't think about it too hard, Reyna. You want your mother to live, right? Well, this is the only way to ensure that she does. A life for a life. I won't play God like that. You can't just toy with people's lives. I protested, hands shaking while I held the knife loosely. Wheaton lifted my chin with his hand so that we stood face to face. Oh, but I can, and so can you. That's the benefit of being a free person. I can do whatever the hell I want. Let me set you free, Reyna, he muttered, brushing his lips against mine. You know I speak the truth. That's why you're still holding on to the knife. You can do this, if not for yourself, do it for your mother. Wheaton pulled away and gave me a little shove towards the man. He looked at me with pleading eyes, but a gag held back any begging he might have done. Could I really do this? For my mother and Quinn? Could I kill a man in cold blood? I tried to swallow through the lump in my throat. Maybe you need a little encouragement, Wheaton said, amused. He stood behind me and grabbed my hands, and just like last night he used them to guide the knife towards the man's stomach. And no, I stuttered weakly. If you don't, I will kill your mother. I swear I'll do it. It's him or her, so make your decision, Wheaton yelled as he yanked my hands towards the man, until my weight fell forward and drove the knife into his stomach. I saw the man's eyes widen in pain and shock. At this rate he would slowly bleed out. Crying, I pulled the knife out and plunged it into his chest, hoping to make his death swift. I met some resistance as I felt the blade clip a rib before sliding in and hopefully piercing his heart. Yeah, that's it. Wheaton whooped as I fell to the floor sobbing while the man bled out above me. I vaguely heard the woman screaming through her gag. If she hated me before, I bet she loathed me now. She would be released and tell the police what I had done. Holy shit, I could never go back. How could I face my mother or Quinn? Plus I'd be arrested and thrown in prison for sure. I could never return to my old life. I was a monster, a murderer. I deserved nothing more than death, but I was too scared. I couldn't face what I had done. If I stayed with Wheaton, maybe I wouldn't have to. He seemed happy that I had killed this man, and if he was happy that means he wouldn't punish me. I was safe here, I was safe with Wheaton. As I sat there, tears and snot running freely down my face, I realized that Wheaton had won. I couldn't leave him now. I was truly and utterly trapped. Chapter 21. Ah, you did so well. The way you stabbed him in the chest. It was magnificent, Wheaton exclaimed as he knelt down beside me and lifted up my chin with his hand. I stared into his eyes as I continued to sob. Now, no need to cry, my love. You simply decided that the man should die, then you followed through. Your will to kill overcame his will to live. Isn't that just an amazing feeling? He said, kissing the tears off my face. I didn't feel amazing at all. I felt more hopeless and lost than I ever had. What was I going to do? I'm a murderer. How am I any better than Wheaton? To say I felt despair would be the understatement of the century. I looked down at the crimson blood that coated my hands. I had chosen my mother and Quinn over this man, and his blood would forever be on my hands, no matter how many times I washed them. How could I live with this? It would have been better if Wheaton had killed me a long time ago. My continued existence not only endangered the people I love, but it caused nothing but pain and misery to those unlucky enough to cross my cursed path. Hey, Earth to Reyna, Wheaton said, snapping in front of my face. I took in a shaky breath, still crying uncontrollably. This was all Wheaton's fault. If he hadn't taken me all those months ago, I wouldn't have become a murderer. If he had never been born, all these people would still be alive. I hate you, I cried, shoving his face away from me. I curled up into a ball and trembled with tears. I just wanted it all to stop. The killing, the maiming, the rape. All of it was too much. I couldn't take it anymore. Stop your crying, Wheaton yelled as he stood up and loomed over me. I'm telling you, you have no reason to cry. He grabbed onto my upper arm and wrenched me into a chair. Stay here or I'll tie you to it, he ordered. I wiped my eyes and bit my trembling lip. What more could he possibly have planned? My gaze wandered to the now very dead man whose body slumped against his restraints. His face was frozen in a state of shock and fear. His eyes seemed to meet mine, and I knew this sight would haunt me for the rest of my life. Hey, eyes on me. He's dead now, so ignore that bastard, Wheaton barked. I flicked my gaze over to Wheaton, who was leaning on the back of the chair the woman was tied to. She was still gagged, but she didn't have a bag over her head. She saw the whole thing, and she was petrified. I've got one more thing to do, and then I'll be satisfied, Wheaton sighed. What is that? I stuttered, and Wheaton flashed me a smile. It's something that will make this whore regret ever yelling at you, he said, and I felt my stomach drop. No. Please don't do anything more. I'm fine, really. I don't care anymore, I cried, but Wheaton just shook his head. Now, no need to lie or hold back. I know whatever she said upset you, and for that, she should be punished, Wheaton said, walking over to the shelves of buckets and grabbing a glass bottle filled with some kind of liquid. Please don't do this. I pleaded and jumped up from my chair, but Wheaton shot daggers at me until I sank back down. Don't pretend you aren't looking forward to seeing her suffer, he said, swirling the bottle around teasingly. Haven't you done enough? I bawled. I don't want this. I didn't know exactly what was in that bottle, but I had a pretty good guess. Really? You don't want me to do it? Wheaton said as he lowered the bottle. I let out a sigh of relief. Yes. Please don't. I wailed. Wheaton smirked. Well, the problem is, I really want to do this, he chuckled as he poured the contents of the bottle on the woman's head. I was right, it was some kind of acid. It ate away at her hair and her face until they were nothing but red, bleeding messes. The scream she emitted was soul-shattering. No, I yelled before I couldn't take it anymore and threw up violently. The sight of it was just too horrific. Wheaton cackled and walked over to another bucket, picked it up, and flung the contents over her. Fortunately, it must just have been water, as all she did was sputter in shock. The woman slumped over and I feared she had died, but I saw her chest moving, so she must have just passed out. You're a monster, I spat, but Wheaton just laughed. If I'm a monster, what does that make you, little Miss Murderer? He teased. I clamped my mouth shut. I didn't have a good answer to that. After that, Wheaton locked me back in the room down the hall. He said that he'd take care of the cleanup because he didn't want me handling the acid. The body of the man and the now disfigured woman were dumped the next day. Then it was back to the house. Back to the routine. Only now, Wheaton let me have free reign of the basement again. I was still chained up, but at least I didn't have to spend all day sitting on an old mattress in a dank cell. I could read or watch movies or play video games. After all these months, the basement had become almost homely. I had my favorite armchair, the couch where I'd sit with Wheaton to watch our movies, our card table where we ate dinner, the dresser full of my clothes, the sink with my toothbrush and comb. At some point these things had stopped being the evidence of my captivity and started to be my comfort. In some sick sense, it was a home away from home. I continued to mark days off of my calendar. Wheaton had taken me to the warehouse late June, and before I knew it, August was just around the corner. I wondered if Quinn had already started a new job as a teacher. I hope she got hired at a good school. She deserved that. Maybe she decided to move to a new city. Then she could escape Wheaton's clutches and find a new psychiatrist. One could hope. With August came the anniversary of the night Wheaton took me. I couldn't believe that it had already been a year, and yet at the same time I felt like these 12 months had moved by as slow as molasses. How much longer would I be trapped here? Another year? 5 years? The great expanse of time stretched out before me, but my future was so dim I couldn't make out how long the path was. Maybe Wheaton would kill me soon. There was no way to really know. I had always had a healthy relationship with the idea of death. My father dying when I was a child influenced me, and I knew from a young age that all people come to an end. Nothing was guaranteed except that one day we would all take our last breath. But I knew that the best thing to do was to live each day like it could have been my last and never lose sight of what was important. But now, my brain felt all muddled. What did I have to look forward to? What was driving me to get up each day? Wheaton was my everything. He was all I had, but I despised him with every fiber of my being. I had lost all hope of escaping, and now I wasn't even sure if I could go back to my life. How could I face my loved ones knowing that I had so much blood on my hands? I would have to pay for what I did, and so if I went back I traded one captivity for another. I didn't deserve to return to a happy and carefree life. I had lost that privilege when I sold my soul to Wheaton and murdered a man with my own 2 hands. The days slipped through my fingers until that fateful day in August came, and Wheaton came down with breakfast and a bouquet of flowers. "Happy anniversary," he exclaimed, setting down his load and sweeping me up in a hug. I begrudgingly wrapped my arms around him and embraced him back. "I've got a special treat for you when I get back from work, okay?" he said, beaming down at me. I nodded, my mouth turning sour. "Go on now, eat your breakfast." I made waffles for the occasion. I sat down and started to eat, but the waffles turned to sand in my mouth. Wheaton sat down with his own plate of food and was eating heartily. "Oh, I just can't wait until tonight to tell you. I heard they are holding a candlelight vigil for you," Wheaton said. I felt my heart sink. I was a monster. I didn't deserve to have a vigil. "Oh really?" I croaked, slowly chewing. "They said they would be covering it on the news tonight. I figured we could watch it together upstairs, if you're good," he said. I set down my fork and sighed. "Sure," I whispered, and Wheaton shot me a queer look. "I figured you'd be excited to go upstairs again. After all, you've been in this basement for months now. Plus, you'll probably get to see your mom on the TV. Don't you want that?" he asked, but I didn't have a good answer for him. On one hand, I was elated at the chance to see my mother's face again, but I wasn't worthy of her love. If she only knew what I had done, she wouldn't want me back. It's just, so much has happened. I trailed off. Wheaton reached over and placed his warm hand on top of mine. "You mean what happened in the warehouse? You're right, your mother would probably be disgusted with you. I wonder if the police have told her what you did?" he said, smirking. My vision blurred as tears filled my eyes. "I did it to save her," I stuttered and wiped my tears away with the back of my hand. But that doesn't really matter now, does it? You still skinned that whore and stabbed that man to death. You had a choice, and you chose violence, just like me," Wheaton said, stroking my hand with his thumb. Look at the time. I have to leave for work now. Be good, I'll be back tonight." Wheaton cleared the plates and climbed the stairs. I hunkered down in my armchair and tried to lose myself in a book. I'd already read it a few times, and the paperback cover was heavily worn from use, but it was one of my favorites. However, today I just couldn't concentrate. I was thinking about home again. My mother's face kept popping up in my mind. I missed her so much that it ached, but I knew I could never return to her. That ship had sailed. Now it was just me and Wheaton. I wished that I could forget I ever had a mother. Maybe that would make life bearable. Wheaton returned from work, unchained me, and led me upstairs to the living room where we ate dinner and watched the news. The segment about my vigil was a few minutes long, and I saw video from what looked to be the park close to my house. I saw my mother, my aunt and uncle, and Quinn standing in the center of a crowd, all holding candles. There were tears on many faces. I didn't deserve those tears. They wouldn't miss me if they knew I was a murderer. The anchor said that it was a community in mourning, but I knew that if they could see what I had done to save my loved ones, they would all despise me. Wheaton turned the television off and took me upstairs to his bedroom where he raped me, but honestly my mind was miles away. My mother and Quinn. I was lost in memories of when times were simpler, when I was a naive child. All the laughs we shared, all the tears we cried, all the ice cream we had eaten together on hot summer days, all the hot cocoa we drank as the wind howled outside. But even as I stretched out to grasp onto those memories, the images of all the death and torture I'd seen weighed me back down into the darkness. The next day Wheaton took me back to the basement before he headed to work. He chained my ankle and gave me a quick pep goodbye. I started to walk over to the television, planning on playing some video games, but something didn't feel right. I looked down at the cuff on my foot, but it hadn't been fastened correctly. It was pulling open. I could hear blood rushing in my ears and my heart beat into my throat. I had listened to Wheaton leave out the garage. He was gone. I slowly leant down and tugged the cuff until it came off completely. I stood frozen in shock. Wheaton had made a mistake. After all of this time, he had finally slipped up. I swallowed the bile in my mouth and started to climb the stairs one at a time. He chained me up every day, and so I didn't think that he'd bother to lock the basement door. Sure enough, as I gripped the door handle, it turned without interference. I stepped timidly into the dark kitchen, my breathing the only noise in the dead silence. The doors were still deadbolted, but I could break a window to escape. I could be free. But I stopped in my tracks. I wasn't just some innocent victim anymore. I had killed a man and flayed a woman alive. Looking down, my hands were covered in blood. I shrieked and ran over to the sink to try and wash it away, but as hard as I scrubbed it didn't come off. The searing water burned my skin, and I was sobbing profusely. I collapsed onto the tile floor. I couldn't leave. Wheaton was who I deserved to be with. My mom and Quinn were bathed in golden light, and my coming home would only darken their doorstep. I was unwanted, a dirty creature made of blood and mud. I stood up shakily and stumbled back down the stairs. Curling up in my armchair, I continued to cry until I fell into an uneasy sleep. Wheaton shook me awake violently. Reyna. Reyna, how the hell did you get out of your chain? He yelled and tugged me out of my chair by my hair. I crumpled to the floor and cried out. It was loose. I just slipped out. I'm sorry. Wheaton yanked me higher, and my scalp burned as he threatened to rip my hair out. I swear I didn't do anything wrong, I sobbed. A likely story. The basement door was unlocked. You went upstairs and tried to escape, didn't you? He shouted. If I had wanted to escape, I would have broken a window, I exclaimed, grabbing onto his hands and trying to pry his fingers loose. You mean to tell me you weren't trying to escape? He growled. No. I wouldn't still be down here if I was, I said, exasperated. I had all day. I would have managed to break out of here even if I didn't have the keys to the deadbolts. Wheaton relaxed his fingers and my hair slid out of his grip. I sat up from the floor with a sigh of relief. You're telling me the truth? He said it like it was a question, and I nodded. Wheaton leaned down and cupped my cheek in his hand. You really chose me? Over everything? Over your own mother? I'm a murderer, I can't go back home, I whispered. Don't think this means that I love you, because I don't. I may be a monster, but so are you. Wheaton grinned at me. That just means that we are perfect for each other, he exclaimed before kissing me deeply. I have a condition, I panted once Wheaton removed his slimy tongue from my mouth. Anything, my love, Wheaton said, kissing down my neck. I won't try to leave, as long as you don't kidnap or torture anymore, I said, and Wheaton froze. He leaned back away from me and scowled. That's a big ask, he said, rubbing the back of his neck with his hand. You said anything, I pointed out. Fine, whatever, Wheaton mumbled before he leaned in to kiss me again, but I held out my hand and stopped him by his forehead. I want your word. Promise me, I demanded, and Wheaton groaned. You drive a hard bargain, but okay, I promise. I didn't know if I could trust his word. He was a psychopath after all. Could a promise for me really satiate his murderous desires? Maybe he believed that one day I would want to murder again, and I would forget all about our silly little deal. But he was dead wrong. If I was going to stay here, I was going to make sure Wheaton never hurt anyone other than me ever again. He rained kisses down on my face and gently pushed my shoulders until I was laying on my back on the hard ground looking up at him. Wheaton was smiling as he tugged down my shorts and underwear. I sighed as he began to stroke me down there. I like our little deal already, he whispered into my ear before nibbling on it gently. Wheaton sat up and started to unbuckle his pants. Say you love me, he grunted, as he maneuvered himself until he was positioned at my entrance. I told you. I'm not doing this because I love you, I moaned as he returned to rubbing my spot. Why continue to lie to yourself? He asked, easing into me. I gasped and started to rock with his gentle thrusts. Look at you, you're overcome with pleasure. This is just a physical response. It doesn't mean anything, I panted. He leant down and kissed me as he continued to move in and out of me slowly and gently circled my privates. I felt my stomach knot up with pleasure. Aw, I'm hurt, he murmured, grinning against my mouth. I inhaled sharply as my stomach dropped, and I convulsed and groaned. As I recovered from my high, Wheaton also came, moaning as he shot his seed inside of me. I knew one day you would come to love me, he whispered as we lay next to each other on the floor, both panting from exertion. Wheaton reached his hand out and grasped mine. I closed my eyes and wondered if I had made the right choice. Would this plan really work? Could I really convince this sick man to stop his spree of torture and murder? Chapter 22. Wheaton stopped chaining me up after that, and he stopped handcuffing me to the bed at night, but I didn't run. Some time passed, and as the summer gave way to fall, I felt my sanity slip further and further out of my grasp. Without hope, I'd become numb, and soon I was letting Wheaton do whatever he wanted with my body, without the will to muster up a fight. We'd talk for hours about dumb, everyday things, but what else was there to do? Wheaton was the only person in my life. If I didn't talk to someone, I was truly going to go insane. The marks on my wrists and ankle began to fade, but my burn scars were still erased, angry red. I started to forget the sound of my chain dragging on the concrete behind me. But sometimes as I slept, the noise invaded my dreams, like I just couldn't shake it. While my physical bonds were gone, my mental ones were stronger than ever. Every time I thought about escaping, I was haunted by the memory of what I had done in that warehouse, the blood that stained my hands. Wheaton had his fingers wrapped tightly around my throat, slowly suffocating me. I couldn't continue like this forever, but if I ended my own life, there was nothing to hold Wheaton back from killing again. So far he had honored our deal and hadn't kidnapped any more people, but as the fall continued on, I noticed he had started getting nightmares again. I tried my best to comfort him, but one night he woke in a panic and almost choked me to death before realizing what was going on. After that, I let him sleep through them. I had to keep him satiated, keep him satisfied. The lives of the innocent people rested on my shoulders. The responsibility kept me up at night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trying to hold back a rabid dog with a piece of twine. Eventually the leash would snap, if he didn't turn on me first. So far Wheaton hadn't been too violent towards me, but sometimes I caught that glint in his eye, and I knew he had torture on the brain. He'd pull out his box full of Polaroids he had taken of his victims, including me, and carefully pore over them, one at a time. The images made me sick, but I'd rather he relive past atrocities than commit new ones. I was almost convinced that I would live out the rest of my life in the monotony that characterized those days, but I should have known the universe had more to throw at me. It was late September, and Wheaton and I were eating dinner upstairs. We had been talking about our favorite authors. Tolkien is a masterful writer. Seriously, his stories are amazing, and his characters are balanced between flawed and heroic. It makes them relatable. I mean, Sam's character is the most humble, and yet he's the one to save the day in the end. Frodo wouldn't have succeeded without him, I argued. I just can't get over his descriptions. I mean, that man could spend 800 words describing a single tree. It's ridiculous, and what the hell was up with that Tom character? What was even his purpose? Wheaton said. You just don't understand his genius, I sighed. Well, I think you're just caught up in the nostalgia of them, and you're not thinking about the books critically. Didn't you say you read them when you were really young? He pointed out. I slumped in my chair a bit. I hadn't told Wheaton much about my father, and I didn't plan on changing that. So, I'd been vague when I talked about my childhood. I was saved from the awkward silence when Wheaton's phone began to ring. Hold that thought, it's Ben calling, Wheaton mumbled. Hello? Whoa, slow down. You did what now? Wheaton snarled. He listened for a moment with his lips pressed together in a thin line. I see, okay, calm down. I'm heading there right now. He hung up, and I gave him a questioning look. Get dressed in real clothes. We are going to the cabin, Wheaton ordered. What's going on? What did Ben do? I asked, but Wheaton shot me a sour look. I don't have time to answer all your questions. Now go do as I said, he growled, and I shot out of my seat and ran downstairs to throw on pants, shoes, and a jacket. When I was ready, I came upstairs, and Wheaton all but dragged me to the garage. Wheaton started the car and tore off into the night. He glared at the road and held the wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. When we had been driving for a bit, I worked up the courage to speak. What's going on, Wheaton? I asked as he took a turn so fast I was thrown to the side. Wheaton frowned deeply. Ben's been found out. The police are looking for him because he kidnapped a girl earlier today. I fucking told him to stick to runaways and prostitutes, but no, that bastard had to try to nab a high schooler, he shouted, and I flinched. He was always too goddamn reckless. He doesn't have the same patience as me. Plus he's dumb as a sack of shit. Wheaton smacked the wheel in anger. But why bring me along? I stuttered. Wouldn't it have been better if I had just stayed at the house? You're here because I might need an extra set of hands. Open the glove compartment, he instructed. I did as he asked and found, tucked among the loose paper and documents, a sheathed hunting knife, about 4 inches long. Put that in your jacket pocket. What am I supposed to do with this? I asked, feeling my stomach tense up with knots as I tucked the knife in my pocket. If you get a chance, you're going to stab Ben with it, Wheaton said nonchalantly. But I thought he was your friend? I cried. He's a liability. I can't risk him getting caught. He brought this on himself. I told him not to go after high-risk targets on his own. Wheaton spat as he sped up and nearly ran through a red light. Don't get me wrong, I hated Ben, and as I figured, one less murderer in the world wasn't the worst outcome. But did I have the guts to kill him myself? The knife felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. The girl that he kidnapped. Is she okay? I whimpered. Wheaton scowled. Who the hell cares? If she's alive and at the cabin, I'll tie up that loose end too, he said. I gulped. You promised me that you wouldn't kill anymore, I said quietly, but Wheaton gave me a nasty look, and I shrank back into my seat. These are extenuating circumstances. If you do anything to get in my way, I'll beat you, chain you back up, and kill your mother, he warned, and I shivered. Wheaton was pissed, and he wasn't playing games. I kept my mouth shut the rest of the drive, which took considerably less time than it had in the past. When he parked, Wheaton and I both hopped out of the car and made for the doorway. Wheaton tried to open the front door, but it was locked. Seething, he pulled out his keys and started to unlock it. Who's there? Ben called through the door. It's me, open up, Wheaton shouted. The deadbolt clicked, and the door swung open. Ben stood there, looking even more disheveled than the last time I saw him. He was also sporting 3 long, red scratches across his face. He looked at Wheaton with wild eyes. Wheaton, thank God you came. You gotta help me hide. Ben begged as we both entered the dirty cabin. Where's the girl, Ben? Wheaton grumbled. Downstairs. Geez, my face is all over the fucking news. What the hell am I going to do? Ben cried, running his hands through his wild mane. Calm down, Wheaton barked. You, he said, looking at me. Go check on the girl. He grabbed me by the collar of my jacket and yanked me forward. Don't try anything funny. Wheaton released me, and I ran down the stairs. Being back in this basement made me feel ill, and I couldn't get the image of Hannah's broken body out of my mind. But as I raced down, I spotted the figure of a girl lying face down on the floor. Hey, are you okay? I yelled as I reached out to shake her shoulder. But she felt wrong. Stiff. Crying now, I checked for a pulse, but only found cold, dead skin. Gently, I rolled her onto her back and a young, terrified face looked up at me. I could see now that there was a sizable wound on her chest and her entire front was soaked with blood. Sobbing, I tenderly closed her eyes. God, she was just a kid. A high schooler who probably started this day just like any other. Having no idea that her life was about to be ripped from this world screaming and bloody. I looked at her nails and saw a few of them bent back in crimson. She had managed to do some damage, but ultimately it wasn't enough to save her. I stood up and wiped the tears from my cheeks. Ben. That bastard was going to pay for this. With fire in my eyes and heart, I climbed back up the stairs. I pushed open the door and found Ben was standing very close by with Wheaton across the room, his gun trained on the older man. Before I could really take stock of the situation, Ben reached out and tugged me in front of him. He had a knife across my neck before I could even breathe. What are you doing, Wheaton? I thought we were partners, Ben shouted, and Wheaton took a step forward, but Ben pressed the knife against my throat harder and I whimpered. Don't fucking move. Lower your gun, or I'll slice your little pet's throat, Ben snarled, and Wheaton complied. Reyna, what about the other girl? He asked. She's dead, I gasped, trying to get my panicked breathing under control. I see, Wheaton spoke calmly. Ben, you say that we are partners, but really you were just a fun little toy for me to play with. Teaching you how to hunt, how to kill, how to give in to your homicidal tendencies, it was all just a game. You never meant anything to me. Wheaton laughed, and Ben growled. Why you motherfucker, I'll kill you, he yelled. Wheaton gave me a look, like he was trying to send me a message. Oh right, the knife. I slowly started to move my arm until I felt the handle of the knife poking out of my pocket. I carefully slid it out of its sleeve as Wheaton continued to talk. You were never as good as me. No matter what, I guess you can't teach talent. You were destined to fail and be tossed aside, Wheaton said, smirking. I wished he wasn't trying to rile up the man who was holding a knife to my throat, but it made for a good distraction. I finally had the knife free, and I held it in my fist before driving it into Ben's side. He shuddered and lost his hold on me, But as he collapsed to his knees, the knife he held slid across my skin, leaving a searing and bleeding gash. I winced and put my hand up to my shallow wound before I scampered over to Wheaton's side. Ben was kneeling and panting, grasping the wound in his side that had started to drip blood onto the tiled kitchen floor. "You bitch," he panted at me. I scowled at him and felt no remorse for my actions. "Go to hell," I spat. Wheaton put his warm hand on my shoulder. "Good job," he said, smirking. He raised his gun yet again and trained it on Ben. "Stand up," he barked. Ben climbed to his feet shakily. Wheaton gestured to the door with his gun, and Ben stumbled outside into the cold night as we followed close behind. Wheaton kicked Ben's knees so that he fell onto all fours on top of the leaves. "It's been a real treat working with you, Ben." Wheaton grinned as he placed his gun to the back of Ben's head and squeezed the trigger. I flinched at the loud gunshot, and my stomach churned as the blood and brains splattered onto the ground. Ben slumped over, dead. "Well, that solves that problem, I suppose," Wheaton sighed. "What are we going to do with the body?" I asked. Wheaton pushed Ben over with his foot. "Good question. I don't particularly feel like hauling a full-grown man through the woods. So, we'll burn him and the girl out back and bury what's left of them near the cabin," he said. The thought of that child's bones being thrown away alongside those of the monster that killed her was too much to bear. Plus, if he did that to that poor girl's body, there would be nothing for her family to recover. In the event that Wheaton and I were caught, I wanted the victims' families to at least be able to bury their loved ones. "No," I protested, and Wheaton glared at me. "No?" he growled, and I gulped. Please, bury the girl with the others," I stuttered. "If you want to bury her all the way out there, then fine, but I'm not helping you," Wheaton said. I nodded. "Oh, okay, if you show me where to go, I'll get her there." If I was going to make the trek through the woods with a body in tow, I would need some help. "But could you please get me a sled and some rope?" I said, trying to keep the quiver out of my voice. Wheaton shot me a queer look. "Well, I guess I have to go to the store to buy gasoline and wood anyway, so sure, I'll get you a sled and rope. But why do you care so much? Did you recognize that girl? Is she someone you knew?" I shook my head. Despite all this time, Wheaton still didn't understand me. "No, not at all. I have no clue who she is. I just think she deserves a proper send-off is all," I said. "You know, a lot of people get cremated, and it's seen as respectful. You just don't want me to burn all the evidence. Planning on turning me into the cops after all?" Wheaton said, before placing a threatening hand on my shoulder. "And no, I'm not, I swear," I said, not quite lying. Wheaton leaned down next to my ear. "That's right. Because you're a murderer too, now. The police aren't going to help you," he whispered, and it sent a shiver down my spine. "I know," I stammered. "Just please, do this for me." Wheaton sighed before kissing my forehead gently. "For you, I would burn the world," he mumbled against my skin. Wheaton left me at the cabin while he drove to the nearest store. When he was gone, I stood at the top of the stairs for a long moment, trying to build up my courage. Taking a deep breath, I descended back into that pit of death and decay. The moldering basement seemed to swallow me up like a giant throat, but when I reached the bottom, I carefully made my way over to the corpse of the girl. "Sorry, but I'm going to look through your pockets," I said softly as I started to rifle through her jacket, but I didn't find what I was looking for. I surveyed the basement and saw a backpack that had been tossed aside. I had more luck looking through that. I pulled out her wallet and found her school ID. Mary Smith, 15 years old. Shit, she wasn't even old enough to drive. I felt tears prickle in the corners of my eyes, but I held them back. "Mary, I'm so sorry," I whispered as I used her jacket like a shroud. Glancing down at her wallet, I saw something peeking out from the cash pocket. I tugged it out, revealing a worn photo of 3 young girls, all with big toothy smiles. One of them was Mary, and the others must be her friends. They must mean a lot to her if she carried this old photo around with her. My mind couldn't help but drift to Quinn. She and I were like this once, but just like Mary, I would never be able to return to those times. I knew Wheaton was going to want to burn all the evidence of Mary's presence, so I slipped the photo into my pocket for safekeeping. When Wheaton returned, we set about making a pyre for Ben. I raked away leaves, clearing a large circle around the wood pile that Wheaton was building up. Once he was satisfied, I grabbed Ben's legs while Wheaton wrapped his arms around Ben's armpits, and we lugged him over to the pyre before heaving him on top of the wood. God damn it, he'd already shit himself. Fucking disgusting, Wheaton muttered. Without missing a beat, Wheaton grabbed his can of whatever he had bought and began to dump it onto the pile. The smell was so strong it made me nauseous. Then he lit a match and tossed it. When it landed, the pyre ignited with a whoosh, and soon everything was engulfed in flames. Wheaton lobbed Mary's backpack into the blaze. The intense heat seared my cheeks and made me retreat a few steps. The flame was vivid against the midnight black sky, and the smoke drifted upwards to dissipate among the stars. For a while we just stood in silence and watched the fire consume Ben's corpse. Wheaton wrapped an arm around my shoulder. "You did good today, love," he said. "Why don't you go inside and get some rest? I'll watch the fire tonight. Gotta make sure it keeps burning nice and hot." I nodded and retired to the cabin without another word. I stepped over the sizable pool of blood in the kitchen and sat down on the moth-eaten couch. There was no sense in trying to sleep when all I could think about was Mary, a life cut tragically short. I wished there was a way to get her home to her parents at least, but the best I could do was make sure she was buried whole and properly. I pulled out the old photo of Mary and her friends, and I ran a finger over her image. Nothing much had changed from this photo to the girl in the basement. She hadn't quite had a chance to lose the youthful roundness of her cheeks before her string was snipped. I wondered what school activities she liked. Was Mary into sports? Maybe the arts? Band? What was her favorite book? Ice cream flavor? Did she have siblings? A million unanswered questions about this poor girl swirled around in my head. I sighed, but as I felt my body relax, the tears I had been holding back gushed out. I curled up on the couch, racked with sobs. Why was I surrounded by so much death? Would it eventually become such an everyday thing that I'd become numb to it? Then I processed the thought that I had been repressing this whole time. If Mary had still been alive when we arrived, would I have sat back and watched Wheaton kill her? Ben was one thing, but Mary was innocent. I wish I could have said with certainty that I would have fought, but if Wheaton had threatened my mother's life, would I really have resisted? In some cruel, evil crevice of my mind, I was glad that I hadn't been forced to make that decision. My tears soaked into the dirty fabric of the couch as I cried myself to sleep. The next morning Wheaton woke me up at the crack of dawn. Together we dug a hole near the nearly burnt-out pyre and pushed the ash and bones into it before covering it with dirt. Then I grabbed some tarp and wrapped Mary's body in it before I dragged it up the stairs. My weak arms were screaming in protest, but Wheaton refused to help me. Gasping for breath at the top of the stairs, I began to tie her body to a plastic sled that Wheaton had bought me. The trek through the woods took over an hour as I frequently had to stop for breaks. My entire body ached, but I pushed on. I was going to do this. Gritting my teeth, I continued to pull the body along over the leaves. "We're here," Wheaton said as we entered a familiar clearing. I almost collapsed from relief, but this wasn't over yet. I grabbed the shovel from Wheaton and began to dig. "Wait, not right there. See the string on that branch? Another body is already there. Come over here," Wheaton said, leading me over to another tree. "This is the perfect spot for it." "Mary," I panted. "She's not in it. Her name is Mary Smith." Wheaton shrugged. "Whatever, just hurry up so we can get home," he said, turning away. He walked over to a nearby tree and laid down for a nap while I shoveled piles and piles of dirt until the hole was deep enough. It took me hours, and my arms and back were killing me. Even my old wrist wound was pounding and sore. When I was finished, I dragged Mary over to the hole. I wasn't strong enough to lower her in, so I rolled her as gently as I could into it. "Mary, I'll remember you," I whispered as I tucked the picture of her and her friends inside the tarp that served as her burial shroud. I cried a bit when I shoveled the first of the dirt over her body. One day soon, it would be me in that grave. Wheaton and I's deal couldn't last forever. I knew that. My life was a ticking time bomb, and one day it would explode, leaving Wheaton to clean up the mess. But at least for now I could do my part to stop him from hurting anyone else. I just wished I could have saved poor Mary. Chapter 23. One day in October, Wheaton announced that we were going on a trip to the mountains to go skiing. He had already rented the cabin, and he wrapped me up in a big bear hug and said this was a reward for being so well behaved. That statement made my mouth turn sour as I thought about what I was trading my soul for, a fucking skiing trip. We were loading up the truck with Wheaton's skiing gear when he turned to me. "We will be driving almost 7 hours away to make sure you aren't recognized. I hope it's worth it. I haven't been to this ski resort before, so I don't know exactly what to expect, he said, lifting another bag into the back. Well, I have never been skiing before, period, so it'll be a first for me, I responded as Wheaton unfolded and locked the truck bed cover. You'll love it. It's a little early in the season, but there's plenty of snow up in the mountains. We'll rent you some skis when we get there, he said, cupping my cheek gently. It'll be good to get out of the house for a little bit, won't it? I nodded. Yeah, it's been a while, unless you count the whole bend situation, I spoke softly. Wheaton sighed and rubbed my cheek with his thumb. I know it's tough for you. I wish I could take you out more, but you know the risk, he whispered. It's okay, I'm just glad that we are able to take this trip, I said, not entirely lying. I was excited to leave the house for a little bit, but I was also scared shitless. I didn't know how to act in public when one wrong move and my psychopathic kidnapper would kill everyone in sight. Not to mention, I was sure to get overstimulated after over a year of captivity. I wasn't used to crowds of people. What if someone noticed that I was acting weird? I was probably worrying over nothing. We were driving hours and hours away from anyone who would recognize me, and people were so wrapped up in themselves, they weren't likely to notice one strange girl. Regardless, my stomach was in knots as we buckled up in the car, and Wheaton started it. This will be a good trip, Wheaton said, smiling. I leaned my head against the cool window and looked out as his neighborhood passed on by. Yeah, I'm sure it will be, I mumbled. The car ride was long and arduous. There were several accidents due to the recent snowfall that slowed traffic down. Wheaton bragged that his four-wheel drive would make light work out of the slick roads. I commented that it was pretty early for this much snow in the area, but Wheaton said it would warm up soon and melt it all anyway. As we got closer to the mountain, the snow got worse and so did the accidents. It took us over 9 hours to get to the resort, and I was starting to go crazy cooped up in the truck. It was pitch dark by the time we arrived. Wheaton got us checked in and then drove up to our cabin. It was nestled between many identical cabins, but it had more than enough privacy. I helped Wheaton unload our luggage and haul it up the front stairs. Inside was warm and welcoming, full of nice carpet and exposed wood. There was a living room, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom with an enormous tub. Wow, it's so nice, I said, genuinely impressed. My family never got to travel much. At first it was because of my dad's health, and then my mother couldn't get time off work, and so this was easily the nicest place I'd ever stayed in. Much better than that dusty, disgusting cabin out in the woods. I shuddered at the thought of Hannah, Mary, and Ben and what had transpired in that cabin, in those woods. No, I couldn't dwell on that. There was no changing the past. I just had to work to make sure there were no more innocent victims. Setting down his luggage, Wheaton started up the fireplace. It cast the whole room in a warm glow. I walked towards it and held my cold hands out, sighing as the warmth washed over me. Yeah, it's a pretty good place, Wheaton said, wrapping his arms around me from behind. I can't wait to break in that bed over there, he mumbled into my hair. Hearing that I froze up a bit. You would think that after over a year of constant abuse and rape that I would be used to hearing his lewd talk, but every time it truly sent a shiver down my spine. Why yeah, I stammered as Wheaton's hands traveled over my stomach and down to my crotch. The way you stutter and quiver as I touch you, I'll never get tired of it, he whispered, and I started to squirm. Wait, Wheaton, shouldn't we unpack? I spluttered, but Wheaton was persistent as he continued to grope me. We can do that after, he groaned as he pulled me towards him, and I felt his hardness grind against my ass. I knew there was no stopping him when he was horny like this. So I let out an internal sigh and resigned myself to what would come next. In the morning Wheaton woke us up bright and early and insisted we get out to the slopes as soon as they opened. I reluctantly pulled myself out of the warm bed and started dressing in the heavy snowsuit Wheaton had bought for me. Luckily, the layers covered up all my restraint and burn scars. Only my face was visible, and Wheaton had avoided permanently marking that. I wondered if that was intentional. After a quick breakfast of toast and eggs, Wheaton drove us over to the ski lodge where he rented me some skis. As he was helping me put them on, Wheaton smiled up at me. Since this is your first time, we will start at the bunny slope, okay? I frowned at this condescension, but not at all the same. He was right after all. I didn't know the first thing about skiing. Also, he said, dropping his voice. If anyone asks, your name is Amanda and we are siblings, okay? I nodded, still not buying into the whole sibling act, but I could see how pretending to be a couple would be even more suspicious. It took me several hours of slipping and falling on my ass constantly before I started to get the hang of it. I think it took longer than Wheaton was expecting because he started to get impatient with me. But we were in public, so he hid his frustration. Though I knew him well enough that I could see it simmering under the surface. Eventually we moved up to the next slope, and this one required us to use the ski lift. I don't know what it was about this machine, but it really freaked me out. I just knew I'd mess up and end up getting run over by it or falling off of it. Wheaton, do we have to do this? I pleaded as we stood in line waiting for our turn. He shot me a glare. Yes, we do. This is the only way to get up to the next slope, he said curtly. I'm just not sure I can handle this. You'll be fine, he interrupted. Look, there are children who are going up on it. If they can do it, so can you. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Then I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and saw a middle-aged woman with dark curls. She gave me a huge smile. Sorry, I couldn't help but to overhear. It's my Jeremy's first time using the ski lift too, she motioned to the boy who looked to be about 13 standing behind her. I know it can be scary, but it's really simple. And the more you do it, the less frightening it is. I glanced at Wheaton, but his face had completely changed. Now he was beaming back at the woman. That's what I keep telling her, he said, grinning as he flung an arm around my shoulder. I tried to wipe the look of panic off of my face and gave the woman a hesitant smile. Thank you for the encouragement, I murmured, avoiding eye contact and trying to keep my knees from quaking. Wheaton tugged me back around so our backs were facing the woman again. Wheaton leaned over and whispered, "What do you think she'd look like if I burned her with hot pokers?" "Remember our promise," I muttered under my breath. Wheaton just sighed and straightened up. Soon it was our turn and we headed up the mountain without incident, even though I was desperately clutching at the bar as it took us over the snowy landscape. Wheaton lifted the bar and said to prepare to get off. My heart beat in my throat as I leaned forward and my skis hit the snow. I slid forwards and wobbled a little, but Wheaton gripped my arm before I could fall. We exited the unloading area, and I felt my body fill with relief. "See, you did just fine," Wheaton said, patting me on the head. We skied down the mountain several times before it started to get dark. I was able to make it down the green circle slope just fine, but when Wheaton suggested moving on to the blue square, I protested. "I've only been skiing for one day. I'm not ready," I stated firmly. Wheaton sighed. "Well, I've been bored all day babysitting you while you figured it out. I want to go on a slope that will actually be fun," he said. "Well, why don't you go? I'll wait for you down here," I suggested. Wheaton shot me with a suspicious look. "I'll get some hot chocolate or something from the lodge and just sit over there." I pointed to some picnic tables that had been cleared of snow. "I don't know," Wheaton said, looking like he was thinking hard. "Look," I whispered, leaning in. "If I was going to try and escape, I would have done it by now. I promise I'll sit here and be a good girl." Wheaton finally relented. "Here's my credit card. You can buy one hot chocolate, got it?" I smiled and nodded. Hot chocolate sounded so good after a long day in the snow. I watched as he skied away, and he looked back several times until he was out of sight. I went over to the line for the window and was enjoying my little bit of freedom. It felt nice not to have Wheaton breathing down my neck. But at the same time, I began to get anxious. I didn't know how to act without Wheaton there. Could I manage to order and pay like I was a normal person? When it was my turn, I spoke in barely more than a whisper. The cashier couldn't hear me, and so I cleared my throat and ordered with a cracky voice. I got my hot chocolate and felt some of the tension in my body release. I had been looking around to find a table when I heard someone in line speak. "Reyna? Reyna Bristol, is that you?" a girl asked. I froze up in fear. I couldn't respond to her. If I did, that would just make it more obvious. But then I felt a tug on my arm, and I forced myself to turn around slowly. I recognized her from high school. Poppy, I think her name was. We had a few classes together, but I wasn't super familiar with her. Plus, it had been almost 4 years since I graduated, and so my memory of my classmates was pretty fuzzy. "I'm sorry, you got the wrong person," I spoke carefully so as to not stutter. Poppy looked up at me with shocked eyes. "Really? Wow, I'm so sorry. You look a lot like her." "But no, I guess it couldn't be her," she said sadly. Reyna was a girl I went to school with who was kidnapped last year. I pulled away from her and started to move away. Oh no, that sounds awful. I hope they find her soon, I said, the irony of the situation almost making me smile. Yeah, me too, she sighed. Poppy looked so heartbroken. I barely knew this girl, why should she be upset? I thought about all those people that had shown up to my vigil. Is it possible that my disappearance had hurt more people than my mom and Quinn? I couldn't think about this now. I had to get away from Poppy before she looked too close. I managed to slip away to a table where I sat and left my hot chocolate untouched. I was shaking so badly I would have just spilled it all over myself. That was close, too close. If I hadn't managed to dissuade her, I might have gotten myself caught. The thought of what would have happened turned my stomach. Should I tell Wheaton? No, he would just flip out and probably never let me outside ever again. If I wanted to retain what little freedom I had, he couldn't know about this. I clenched my hands to try and stop their quivering, but was it a good idea for me to leave the house in the first place? Poppy was easily fooled, but what if I ran into someone who saw me and called the cops? Maybe Poppy wasn't as convinced as she seemed and she was calling the police right this second. I bit my lip hard. Stop, I couldn't think like that. It would be fine. I would just ask Wheaton to cut my hair again. Then I was sure I would escape detection. Eventually Wheaton returned, and I had steadied my breathing for the most part. But just as I knew him well, he also knew me. What's wrong? You look pale, he said as I stood up from the table. Oh, I'm sorry, It was hard. To be apart from you, I muttered. Please buy it, I thought. To my relief, Wheaton smiled. Well, it has been a long time since you were in public alone, huh? But don't worry. I'm back now. How was the hot chocolate? He asked. My mouth went dry. Good, it was good, I lied. Wheaton motioned to the cup. Don't just leave it there. We don't want a litter, do we? I shook my head and picked up the full cup and walked it over to the trash can. Wait, Wheaton said, stopping me. I want a sip. I cursed myself for lying about something so trivial. It would make him suspicious for no reason. I let him take the cup from my hands and he took a big gulp before throwing it in the trash. He leant down so that his voice tickled my ear. You didn't drink any hot chocolate. Now why would you lie to me? He muttered, and I shivered. What else are you hiding? Nothing, I whispered. He hummed, straightening up. We'll talk about this once we get back to the cabin. We returned my ski rentals and headed back to the car. I was so nervous I couldn't stop trembling. Wheaton couldn't find out. I couldn't tell him. But he already suspected that I was hiding something. Damn, he could read me like a fucking book. Once we were back at the cabin, I removed the snow-covered outer layer and was just thinking about how nice a hot bath sounded when Wheaton grabbed my bad wrist none too gently, and I yelped in pain. All right, spill it. What happened while you were getting your hot chocolate? He asked insistently, not quite angry yet. I tried to pull my arm away, but he just squeezed me tighter. I promise, nothing happened. I was just nervous is all, I pleaded. Wheaton scowled. Why did you lie about drinking the hot chocolate? You didn't even have a sip, did you? He said as he tugged me closer. I just didn't want you to think I had wasted your money. I bought the hot chocolate, but then my stomach started hurting. That's why I didn't drink it, I begged. He released my wrist with a huff. Really? Is that all? You're telling me you're not hiding anything else? He said, and I nodded furiously. Wheaton sighed. Don't fucking lie to me, okay? He said. I'm sorry, Wheaton. I won't do it again, I murmured. Yeah, because if you do I'll beat the skin off your back, he threatened, and I gulped. He finally bought it. I was safe, for now. But I couldn't relax, even later as I laid in the tub full of steaming hot water. I couldn't afford another slip-up. One wrong move and Wheaton would hurt me, not to mention I might get caught and thrown in jail. I sighed and slid my head under the water. Why was my life such a fucking nightmare? Chapter 24. The next morning Wheaton and I headed to the slopes bright and early yet again. I was starting to get the hang of skiing, but I still couldn't really do the blue square. I kept falling, and I was worried that I would get seriously hurt. Wheaton would zoom down the hill ahead of me and leave me struggling to keep my skis underneath me. Then he would wait at the bottom and berate me for taking too long. It was deeply frustrating, and by the middle of the day I had to exert huge effort not to make a biting remark back to him. Thankfully we took a break for lunch, which we got at a restaurant inside a nearby lodge. It was pretty good food, if not horribly overpriced. I stood up to use the bathroom, but I wasn't looking and bumped right into someone. "Sorry," I mumbled as I looked up at who I had hit, and then my heart dropped into my toes. It was Poppy. "Shit. Oh, you're that girl from yesterday," she said while I broke out in a cold sweat. I was insanely aware of Wheaton sitting down right next to us as he took in the conversation. I was in so much fucking trouble unless I could turn this around. "Sorry, I don't remember you," I said, moving past her towards the bathroom. "You don't? It was just last night. I mistook you for that missing girl, remember?" she said, innocent to the fact that she had just fucked me over. I swear I could feel the tension radiating off of Wheaton. "Oh yeah, right. Well, I gotta go," I squeaked as I left her behind. I sat on the toilet seat clenching my hands so hard my nails bit into my palms. What the fuck was I going to do now? Wheaton knew that I had lied about last night. If I went back, I was sure to be punished. But I couldn't stay in this toilet forever. It was with stiff, robotic movements that I returned to our booth. Wheaton smiled at me, but I saw one of his eyes twitch with hidden fury. "Welcome back," he said cheerily. I tried to swallow through the lump in my throat. "Let's head back to the cabin after lunch. It seems we have some things to discuss." "Look," I muttered as Wheaton lifted his hand, cutting me off. "We'll talk back at the cabin," he hissed, showing a little of his rage. I was so fucking screwed. I started to eat as slowly as possible, trying to delay the inevitable. But Wheaton caught on to that quickly and rushed us out. I could feel his anger simmering in the air in the car as we drove back to the cabin. As he shut and locked the front door behind us, I started to quake with fear. Wheaton, I'm sorry," I started to plead. "Shut up," he snapped. "I don't want to hear your worthless fucking apology. Tell me right now, who the hell was that girl?" He stormed up to me and grabbed my shoulders in a vice-like grip. "Her name is Poppy. She's a girl I went to high school with," I whimpered. "She recognized me, but I convinced her that I wasn't Reyna. I swear she totally bought it." Wheaton shook me violently. "Yeah, you're real convincing. You had me fooled last night as you lied out of your ass. I can't believe you would tell me such a bold-faced lie so unashamedly. What the hell is wrong with you?" he yelled as tears started to stream down my cheeks. "I'm sorry, I was worried," I cried, but he forcibly shoved me down on the carpet and kicked me hard in the guts, knocking the wind out of me. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Now, what did I say that I would do if you lied to me?" he asked. "You'd beat me," I heaved, still trying to get air back in my lungs. Wheaton nodded and walked over to his open suitcase to grab his belt before yanking my jacket and shirt off. Then he grabbed my arm and dragged me into the bathroom. "I don't want you bleeding all over the carpet. If we do it in here, it'll be easy to clean," he said, smirking as I whimpered on the cold tile below him. "Lean against the tub," he ordered as he flung the towels away so they wouldn't get blood on them. I complied, pressing my cheek against the cool ceramic surface and offering my back as a blank canvas on which Wheaton would paint with violence and pain. "I'm sorry that I lied," I wept. "No, you're sorry you got caught. But I'll make sure you never lie to me again," he said as he whipped the belt buckle down on my back. I hissed as the pain seared my skin. Then he hit again and again until I was a blubbering mess and my back was bleeding and raw. Wheaton stood, panting above me as the room started to fade in and out. I had slid off the side of the tub and slumped onto the floor. Mercifully it was over, but my back was burning so much I could barely stay conscious. "Well, that should teach you," Wheaton echoed above me. I groaned in response. I heard the sink running and then felt Wheaton start to wash off the blood from my back. I hissed in pain as the cloth went over the slashes. When the darkness threatened to overwhelm me again, I did not try to fight it. When I awoke, I was lying face down on the bathroom floor. I tried to push myself up, and my back screamed at me as the skin stretched and moved. I bit my lip to hold in a yelp and stood up, bracing myself against the wall. I stumbled into the bedroom, and shakily put my shirt back on. Then I noticed 2 items on the bed. One was a Polaroid picture that Wheaton must have taken when I was unconscious. It showed my bright red back with streaks of torn flesh. I threw it down in disgust. The second was a note that read, "I went back to the slopes to keep skiing. I'll be back with dinner. Be good. I sighed with relief. I wouldn't have to see Wheaton for hours, hopefully. I winced as I climbed in bed and turned on the television. I laid down on my stomach and flipped through the channels for a while before settling on some kind of nature documentary. It annoyed me that this had become my life now. One in which a severe beating was just an accepted part of the day. One in which pain was a close companion. One in which I didn't have the energy to put up a fight. I let these terrible things happen to me day after day, and for what? No, I couldn't think like that. This was all for the purpose of saving innocent lives from Wheaton. If he was hurting me, then that meant he couldn't be hurting other people. Not to mention, I had to make sure my mom and Quinn stayed safe. If I truly fought back, there was no way in hell I would get a second chance. My mom would die, and Wheaton promised to kill her right in front of me. On the TV there was a leopard killing and eating a gazelle. The gore reminded me too much of all the blood that I'd seen, and it made me sick. It was like I could smell the destroyed and burned flesh. I sighed, turned off the television, and wandered into the living room and kitchen area. Maybe I could find a snack to eat or something to distract myself. What I did see was Wheaton's cell phone lying on the couch. He must have forgotten to take it with him. Well, he wasn't here, and I knew his password, so there was no harm in poking around a little. I entered his password and the phone opened up to what Wheaton had been looking at last. It was a candid picture of the black-haired woman from yesterday at the ski lift. It looked like it was taken from a ways away, but it was definitely her. My breathing picked up and my heart started beating in my throat. I swiped to look at his other recent photos. They were all pictures of people. Some of them were loading groceries into their car, others were entering or leaving their houses. My fingers started to shake so much that I almost dropped the phone. These were new, all taken recently. He had been hunting again, and I hadn't even noticed. The front door clicked open and I jumped, tossing the phone onto the floor. Wheaton walked in, and I stared at him with wide eyes. "I left my phone, have you seen it?" He grumbled. I couldn't help but glance over to where the phone had landed on the carpet. Wheaton followed my gaze and saw the phone, still unlocked and open, to a picture of a young man in his car. "Reyna, did you look through my phone?" he asked quietly. There was no sense denying it. "Wheaton, why did you take those photos? Why are you stalking people again?" I croaked. Wheaton sighed and rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. "Look, I was waiting for the best time to tell you, but also you shouldn't have looked through my phone. What about our deal?" I interrupted as I stepped closer to him. "You promised," I cried as I limply beat my fists against his chest. Wheaton stared down at me. "I know I promised. But you don't know how hard it is for me. I have to keep torturing and killing or I'm going to drive myself insane," he said calmly. I grabbed onto his arm. "And no, you said that if I didn't try to escape you wouldn't hurt anyone else," I cried, and Wheaton cupped my cheek with his hand. "You aren't trying to see things from my perspective, Reyna," he said coldly. "Your perspective? You mean the perspective of a delusional, sadistic murderer. You're right. I don't see it your way, because I'm not demented like you," I shouted as I let go of his arm and stormed off, but Wheaton grabbed my hand and stopped me. "I know you're angry, but let's make a new deal, huh?" He cooed. I glared at him. "I can't trust anything you say." "You're a lying snake," I spat. "Says the girl who was snooping through my phone and who lied through her teeth to me just last night. How's that back feeling, by the way?" he said mockingly before slapping my back hard. Pain erupted, and I gasped and slumped to the ground. "I think you need to remember something, love. You and I are not equal. My will overcomes your will. My love dictates every moment of your life. You belong to me," he said, stalking around me like a predator. "I'll never belong to you in any way that matters," I wheezed, trying to stand up. But Wheaton stomped his foot onto my back. I shrieked in pain and collapsed down onto my belly. "Oh yeah? Who else would take you? You're a murderer, remember? Society won't accept you. Your mother won't accept you. You have no one else but me," he jeered, rubbing his heel into my broken flesh. The pain was intense, but I fought to stay awake. "Why, you may be right. Maybe I can never go back to the life I had. Maybe I don't deserve that life anymore. But I'll be damned if I sit back and let you continue to hurt more people," I shouted. "But you see, my dear sweet Reyna, I want to keep hurting people because it feels good. And as we just discussed, you cannot defy me. You want to know why? Wheaton leaned down, still keeping his foot firmly pressed into my back. Because if I don't hurt those other people, I will hurt your mother or Quinn instead. If you try to fight me, their lives are forfeit. I hated how right he was. I only murdered and tortured because if I hadn't, Wheaton would have killed them. What's to stop him from holding this over me for the rest of our miserable lives? I'm sick of this, I panted. It's the same damn cycle. I can't keep going like this, Wheaton laughed. But you must. Because if you give in, if you try to run away from this life, I'll kill your loved ones in front of you, he said. And hey, if you manage to kill yourself, I'll bring them to your body and kill them there. You're demented, I growled. Yes, but I'm the only one standing between you and oblivion, and you'll choose me every time, he chuckled as he finally removed his foot from my back. I shakily stood up before suddenly Wheaton punched me in the face, and I flew to the floor yet again. My cheek blossomed in pain and I tasted blood in my mouth. That was for looking through my phone without permission, he sniggered as I groaned. Come on, get packed. We're leaving tonight instead of tomorrow because you can't seem to behave yourself. By the time we were loading up the truck, a heavy snow had started to fall from the sunset-lit sky. I was going to express my worry about the state of the roads to Wheaton, but frankly I didn't feel like talking to him, and besides, he said he had four-wheel drive. As we headed off, Wheaton held on to my hand and pulled it over to his lap. Look, I don't like to hurt you like that, he said, using his thumb to rub my hand gently. But you make things so difficult sometimes. I winced as we hit a bump that jostled my aching back. You're the one that broke our promise, I muttered under my breath, but it was in my best interest to keep Wheaton happy. I'm sorry. I just wish you would stop threatening the people I love. I don't like to do that either. I wish you would just behave, and then I wouldn't have to, Wheaton said as we sped down the windy mountain road while snow continued to fall heavily. Remember when I broke into your house, but didn't kill your mom? It was because I know how much hurting them would break you, and I don't want to have to do it, but goddammit sometimes you push me. Wheaton squeezed my hand painfully before moving it over to his crotch. We weren't able to do it today because of your little punishment. Why don't you go ahead and jerk me off? It'll be fun. It's always nice to spice things up, he said, smirking. I swallowed hard, but started to unzip his pants. It's snowing pretty hard, don't you want to focus on the road? I begged. But he just laughed. Come on, don't be a boring prude. I'll be all right. I can multitask, he chuckled. He gasped softly as I removed his member and began stroking with my cold hand. Soon the fluid and skin began to warm me as I moved expertly, just the way he liked. I had him coming in minutes. Now wasn't that fun? He panted as I zipped him back up. Yeah, sure, I muttered looking out the window at the billowing snow. It was quickly becoming blizzard conditions. Wheaton, maybe you ought to slow down a little. The weather is terrible right now. You can hardly see. We'll be fine, Wheaton said. Look out, I shouted as a semi on the other side of the road started sliding and skidded right in front of us. Wheaton cried out and yanked the wheel to avoid them, but we swerved off the road where there was no rail. We slammed into the ditch. I felt the world flip over and over as we rolled, and then darkness assaulted me. Chapter 25. I have vague memories of flashing lights reflecting off the broken glass of the windshield, of being lifted out of my seat, of figures hovering over me in the back of an ambulance. I wasn't even aware enough to panic. I was just sort of floating. Everything felt ethereal, and I wondered for a moment if I had already died and this was just the last bit of consciousness holding on before I faded out into nothingness. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was the beeping. I could hear it close, but I also heard the beeping from other rooms. The cacophony was less than pleasant. I pried open my eyelids with much effort. I appeared to be in a hospital room, lying in a bed. I had an IV and an oxygen tube on my nose. The smell of disinfectant managed to penetrate through the cool, clear scent of the oxygen flowing into my nostrils. I tried to look around, but realized my neck was in a brace, and I couldn't move it. I was stuck looking up at the ceiling tiles. But the room was dark and quiet, so I assumed that I was alone for now. Shit, I thought. Where was Wheaton? Did he survive the crash? It had all happened so fast. I couldn't remember. Was he in the ambulance too? My memories were all fuzzy, and I couldn't seem to clear my head of this fog. I realized they must have me on some pretty strong pain medication. Or maybe I was still dizzy from the crash. What was I going to do? If we weren't careful, Wheaton and I were sure to get caught. But what if he was already dead? What was I going to do then? I'd be arrested for sure. I just had to hope that he survived. We just had to keep the lie going until we were discharged. But where was Wheaton? Why weren't we put in the same room? I heard a door open, and I clenched my fists underneath my sheets, but that motion caused my right arm to scream at me. A nurse peered over my bed. "Oh good, I'm so glad you're awake. Do you remember what happened to you?" she asked calmly. I tried to swallow and moisten my dry mouth. "Yes," I croaked. "There was a semi, and we swerved off the road, but I don't remember anything else." "Where am I?" The nurse smiled down at me pleasantly. "You are at Dakota General Hospital. It's good that you remember what happened. Your brain didn't show any sign of severe damage. Other than a sprained neck, some lacerations to your face, and a broken arm, you made it out unscathed. You're very lucky." "T, the man I was with, is he okay?" I asked, stomach knotted in fear. "Yes, he is recovering here as well. He had a pretty severe concussion and a couple fractures, but he will pull through just fine," she answered, and I let out a sigh of relief. "Is there anything I can do to help make you more comfortable before I go and tell the doctor that you're awake?" "Could you sit me up?" I asked, and the nurse adjusted my bed so that I could see the room better before she left. There was an empty bed over to my left, and the window showed flurries of snow against a midnight black sky. It must still be that same night. They were sure to start asking me questions soon. What was that name that Wheaton had told me to use? Amanda Miller. That was the name I would give. I had no idea how long that lie would hold up. I mean, they would figure out I didn't have any insurance under that name soon enough. Shit, what the fuck was I going to do? I was startled out of my thoughts when the door opened and an older woman in white coat walked in, looking at some charts on a clipboard. "Hello, my name is Dr. Hawthorne. I'll be your physician tonight," she said, looking up from her papers. "Hi," I croaked, anxiety filling my guts with lead. "You have a sprained neck, face lacerations, and a broken radius, which we will have to set and cast now that you're awake," she stated. I looked down at my right arm, which was bandaged and swollen. "Your oxygen levels have stabilized, so we can take you off of that. We'll remove the fourth and switch you over to oral pain meds. Another thing, we need your name and date of birth because you didn't have any identification on your person." "Amanda Miller," I whispered. "February 7th, 2000. I couldn't risk lying about my date of birth and then forgetting what I told them. So, I went the easy route and used my real one." The woman nodded and jotted it down. "All right, let's get that arm taken care of." After they sat and put a cast on my arm, the doctor talked to me some more. Apparently they wanted to keep me for a couple days for observation. "Can I see Wheaton?" I asked. The woman looked confused for a second. "Oh, the man you came in with?" "Not tonight. A social worker will be here to see you in the morning. After that you might be able to visit him. He is staying under observation as well." "A social worker?" I asked. The doctor gave me a warm look full of sympathy. "Some of your injuries and scarring were obviously not caused by a car crash. It's procedure in these cases that a social worker comes to talk to you," she said, turning to leave. "You are over 18, and so we are not legally required to get law enforcement involved, but please consider your options carefully." I felt a boulder drop into my stomach as the entourage of doctors and nurses left my room. I couldn't let the police get involved. No matter what. But what do I do? I didn't know what room Wheaton was in. Should I try to sneak out? No, I had nowhere to go. It was best to stay put and hope Wheaton would find me and get us out of here. I watched as the sky lightened, and the snowfall finally looked to be letting up. I couldn't sleep a wink as I was just a bundle of anxiety. I got out of bed and started to pace around as the room filled with the light of dawn. The nurse came around with breakfast, but I didn't touch it. I couldn't stomach the thought of eating anything right now. By the time the social worker came, I had bitten my fingernails to shreds. The clock in my room read 8 o'clock when a man knocked and entered my room. He was probably around Wheaton's age, and he too was holding a clipboard. His warm smile greeted me as I nervously sat down on my bed and tried to calm my breathing. "Hello, Amanda. My name is David. I have some things I want to ask you, if that's all right," he spoke softly. I looked at my feet. "Sure," I whispered. I wanted to see Wheaton. He'd know what to do in this situation. Amanda, you have wounds and scarring that suggest that you have been a victim of abuse. He said as I mindlessly touched my back, which had been bandaged up while I was unconscious. There was also the matter of my burn scars, which had only partially faded, and the scars around my ankle and wrists from where the cuffs had rubbed them raw over and over again. The swollen cheek I had gotten yesterday when Wheaton hit me was probably mostly hidden by where the glass had scratched my face. You're wrong, I said firmly. I'm an adult and what I may enjoy doing in the bedroom is none of your business. This was the only explanation that I could think of that might dissuade the hospital staff from involving the police. David knelt down next to me. Your injury suggests that you experienced violence. You're safe here. You can tell me what happened, he said, and I shot to my feet. It was consensual. There's nothing more to it, I shouted and stormed away to the window. I think you should leave, I spat. I kind of felt bad for blowing up on the dude. He was just doing his job, but I couldn't risk raising any more red flags. I heard him get up and leave the room. I collapsed onto the ground and felt tears start to stream down my face. I couldn't accept their help. Wheaton was the only thing protecting me from prison. I was a monster, a murderer. There was no way I could escape what I had done. I was filthy. No one wanted me now, except him. I finished crying and washed my face off in the bathroom. Today I would see Wheaton, and he was sure to know what to do. A new nurse came after lunch was brought to me. She was younger, and she had some pep in her step as she entered the room. Hi Amanda, my name is Chelsea. I'm here to change your bandages and remove your neck brace, all right? I nodded and allowed her to untie the top of my hospital gown to expose my back. Her fingers were warm as she carefully removed the old, bloody bandages and put on fresh ones. I was self-conscious knowing she probably saw all the old scars the new wound sat on top of. You look kind of familiar, she said as she worked. I felt my stomach drop to my toes. Yeah, I get that a lot, I laughed nervously. Could I see Wheaton today? He was the man I was brought in with. He's my brother, I added hastily. Sure, I don't see why not. He's down the hall. I'll take you there once we're done, she agreed, but I heard the hesitation in her voice. It was fine. The hospital staff could suspect all they liked, it was clear they weren't required to call the police since I was over 18 and denied any crime had happened. As long as they didn't recognize me as Reyna Bristol, I would make it out of here. Just as she promised, Chelsea walked me down the hall until we reached a room about 30 feet away from mine. I knocked softly before entering. The room was dimly lit, but I could see Wheaton lying in bed with his left leg and arm in casts with a bandage around his head. Well, I'll let you two have some privacy, Chelsea said before closing the door. I ran over to his side. Wheaton, are you okay? I asked as his eyes met mine. Don't shout. I have one hell of a headache, he groaned. I told you were driving too fast, I chided. Hey, it wasn't my fault that stupid semi lost control. God, I hope the driver died in the accident, he said bitterly. You gave your name as Amanda, right? I nodded. Good, we'll figure out the insurance later. I have a plan for explaining why you aren't on mine. Wheaton took my hand in his. I can't drive and the truck was totaled, so we'll have to rent a car, and then you can drive us home. No matter what the doctors say, we are leaving later today, got it? But the nurse said you have a bad concussion. Shouldn't we stay until they are sure you'll be all right? I said. Wheaton smiled at me. Your concern is heartwarming, but I'll be just fine. It's not like they can really treat my concussion. They just want to make sure it doesn't get any worse. I didn't have any bleeding in my brain, so I'll be right as rain soon, he said, stroking my hand. Don't think I actually care about you. I just have to make sure you don't die and leave me all alone, I said, yanking my hand away from his. How did you explain the scars? Wheaton asked. I told them it was consensual. They won't call the police since I'm over 18, I answered. Good girl, he said, smiling up at me, but then he frowned. It's a shame your face got all scratched up, he whispered. I brought my hand to the various wounds that littered my skin. It's all right, at least we didn't die, I pointed out, and Wheaton chuckled. Right, that would have really been a headache. I couldn't exactly have them sign a death certificate for you under a false name, he said. I crossed my arms clumsily because of the cast. Oh yeah? What makes you so sure you wouldn't have been the one to die? Then I'd probably have had to go on the run, I teased. So, you really aren't going to tell them who you are? Wheaton asked suddenly. I unfolded my arms slowly and looked out the nearby window. No. I don't think I could handle having to own up to what I have done for the sake of my mom and Quinn. I have too much blood on my hands. They can continue living thinking I'm an innocent victim. They can mourn for me, but I don't deserve to go back to them, I said sadly as I sat on the edge of Wheaton's hospital bed. So that's it. You're really going to stay with me forever? Wheaton said, grinning. I hated giving him this satisfaction. I guess if you want to look at it that way, then yes, I'm choosing you. But don't mistake that for loyalty or love or any of that shit. I still hate you with my entire being. My body will never stop rejecting you, I hissed. But that's just not true. Your body loves me. It's shown me that over and over again as you let yourself become swept up in the pleasure I give you. I own you, he murmured. If I wasn't in these stupid casts, I would prove it to you right now. I felt a shiver go up my spine. You're wrong. I'm choosing you, but not at the expense of myself. You can't take that away from me. I still know who I am, I said firmly, but Wheaton just chuckled. Really? You still know who you are apart from me? But you said it yourself, without me you have nothing. You are nothing. I'm the one who gives your life purpose and meaning now. I'm like your God, he stated, but now it was my turn to laugh. Wow, someone's letting his megalomania show, I snickered, but I feared he was right. Was I anyone without Wheaton? I had spent the past year defining myself only by my relation to him. I was his prisoner. His object of affection. His victim. His lover. If I cut off my mother and my friend, then I really had no one else left but him. I had severed all of my relationships willingly because it was easier than pining after people that I could never see again. It was easier this way, but then why was I so sad? Hey, why are you crying? Wheaton asked. I was startled and brought my hand back up to my face. Sure enough, there were tears falling down my cheeks. I don't really know, I cried, lying to Wheaton. I knew why I was upset. But he didn't need to know the inner thoughts I was having. He had enough of my life in his hands. I wanted to keep this little piece to myself. Come here, Wheaton said, opening his arms. I complied and laid on his chest while I sobbed, and he shushed me. It's going to be all right. Like you said, we are both still alive. That's what matters. We'll be home in no time. Then it will just be us again, he muttered, but I don't think those were the comforting words he thought they were. I love you. Wheaton planted a tender kiss on my head. I sat up and wiped the tears and snot off my face. You don't have to say it back. I know that you love me anyway. I sighed. There was no arguing with him. Maybe he was right anyway. I was choosing him over my mother and Quinn, who I knew I had loved. What if deep down I really wanted to stay with him? Worse yet, what if deep down I really liked the things he made me do, the sex, the torturing, the murder? I brushed the hair from Wheaton's eyes tenderly. Is this really what love is? The carnal desiring of another person that leads you to do terrible things in order to keep that flame going? I had to get out of this room. I needed time away from Wheaton to think. I should leave for now, I said, standing up. Wheaton nodded. Okay, I'll talk to the doctor and then I'll come for you, he said as I turned to leave. I wanted to try it out just this one time. I love you too, I whispered. But the words felt like poison on my tongue. What was that? Wheaton asked. Nothing, I said, closing the door. When I looked out in the hall, I caught my nurse from earlier, Chelsea I think her name was, and another nurse whispering over something on Chelsea's phone. When they saw me, they both snapped their mouths closed and looked at me with wide eyes. Well, I didn't care for that. I walked stiffly down the hall back to my room, praying that they were just spreading baseless rumors. Rumors I could handle. Rumors couldn't stop Wheaton and I from leaving. I sat down on my bed and turned on the television to distract myself. I didn't want to think about anything for a while. I'd done enough thinking and talking today, and look where that had gotten me. Saying I love you to a murdering rapist. What the hell was wrong with me? As I lounged on the bed, a knock came at my door. Without waiting for me to answer, the door slid open and in walked Chelsea. She had her phone out, and I saw with horror that a picture of me was pulled up on it. Not just any picture, it was my missing persons photo. Why, you're Reyna Bristol, aren't you? She stuttered. Fuck, Chapter 26. I shot up to my feet before I realized that reacting that way would make it obvious that I really was Reyna. "No, my name's Amanda," I said firmly, trying to keep the tremble out of my voice. "I don't know who you are talking about." The nurse just looked around nervously. "Look, I don't know what kind of trouble you've been in, but you're safe now. We called the police. They are on their way," she said softly, taking a step towards me. I felt my stomach clench with panic and my whole body broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell was I going to do now? We had to get out of here. I sprang into motion, sprinting past Chelsea and intending to head to Wheaton's room when all of a sudden a hospital security officer blocked my path. "Whoa there, miss. We need you to stay in your room until the police arrive," he said in a gentle yet gruff voice. I tried to push through him, but he firmly grabbed my shoulders and started steering me back towards my room. "No, stop. Let go of me. Wheaton. Wheaton," I shouted down the hallway in desperation. I tried to stamp on the officer's foot, but I was barefoot and he was wearing shoes, so it had almost no effect. The officer gave me a light shove into my room before closing and blocking the door. I banged on it with my fists until they bruised. "Let me out. Please. You can't just keep me in here. I swear my name is Amanda." I screamed, but it fell on deaf ears. I started sobbing and collapsed onto my knees. It was over. Even Wheaton wouldn't be able to wiggle out of this one. We were going to prison for sure, and everyone would know what I had done. Shouldn't I feel relieved? I was saved. Wheaton would go to jail and would never be able to hurt another innocent person again. He could never hurt me again. But this was all wrong. I didn't deserve to be saved. I was a monster. What would I do without Wheaton? I didn't know what my next move should be. I needed him. I heard commotion outside of my room. I climbed to my feet and wiped the tears from my eyes with the back of my hand, steeling myself for what could happen. The door slid open and 2 police officers entered the room. They quickly locked eyes with me and they looked sympathetic? That's right. It's probably not public knowledge that I had murdered and tortured someone. Chances are only the officers working directly with my case would know that. So, these people all thought I was just an innocent victim. "Let me go. My name is Amanda Miller, and you can't hold me in here," I spat. The 2 officers shared a look. "Well, you look an awful lot like Reyna Bristol, and the hospital staff told us about your scars and the wounds on your back. Is the man who did this to you Wheaton Miller?" The male officer on the right said. I shook my head vehemently. "No. I'm not," I mumbled before taking them both by surprise and sprinting past them. I dodged around another officer and the security guy from before and ran down the hallway. My heart sank as I saw more officers surrounding Wheaton's room, but I kept going. I just had to get to Wheaton. He would know how to fix this, right? I darted around one police officer before another grabbed me around the waist, but I managed to sneak a peek into Wheaton's room. He was glaring up at yet another officer who was in the process of reading him his rights. "Wheaton," I shouted, and they both whipped their heads towards me. "Amanda. Don't worry, everything's fine. We'll get out of this," Wheaton called back as the officer holding me started to yank me back towards my room. "Please, miss, could you just cooperate?" he said, panting as he released me in my room. I stumbled inside and shot daggers at him. "You've got the wrong people. You have no right to arrest him," I yelled. The officer that talked to me before stepped up to me. "My name is Officer Daly, all right? You're safe now. You can tell us the truth," he spoke in a low tone. "I'm telling you the truth," I retorted before sitting down on my bed with a huff. I grabbed onto my knees to prevent my hands from shaking. "Okay, let's say you are telling the truth," Daly began. "Regardless, you have obviously been the victim of a crime. You have lacerations on your back and restraint marks on your wrists and ankle. Are you going to tell me that man was not the one to give you those?" "No, he wasn't. I mean, please, just let me talk to him, okay?" I pleaded. Officer Daly shook his head. "I'm afraid we cannot allow that. He will be under police watch until he is discharged from the hospital. At that time he will be taken to the station for questioning. He's already invoked his right to an attorney, so we won't be getting anything out of him until his lawyer shows up," he said as he knelt down on the floor in front of me. "We just need you to tell us the truth so that we can help you. Please let us take pictures for evidence and help us put whoever did this to you behind bars. And no, I won't let you do anything until I can talk to Wheaton, I said, and I saw Daly's face fall. All right, he groaned, standing up. We'll be back soon. He and the other officer left the room. I swung my legs onto the bed and wrapped my arms around my knees. What should I do now? Wheaton said that he would get us out of this? But how? He had been arrested, and it was only a matter of time until I was arrested too. I buried my head into my knees and sobbed. Everyone would soon find out what I had done. How could I face any of them? I could just picture their faces when they find out, their shock, their tears. My mom and Quinn would never be able to look at me again. After an hour or so, another knock came on my door, and Officer Daly entered quietly. I still sat hunched on my bed and refused to acknowledge him. He walked up until he was mere feet from me. Reyna, he said softly. My name is Amanda, I growled. Daly sighed. We did some digging. We know Wheaton doesn't have any relatives with that name. I tensed up so hard I started quivering. Amanda Miller does not exist. Your name is Reyna Bristol and you were kidnapped last August, he said. Shut up. I screamed, jumping up and storming over to the window. The detectives responsible for the Tintail killer are on their way here. The truth will come out. So please, help us, Reyna, he pleaded. Get out, I growled. I listened to him leave as I watched the snow-covered landscape darken as the sun set. I was exhausted. I hadn't really slept for almost 2 days now, except when I was unconscious. Yawning, I curled up in the corner of the room and let the sleepiness take over. Maybe after I slept, I'd be able to think more clearly. I awoke to pain. My arm was screaming and throbbing where it had broken, and my neck and back were aching. Not to mention my ass was sore from my poor decision to sleep on the floor. Standing up, I stumbled to the door and knocked. Can I please have some pain meds? I begged through the door. I heard some movement and whispering, and after a few minutes Chelsea entered holding a little cup of water and some pills. I took them greedily. So much for having a clearer head. But I couldn't stand this pain anymore. Some more police are here to see you. Are you up for talking to them? Chelsea asked, taking the empty cup back. I shook my head. I don't want to talk to them. I want to talk to Wheaton, I said, returning to my bed and sighing as I sank into the soft mattress. Maybe sleeping on the floor wasn't my best idea. Chelsea looked at me with pity-filled eyes. Reyna, my name is Amanda. I interrupted. Okay, sorry. Amanda, I'll hold them off until the pain medicine kicks in, but that's all I can do, she said as she turned to leave. Thanks, I said softly, and she shot me a small smile as she closed the door. I felt bad for yelling at all these people. They were just doing their job, but in the process they were ruining my life. Wheaton had already taken so much from me, and now I would have nothing left. It might have been a pitiful life, a life that I deserved, but it wasn't the life of a criminal. I could just picture the courtroom now, that woman coming to witness against me, the judge reading the guilty verdict, the sentencing of years of prison, my mother and Quinn crying in the audience. Shit, I had started to tear up again. I rubbed my eyes furiously with my one good arm. Thankfully the pain meds had started to kick in, and I was finally ready to go back to sleep for a bit when there came a solid and commanding knock on the door. In walked a man that I knew from when I used to follow the Tintail case religiously. Hello, my name is Detective Briggs. I'm the lead investigator in the Tintail killer case. We've been looking for you for quite a while now, Miss Bristol, he said in a gruff voice. I'm not the girl you're looking for. My name is Amanda, I shot back. Cut the crap. There is no Amanda that has any relation to Wheaton Miller. There's no use trying to protect him, he scolded me and took a step forward. I scooted further away, almost falling off my bed. This was an intimidating guy. We searched your luggage from the car and we found these. He threw down an envelope full of Polaroids. On the top of the pile was me, lying beaten and bleeding on the bathroom floor. I stared at them in shock. There were so many pictures of me doing unspeakable things. People had seen those. This man had seen them. The idea that anyone would look at them turned my stomach. Those were private, I muttered under my breath. They are evidence. That, Briggs said, pointing to my ankle scar, is evidence. Those are evidence. He pointed to my bandaged back. Right now my team is back at Dr. Miller's house going through the piles of evidence that they collected there. If you let us take a sample of your DNA, we can prove that you have been kept in that house for over a year. I shook my head. No. No. Just leave us alone, I cried, tears streaming down my cheeks. It was over. Why do you keep protecting him? Briggs growled. He's a no-good, murdering bastard. He has hurt you. We know because the witnesses have told us what he's done to you. And those photos prove that he's done even worse things to you. I froze up. He knows. He has to know. Here it comes. This is when he pulls out the cuffs and arrests me. Miss Bristol, if this is about the death of Henry Gates or what happened to Brittany Strider, know that you are not going to be held liable for those actions. You were obviously coerced by Dr. Miller, and therefore no charges will be brought against you, he said as he took back the envelope. I looked up at him in shock. There was no way he was telling the truth. He was lying, trying to get me to confess and turn in Wheaton. I couldn't fall for it. Get out, I yelled, standing up and getting in his face. Leave me alone. Briggs's eyes flashed with rage, and I flinched expecting to be hit, but he just turned to leave. You've been traumatized. I understand that. So, I'll give you space for now. But you'll have to face the truth soon, Briggs said before closing the door and leaving me alone once again. The only company after that was when Chelsea came to give me more medication and the doctor came to check up on me. When can I leave? I asked her after she finished going through my charts. Well, your vitals are all normal, and there doesn't appear to be any complications, so I would say you can be discharged tomorrow, she said flatly. However, due to the circumstances, I believe it would be best if you stayed under observation for several more days. But why? You said I'm fine, I cried. I don't know where I plan to go, but I just needed to get out of this damn hospital room. Physically, yes, if it was all about that I would release you. However, mentally you are unstable. We'll have our psychiatrist pay you a visit tomorrow so he can assess you. I swallowed hard. No psychiatrists, I stated firmly. She gave me a queer look but then just shrugged. When is Wheaton going to be released? I asked. Dr. Hawthorne looked over to the police officer who had been standing watch over this whole interaction. He shook his head. Sorry, I can't tell you that. Try and get some sleep, she said and left the room along with the officer. I sighed and slumped down on my bed. It had been a really long day, and I still hadn't gotten any good rest. As anxious as I was, I couldn't seem to keep my eyelids open. I could feel Wheaton touching me, kissing me, holding me. Shivers went up my spine as I tried to steady my breathing. Then I looked up and out of the darkness my mother's face materialized. She looked at me with horror and disgust. I tried to cry out, but Wheaton's tongue filled my mouth. He pressed down on my hands, curling his fingers in between my own. I struggled, but I couldn't make my body move. My mother's eyes shone with tears, and I just wanted to beg her to look away. Then I heard Quinn's sobs from somewhere above me, just like it happened in that warehouse all those months ago. No, stop looking at me. I screamed inside of my head. There were so many people surrounding me, looking at what Wheaton was doing to me, watching as he laid claim over my body. I saw the man I had killed in the warehouse, but now I had a name to his face, Henry Gates. He was there too, his cold, dead eyes locked on mine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wept. I saw the knife protruding from his chest as he stepped closer to me until I felt his blood spill onto us. Wheaton continued his assault as the hot, crimson fluid continued to rise until it washed over my face and slithered into my nose and mouth. Blood, so much blood. I shot up in bed, clutching at my racing heart and panting erratically. It was a dream, just a dream. The room was quiet, and the late morning sun filled the room with a pleasant glow. I stood up and stretched. Then the anxiety came crashing back down on me like a tidal wave. They knew. Everyone knew what I had done. I was finished. I ran to the bathroom and violently threw up in the toilet. Fuck. 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 What the hell was I going to do? A soft knock came at the door and I whipped my head around. Miss Bristol? Are you okay in there? Should I call a nurse? Officer Daly called through the door. I wiped my mouth off with the back of my hand. I'm fine, I said, even as I started to feel the aches and pains returning. I just wanted to be alone right now. I slumped over the toilet and sighed. I wondered if Wheaton had been taken to the station yet. I wondered if the police had found the warehouse? Or the cabin? What was going on while I was stuck in this stupid room? Another knock came. I said I'm fine, I yelled, but I heard the door slide open. I reluctantly pushed myself up and walked back into the room, but it wasn't Officer Daly. Detective Briggs shut the door behind him as he entered the room. "What the hell do you want?" I spat, the pain making me more irritated than I might have been otherwise. "Well, good morning to you too," he grunted. I scowled at him. "I'm just here to inform you of a couple things. Firstly, the FBI has decided to involve themselves in your case, since you were transported across state lines. So, they'll be here to question you later today." "I wasn't kidnapped." "I keep telling you that you've got the wrong person," I exclaimed, but Briggs just sighed. "Secondly, your mother has arrived," he said, and I felt the strangest mix of elation and utter dread. "Obviously she wants to see you, but it's up to you. What do you want us to tell her?" I felt my knees start to buckle, so I reached out and leaned on the end of my hospital bed. "The only person I want to talk to is Wheaton," I whispered, and Briggs left without another word. I slowly slid to the floor and felt tears well up in my eyes. My mother. I had spent so many months missing her so much that I thought the ache would never go away. Now, I couldn't even face her. I wasn't the daughter she loved anymore. I was broken, dirty, and I deserved to be discarded among the trash. How much did she know? How much did the police tell her? It doesn't matter. Even if she didn't know about it, it didn't mean it didn't happen. I had no mother. Not anymore. I leaned my head into the sheets and sobbed. I couldn't face her. I just couldn't. Chapter 27. Lunch was brought to me, and although I was starving, I only managed to eat a few bites before the food turned to sand against my tongue. I shoved the nibbled on food away with a sigh. When Chelsea came to change my bandages again, she looked at the tray. "You didn't eat much," she commented. "I'm not really hungry," I muttered. When she was finished, I turned my back to her and curled up on my side. "You should really try to eat more. You're dangerously thin," she said, gathering up the old bandages. "I saw your mother. You look a lot alike." I grunted, too exhausted to try to lie. "She really wants to see you." "Well, bully for her, but I don't care," I spit out. "Look, I know it's not really my place, but no matter what happened to you or what you felt you've done, your mother still loves you deeply. She doesn't care about anything other than that her daughter is safe now," Chelsea spoke softly. "You're right," I snapped. "It's not your place to say that." "Reyna," she started to say. "Shut up and leave me alone." I bolted upright and shouted. I winced as the sudden movement had hurt my back where the healing skin was stretched painfully. "You have no idea what you're talking about," I whispered. Chelsea was wrong. I was a monster not even a mother could love. "I've done things. You wouldn't understand how horrible they were," I croaked as my anger melted into sorrow. Chelsea bent down next to me. "I heard some of what the police have been talking about. I know that you were forced to do things so that your mother and friend wouldn't be harmed. But don't you see?" she said, taking my hand in hers. "You did those things because of how deeply you loved them. You were manipulated, and everyone understands that you are innocent. No one is going to fault you for something you did out of love." "I'm not even sure I know what love is anymore," I cried, tears streaming down my face. Wheaton had told me that everything he did was out of love. He hurt me so much. He desired me so much. Was that what love is? If you want to know what love is, all you have to do is look at your mother's face. I promise, she loves you more than anything in this world. She would have done anything to get you back, and now that you're safe, all she wants is to hug you and tell you everything will be all right," Chelsea said. "You sacrificed so much because you love your mother and wanted to keep her safe. Love means putting someone before yourself. It means selflessness. Wheaton never put me first. He only took from me. He didn't care one iota about what I wanted or needed. He only ever cared about what I could do for him. Even when he gave me pleasure, it only served to exploit me further. What do I do now? If I admit to what I did, would my mother still love me? Did that even matter? In this moment, there was only one thing that I truly desired. Screw anything else. I want my mom," I sobbed, fat tears rolling down my cheeks. Chelsea smiled up at me. "I'll go get her. You just stay right here," she said, patting my hand before leaving. I was so anxious I wanted to throw up again, but I was also so relieved. It felt like a 10-ton weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Fuck Wheaton and his fake, selfish love. Even if this led to me going to prison. Even if my mother ended up rejecting me. I wanted to see her. I needed to see her. I barely registered the door sliding open before my mother raced over to me and wrapped me in the biggest embrace. Reyna. Oh, Reyna, she sobbed. I threw my arms around my mother and squeezed her close so as to almost make up for the year of space between us. And Mom. Mom, I cried, burying my head against her shirt. I took in her scent, her hair, her tears, her voice. All of it was just like how I remembered it. We cried there for a long moment before my mother pulled back and put a warm hand against my cheek. Reyna, I missed you so much. I was so worried, but you're safe now, she wept, and I felt my stomach drop. I had to tell her. If I didn't, how would I know that she still loved me? Mom, I did some things that I can never forgive myself for, I sobbed, and my mom wiped my tears away with her thumb. Oh honey, I know. But you had no choice. You did what you needed to survive, she whispered. No, you don't understand. I murdered a man, and I really hurt another person. I'm a monster, I cried and slumped into her arms. There, I had confessed. I was sure the police were listening in. I almost expected them to burst through the door and shout aha. But they didn't, and my mother stroked my hair. You did nothing wrong. It wasn't your fault at all, she assured me. That man is the monster, she snarled. I could feel her tremble with rage. He's going to rot in prison for what he has done. You mean, I'm really not going to go to jail? I asked, and my mother looked at me in shock. Of course not. Were you really worried that would happen? She said. I nodded. I was sure I would. And I was sure that you would never be able to forgive me, I cried, and my mother hugged me tight. There's nothing I need to forgive. I love you more fiercely than I ever have. I promise. She bawled. You're safe now. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. I'm here, my mom muttered into my hair as we embraced on the bed. Then a knock came at the door. Excuse us, a woman's voice came as she slid open the door to reveal Detective Briggs and 2 FBI agents. I sat up and wiped my face off. Sorry to interrupt. Reyna Bristol, we're here to take your statement, the female FBI agent said. My name is Agent Parker and that's my partner Agent Giles. Hello, I said quietly. Detective Briggs leaned against a wall with his arms crossed. Heard you're finally willing to admit who you really are, he said slyly. I shot him a glare. I still didn't care for this man. Yes, I'm Reyna Bristol and Wheaton Miller kidnapped me and held me for 14 months, I stated. I'm ready to tell you everything, but... I turned to my mother. I would rather you weren't here for this. There's no reason you need to hear it. My mother looked hurt. Honey, I want to be here for you. I don't want to leave your side even for a second. Even now I'm so sure that this is a dream and when I wake up you'll be gone again, my mother wept. Mom, I'm not leaving. I promise. I don't think I want to talk about this in front of you. Not yet, I said, wiping a tear from my mother's face. If you're really sure. I'll be waiting just outside, my mom said before she gave me a peck on the cheek and exited. First, I need to know, have you found the cabin? I asked. Agent Parker looked surprised at my question. If you're referring to the cabin that Wheaton Miller owns then yes, we searched it and found quite a bit of blood in the basement, she responded. I nodded. Yeah, that one. Look, Wheaton's killed more people than just the ones you know about. He worked with this guy named Ben to kidnap and murder other women at that cabin. I have no idea how many, but I know the name of one of them, Hannah Jones. He took me to where he buried them all in the woods. Mary Smith's body is also buried there. I'm not sure, but I might be able to find the general area again. As I spoke their eyes got wider and wider. You're telling me this guy had an accomplice this whole time? Briggs growled. And you're saying that the Mary Smith case is also related to him? Yes, but don't worry. Ben's dead, I said. I think they took lower-risk victims, people that would be less likely to be reported missing. And you know where the bodies are buried? Agent Parker said. Yes, I cried, exacerbated. I said that, didn't I? I'm sorry. We believe you. It's just a hard pill to swallow. That we missed this, Agent Parker apologized. Thank you for informing us. You could have told us this days ago if you hadn't been trying to protect that beast, Briggs muttered under his breath. What the hell is your problem? I shouted. I wasn't trying to protect him. I was trying to protect myself. You selfish brat, he spat before Agent Parker put a hand on his shoulder. Stop that, Miss Bristol has been through a lot. I'm sure she was very scared and confused. But she's cooperating now. So let's all just take a breath. Briggs shrugged her off and scowled. You're a very brave girl, Reyna, Agent Parker said. I looked down in shame. And no, if I had been stronger or braver, I might have been able to stop Wheaton from hurting more people. I watched him kill and torture, right in front of me, and I couldn't do anything to stop him, I cried. For fuck's sake, he made me help him. He made me. I trailed off. Agent Parker gave me a look full of sympathy. We know. We read the statement that Brittany Strider gave. You did what you had to in order to survive and keep your loved ones safe, she said softly. Now, we need your statement. You can help us make sure that Wheaton Miller is put away for the rest of his life. I bit my lip and nodded. What do you want to know? I asked, and they began to ask questions. There were so many moments that I choked on, struggling to put into words the kind of hell I had been put through. I had managed to compartmentalize so much suffering, and getting it all out there was dredging up some truly traumatizing stuff. But I did it. It took almost 2 hours, but I laid it all out. They were all very professional about it, and I barely saw any reaction other than the twitch of a cheek muscle even as I laid out the most grisly details of my captivity. Thank you for telling us all this. It really helps. Would it be okay if we took some pictures of your scars and body as evidence? Agent Parker asked once I was finished. Sure, I agreed and allowed another person to come in and take photos of my broken body. We'll give you and your mother some privacy now, Agent Parker said before she left as I was lacing up my hospital gown. Agent, I called out, and she turned around. Now that I've told you all of that, who is going to find out? I dreaded the answer. Well, it will all be used as evidence in a federal court case, so I'm afraid much of it will become public. But there are certain details of the case that we will try to keep to ourselves as long as it doesn't become pertinent to the trial, she said, and my heart sank. So, everyone was going to know what Wheaton did to me. I thought back to those Polaroid pictures. Would those become public too? The thought turned my stomach sour. I feel that I should be honest with you. There is a chance the defense will try to argue that Wheaton cannot be charged with the murder of Henry Gates. I felt tears start to well up in my eyes. But trust me, that case would be flimsy at best. No jury is going to convict you of murder. I collapsed down onto my bed. But if that goes to trial, then everyone will know that I killed him, I wept. You were coerced. Wheaton Miller was threatening you and your loved ones. You are not responsible for the death of Henry Gates, she stated firmly. The hard part is over. Now it is time for you to move on and heal. Leave Wheaton Miller to us. That night my mother slept in the empty hospital bed in my room. I tossed and turned, but couldn't find sleep. I kept reliving moments from the past 14 months. I could feel Wheaton's hands on my skin, touching me, molesting me. It was so goddamn frustrating. After all these months of abuse, the first night that I felt truly safe, and I couldn't stop thinking about him. I got up and started to pace the room, but then I heard that noise in my head, the chain dragging behind me. I whipped my head down to look, but of course, there was no cuff, there was no chain. Just the scars. Sighing, I stood by the window and watched the moonlight twinkle off the snow. The hard part is over, huh? Well, we'll just have to see, but I had a feeling that healing was going to take a lot of work and a lot of time. I watched as the moon sank below the horizon and the sky turned a pale pink. My mother still hadn't stirred, but I wanted some more pain meds as my arm was starting to bother me again. I tiptoed to the door and slid it open. To my surprise, there were no officers outside of my door. I glanced down the hallway. No officers down by Wheaton's room either. I guess he must have been discharged yesterday. Reyna, why are you up so early? Chelsea's voice startled me, and I spun around. She was standing there holding a clipboard. Geez, you scared the shit out of me, I gasped. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said. It's all right, I'm just jumpy I guess. I couldn't sleep, and now my arm hurts, I whispered as I closed the door to my room so our conversation didn't wake my mother. If you couldn't sleep, you should have said something. We could have given you medication to help with that. As for pain medication, I'm not supposed to give you more until breakfast, sorry. I sighed. It couldn't be helped, but there was still something I wanted to say to Chelsea. About yesterday, when we were talking, I wanted to thank you, I squeaked nervously. I don't know how long it would have taken me to accept reality if it weren't for you. Chelsea looked at me with soft eyes. No need to thank me. I'm just so glad I could help you in some small way. You're really a special girl, Reyna, she said. I looked down at the ground dejectedly. I would have much rather stayed a normal girl. I wish none of this had ever happened, I started to choke up. Oh honey, of course this awful thing should have never happened to you. But you were special far before you were taken. Can I give you a hug? She asked, and I nodded. We embraced and I sobbed into her shoulder. We can rarely control when bad things happen to us, but it's how we respond to them that shows our strength. And trust me when I say, you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. Thanks, I said, stepping back and wiping my eyes. I can't stop thinking about him. I want to forget and move on so bad, but it's like he's a specter that's following my every thought and taunting me. It's only been a few days. Healing like this will take a lot of time, but one day you will be free of him. I'm sure of it. The most important thing is to lean on those who you love for help. Your mother wants to comfort you, so let her, Chelsea said, smiling gently. I nodded. She was right. I didn't want to let my mother get too close. I didn't want her to know all the details of what I had been through. I was afraid that it would just make her despair. Well, I got to continue on my rounds. I'll see you later, okay? Chelsea said before continuing down the hall. Was I really capable of letting people close again? I had spent so long pushing them away in my heart because I thought that it would spare me the pains of loss, but now that I had the chance to rekindle those relationships, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to make my mom suffer anymore, and if I let her in close she would see all my wounds, invisible and visible, and I know it would break her heart. I quietly stepped back into my room, softly closed the door, and looked at my mother's sleeping form. But she wanted to be there for me, the way she wasn't able to be there for all these long months. Should I let her help me? I didn't need to flounder in the darkness all alone anymore. I didn't need to protect myself anymore. I could let myself love again. I curled up next to my mother in bed and took in her warmth, and was finally able to fall asleep listening to her gentle breathing. A few days later my mother and I sat in the hospital room together surrounded by an army of stuffed animals and flowers. People had been sending them in all week, and I was absent-mindedly picking through a bouquet of daisies, getting the petals all over my bed while my mother sat in a chair reading a magazine. I was on edge. I had just met with a psychiatrist who had prescribed me some medication that they said would help me to sleep and help with the panic and anxiety. Of course I knew that not every psychiatrist was secretly a serial killer, but Wheaton had really soured the whole profession for me. You doing all right, honey? My mother asked, looking up from her magazine. I gave her a timid smile. Yeah, I'm fine I guess, I sighed. What are we going to do with all of this stuff? I gestured around to all the gifts from well-wishers. I suppose we'll try to take some of it home, but maybe we can donate most of the stuffed animals to the hospital, my mom suggested. I picked up a stuffed elephant that had been lying next to me on the bed. Not this one though. I like him, I whispered as I ran my fingers through his soft fur. Then came a hurried knock at the door before it was flung open, and Quinn practically ran into the room. I knew she was coming sometime today, but I felt my heart leap for joy when I saw her face. Quinn, I yelled, shooting off the bed and hurling myself into her arms. Reyna, she sobbed as we hugged and both fell onto our knees. I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry, I cried, wrapping my hands in her soft hair. I never should have dragged you into my stupid search. I almost got us both killed. No, I'm the one that got us caught. And he was right in front of me the whole time, and I didn't know it. She wept. There's no way you could have known, I said. He had everyone fooled. Quinn sat back and wiped her eyes dry with the back of her hand. I was so sure I was never going to see you again, she sniffled. I was too, but I'm back now, I sobbed, grabbing her hands in mine. We're safe from him. He'll never be able to hurt us again. Reyna, I'm just so sorry. None of this would have happened if I hadn't been such an idiot, Quinn cried. No, that's not it at all. Have you been blaming yourself this whole time? I asked, wiping a tear off her face with my thumb. I always blamed myself, but I think now it was all Wheaton's fault. Neither of us could have known what was going to happen in that parking garage, and we can't let Wheaton make us think that we were responsible. It was that monster who did everything, I spat. So, don't blame yourself, please. Quinn hugged me tightly again. Here I was thinking that you'd never be able to forgive me, she wept. That's when I realized how deep Wheaton's manipulation went. He had both Quinn and I feeling bad about something that he had done to us. I wondered how many of my thoughts he was still pulling the strings of, trying to make me dance to his tune. Chapter 28. The next day I was discharged from the hospital, and my mom and I made the hours-long drive back home. I had fallen asleep for the last half, but my mom shook my leg gently. Honey, wake up. We're almost home, she said. I pried open my eyes and sat up groggily, yawning. Then I saw that we were at the end of our block, and everywhere I turned, well-wishers with signs and smiles and waves stood. Our police escort parted the crowd as we drove slowly down our street. What is all of this? I asked. I don't even recognize these people. My mother smiled gently. They are all people who are just happy that you're home safe. They might not know you personally, but they've been following the news about all of this, and they are here to welcome you back, she said. Wow, I had no idea so many people cared, I whispered as we drove up our driveway past several news vans and people pointing big cameras at us. Then I saw some faces I did recognize. My Aunt Carol and Uncle John stood waiting by our front door, and Quinn was there too. I knew that I should be happy that these people all came to support me, but honestly I was just overwhelmed. My palms were all sweaty and my stomach rumbled. Are you okay? My mother asked, noticing my pale face. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. I don't know. It's just a lot, I muttered. Let's just get you inside and out of this crowd. They'll disperse soon, she assured me. I shakily opened the car door and hesitantly stepped out. As soon as my feet hit the ground, my aunt had her arms wrapped tightly around me. Reyna, she sobbed. With trembling hands I hugged her back. I heard people shouting questions at me, but I tried to ignore them. There were just so many eyes on me. It felt like my soul had been stripped bare. I think I'm going to throw up, I said, pulling away from my aunt who looked concerned. My mother quickly rushed me inside and closed the front door firmly, which muffled the sound of the crowd. I wished that I could say that my return home was profound and meaningful, but I just flew to the bathroom and emptied my guts in the toilet. I felt a hand start to rub my back, and on instinct I whipped around and shoved them off. My mother was looking at me hurt. Sorry, Mom, I choked as tears started to fall down my face. You don't need to apologize, sweetie. I understand, I'll give you some space. We'll wait in the living room for you, okay? She said as she reached out to touch my shoulder before stopping herself. My mom left and closed the door quietly behind her. I leaned over the toilet as nausea started to build in my stomach. Well, what do we have here? My head shot up when I heard his voice. Little Reyna, all alone. Just like you deserve. I was all by myself in the bathroom. There was no one else in here with me, but that voice still echoed in my head. Why, you're not real, I stuttered. Oh really? Have you already forgotten about me? That hurts my feelings, he said sarcastically. I'm not going to talk to you. You're just in my mind, I whimpered. But you have no one else you can talk to, do you? Everyone out there, they don't know you like I do, he whispered in my ear, and I could swear I felt his breath on me. I shoved my hands over my ears and started to rock back and forth. No. You're wrong. Leave me alone, I shouted, and as if from far away I heard a knock on the bathroom door. Are you okay in there, Reyna? My mom asked, her voice muffled. You still haven't told dear old mom about me, have you? She doesn't know how I touched you, how I loved you night after night, he moaned, louder than ever even with my hands over my ears. Shut up. I screamed and started to bang my head against the wall. Go away. No, I don't think I will, Wheaton's voice echoed. I thrashed on the floor and continued to smack my head on the wall until I saw stars and felt blood trickling down the side of my head. I'm coming in, my mother said frantically. You can't get rid of me that easily, he said as my mother screamed and ran over to hold my head. You're bleeding, Reyna. What happened? She cried. I grabbed onto her shirt and buried my face in its folds. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I muttered over and over again. My mom just sat there and cradled my head as she rocked me back and forth. It's okay, Reyna. You're safe now. Everything's going to be fine, she hushed and stroked my hair. What's going on? Aunt Carol asked as she stood in the doorway. Oh, Reyna, you're hurt. See, I told your mother that you weren't ready to leave the hospital. I knew something like this would happen. Carol, not now, my mother hissed. Come on, Reyna, let's get you cleaned up. My mother gently washed the blood off of me and bandaged up my head while I sat on the toilet, deathly still and staring off into space. I was broken. I knew it. Wheaton had done something to me that I couldn't fix. Now I made my mother have to deal with my insanity. She would have been better off if I'd never come home. I want to just go to my room and lie down, I whispered. Sure, honey, it's all set up and ready for you. I'll walk you there, my mother offered her hand, but I pushed it aside. I'm not a child. I can get there myself, I huffed as I slipped past her. I climbed the stairs and tried to fight off the dizziness as I entered my childhood bedroom. The curtains were drawn tight and the room was dim. I could faintly hear the crowd through the window pane. The bed was made with my old turquoise sheets, and my shelves were full of my favorite books. I ran my fingers along their spines and sighed. Nothing had really changed in here other than now there were some unopened boxes that held stuff from the apartment I had shared with Quinn. Yet everything about me felt different. I curled up on the carpet and bit my fingernails. Reyna, I heard Wheaton's voice coo. I couldn't acknowledge it. It wasn't real. This was all in my head. Reyna, are you listening? I ripped a hangnail off and tasted the iron of my blood on my tongue. Go away, I whispered to the empty air of my dark room. Why had I come upstairs alone knowing that I would probably hear this voice again? It sickened me, but I knew the answer. At least I knew how to deal with Wheaton. I had no idea how to interact with my family, with Quinn. I wasn't the same girl I had been all those months ago, and I was terrified that as soon as they realized that, they would abandon me. That's right, you chose me over them, remember? Wheaton's voice spoke. Do you think that just because I was caught that I would let you escape our deal? I grabbed a pillow off of my bed and wrapped it around my head and over my ears. I started to hum to drown the voice out. Your body still belongs to me, he whispered clearer than ever, and I felt a hand trace up my leg. I broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't real. This isn't real, I muttered to myself as the hand crept closer to my crotch. I resisted the urge to try to slap it off. Oh love, just because it isn't real doesn't mean it's not happening, the voice murmured. I couldn't take it anymore. I shot up and tried to push the hand off of me, but of course, there was no hand. Shit, my mind is completely fucked, I said under my breath. For days I holed up in my room, barely making it out for meals. I started to get used to the voice tormenting and taunting me every waking moment. It kept me up, but when I finally fell asleep the nightmares plagued my mind. Corpses were piling up, and they came as specters to haunt my dreams. No matter what I did I couldn't escape Wheaton or what I had done. I sat curled up in the corner of my room, listening while the voice in my head recounted every terrible moment from the past year and a half. But what else could I do? I just made everyone around me miserable. My mom could barely look at me most days without her eyes filling with tears. It was better this way. I spoke little over dinners, and refused to eat more than a couple bites of food. I would get in the shower and scrub my skin raw, but I could still feel his hands all over me, so I would sit down and cry as the cascading water washed away my tears. I wondered seriously if I wasn't better off with Wheaton. I was snapped out of a flashback of Wheaton beating me with his belt by a knock on my door. My mother entered cautiously without waiting for a reply. Reyna, dear, your aunt and uncle are leaving today. Why don't you come say goodbye, she said softly. I groaned and stood up to follow her downstairs. My aunt and uncle had their suitcases packed by the doors. Aunt Carol looked to be in a bad mood. Natalie, she said to my mother. There are still a few reporters sneaking around out there. It's been over a week, you'd think those rats would give up. Just tell them no comment, my mother answered as I stood there awkwardly behind them. Are you sure that you're okay if we leave? My aunt said nervously. Yes, we'll be fine. You need to get back to your jobs, my mother said curtly. I still think she needs to be admitted, my aunt spoke in a hushed tone. I can hear you. I'm standing right here, I snapped, and she whipped around looking embarrassed. I don't need to go anywhere. I'm not going to another hospital, so drop it. My aunt looked taken aback, but I stormed upstairs. Screw them. I could deal with this myself. I seethed in my room, trying to block out his voice. The sun had sunk down past the horizon hours ago, and I wasted the time away running my fingers up and down my dad's old bookmark that I had retrieved from its special box that I had kept it in all these years. I wished that I could talk to him. I wanted to know what he would have said to me. But he wasn't here. Maybe that was a blessing. He never had to see his little girl reduced to a broken doll stuffed with nightmares and blood. Wheaton's voice droned on, and I couldn't stop feeling his sweaty palms running up and down my body. Then I had an idea. I crept downstairs and quietly snuck through the dark house. I came upon my mother, who had fallen asleep while sitting at the dining room table, tears still wetting her cheeks. See, you made your own mother cry herself to sleep. How pitiful. Maybe it would have been better if I had killed her after all, the voice teased, but I ignored it. I slipped past her until I was in the kitchen pantry. Bingo. My mother still kept the liquor in the same place. I grabbed a half-full bottle of vodka and slinked back upstairs. I quietly closed my bedroom door and took a swig of alcohol. It slid down my throat smoothly, and I took another big drink. I wanted to get drunk as fast as possible without making myself throw up. Are you trying to get rid of me? His voice chuckled. Shut up, I said before taking another sip. Soon I felt the effects of the alcohol kick in, and I felt buzzed. For the first time in over a week, I didn't hear his voice in my head, and I fell into a deep sleep. Reyna. My mother's yell woke me up. I groaned and opened my eyes to see my mother leaning over me. What is it? I moaned as I sat up from where I had fallen asleep on the floor last night. You were on the floor, not moving. I thought for a moment. My mother trailed off. Reyna, why do you have the vodka upstairs? My mom tried to brush the hair from my eyes, but I swatted her away. I was having trouble sleeping, I mumbled. But didn't the doctors prescribe you something to help you sleep? Please tell me you didn't mix your medication with alcohol? Get off my case, I snapped. The meds haven't been working, so I tried drinking last night. I didn't mix anything. I'm not an idiot. My mother looked hurt. Of course she did. Everything I did only seemed to drive a stake into her heart. You shouldn't be coping with alcohol. I'll call the psychiatrist and see what they can do, she croaked, holding back tears. I let out a breathless laugh. You've got to be kidding me? You spent the better part of my childhood drinking yourself to sleep, but I do it one time and suddenly it's such a big deal. Just leave me the fuck alone, I yelled. My mother was openly crying now. Reyna, I've had patience for days. I've tried to give you your own space to heal, but this is getting ridiculous. You're clearly not well. Maybe your aunt was right. It might be time to consider going to the hospital, she said. Urge. If you're going to talk like that, I'm not staying in this house anymore. I jumped up and grabbed a duffel bag out of my closet. And just where do you plan to go? My mother shouted. Your apartment's lease ran out, and all your things are either here or in storage. I shot her a glare. I'm going to call Quinn and stay with her. Fine then. If that's what you want to do, I won't stop you, my mother snapped. Sorry, I'm not acting like your perfect little daughter anymore, I jeered and continued to throw my clothes in the bag. Dad would have known what to say to me, I muttered under my breath. Well, he's not here anymore, so all you have is me. Forgive me for not knowing how to help you when anything I do throw it back in my face. She reached out to grab my upper arm. Don't fucking touch me. I screamed and ripped my arm away. God, you're worse than Wheaton. My mother let her arm fall limp to her side. She looked at me with wide, shining eyes. You don't mean that, she croaked. I didn't, not really. But at this moment all I wanted to do was drive my mother away. I finished zipping up my bag and reached for my phone to call Quinn before I realized I didn't have one anymore. Wheaton had broken mine the night he took me, and I hadn't gotten a new one yet. Let me borrow your phone, I barked, and I grabbed my mom's phone that she held out to me. Reyna, I'm sorry for raising my voice. Just get out, I yelled as I listened to the phone ring. My mother retreated from my room like a wounded animal. I called Quinn and she agreed to come pick me up and let me stay with her for a few nights. As I waited in my room for her to arrive, the voice came again. "I'm back. Did you miss me?" he said. "That was a pretty cruel thing you did there." "Stop talking to me," I muttered, and I felt a hand brush my neck. "When have I ever listened to what you wanted?" "So, your mother. You resent her, don't you?" I gritted my teeth. "I bet all these years you really hated her for not choosing you over her work, her drinking, her depression. And what's more, you hated her for not being your dad." "Perfect. You're like Wheaton, but now you know all about my life." "Great, that's just perfect." I seethed. "Yes, I see all your secret thoughts that you're too ashamed to say. I know that your body misses my touch." I squirmed as I felt a hand rest on my thigh. "Can't you see? You still belong with me." I clenched my fists, snatched my bag, and bolted out of the room as Wheaton's laughter echoed around inside my head. Quinn drove up in her little silver car, and I hopped in the passenger seat, ignoring a reporter who was trying to ask me questions. She gave me a nervous look. "Reyna, I'm happy to have you over at my place, but what exactly happened between you and your mom?" "I'm worried is all," Quinn said as we headed to her apartment. It was about a 20-minute drive away. "We got in a fight," I muttered, resting my head against the cool glass of the window. "About what?" Quinn asked, and I sighed. "About everything. I just can't seem to do anything right anymore. I'm broken," I choked as I felt tears well up in my eyes. "All I can do is hurt the people around me. Even you probably can't stand me." "Oh, Reyna, that's not it at all. Sure, things are different, but no one expected you to get over what happened to you overnight. But as hard as it gets, even if you get into fights, having you back is worth it, more than worth it," Quinn said as she reached over to grab my hand, but I flinched away. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not used to you not liking to be touched. My bad." "It's okay," I muttered. We drove the rest of the way in silence. I cared about Quinn, which is why I didn't want to burden her. If I told them about the voice, they would just worry even more. No, it was better to just push everyone away. I didn't deserve their love or their help. Quinn lived in an apartment building nestled between a tattoo parlor and a dive bar. It wasn't the nicest area to live in, but it was close to the middle school that Quinn taught at. Quinn had a couple roommates, Jasmine, a fellow teacher, and then Ginger, an aspiring writer who was working as a waitress. "Both of my roommates are out at the moment," Quinn explained as we walked into her cramped kitchen/dining room. There were many stacks of dirty dishes littered about on the counters, and there was old food caked on the stove. It reminded me of the apartment Quinn I had shared in college. We could never keep that place clean either. "Geez, sorry about the mess. We weren't expecting a visitor," Quinn chuckled sheepishly. "Here's the couch you can sleep on. Just throw your bag down anywhere." Quinn led me into their narrow living room, most of which was taken up by a large television and a couch that looked like it had seen better days. "It's not much," Quinn mumbled. "It's perfect. At least my mom's not here to nag me. Plus, it beats being trapped in that basement," I said, running my hand over the worn upholstery of the couch. Quinn looked at me with wide eyes. What was it like?" "You don't have to answer," she added quickly. "No, it's fine. It was not as bad as you might think. I mean, I had a toilet, a shower, and a sink. I could brush my teeth and comb my hair. There was a television, with movies and video games. And books, a lot of books. I got into doing puzzles. Wheaton even bought me clothes to keep in an old dresser. In a way, it started to feel like a home," I explained, and Quinn nodded. "But I missed the outdoors. I missed having the freedom to go wherever I wanted. It got so terribly lonely and boring. That house, it became my whole world, populated with just me and Wheaton. I don't know how you survived living with that monster. I was only at that warehouse for a couple of days, and well, let's just say I'm still getting nightmares about it," Quinn said, shivering. I sat down on the couch with a sigh, and Quinn sat down next to me. "I guess the answer is, I barely survived. I have plenty of wounds and scars to show for it." I held up my left wrist. "Like this guy, I can't even bend it without it hurting anymore. And these," I pointed to one of the many small burn marks that stain my skin. "And don't even get me started on my back," I laughed. I don't think that's very funny, Quinn whispered as tears shone in her eyes. There, I had done it again, said too much and hurt someone. Stupid. Forget it, I said quickly. Let's just forget all that stuff and watch a movie or something. Or maybe we could go out. I've been craving bubble tea for forever. Is there a place nearby? Quinn wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and sniffled. Yeah, there's a shop just down the street a few blocks. Come on, cheer up, I said, standing up and offering the arm that wasn't in a cast to Quinn. Let's just go have a fun day together. Chapter 29. While we were out, I caught people staring at me. As we passed in the street, the people waiting in line, the cashier all goggled at me with wide eyes. I couldn't blame them. The cuts on my face that I had gotten from the car crash weren't healed fully yet and my right arm was in a cast. Thankfully my long sleeves and pants hid my restraint scars, but I still looked pretty beat up. Not to mention, my face had been plastered on every newspaper and newscast for the past week. Their gazes nauseated me, and I began to regret going out in public. I must have looked pale because Quinn whispered to me when we were waiting for our orders. Are you doing all right? She asked. I tried to swallow the bile threatening to come up my throat. I just nodded quickly, but Quinn didn't look convinced. Look, if you want we can just leave. No, I said firmly. I really wanted that bubble tea. It's not like I couldn't handle a little anxiety. I'd been in a state of near panic for more than a year. I could manage buying a drink. But when our order was called, I grabbed the tea with shaking hands and almost dropped it. Careful, Quinn said as she helped steady my drink with her free hand. Here, let me carry both of them. I nodded and followed her back outside, back to the gawking throngs. Sensing my increasing agitation, Quinn hurried us back home to her apartment. I drank my bubble tea greedily as we put on a movie. Throughout the afternoon, Quinn's roommates returned. They seemed nice enough, but I couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Quinn had been off making new friends while I had been stuck dealing with that monster. I was happy for her, but at the same time I resented her life that had moved on without me. It was late at night when they all finally called it a day and went to bed. After only a few minutes though, Quinn came back out to me. She fidgeted before I sat up and offered her a seat on the couch. She sank down stiffly. Reyna. I've been meaning to tell you something, but, well, your mother was against it. She thought it might upset you, but I feel you have a right to know, she whispered. I frowned deeply. Of course my mother was still babying me. What are you talking about, Quinn? She looked up at me, tears in her eyes. After Brittany Strider came and told the police that he had threatened your mother, they sent police to watch over your house. Even after they stopped having an officer there 24/7, they would check up on your mother every few hours. She said they even followed her to work. The floor felt like it had opened up beneath me. What? You mean to say, your mother wasn't in any real danger? At least not after Brittany Strider was released. Quinn reached out to take my hand, but I whipped it away and shot up from the couch. But he also threatened you. If he saw my mom was protected, he would have just gone after you instead. Quinn looked down in shame. I know. It doesn't really change anything. If he threatened me, Brittany didn't hear it or she didn't report it. So, yeah, I was still in danger. I ran my fingers through my hair and wanted to rip it out. Damn it. I should have thought about that. If I had gotten him to threaten you in front of her too, both of you would have been protected. But I didn't even consider stupid. I yelled into the late-night stillness of the apartment, not caring if I woke Quinn's roommates. I'm so sorry, Reyna, you couldn't have known. You did the best you could? Quinn pleaded, but I turned away as I felt my eyes burn with tears. I think I need to be alone for a while, I whispered, and Quinn reluctantly left for her bedroom. I collapsed down onto the couch and stared at the ceiling. Stupid, idiotic Reyna, Wheaton's voice spoke out through the darkness. He'd been quiet all day, but I guess when I was alone with nothing to distract myself he couldn't help but make an appearance. How long would you have stayed with me? How many people would you have killed all to protect your loved ones from me, when they were safe and snug all along? They never needed your sacrifice, and they certainly don't need you now. It seems Quinn has moved on with her life. Made new friends, Wheaton's voice spoke out through the dark. Of course Quinn still needs me. We've been best friends almost our entire lives, I whispered to the empty air. Yes, but things are different now. You're damaged goods. Not to mention, you're the one who dragged Quinn right into my waiting arms. At least it looks like most of her fingernails have grown back by now, he chuckled. Shut up, I growled and tried to focus on the sounds of a bustling nightlife right outside the window down on the street. What would Quinn think if she knew everything that you've done? The way you pleased me? The murder and torture you've committed? The time you said that you loved me? In a huff I threw on my clothes and bolted out the door. I exited the building into the brisk, fall air and entered the bar next door, dodging around a crowd of smokers. Inside was dim and loud, with a live musician playing the guitar above the cacophony of drunk voices. The din started to overwhelm me, but I'd be fine once I got some drinks in me. Plus this crowd was drowning out Wheaton's stupid voice, so I wasn't going to complain. I wormed my way up to the bar and noticed they had a special tonight on rum and cokes, perfect. I waved the bartender over and he gave me a look up and down, pausing on my face. Can I get 2 rum and cokes please? I asked. Can I see some ID? He answered gruffly, and I handed him my driver's license. He hesitated for a moment before giving it back to me. You said 2 rum and cokes? I nodded. All right, they'll be right up. I started sipping on my drinks, trying to ignore the people around me. Most were in groups, having a rowdy good time, some were in the back playing pool and slots. I sat alone up on a bar stool. That was until a man slid up into the seat next to me. Hey cutie, drinking all alone? He said. I gave him a look up and down. He was probably around my age, maybe slightly older. He wasn't unattractive, but I really wasn't in the mood. Alright, I'm assuming you lost a bet with your buddies and so you had to go talk to the girl who looks beat to hell, I grumbled, turning away from him. Hey, your face still looks good. The scratches can't hide your beautiful eyes. Plus, casts are fun. Remember in school when we would all sign casts when kids broke bones? He continued. I didn't lose any bet. You just looked lonely. Why are you still talking to me? I groaned and took a big swig of my drink and his face swam a little in my vision. Because I like you, and I think we could have some fun together, he whispered before placing a large, warm hand on my thigh. My entire body froze up. I didn't want this. I wanted his hand off of me. I wanted to scream. But I couldn't. My mouth was glued shut and my limbs were as stiff as a corpse's. Naughty girl, letting another man touch you like that, Wheaton's voice said. You belong to me, don't you? I felt the panic rising in my stomach, but I looked at this man, surely he was up to something. At the very least he was guy looking for a quick and easy fuck. Why not give him what he wants? Would that prove that Wheaton doesn't own me? I suddenly grabbed my drink and threw the rest of it back. Wiping my mouth, I shot him a grin. Sure, let's have some fun, I said. The man smirked back at me. My name's Brad. It's nice to meet you. Brad stuck out his hand, and I reached over to shake it. Name's Amanda, I responded. There was no need for him to recognize me, and a little deception wouldn't hurt him. I let Brad pay for my tab, and he walked me out to his car. I know it was stupid. I'd already been kidnapped once, and here I was getting into a vehicle with a complete stranger. I was a little drunk, but I was aware enough to know this was a bad idea. The thing was, I didn't really care. I was just so sick of Wheaton's voice taunting me, of my friends and family pitying me. I would do just about anything to make it all stop, and frankly I wanted to feel in control of myself. If that meant sleeping with a stranger then god damn it that's what I would do. So, how did you get those injuries? Brad asked as he drove. I leaned my head against the cool car window. Car accident, I mumbled. Brad glanced at me. Damn, that's tough, he said as he parked his car on the side of a dimly lit street. His house was an older building with brown peeling paint and a lopsided front door. I stumbled out of the car and swayed a bit before Brad caught me. Whoa, careful there, he said, smirking. His grip on my arm reminded me of Wheaton, and I felt a familiar sense of dread build in my stomach. Why was I doing this? Because you're a whore, Wheaton's voice answered. You miss me so much you're willing to let a stranger take advantage of you. Damn, his voice just wouldn't leave me alone. Do you have anything I can drink? I asked as Brad unlocked the front door and ushered me inside. He shrugged. Sure, I'll go pour you something. Why don't you sit here and wait? He gestured to his couch which I collapsed onto. Sinking into the soft cushions I sighed. Brad returned with a glass full of something, and I took a greedy gulp. You didn't drug this, did you? I slurred, smiling at him. He laughed at this and peeled off my jacket, setting it aside. No, should I have? He whispered, leaning in close. I closed my eyes and felt his lips brush against mine. Oh love, just look at you, Wheaton taunted as I felt Brad's warm hands start to trace up my stomach. You're pitiful. You think just because you let another man touch you that you can erase what we had? I carved my love into your skin over and over again. Nothing you do can change that. Groaning, I smashed my mouth against Brad's and deepened our kiss. Brad led me stumbling to his bedroom where he gently shoved me onto his bed before crawling over me and continuing our kiss. We both grabbed at each other hungrily, tugging at each other's clothes and eagerly groping the other's skin. Brad started to yank my sweater off, but I grasped onto his wrist. Wait, I panted. You gotta promise that no matter what you see, you won't stop. Brad gave me a queer look. What, you got a third arm growing out of your stomach or something? He chuckled. Not exactly, I said as I lifted my shirt over my head clumsily due to the cast and exposed my handcuff and burn scars. Whoa, he whispered while he traced his fingertips over my marked skin. And your back. That's some pretty bad bruising. You didn't get that from a car accident. See, you're broken. No one wants damaged goods, Wheaton's voice mumbled in my ear. I can put my shirt back on if it makes you uncomfortable, I said, but Brad just grinned at me. No, it's cool. Kind of turns me on, he said, returning to kissing my lips hungrily. I woke up the next morning tangled in the sheets with a pounding headache. Groaning, I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and sat up. Brad was already out of bed, and I could hear him taking a shower. Realization hit me like a freight train. I had just had casual sex with a complete stranger. I let someone touch me, kiss me, hold me. I drew my knees up to my chest and started to quiver. What the hell was I thinking? I could barely even recall what we had done together, but my nerves remembered. The way he softly caressed my skin, his gentle thrusts, his burning heat. I could hear his soft moaning. All of it was so similar to Wheaton that I could barely differentiate the memories. Admit it, you missed me. You missed me so much you had to find a substitute, Wheaton said. I plugged my ears, but he continued. No matter how many times you sleep with someone else, I still own you. I've wormed my way into your very soul, and like a parasite I will continue to eat you from the inside out. No, no, no. I muttered, feeling the nausea building. Hey, you alright? Brad asked, exiting the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. I ran past him and threw up violently into the toilet. Wheaton was right. I was rotting inside. My very flesh was decaying and sloughing off my bones. Every inch of skin that he had touched was infected, and the putrid smell invaded my nose. No matter how many times I slept with other people, no matter how many times I showered, I would never be able to rid myself of this scent. His scent. Hey, I got work soon, so can you go ahead and get dressed? I'll drive you home, Brad called from the bedroom. I slumped over the toilet and tried to hold back my tears. I felt bad for Brad. I just hoped my smell hadn't passed on to him. I got dressed and instructed Brad to just drop me off at the bar. While we drove back, I couldn't help but notice his gaze flitting over to me. So, I'm guessing you don't want to tell me how you got all those scars and bruises, huh? He said. No, not really, I muttered. It's a shame, 'cause you have a great body. A little thin, but geez, you really knew how to use it. I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. You must be quite experienced. You could say that, I said under my breath. Hey, we should exchange numbers. I'd love to do this again sometime, Brad said as we turned onto the street the bar at Quinn's apartment was on. Don't have a phone, I answered curtly. Then I saw several police cars outside of the apartment. Shit, I hissed. Just drop me off here. Brad shot me a curious look. Amanda, you are one strange girl, he said as I hopped out of the car. You have no idea, I chuckled as he drove off. I walked up to the entrance of the apartment building and saw several policemen interviewing Quinn. When she spotted me, Quinn's whole body melted with relief and she ran over to me, the policeman close behind. Reyna, oh my God. Are you okay? What the hell happened? We woke up this morning and you were just gone. We were so worried, she cried. I just shrugged. I went out and met a guy. I spent the night at his place, I said nonchalantly. Quinn blinked in surprise. What? She choked. It's no big deal, I mumbled. Then Quinn reared back and slapped me. I grabbed onto my face and looked at her with wide eyes. What the fuck? That hurt. What the hell was that for? I shouted as Quinn stood trembling and crying in front of me. I didn't think that Quinn had ever raised a hand against anyone before in her life. Are you out of your goddamn mind? She sobbed. You just straight up vanished without saying a word. You could have been kidnapped or killed. We just got you back. Why would you do something like this? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Shame landed on me like a weighted blanket, and I glanced at my toes. I'm sorry. I really don't know what came over me, I sniffled. I had to do something. He's got me wrapped around his fingers, and no matter what he won't leave me alone. Whedon? She asked, and I nodded. Whedon is in jail. He can't hurt you anymore. You don't understand, I wailed. No one understands. I collapsed to my knees on the hard, cement sidewalk. I felt the rough pavement tear into my skin, but I welcomed the pain. Quinn knelt down next to me and tried to wrap me in a hug, but I shoved her arms aside. Stop. I don't want you to touch me. I screamed. I shuddered and sobbed into my hands. I'm sick, and if you hold me you'll be infected. I'm decaying, and no one seems to notice but me. Reyna. I can't say that I understand what you're going through, but you've got to stop pushing everyone away because you're scared, Quinn said softly. But I'll end up hurting you. I'm going to keep hurting you. Admit it. You can't even look me in the eyes. Quinn gently pulled my hands away from my face, and I glanced up into her teary eyes filled, not with pity, but with earnest love. I am looking at you. I see you, and I'm not going to stop. Of course I'm upset, but not with you. I admit that it's hard to think about what you've been through, and I'm not going to make you talk about it if you don't want to. But I'm only distraught because I care about you. It's hard to know how much you've been hurt, and it's hard to admit that I couldn't save you. I don't know how to help you now. But I'm here for you, so please, let me just be close to you, she sniffled, tears running down her cheeks. I flung myself into Quinn's arms. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I cried into her shirt. Shush, it's okay. We'll figure this out together, all right? She mumbled into my hair. Ahem. I looked up as I heard a familiar voice clear their throat. Agent Parker and Agent Giles stood waiting outside of a black SUV that had pulled up next to the police cars parked out front of the apartment building. I'd been so distracted I hadn't even noticed them. Sorry to disturb you, Agent Parker started to say. We heard that you had gone missing and rushed over. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm fine, I said as I sat up and wiped the tears from my eyes. I didn't mean to worry everyone. Well, we're glad you're safe, but we didn't just come here for that. We would like your help in locating where Wheaton Miller buried the bodies on his property on Glen Oak Drive. I know you would probably like to rest during this time, but it's important to the case, Agent Parker said while she extended a hand down to help me up off the sidewalk. I took the hand and she gently pulled me up. Of course I'll help. Aye. I looked down sadly. I want their families to have closure. I want Mary to be buried properly by her parents. She deserves that. Agent Parker gave me a sad smile. Yes, I know her family would be extremely grateful, she said. Quinn stood up beside me. I know this is all way out of my purview. Quinn turned to look at me. But are you sure you're up for this? Surely another day or so wouldn't make a difference. I understand your concern, but I think I need to do this. I want to feel like I'm making a difference. I failed to save too many lives because I was too scared to fight or unable to escape him. This is atonement, I said softly. Please don't blame yourself. You did everything you could, Quinn insisted. I just shook my head. But did I really? Quinn, I was so worried about getting punished for what I did that I was willing to lie to stay with him. He would have gone on to kill and hurt more people, and I would have let him. If it wasn't for that car accident, I don't know if I would have ever escaped because I didn't want to anymore. I thought staying with him was the only option. You shouldn't take responsibility for potential, future murders that didn't even happen, Quinn said, exasperated. You did what you needed to survive, and to keep us safe. It keeps me up at night, you know? The thought that he used us against you. Quinn choked out. If you're to blame, then so am I. It might not be my place, but you both are taking responsibility for things you did not do, Agent Parker spoke while her partner nodded. Wheaton Miller was the only one who committed those crimes, and he deserves to take the full punitive weight for them. Quinn sighed. She's right. We can't keep blaming ourselves. I'm sorry. It's just if I had only realized who he was sooner. Quinn, I swear to God, if you guilt yourself for one more second, I'm gonna slap some sense into you, I said, and Quinn laughed brightly. Well, I did hit you earlier, so I guess I owe you one. Yeah, I'll get you back one of these days, when you least expect it, I joked. We laughed together for a moment before I gave her a hug goodbye and climbed into the SUV with the agents. You've got a good friend there, Agent Parker said as we drove away. Yeah, I know, I said, smiling. And for once, even Wheaton's voice in my head wasn't enough to get me down. Chapter 30. While I had felt better at first, the closer we got to the cabin, that more intense the flashbacks got. I could feel Wheaton's hand on my leg. I could taste his tongue in my mouth. I could smell the scent of our body fluids. I could hear his taunting voice. Then I would see those horrible images, of Mary's young, terrified face and Hannah's mutilated body. I sat in the back of the SUV and my stomach churned. By the time we entered the woods, I was in a state of panic. My breathing was quick and my heart pounded in my ribcage. Are you all right? Agent Parker asked from what seemed like miles away. I shook my head violently, clamping my mouth shut to fight back the nausea. Hey, Giles, pull over for a second. The car slowed and I leapt from the vehicle and threw up violently on the side of the road. It had started snowing lightly and my puke marred the fine white layer that had settled on top of the leaves. I knelt there panting and quivering. Reyna. I heard Wheaton's voice taunt. I started to dry heave even harder while I listened to the agents exit the car. Reyna, are you all right? Agent Parker asked, concerned. She leaned down next to me, looking unsure of what to do. I'll be fine, I gasped while I squeezed my eyes shut. It's just a panic attack. I'll be fine, I said to assure myself more than them. I tried listening to the sounds of the birds, feeling the chill of the snow, smelling the scent of sap and pine. Eventually my heart slowed and my breathing calmed. I was safe. He wasn't here. He could never do those horrible things ever again. Here, Agent Giles handed me a water bottle. You can wash your mouth out. Thanks, I said gratefully. Once I was feeling better, I stood up and we continued our journey through the winding forest roads. You are coming back, huh? This place holds a lot of precious memories, doesn't it? Wheaton's voice whispered into my ear. I absent-mindedly reached back and ran my fingers over the scar on my shoulder from when Ben had sunk his teeth into my flesh. Ah yes, this is where Ben died too. Remember stabbing him? You didn't feel a thing. Not even when you helped me burn his body to ashes. Go away, I murmured as we pulled up to the cabin. Did you say something? Agent Parker asked. No, nothing, I said as we exited the car. Here it was. It was as tiny and decrepit as I remembered it, but now yellow caution tape surrounded the area. The place was a hive of activity, and several police cars sat in the driveway with their owners scattered about in front of the cabin. There were several basset hounds and beagles on leashes, and I suppose they were cadaver dogs. They reminded me of the real reason I came to this place of my grim duty. Whenever you're ready, we will follow you, Agent Parker said gently. I nodded and started the trek through the woods. I didn't recall exactly where the clearing was, but I knew the general direction. It took longer to find it than it had when Wheaton had led me here, but eventually the dogs started to get antsy as we entered the familiar circle of trees with the strings tied to their branches that were blowing gently in the breeze. Agent Parker placed a hand on my shoulder. You did a good job, Reyna, she assured me. I slowly walked over to where I knew Mary's body lay. It was by the oak tree closest to a cluster of boulders. She's here. This is where I buried Mary, I whispered. He wanted to burn her, you know? But I begged him to let me lay her to rest here with the others. I figured I choked on my tears. I figured her family would want her body back someday. I collapsed to my knees and wept. Almost surprised I still had tears to cry after today. After giving me a moment, Agent Parker spoke. Reyna, we need to start exhuming and identifying the bodies. You've done your part. Now Agent Giles is going to take you home, okay? Try to get some rest. Officers were already starting to mark off areas with tape, and a crew of individuals who I took to be forensic experts began preparing digging tools and body bags. How will you figure out who they are? I asked. Well, we'll cross-reference their features with those of missing persons. If needed, we will put out their descriptions in the news in case they were never officially reported missing. Don't worry. We will do everything we can to make sure their families get closure, Agent Parker said, again clasping me on the shoulder. The next week passed by relatively peacefully. I went back to live with my mother, but we mostly avoided each other. We had some moments where it seemed things were back to normal, but then I would inevitably fuck it up by mentioning something about Wheaton or my captivity, and we would both grow cold again. I still got panic attacks and flashbacks, and Wheaton's voice droned on inside of my head unless I was distracting myself. I started to see a counselor, but I had mostly avoided talking about Wheaton and all he did to me. I just wasn't ready to process it. Every time I thought about it, I spiraled into a frenzied state of panic. She tried to talk to me about my dad, but I shut that down pretty quick also. So, we mostly sat in silence while I colored in some adult coloring books she provided. I had already seen several doctors just to check things out. Apparently, other than some minor scarring, I didn't have any damage to my reproductive system that they could find. Which was good because I had been worried that my miscarriage had caused some permanent harm. They said that all my other scars would fade with time, even if the burns didn't go away fully. But I would need to get surgery to fix my wrist. One night during dinner, my mother had made pasta, and it tasted so much like his that I started crying right there at the table. My mom looked at me like she wanted to say something but held her tongue while I sobbed. Eventually she came over and placed a blanket around my shoulders and handed me a box of tissues. I gave her a gentle smile of appreciation. The people had mostly started to leave us alone, but my mother was already having to refuse offers for me to appear on various talk shows or news segments. So, when I heard a knock at the door while my mother was out at the store, I kind of assumed I'd see a crisp business person with a gift and a contract through the peephole. But instead it was a middle-aged man and woman with bags under their red eyes. I slowly unlocked and opened the door. "Can I help you?" I asked politely. "Are you Reyna Bristol?" the man asked softly. I nodded and waited to hear more. "My name is Jacob Smith and this is my wife Maralini. We are the parents of Mary Smith." My eyes widened for a moment before I caught myself. "I'm so sorry for your loss," I whispered, unsure of what else to say. "We wanted to thank you. We heard about what you did to ensure Mary's body made it back to us," Maralini croaked, and her eyes shined with tears. Her husband wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "The police have released her to us. Her funeral will be this Friday, and we would like you to come if you would want that," Jacob said. I honestly was at a loss for words. How was I deserving to join this family in their grief? Sure, I was torn up by what had happened to Mary, but it wasn't like I ever got the chance to really meet her. I had just done what I could, which really wasn't much. But as I looked into their earnest faces, I knew I couldn't refuse. That is how I ended up putting on my lacy black dress and doing my hair for the first time in over a year. Sure, I had combed it, but it had been a long time since I'd put effort into my appearance. For some reason, Wheaton never seemed to care much about what I looked like as long as I was clean. My mom drove us to the church where the funeral was being held. It was a somber service, and there wasn't a dry eye in the whole sanctuary. I spotted two familiar-looking girls in the front row who were sobbing audibly before I realized I recognized them from the photo that Mary had kept in her wallet. I thought uncomfortably about how easily it could have been Quinn crying in the front row with me in that casket. That is, if they would have ever managed to find a body. A choir sang a haunting song as we started to file out the doors to drive to the cemetery. I hadn't realized it until a line of cars entered through the big wrought iron gates that Mary was being buried in the same cemetery as my father. As I laid my flower on top of her casket, Mary's mother swept me up in an embrace and she and I cried together for a moment. "Bless you," she sobbed. "I'm just so sorry that I couldn't have done more," I said as I pulled back. My mother and I started walking through the slightly frosted grass back to our car, and I ruminated over everything that had happened. All the death. All the pain. Just because two sick men decided they could play with people's lives for their own amusement. Even though Ben was dead and Wheaton would be in prison for the rest of his life, that wouldn't bring those they had killed back to life. It wouldn't heal the mental or physical scars they had caused. Maybe it was like my dad had said all those years ago, bad things don't happen for good reasons. They just happen, and we are left to decide what to do with the shattered pieces of our lives. "Mom, can we go see Dad's grave?" I asked softly. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and drove us over to the other side of the cemetery. I got out of the car slowly and wandered over to his headstone. I gently swept some of the lingering snow off the top and knelt down. "Sorry we didn't bring you any flowers this time, Dad," I said as my mom walked up behind me. You know, before I was kidnapped I'd never even really cried over Dad's death. I just never realized how much I missed him in my life until I was at rock bottom. All I wanted was for you guys to come and hold me and tell me everything was going to be okay, I sniffled. I ran my hand over my mother's name on the stone next to her blank death date. Then, I almost lost you too, again. And I was scared. So scared that I would be left all alone in the world, and all I would have left would have been Wheaton. I'm sorry that I ever considered leaving you. That night that I attempted. I'll never forgive myself for it, my mom said before leaning down and holding on to my hand. I'm sorry too. I'm sorry for how I've been. I just don't know what to do or how to act. I have seen so many horrible things, done so many things, and how do I move past something like that? I'll never be the same person I was before all of this, and for that I'm sorry, I cried. My mother hugged me tightly, and for the first time since I got back, I accepted her touch gratefully. You don't need to apologize. I haven't handled this the best either. I'm so frustrated that I was helpless for so long, and I thought that now that you're back that I could do something, but I'm clueless. I just don't want to keep hurting you, she said. Mom, I feel the same way. I don't want to keep hurting you either. Which is why I guess I felt it was better if I just kept my distance, I said, and my mother let out a weak chuckle. I suppose we are both just hopeless, huh? She glanced down at the grave. Your dad would probably be telling us both to get over ourselves, wouldn't he? I nodded. Mom, I love you. I know I haven't been the best daughter. Honey, I love you too. Of course I do, and you don't need to apologize anymore, she said. We've both said sorry enough. Now we just gotta agree that we will figure this all out together. I smiled up at her. Yeah, together. There was a long road ahead of me, and I'm sure the path was paved with blood and mud. But I had Quinn. I had my mom. I had people like Chelsea and Agent Parker supporting me. There wasn't anything I couldn't do, nothing I couldn't overcome. I made a promise to myself as I sat there on that frosted ground that Wheaton wouldn't get the last laugh. It was my life, and I wanted to fill it with love, true love. Not the bullshit Wheaton had tried to shove down my throat. I am in charge of my future now, and I choose to live it to the fullest alongside the people that I care about. Epilogue. I stepped out of my car into the sweltering August heat. I took a deep breath and appreciated the clear blue sky. Couldn't have chosen better weather for move-in day. I had pulled up next to a brick apartment building just off campus from the small university that I would be starting my graduate studies at. My mom's car pulled up behind mine, both were packed full with my boxes and furniture. All right, Reyna, you've got the key, right? My mom called from the driver's seat. Yes, Mom, I got it. Thanks again for helping me move in, I said as I opened my passenger side door. Out bounded Nugget, my golden retriever. She was trained as my emotional support animal, but she was also so much more. She had been my lifeline for the past 2 years. Aw, are you excited to get out of the car, huh? I cooed as my mom stepped out of her car. It's only an hour drive. I'm sure Nugget's fine, she said as she started unloading boxes. I'm going to take her inside and out of the heat, okay? I'll be right back, I called as I entered the old building. Thankfully my apartment was on the first floor. As I stepped into the air-conditioned hallway, I was startled by a man who was waiting by my door. He looked similar to him. Nugget nuzzled my clenched hand, sensing my panic. I took a deep, shaky breath. Hi, he rumbled in a low voice. I'm your landlord. Just here to greet you and make sure you get settled in okay. I fought the urge to take a step back. Hello, I squeaked. I had to calm down, remember to breathe. It was fine. I was safe. Wheaton was 100 miles away serving 28 life sentences. I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried to shake the memories that threatened to overwhelm my senses. No one was touching me, but despite that the panic rose. Oh, who is this fellow? He said, leaning down to pet Nugget. Her name is Nugget, I said quietly. Nugget started wagging her tail. I knew she was an excellent judge of character, and I felt the panic start to subside. I love dogs, he said as he straightened up and offered me his hand to shake. "My name is Mark, pleasure to meet you. You're Reyna, right?" I took a deep breath and placed my hand in his and shook it. "Yes, it's nice to meet you," I said, smiling. My fear melted away, I felt my alarm dwindle until I was perfectly calm again. It had been a while since the flashbacks had hit me that hard. I still get pretty bad nightmares, but during the day I was usually able to keep them at bay. It had been ages since I'd heard his voice in my head. But I made it through. Even if I was never able to fully shake off Wheaton's influence, it was my life and I was going to live it how I wished. That monster couldn't slow me down. The end.